Chapter 58, Tyranny 12-1 Bloodbath. Tyranny 12.1. Interlude. Bloodbath. We won. The Imga monolith was destroyed. Macrage is safe. The Black Crusade and the 17th Traitor Legion are no more. But by everything that is good in this galaxy, we paid for it in blood and tears. 21 battleships. 9 battle barges. 2 grand cruisers. 16 battlecruisers. 3 war barks. 105 cruisers of all types. 21 strike cruisers. 131 light cruisers. 193 destroyers. 204 frigates. 226 corvettes. 5,351 interceptors. And 4,804 bombers. And that lists just the naval losses of the Order of Battle of Operation Stalingrad, my order of battle. It does not include that thousands of other warships have been battered into impotence, and will need years to repair, if they can be repaired at all. We won. And most terribly of all? If I was thrown into the past and given the opportunity to change the outcome of this war, I wouldn't. We couldn't afford to let the Suraken dynasty use its replicator forges until their armada was 10 times the size of the forces we mustered to end it. We couldn't afford to allow this alien pyramid to get anywhere near the Samarkand quadrant or any human-inhabited world. It would have been a nightmare made reality. We defeated the Necrons. We vanquished the traitor Marines. And we exterminated the Tyranids' vanguard. And the price, while much smaller than my staff's pessimistic assumptions, was still bad enough. 49,300,000 of the guardsmen mustered for Operation Stalingrad have been killed, wounded so badly Bakhta can only mitigate the damage, or been declared missing in the multiple battles we fought. For the Skitarii, this number is just above 54 million, and most of them were killed in action, for they took an insane percentage of the fatalities for the Imperium at Mandragora and on all other battlefields where they confronted the Necron threat. The knowledge it could have been worse is not much of a consolation in the end. I lost 3 members of the Dawnbreaker Guard. The Imperium lost many veteran Astartes. The 25 specialists lost while trying to steal a replicator forge were only the beginning. Overall, tallying preliminary numbers between all chapters having contributed to Operation Stalingrad, we lost 8,274 Space Marines. These numbers include the awful sacrifice the invaders made to stop the supercannon of the Imga monolith from annihilating our ground forces on Mandragora, but they do not include the permanent losses of the Ultramarines and their successors. Only the Howling Griffins and the Silver Skulls, who acted in my name, are counted for Operation Stalingrad's butcher bill. Over 80 Titans and 220 Knights have been wiped out or crippled beyond repair. We won. 365 Cairn-class or equivalent Necron battleships have been destroyed. More than 2,000 escorts of varying size joined them in death. Many protocol artifacts from the Suraken dynasty have been recovered. The true losses of the Suraken and Sodak dynasties will probably be never known, but the minimal estimate most of my adjutant spiders and the Logis Tech priests agree upon is 1 billion Necron warriors rendered permanently inoperable, along with millions of war machines, and 40 billion Canopitech units. It is a minimum. Some figures estimate the true Necron losses are closer to 50 billion infantry warriors, with a proportional increase for the Necrodermis-made armor and the Canopitech swarms. Many Cetan shards have been torn asunder and cast back into whatever hellish dimension they spawned from, with only one managing to escape. Once again, we will probably never know the true extent of their losses, no matter how much Feyrens and Drek wishes us to. The Howling Griffins and several task forces of the Blood were often confronted by fanatical defensive behavior during their independent duties away from the main thrust of Operation Stalingrad, and several Necron fortresses have only been neutralized after the planet they were buried in was destroyed. The only things that have been confirmed beyond doubt are the capture of Replicator Forge Alpha and the formal surrender of the heavily damaged Golden Crown now that the forces of the Sodak have ritually laid down their arms. The losses of the traitor 17th Legion are easier to calculate. We killed approximately 30,000 word-bearers at Macrage. According to the data coming from the Wolves and other sources, the estimates are that Lorgar began this Black Crusade with 208,000 Chaos Space Marines, 2 super battleships, and 108 battleships, most of them of the Cursed Infernus design. The overwhelming majority are busy explaining their failures to their fell masters in the warp right now. And I doubt the abominations are particularly pleased. Losing an entire Astartes legion along with most of the Gore Crows, the dreaded Chaos Titans of Legio Vulturum, must sting fiercely. And between the lesser ships lost at Cadia and all the traitor regiments of the Volscani Cataphracts, the hosts of the Lost and Damned have been severely weakened. The Master of Shadows being defeated and permanently killed will just add insult to injury. We haven't properly estimated the losses of the Orcs and the Tyranids yet. They are in the billions, and where the former are concerned, they make the idea of counting the Necron losses positively sane by comparison. We won. I hope all the sacrifices will be worth it. They will be worth it. And now I am going to sleep. Return to the abyss, old horrors. This galaxy is not yet yours, and if mankind has anything to say about it, it never will be. Calyx Hell Stars. Sophino System. Gloriana Battleship Conqueror. Temporal Anomaly Approximate Dating is 310M35. Thought for the day, blood is the key. Warlord Lodarasarin, the blood rose. The Xenos had been ruthless and embraced the power of the warp. When they had landed on this world after a long exile across the stars, the six-limbed beings' first decision had been to massacre the species which had preceded them there, before enslaving the survivors so they mined the mineral bounty in their stead. But they had committed a huge mistake. Those Xenos had been the eighth living species to settle in this very system, and their arrival here had been due to Kern's answering their prayers. As a result, when the green-skinned aliens had continued to worship the Four indifferently, they had angered the blood god greatly. And so, the moment she had returned from Makraj, Lodara had been ordered to enforce the punishment. The Conqueror along with 7 lesser capital ships had charged to these stellar coordinates, and the one-sided massacre had begun. It had been glorious. By then, the six-limbed Xenos had believed there was nothing for them to fear in this region of space, and their ships had been empty in high orbit, when they had not been crash-landed on the surface to form the foundations of proper cities. Since Lodara had brought 888 space marines with her, supported by tens of thousands of mortal warriors, the outcome had never been in question. 8 gigantic mountains of skulls had been gathered from the tens of millions of dead aliens. If there was anything notable about these vermin, it had been how fast they could breed, and rivers of blood had flowed, satisfying the will of her lord and master. The altar had been built on top of the greatest of these skull mountains, and there Lodara had placed a massive Hemishia crystal as tall as she was. Then the Kiernate expeditionary force had withdrawn to the Conqueror and the other ships, and not a moment too soon, between the Hemishia and the dedicated act of butchery, the planet which she had not even bothered learning the name of was swallowed by the warp. For 8 hours, there was nothing to do but wait. The followers of the god of war being what they were, boredom was extinguished by an absurd number of deadly duels in the arenas aboard the Conqueror and the other ships. Lodara didn't participate, though she savored every drop of blood spilled in the arenas and corridors together with the Conqueror. And after 8 hours, just as the commanding officer of the Conqueror had known it would, the warp storm which had devoured the planet returned its prey. It was impressive. It looks like hell, the Astartes officer next to her grunted. Lodara gave him an amused glance. Of all the space marines who had rallied to her banner recently, Kasalax, formerly a sergeant of the World Eaters Legion, was undoubtedly one of the most interesting recruits. And not just because that when the Blood Rose had announced she was searching for volunteers so that it could be assessed if the butcher nails could be removed from Astartes' skulls safely, the warrior had been the first to step forward. Kasalax had been one of the 8 who survived, out of 64 who endured the arduous and horribly painful procedure blessed by Kern. Since then, Lodara had already promoted him twice. It looks like Terra, the mistress of the Conqueror corrected, Terra at the end of the Great Siege, of course. Terra never had oceans of boiling blood. Kasalax retorted. And the land wasn't surrounded by flames. How in the name of the Skull Throne is this world able to remain outside of the warp? That was, admittedly, a very good question. The Hemishia, Lodarasarin answered conversationally before rising from her command seat. It does not have the sheer flexibility of the Tsianchan Noctilith, but do not underestimate the power of our lord. Anyway, I am returning to the world below. Choose 7 of your brothers to accompany me. There was no significant pull from Kern, but the urge in her heart was clear. That will be, where will we land in the first place? Why, Lodara smiled, we will land at the spaceport, of course. It did not take long to descend. And the closer they came to the surface, the more Kasalax's assertion that this planet looked like hell proved true. The landscape was a tortured maze of red-black mountains resisting the onslaught of the oceans of blood. The mountains of skulls her forces had made were now spread everywhere in smaller piles, proud icons dedicated to the blood god. This was a world of red, obsidian, and ivory. The red was for the blood, as well as the flames of the Empyrean. The black was for the soil of the planet burned by the fires. And the ivory was for the skulls of the fallen. Everywhere on this planet, it was obvious, countless wars were waged. The lower their Thunderhawk descended, the louder the battle cries and the tumult of battles were rising. The urge to join them grew stronger, and Lodara was thankful that Kasalax had chosen 7 newly created Astartes to accompany them. If her escort had butcher nails, it was very likely the Blood Rose would have been forced to kill them before she stepped foot on this planet for the second time. For us, it was 8 hours, Kasalax noted as they passed through the bloody clouds and the spaceport finally came into view, but for this planet, it looks like it lasted for far longer. Yes. You couldn't argue otherwise, not when the spaceport was the size of a proper hive, and its enormous black towers where enormous anti-aerial Xenos weapons were emplaced had to be over a kilometer in height. It is an interesting choice of decoration, to say the least. Lodara would have thought skulls would have been used, but while they figured prominently into the style of this spaceport, the structure seemed like a colossal clockwork mechanism, one of varying shades of obsidian. Do not kill unless I give you the order, she ordered as her personal Thunderhawk's hatch opened. They would be mad to provoke you. The Conqueror is in orbit, ready to slaughter them. Perhaps, but you are smart enough to know that some warriors of the Blood God are not noted to think before they attack. To this, Kosalax was forced to grunt and nod. As she descended the ramp, World Eaters on her heels, the surprises began. Lodora had expected Xenos, as she had mentioned previously. It was not hard to, there hadn't been a single human before the first planetary massacre, and if there had been after, it was because certain warriors had continued their rampage while everyone else returned to the warships. Thus yes, Xenos had been expected. The Xenos, in front of her, however, Lodora had only seen in some of the dreams she had when resting inside the Conqueror. Their skin must have been a vibrant blue at some point, but most of the color seemed to have been stolen away, and it was more and more tending towards a deathly white. Their bodies, which were smaller than the average human, were covered by black armors with red stripes. Demonic helmets were placed in their hands, allowing her to see that the rune of the Blood God had been painted ritually on each forehead. As for their weapons, they seemed to favor guns, modern-looking guns, which seemed to have recently received long and very twisted bayonets. I have heard of you. The Blood Rose began, noting that for all the sheer power of bloodlust coursing in the air, the Xenos warriors had managed to adopt a respectable military formation to greet her arrival. You were those who were torn from another reality during the rise of anarchy. You were taken by the Blood God to be reshaped into true warriors. We were the To Empire, the commander of the Xenos rasped. We were the warriors striving to defend and expand it. We were the Fire Caste. But no longer. Lodora stated simply. If they had continued to deny the will of the Blood God, they wouldn't be here and now. But no longer, the pale blue-skinned Xenos bared his teeth, revealing he has partaken in a meal of flesh recently. We are, the Blood Caste. No longer will we listen to the lies of the ethereals. No longer will we deny the pleasure of eviscerating the enemies we fight. No longer will we speak of this idiocy called the greater good. Our code is the Blood Shido, for there is honor in fighting a war to the very end. Very good, the leader of the key ornate forces among the Calyx Hellstars approved, and how many of you are ready to spill blood in the Blood God's name? Only 8,000 for the first wave, the Xenos replied, but there will be more, provided the proper accommodations are made. Then prepare your troops. The transport ships will bring you to the stars within 8 hours. Lodora was not going to delude herself into thinking 8,000 of those warriors she saw assembling in front of her were going to hold their ground against veteran Chaos Marines, but a corps of 8,000 armored, disciplined troops was a significant contribution, especially if they could form the foundation for a proper army-sized force. The Blood Caste, Kosalax commented when they left the Xenos behind them as Lodora marched away from the landing platform. An interesting name, I suppose they will be a level above the useless bolter fodder we are so often forced to use. No protest about the fact the Blood Caste is a Xenos army. The World Eater officer tried to laugh, which resulted in a horrible sound. Please, Warlord. We have broken every oath and every rule we ever swore to enforce. We are serving the Blood God. What is fighting side by side with Xenos, as long as they know their proper place? This brutal pragmatism was why Lodora valued Kosalax so much, though she also had to be constantly wary of him too, for his ambitions went far beyond remaining a mere captain. Yes. As long as they remain in their proper place. There was a train waiting for them outside of the spaceport. It was an ugly and vicious thing, a black construct whose power manifested in veins of blood. It looked like it had been forged inside a volcano. It was empty. The Blood Rose and the World Eaters entered it. Within 8 seconds, it began to move, and at a speed that was quite prodigious. Lodora felt it immediately, this machine was propelled by the power of blood. There was a constant geyser of blood fueled by tortured souls under this train. They moved away from the spaceport quite quickly, though not so fast as to not notice the gigantic hulls in construction around it. One of them, while clearly incomplete, would be an enormous battleship once the shipbuilding effort was concluded. Lodora didn't recognize the species styles. That it would be armored and dedicated to the Blood God was unquestionable, but the rest. The planet's defilement grew more obvious rapidly after that. There were countless lakes, some of blood, some of pure darkness where great ships sailed. There were mountains, some of them from skulls alone, others from twisting and shivering masses of flesh. There was blood. There was blood everywhere. There were cascades of blood pouring over scarred plains, and many armies fighting and dying to enlarge ever more the rivers coming out of the battlefields. There were blood rains. There were statues of frozen blood. The train began to decrease its speed as they passed before a forest of impaled Xenos. This time, they were indeed the green, slime-covered, six-limbed beings that Lodora had personally led the slaughter of. Curiously, the spikes there too looked like they had been made of blood. Less curious was the fact that all of the aliens had their souls bound to their corpses, and that slowly but surely, their corpses were forced to descend onto the spikes impaling them. The torment was excruciatingly painful, and the punishment was eternal. When the train stopped, the temple was waiting for them. It was so high it didn't seem it could have been built by mere mortals. Its shape was one of an 8-pointed star, with dark towers rising to reach the blood clouds at each of the points. Rivers of blood flowed on each side of the highway leading to it. The species this temple belonged to was not in doubt, however. The statues marking the various twists of the blood cascades and fountains were clearly recognizable. Eldar, Kosalax affirmed with non-hidden disgust. Only those bastards could sculpt themselves and look so arrogant without trying. Lodara chuckled, before a voice that was hers and yet wasn't went through her lips. Kaleri, the Blood Rose spoke. Their true name is Kaleri. They are and will be the Ildari of the blood. 8 or so steps later, the first ones were revealed in the flesh. They looked a lot like the Eldar that had been fought and killed during the Great Crusade, if you didn't count the very black skin and the burning red eyes. Their bodies also seemed more muscled and built for power instead of speed, though they remained well inferior to the large body of an Astartes legionnaire. The salamanders aren't going to be very happy at this shameless imitation. By the throne of skulls, please don't try to insult them that way, Lodara warned Kosalax before adding a second later, even if it is true. The interior of the temple, much like the planet outside, was the scene of some vicious fighting, though it seemed the Kaleri had decided not to fight each other but to bleed while trying to compete in various insane obstacle courses. Spikes were falling by the thousands upon some dancing warriors. Monsters resembling giant monkeys were trying to rip apart the whip-armed champions. There was no need to wonder what happened to those who lost. The exsanguinations and impalements were performed in full view of everyone, and no, they didn't wait for the victim to die to begin. Blood flowed everywhere, and Lodara felt both repulsed and yet excited by the display. Blood was flowing, and the strong survived and thrived. They had no guide, but there was no need for one. The main avenue might twist, lead them to stairs made of skulls, force them to cross bridges made of flesh, yet it led them ever higher, and fast. In what felt like mere minutes, they were already at the very least a kilometer above the ground, and the climb was not over. The scent of the blood gained new levels of intensity, and a red veil began to dominate, before coalescing in scenes of battle and execution. There were far fewer Kaleri now, and the ones they met were all wearing black armors to which extravagant gemstones had been added, but not on the breastplate. There, only the rune of Gurn was visible. Lodara began to feel the power of the temple's owner. The presence was, the captain of the Conqueror did not know how to describe it. It seemed like a combination of amusement, relief, hatred, loathing, and lust. The last gates before them opened slowly. Interestingly, those were entirely golden, and the scenes carved upon them, Lodara recognized what was there. The shadow of the humiliating wound the vile one had given her echoed in her very soul, but Lodara couldn't deny that yes, the giant spiders that had been carved into the golden metal were the same as the ones she had fought recently. She advanced. She was immediately forced to stop. For the room the avenue had led her to was no grand throne of the imperialistic kind, no stratagem worthy of a war master, and no arena like there were so many aboard the Conqueror. It was an immense pool of blood. Lodara for a second asked herself how much blood must have been shed to fill it, before deciding it was pointless to ponder the question. More interestingly, the black-skinned Kaleri present on the rare pillars rising above the red liquid were all naked and female, wearing some jewels, medallions, and golden rings, and they were not standing. No, they were all in a position of supplication. What? Kosalax growled, obviously his self-control fraying, is this place? Isn't it obvious? The words arrived like a sublime music, yet one which was drowning in murderous pleasure, this is my private bath. The owner of the voice emerged from the depths of the blood bath. Her skin was absolutely flawless and devoid of scars, and unlike the Kaleri servants prostrating themselves, it was a white shining color that deserved a name of its own. The contrast could not be more vivid between this pearly white and the long red hair that seemed to have taken the very shade of blood it was bathed in. The hair was fire blood, and so were the lips, the mark of Gurn above the intimate parts, and the red eyes which were a sea of blood themselves, with no iris visible. She was a creature of white and red, standing knee-deep in a pool of blood. And Lodara did not need Gurn to tell her that this Xenos was a monster. So you are the young mortal I am supposed to listen to. The same musical voice echoed again from the blood-colored lips. You don't look so impressive, especially compared to my empress. Lodara rolled her eyes. While she had never thought Weaver would be mentioned within this hall, the captain of the Conqueror could recognize a challenge when she heard one. Where I come from, it is good to begin with introductions. I am Lodara Sarin, captain of the Conqueror. Who are you? The mouth of the red-haired Eldar slightly opened, revealing a series of perfect white teeth, plus 2 longer fangs on the upper dentition, which gave her a predatory smile. I am Hekatai, the Blood Muse. The Xenos presented herself while looking at her like she was deciding if she was a prey worthy of her attention. Once High Priestess of Cain, once Priestess of Slaanesh, now I am enslaved by the Blood God. Lodara was not impressed. Oh yes, I have seen your temple. How reluctant you are to serve the Skull Throne. The female monster that was no normal Eldar hissed in displeasure. I speak the truth, Monday Key. That hadn't taken long, the arrogant monster must have had the word upon her tongue the moment Lodora entered the room. We are all slaves here. Hecate continued. Do not mistake the reception I created for your arrival for gratitude. You did not free me from my prison. You are not my former mistress or my empress. You are weak. And yet I can give you orders. The musical sounding hiss which followed proved her guess was completely right. For now, Hecate glared at her, and around her eyes, blood-colored psychic power began to swirl. That made Lodora instantly wary, and for good reason. True, all Caelari certainly had the potential to be psychers, but Hecate was evidently an extremely powerful one. Since we are both enslaved by the same brutish god, I will give you a blunt promise. You fail, I make you bleed for many cycles, all the while taking command of your forces. Warlord, Kosalax grunted. Why aren't we getting rid of that? Don't be foolish, Lodora cut him off in a conversational tone, knowing that the monster was going to hear everything, whisper or not, this muse of blood is far more powerful than I am. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, blood erupted, before engulfing the arrogant former high priestess of Slaanesh. When her eyes found her again, Hecate's white skin had disappeared behind an armor that was the color of blood. No, not the color of blood. The armor was made of blood. Lodora just knew it. No wonder Kern had wanted this arrogant Xenos in his service. Only her head was still uncovered, this could be done at any moment, Lodora was sure of it. Now that you have warned me of the consequences of failure, the captain of the Conqueror spoke slowly but decisively. Tell me, what are your intentions concerning this planet and the fleet you are building yourself here? A sliver of non-identified emotion passed in the blood pits that were Hecate's red eyes, and quickly disappeared. I have renamed this planet Clar Carond, the female that was the uncontested leader of the Caelari began. I intend for this system to be the main shipbuilding hub for all Caelari who swear allegiance to me, the succubus queen of this domain. As you yourself have felt, Warlord, the power of the Hemishia crystal allows this planet to exist on the other side of the veil despite being strongly imbued with the power of our god. Regarding the warships, I have several proposals. Calyx Hell Stars. Malphi Warp Crown. Malphi System. Recondium. Temporal Anomaly Approximate Dating is 310M35. Warlord Militia, the Destiny Unwritten. Everyone expected her to go back to Malphi. Naturally, this meant Militia had to shatter their expectations, and force every plotter having prepared an assassination attempt to change their plans in a hurry. Sometimes, the female para-human wished the demonic pacts which promised to show her the horrified expressions of some conspirators were a bit more truthful. It would be extremely cathartic watching those who pretended to be her allies reveal expressions of utter astonishment. But alas, the promises were lies. And there were other reasons to not immediately return to Malphi. Kairos Fateweaver had been singularly helpful, but Graveyard of 1,000 False Gods meant nothing to her, or any of the magisters that couldn't lie to her aboard her flagship. Militia needed critical information. And where better to find it than the greatest library of the Malphi system? It was only as the fortified gate of the library opened that Militia knew the surprise was going to cut both ways. The enormous snake which was revealed to her eyes was a slight clue in that direction, for anyone who wondered. Yes, her words weren't the result of a sorceress hallucination. There was really a huge white snake slithering through the library gate, and the beast was half the height of a knight. The snake was albino, by the way, and its red pupils confirmed it. And it was used as a transport by the welcoming committee. That was original. And it also meant that the mutants who had controlled the one true archive had at the very least lost their hold on this planet, because the last time she checked before leaving for the Tyrant Star, Militia was reasonably sure there had been no blueskin Xenos on Recondium. And the entire delegation consisted of aliens, the Xiantian sorceress had no doubt about that. Yes, there were some visible mutations, but most of them consisted of a third eye on the forehead. The vivid blue skin, the hooves, and the flat face? Those were too consistent to be mutations. Militia noted they were all clad in what appeared to be white robes when you stayed far away, but were really white scales, snake molds converted into clothing. The blue-skinned aliens were bareheaded and there was no armor to cover their hooves. In fact, they wore little but this snakeskin attire. None of you are the prime librarian. She began, deliberately choosing not to waste her time with 20 questions. I assume you are in control of the one true library, otherwise you wouldn't be here. My questions will be simple. Have you heard of the Treaty of Ambition and Proper Betrayals? And if the answer is yes, are you ready to swear on the 999 secret names of the Architect of Fate to abide by it? The tallest member of the delegation stepped forwards. His snake robes, unlike the other, had received some slight blue decorations to go with the original white color. The answers are yes, and yes, Majestrikes. Militia blinked at the curious choice to address her. Assuredly, yes, this was one of her many titles, though not among the most popular ones. Oh, well. The precautions got first priority. And the first priority in this instance was drawing a shard of transmutational change stone out of her pocket and levitating it over the delegation's head. Then swear. I, Ambassador Poro Lceir Kais Shan Al, elder of the scribe caste, swear to enforce the treaty of ambition and proper betrayals. I recognize the herald of Tsianch militia as the legitimate ruler of Malphai and everything under the Malphai warp crown. We pledge tribute and assistance, by the 999 secret names of the Lord of all knowledge, the architect of fate, and the master of paradoxes. Militia recited her own part, and the pact was sealed. Now for the questions the female para-human had on her tongue. You are the species which was torn from its own reality recently. You are the Tao. We are the Tao Empire, the ambassador affirmed with no expression at all, though his violent emotions were there, under the surface. Or what is left of it, now that we are dispersed. We diplomats, merchants, administrators, and investigators, were spirited here. We were the water caste, and we were shown, the truth. The truth certainly had everything to do with the third eye which had grown upon their blue heads. 2 or 3 members of the delegation did not have it, and by the way they shivered, it must not be a very pleasant experience. Oh well, their relationship with Tsianch was their problem, not hers. But you changed the name of your caste. We had visions. Before and after we were teleported onto this world. To note, the logothic of the Tao ambassador was flawless. Did you change the name of this planet too? It was a fair assumption to make, really. The scribe caste did. This September is now called F-Isan. F-Isan, Militia repeated slowly. It sounded like a ridiculous bird name to her ears. But who was she to judge? It will be recorded in the halls of Malphai. I assume my messengers will be able to consider scribe caste your warband name. You can, Majestrikes. We are at your service. Great. There was now another set of silver-tongued flatterers in the warp crown, like there weren't already millions of them. I will hold you to your word, Ambassador. The sorceress wasn't going to repeat his full name, not when she was sure she would mangle it beyond recognition. I came here for information. The list of requests she had intended to give to the Prime Librarian flew into the ambassador's hands. If it is in the Great Library of F-Isan, our poor law librarians will find it. The ambassador's tongue flicked out of its mouth, revealing that yes, Tsianch had changed that too. The appendage was too long and too similar to a snake's. Besides, it was also imbued with a warp curse. For the greater change. Minutes later, after a lot of reassurances that confirmed that yes, all the Tao were silver-tongued diplomats, Militia was invited inside the one true library, which had been considerably modified. The space between the shelves was much wider now, which was a necessity, as giant and not-so-giant snakes were used like one-used aircars on imperial worlds. The words of "for the greater change" were repeated everywhere, being both religious prayer and philosophy of life. What it did mean? It seemed to mean everything. It justified the torture sessions of several reluctant aliens, who were taught the errors of their ways by pouring snake venom into their eyes. Sorcery was practiced openly in the libraries. It was done for mundane tasks, and for vital ones. Some particularly ruthless Tao diplomats were assassinating their rivals by slamming books of metal onto their skulls. Others were creating new generations of the scribe caste by some heavily modified eggs transformed by sorcery. There was no assassination attempt upon her. No doubt some of the Xenos had considered the idea, but the presence of Axenia by her side was evidently scaring away even the most ambitious individuals. After 2 hours of elegant and tiring chatter, the words Militia wanted to hear were finally uttered by the ambassador. The poor law librarians have found what you seek. This way, Majestrikes. The Tao delegation was joined by other members who looked far more like taciturn librarians, and they rapidly descended the levels until they arrived in some sort of small basement. Judging by how dusty the archives looked, the books stored there had been here for a while, and the Tao scribe caste had certainly used some form of sorcery to find the correct section, for there was no archival system whatsoever in view. The graveyard of the thousand false gods. The blue-skinned ambassador introduced her to a Tao that seemed old and fragile, but also had 9 eyes on his head, evident sign Tsianch had blessed him greatly, or had decided to make an example of him, or her. When it came down to it, Militia acknowledged she wasn't able to identify the genders of that species. Yes, yes, greater change be praised. It is one of the many names of the IND cluster, the Northern Altar, the Failed Cradle. The list went on, and the names, while interesting, were ones Militia had never heard before today. There was one certainty, however. This cluster is not anywhere near the Calyx Hell Stars. No, it is not, Majestrikes. It is not that far from here, it is deep north, as the light falters and the old darkness remains supreme. This was not welcome news. Deep north of Calyx, there were only the halo stars and their many horrors. The pages of the voluminous books on the stands were turning at a fantastical rate, and it seemed impossible for the old Tao librarian to be able to assimilate the information within the pages, yet somehow, Militia was sure the blue-skinned alien was doing exactly that. How is this that I've never heard of this place? Famous or infamous, there should be rumors about the IND cluster. The anathema, the being manipulating the books croaked, the false emperor burned the cluster. Those who believed themselves faithful rejected him and called for the gods to save them. But they didn't worship one above the other three. And so the emperor killed them all. Militia finished, completely unsurprised. Yes, that explained entirely why there was not even a footnote left of the IND cluster. Servants of chaos or not, few things could survive the might of an expeditionary fleet of the Great Crusades era, and if the emperor was leading this one in person, the outcome must have been particularly one-sided and unpleasant. Terminally unpleasant. There must be only ruins all over this cluster of worlds now. 4,000 years later, with everyone having forgotten it save in a few dusty, magically preserved books. Assuming the Imperium left ruins in the first place and didn't destroy the planets with a few cyclonic torpedoes or other exterminatus weapon. Not quite, the alien librarian giggled. On the world of Maharashtra, the power of the gods was strong enough to keep the false emperor at bay. Praise greater change. The usurper, the false god, could not land on the planet. Really? Given the sheer power of the one who still held the golden throne to this day, Militia highly doubted that 1,000 or even 9,000 sorcerers could do something like that. The planet is still intact, then. This brought a real grimace, the first time she saw a Tao doing so. The planet is intact. But the tyrant of Terra used a poison that killed all sorcerers and those who embraced the truth. Still, even in death, they denied him. The slaves of the false emperor, the deniers of the most glorious truth of greater change, they cannot set foot on the blessed world. Militia didn't roll her eyes, but inside her head, she laughed. This was no victory. This was just a stupid, desperate gambit that had resulted in the deaths of each cultist and sorcerer who had tried to stand against one of the most powerful beings of the galaxy. It was a being that was undoubtedly responsible for the erasure of an entire cluster from the galactic maps. And Tsianch and the other gods had let him get away with it, until circumstances forced their hands. Yeah, that was not a victory. It was just dancing in the middle of a graveyard. But within this graveyard remained ruins, and Kairos Fateweaver wouldn't have mentioned it if there was nothing useful left. What is the name of the planet, and how can I reach it? This is the blessed altar world of Maharashtra, Majestrikes. And you will find it 99 light-years from Segmentum Solar Sol System Holy Terra America Megahive Cajun Secondary Headquarters of the Adeptus Almeidas 0.646.310 M35 Adept Primus Juiced Harp Agon Juiced finished eating his sausages and steamed rice with a sound of contentment. The Adept Primus had never been disappointed by the work of the cooks he had hired a decade or so ago, but today they had really outdone themselves. My compliments to the chef, Juiced said to his head butler, fondly remembering the culinary delights that had assaulted his tongue. My tongue and stomach eagerly await how their imagination will elevate the art of cooking to new heights in the next years. Thank you, sir. The grey-haired servant bowed, and quickly left the room with the other members of the high-class service, and needless to say, the majority of the plates were now empty. I wondered why you moved to Cajun, Juiced. One of his colleagues and current invitees for this evening's dinner work chuckled. Now I wonder no more. This cooking is really worthy of one of the big master chefs that are the jewel of the Imperial Palace. Our dear Adept Primus has attracted superb cooks to his service, agreed another adept of the Adeptus Administratum. I wish I could take credit for it, Juiced deflected modestly, but I can't. The souls who have elevated this Cajun cooking to an art form were already there, only waiting for a chance to create nirvana for our tongues and palates. True, true. And so far from the palace, you are the one who enjoys it every day. Juiced raised his glass in a mock salute, trying hard not to win CE. The truth was, the reason why he had decided to incur the extremely costly expense of moving his de facto primary headquarters de jure, everyone's primary headquarters was the Imperial Palace, by tradition and by law had nothing to do with Cajun cooking, though it had been a significant morale booster for him when he discovered this food tradition. No, the fact he had moved away from the heart of imperial power to this relatively unimportant megahive was due to the political nightmares generated by Kamarak. No, it was not glorious, and it had more or less annihilated any chance the Adeptus Almeidas may ever obtain a secundus seat for the next 2 centuries, but at least Juiced was alive, and nobody had sent assassins after him. The good point about living on Holy Terra, was that there were so many people living on it that the old proverb out of sight, out of mind was effortlessly verified over 1,000 times per year. I hear many good things about the soup, what is it called? Gumbo, Juiced answered. And I think plenty of good things is understating things, my dear colleague. Alas, this soup requires particular ingredients that are so rare and so delicious we reserve it for a single holy week of celebrations. The sanguinella, the other adept correctly deduced. Indeed, Juiced smiled. And when the doors of the dinner hall opened abruptly, and Juiced frowned, the pleasure of dining and receiving compliments about his servant's cooking performance significantly decreasing, to be replaced by annoyance. He had ordered to not be disturbed, save by events of extreme importance. To make matters worse, the man who had stormed inside was a mere adept quartus of the Almeidas, someone that should have never been authorized to step into. Lord Adept! Lord Adept! The Imperial Palace has just received extraordinary news. The living saint has annihilated the Black Crusade. Just often divided the news he received every day in two categories, good and bad. The third category, that he had labeled nightmare inside his head, had been limited to a single episode of his life, and it was Camarak and all the torments that disgusting name had created for the Adeptus Almeidas. The living saint. Weaver. The arch-arsonist of Camarak. Yes, Lord Adept. Please tell me that she didn't kill anyone among the top 100 bounties. The Adept Quartus, a bearded youngster who had not yet celebrated his 40th birthday, cleared his throat loudly, and it was as if a massive hole was beginning to open under his very feet. I apologize, Lord Adept, but the elimination of the Vile One has already been confirmed. The Vile One? But that's number 8. Too late. Just realized how badly he had reacted in front of his guests, several of which were high-ranked adepts themselves, and then a couple of seconds later he decided it didn't matter. Nothing really mattered, because it was the nightmare of Camarak returning to haunt him. No, it was worse. Van Dyer. Van Dyer was going to kill him if he signed away one more bounty. And the living saint, the Imperial Guard, had a large presence, and its regiments had never been shy showing their support for her on the throne world, some by storming the Almeidas precincts for the most ridiculous reasons and in the middle of the night. Yes, Lord Adept, it is the number 8, with a bounty of 5 quadrillion throne gelts, and a sector overlordship. Wow, that must be nice, to get that sort of rewards. Just Harpagon didn't feel as if the Imperial Palace was about to fall upon his shoulders, but he wasn't far from that point. It had to be a nightmare. He was going to wake up. It was merely an indigestion brought by the delicious Cajun food. I should have listened to my wise grandmother and retired to a Jupiter orbital paradise station after Camarak. Why didn't I have the courage to challenge the Grox in the high seat? Just groaned in despair. Seconds later, the Adept Primus realized this might not be the wisest comment he had ever made, especially when the adepts present in the room were all in theory the loyal subordinates of one Xerxes Van Dyer. Holy Terra! The Imperial Palace. Inner Sanctum. The Renaissance Council Room. 0.676.310 M35. Chancellor of the Imperial Council Leonardo Melchior. When his old mentor Samson Pitt had given him the Grand Seal of the Chancellor, Leonardo had had no idea that 6 months later, he would have a front row seat to one of the most momentous events of this millennium, nay, of the entire history of the Imperium. It had been something like 14 years since the Battle of Camarak, after all. What were the odds something equally significant would happen in his lifetime? Clearly, the God Emperor and his living saint were not particularly concerned about the odds. And Terra had reacted exuberantly to the news coming from the eastern fringe. A massive defeat handed to the forces of the archenemy would have seen a major effort from the different propaganda services of each adeptus. But the traitors had not just been handed a massive defeat. They had been obliterated, along with billions of Xenos. And no matter how careful the operational security, the whispers had begun to grow until it was officially confirmed the Primarch Robert Guillemon had been resurrected, and 2 of his brothers had literally returned from the dead. Even the Imperial Palace, usually sheltered from the madness of the wars raging on the frontiers of the Imperium, had succumbed to the joyful insanity of celebration. Walking in the halls these days was taking 3 times as long as it used to, for the parties and the excited conversations were everywhere. Religious masses celebrating the valiant martyrs who had won the near-miraculous battles were everywhere, and the number of military parades was beyond counting. The Bell of Lost Souls had been ordered to toll for the fallen, beginning its litany for the legendary exploit of the Invaders chapter, and many more bell tolls had followed since then. It was victory. Leonardo wanted to say the High 12 were immune to this atmosphere of miracles and raucous celebrations. After all, 10 out of 12 were holding their seats 14 years ago. But they were not. Thousands of tech priests had been spotted singing incomprehensible hymns for the chosen of the Omnissiah, and while the Fabricator General of Mars was more dignified, the Chancellor had seen the enormous Martian High Lord drink an absurd quantity of liquor right after landing on Terra. The same could be applied to each of the other members of the High 12. And as for the rest of the Senatorum Imperialis, well, the less said, the better. This emergency session of the High Council is now opened, Leonardo declared, and predictably, the Archcardinal Terran immediately jumped from his seat. We must, the white-robed representative of the Ecclesiarch exclaimed, reward Her Celestial Highness with a triumph. Nothing else will suffice for the extraordinary exploits accomplished under her command. His mentor had long mentioned how before Camarak, the holders of the Ecclesiarchy seat were rotated every year, sometimes every 6 months. Therefore it had been a shock for most observers that, after Camarak, Salomon Rovere had not been replaced. But with a ring embellished with a beetle-shaped gem on one of his fingers and a necklace in the form of a spider, this survival had long ceased to be a surprise by 310M35. So no, it was not a surprise the Archcardinal Terran was one of the most enthusiastic supporters of the living saint. I agree, Fabricator General Zerofris Esvicom canted in a voice that sounded less mechanical than usual. The chosen of the Omnissiah deserves a triumph. The novice Nobilite supports this move. Jacob Balvolio, the new paternal envoy of the navigators after his predecessor died in his sleep, shook his head in an uncharacteristically vigorous gesture. The abrupt demise of so many traders will guarantee a progressive return to an excellent trade situation. Eleanor Gutenberg smiled. The Chartist captains are in favor of a triumph. The Lord High Admiral cleared his throat a second later. If we do not give a triumph to Lady Weaver for this successful campaign, we won't ever again be able to give a triumph to anyone else without looking like massive hypocrites, Rabadash Bing El-Kellerman admitted out loud. The Imperial Navy votes for a triumph. We won't be able to organize a triumph, immediately. Felipe de Rivera, clearly, was not so enthusiastic. We will need to let the tempers calm, otherwise it will be chaos. But the Adeptus Astra Telepathica is in favor. The triumph must happen. The threatening figure of the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum was impossible to read, really. That way everyone will know what happens to those who oppose him. No traitor is beyond his reach. Many of the darkest places of this galaxy have been illuminated by the Astronomicon, and the attrition of the Psychers is at an all-time low. Pocahontas Valletta spoke, like her fellow female High Lord of the Chartists, with a large smile on her face. The Astronomicon votes for the triumph, and it is my personal opinion it must be grandiose. Have you all lost your minds? The Grand Provost Marshal of the Adeptus Arbits had reddened with every voice voting positively, and now the seemingly young-looking man exploded in anger. Do you realize what you're doing? This is not justice, this is... The High Lord facing him drew a priceless handkerchief and agitated it. Yes, High Lord Brezhnev? What is this, if not justice? Leonardo did his best not to shiver. The tone was pleasant. The appearance was unthreatening, powdered silver wig on his head, a lot of cosmetics on his face, and a superb attire of green noble clothing that could have been used to go to a ball. But the words came from Lord Inquisitor Leiden Harmenszoon von Rhine, and for all his refined clothes and looks, the man was not to be underestimated. When Lord Berlin Chimera had officially abdicated his seat, there had been a series of short-serving inquisitors, none of them who made a lasting impression or tried to push for any notable decrees and policies. The arrival of Leiden Harmenszoon von Rhine had been a massive upheaval, accompanied by the execution of 3 low-key members of the Senatorum Imperialis. The appearance was very much the complete opposite of Lord Berlin Chimera. But while the high and tall inquisitor holding the seat at the time of Chimerac had been rumored to be from Malleus, Leiden Harmenszoon von Rhine had revealed from the very beginning he was a high-ranked figure of the very recently founded Ordo Hereticus. The triumph is agreed, Xerxes van Dyer assured in a hurry. The Grand Provost was just astonished, like we all were. Yes, Tutor Brezhnev stammered. That was what I was trying to say, Lord Inquisitor. The Holy Ordos is in favor of a triumph. The representative of the Holy Inquisition slowly removed himself from the enormous throne seat that he had commissioned for an extravagant price. His handkerchief touched his left cheek for a second. No one in the room was stupid enough to break this moment of silence. I have been able to exchange many messages of critical importance with Macrage. Lord Leiden revealed. There are several measures that will need to be adopted. First of all, the title of War Master will be abolished, here and now. You're joking. Grand Master Hunter for the first time in living memory seemed aghast. The title and the duties have been claimed by traitors and the despoiler has been acting behind the scenes to corrupt it beyond redemption. Leiden Harmenszoon von Rhine interrupted imperiously in a tone that was as warm as the Fenrician oceans had been. I don't care how you handle it. Abolish some privileges, diminish the authority in several aspects. But the name has to go. Am I clear? Crystal, Eleanor Gutenberg replied levelly. I suppose the Inquisition is supportive of the negotiations that have occurred between Her Celestial Highness and the Dark Angels. Yes. The Inquisition will support the outcome. And the Holy Ordos will deal with the Sons of the Lion if they try to back out of the agreement. The return of the Avenging Sun. It said quite something that Huang Utrecht was speaking only now. His irrelevance in most affairs of utmost importance has skyrocketed after Chimerac, and this tendency was accelerating, not decreasing, since Cadia had come under attack. The 13th Primarch is not fully recovered, and informs this council his first priority is to erase the scars marring the planets of his realm. It is expected it will take years to restore Macrage to its legendary glory. Until that state of affairs changes, the Holy Ordos see no point about any conversation involving the Avenging Sun. Unlike another Primarch. What do you mean, my lord? Jacob Balvolio asked warily. I mean, we all thought the other sons of the Emperor would stay with their brother. Forgive me for my assumption, but we all thought the Space Wolves survivors were going to settle in Ultramar until we decide their punishment, that way they will stop antagonizing every authority of Solar and Obscurus they come across, while avoiding a headache with Ultima. This is logical, but it isn't going to happen as you wish. The impeccably dressed Lord Inquisitor grabbed a golden cane that looked like the baton of an orchestra's choir master. The 6th Primarch has, at last, accomplished a mission the God Emperor gave him. He is coming here. The Primarch Lemon Russ is coming here. Rabadash Bing El Kellerman was not yet panicking, but the emotions in his eyes showed he was very, very close to that point. Not that Leonardo Melchior blamed him for it. The information came completely unexpected, and it was a violent shock. Yes. Thus my lords, I would suggest you to not make hasty suggestions where the punishment of the Space Wolves is concerned. The sound of the cane striking the marble of the Renaissance Council room felt louder than 1,000 tolls of the Bell of Lost Souls. But it is just a suggestion, my fellow lords. Holy Terra. Europa. Fort Aquitania. 0.681.310 M35. Lord Militant Commander Paul von Oberstein. There were 10 ranks of seats among the Senatorum Imperialis. The farther you were from the high 12 of the Primus, the longer you needed to get an appointment. It was not an absolute rule, but Paul von Oberstein found it quite difficult to find any exceptions to it. And as Lord Militant Commander of the Imperial Guard, a secundus seat, the veteran officer of the Lucifer Blacks was quite aware that in some cases, there were people who had asked to have an appointment with him for decades. Paul would love to say it was because they weren't relevant where the current military campaigns were concerned, but it wasn't the case. The sad reality was that Paul was only a mere mortal, and even with a staff the size of an army group, there was only a limited number of men and women he could meet face to face in a single day, especially when considering his other obligations, which often included long speeches in front of senior figures of the Astra Militarum and defending his budget against the bottomless appetite of the Terran bureaucrats. But the point was, no High Lord entered his office without an appointment. It didn't matter if someone was a Decius non-entity or Xerxes Van Dyer, you didn't barge in without warning. Period. Unfortunately, as Paul von Oberstein had discovered minutes ago, there were after all notable exceptions to that rule he would be able to commit to his memory. Because when the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes invited himself into your personal quarters and asked for a moment of your time, what was a mere Lord Militant Commander to do? The Emperor, began Anubis Excelsior once the very curt courtesies were completed, desires to know which rank you will be promoting Lady Taylor Hebert to. It was a surprising question. First and foremost, the fact the highest ranked custodes, to the best of his knowledge, custodes never revealed the intricacies of their hierarchy to non-custodes these days, had come in person to ask this seemingly trivial question. Lady General Militant, Paul replied after several seconds of silence, but more because he wanted to grasp the political implications of this visit than any indecision on his part. Yes, this is only a promotion of 1 rank. But this is the highest field rank I can give her. Giving her the title of Lady Commander would mean replacing one of the 5 current holders, and would keep her away from the battlefields for the rest of her career, which would definitely be counterproductive. And a promotion of 3 ranks means giving her my job. There might have been a few more meteoritic ascensions than the one Lady General Taylor Hebert had made in Imperial history, but those could be counted on one hand, and probably with some spare fingers. Paul von Oberstein shrugged dramatically. I don't doubt she would likely do a better job than myself, managing the bureaucracy and all other vellum-associated duties, as could be expected. He had a big sleepy mastiff, and Weaver had an army of big spiders hunting the administratum adepts and the vile paperwork. But so far, Lady Taylor Hebert has shown no indication she would accept replacing me. The title of War Master is officially discarded for good. As long as there isn't a consensus among the High 12 to officially introduce field ranks above Lady General Militant, my hands are tied. And Lord Solar? Or in this case, Lady Solar. It was really frustrating to read a custode's facial expression at the best of times, and the Captain General was not making it easy. Some might believe the ranks are interchangeable, but they are not. While the Lord Solar rank has far more prestige behind it, as none of the holders have yet to turn traitor, they don't carry as much authority and ability to suppress internal problems as the old title does. And besides, I intended to suggest it for Ender Trevain. If you do, many of the High 12 will urge him to return to Obscurus and Cadia as fast as a warship can sail from Ultramar to the gates of the Eye. I know. The dark-haired Lord Commander Militant admitted to the golden-armored giant. And since we can afford to be honest, I don't like how many resources we are concentrating around Cadia and the other redoubts for the next decade. The Black Crusade is over. There are other campaigns that could benefit from receiving several hundreds of regiments each. The Calyx Expanse, for example. No, the Captain General immediately refused. Not the Calyx Expanse. Your forces would be slaughtered in short order, or worse, turned against the oaths they swore. There is not enough ether gold on this world or in the entirety of Segmentum Solar to spare for them. Before sending a crusade to that pit of traitors, certain conditions have to be met. Some of them, that you are allowed to know, necessitate ether gold in large quantities. Well, that answered the question of why so many Navy admirals had suddenly all declined the honor of leading their battle fleets in that direction. In all likelihood, the Lord High Admiral must have received the same a moment of your time appointment. That didn't answer many questions he had. The scarcity of ether gold, after all, wasn't going to change tomorrow. Yes, his most productive subordinate and living saint had recovered a lot of Noctilith, but Macridge's was not next door to Terra, and even if it were, everyone wanted ether gold. In many ways, Paul was more optimistic concerning the sizable deposits of the Nephilim sector, even if they required Space Marine and Guard combined operations to eradicate Xeno's opposition. The best case, in his humble opinion, was that the Imperium's offensive campaigns were going to lack a large reserve of ether gold for the next decade. In the most optimistic scenario he could conjure, 5 years. And barring a miracle, there was nothing the Guard or the Imperium as a whole could do to decrease the delays. Noctilith mining was barely in its infancy at several secret sites, and when it came to it, there was only one living saint to transform the valuable Noctilith into priceless ether gold. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert and Lord Solar Ender Travaine. Paul asked, as if the part about the Calyx expanse had not been voiced at all. These promotions are acceptable, the Captain General approved, before adding a few words that gave the Lucifer Black officer an unpleasant feeling of foreboding, for the time being. And on this, the custodes left his office. Paul von Oberstein waited for several seconds before sighing. Well, at least I know why I love people asking for an appointment months in advance now. Terra. Old Muscovy. Hive Volgograd. The Rogue Trader Museum. 0.684.310 M35. Solar Guardian of Records Nicephorus Van Dyer. There were planets of the Imperium, Nicephorus knew, that had tens of thousands of churches and cathedrals. There were also planets that had tens of thousands of museums. Generally, those were paradise worlds, since their tithe to the Adeptus Terra was mainly coming from the cultural fees they took from the bored nobility and the highly wealthy pilgrims that came every year to visit their collections. And then there were worlds which had museums and cathedrals in countless numbers. Holy Terra was in this category. It had large, middle-sized, and small museums. It had monumental basilicas, great temples, and spire-sized churches. It had everything when it came to the cultural and the religious, and many more things besides that. It was the throne world, the cradle where mankind had evolved before conquering the stars. Holy Terra had everything. And naturally it was an immemorial tradition that the High Lords of Terra were the benefactors and the patrons of several of those places where the culture of previous ages was exhibited. This Rogue Trader Museum, needless to say, wasn't among the most prestigious locations owned by Clan Van Dyer. To say the truth, it was a rather miserable and eminently forgettable museum. While there were plenty of great and renowned centers proclaiming the exploits of famous rogue trader houses on Holy Terra, they wouldn't be found in Hive Volgograd. No, this museum had been founded by House Gotha some millennia ago. No doubt the rogue traders of that line had estimated the propaganda benefits would outweigh the trillions of crowns and throne gelts necessary to buy real estate on Holy Terra. But that had been in late M32. And if House Gotha was alive today, well, to be honest, Nicephorus was pretty sure they were not. They might be. Out of pure curiosity, he had done some research, and discovered that the last recorded Lord Gotha had, for some reason long lost to adepts like him, decided to abandon the family palace of Volgograd and sail into the unknown somewhere in the 4th century of the 34th millennium. And they had never returned. The warrant of trade and the most valuable objects, of course, had left with House Gotha. But if there was some point where the rumors about rogue traders were perfectly correct, it was that they were bloody, unrepentant thieves. Even with the best pieces missing, there was a profusion of Xeno's skulls, antiquated maps of planets interesting no one, shiny but cheap gemstones, primitive bronze weapons, and other trophies that House Gotha had judged worthy to be presented in this museum when they were the masters of Volgograd in all but name. And no, Nicephorus didn't know why they had chosen Volgograd of all the hives available to them in the multitude of those existing on Holy Terra. The name itself was useless and not relevant to anything concerning their affairs in these dark days. There was only one certainty. Since his brother was busy smashing several old collections with a mace, the Rogue Trader Museum was going to stay closed for an extended period of time. She was supposed to die. Glass and a lot of materials Nicephorus had no wish to study were pulverized on the museum's floor. Splinters of bones from long-extinct creatures were thrown everywhere as the skulls they were part of were ferociously thrown against the walls. Maps were torn to shreds. Nicephorus grimaced inwardly. When he had told his brother the rampages in the wings of the Imperial Palace had to stop because they cost too much to repair, the Solar Guardian hadn't thought Xerxes would interpret it as do it elsewhere, and in a location where there isn't anything too valuable. She couldn't win that battle. By the spires of Zion, she was half a galaxy away. How was she able to win that crusade? Even the traitors should have known better. Imbeciles. Did the zealot bastards have marshmallows instead of brains? The destruction which followed was quite impressive. Most of the old spears were broken, and when they weren't they were literally used to smash other things that had yet to be destroyed. It was really looking more and more like a storm had devastated this part of the museum, but no, it was only Xerxes' fury. Nicephorus huffed, turned his head away, and waited. Predictably, After several minutes, Xerxes stopped, partly because objects that were still in pristine condition were nowhere to be seen, and partly because he was exhausted by this rampage that had been inevitable since the news of the cataclysm of Makraj had arrived. What she did, it is impossible. This time, fortunately, the heat in the words was much diminished. Unfortunately, Xerxes, Nicephorus wasn't going to utter her name, he wasn't that suicidal or masochistic, has a gift for accomplishing the impossible every time she goes to war. The High Lord of the Administratum grunted like a stubborn grox. You are going to tell me I told you so, aren't you? Do you want me to? Nicephorus answered while raising his eyebrows, silently making his opinion clear. No. Yes. The fists of Xerxes tightened. I don't know. It was supposed to work. Even with everything she could muster, that wasn't supposed to be enough firepower to win. But it was. Fortunately, his neutral tone didn't trigger a new enraged storm of destruction. Yes. Give me the bad news. The Bristol group broke the alliance and decided to move decisively to Segmentum Obscurus, shall we say. I know that. The head bastard told me in person the battlefields of Obscurus were less dangerous than a continuation of our alliance. Well, he's not the only one. Nicephorus continued. We have lost 4 of our bigger Chartist supporters, the services of 3 navigator houses, 50 telepathica contracts, and the few Mechanicus radicals we work with have decided to triple their prices, since they know Mars is not going to be in any hurry to send us tech priests. A mutilated tapestry of House Gotha comically fell from the walls, before falling into a small pool of green paint. Xerxes ignored it superbly. And Samarkand and its Zaibatsu are raising a ruckus. Nicephorus admitted. Some of them were sufficiently clever to know the increase in tithes we imposed on their quadrant was for Nyx only, but now that she is victorious, suddenly they are smelling blood. Several of our most visible agents at Samarkand have been assassinated in the last 10 days. I was assured they didn't like her. They still don't like her very much, Nicephorus confirmed. As far as I understand, she insists on redistributing a lot of wealth to the plebeians, and her negotiation tactics don't show a great deal of concern for the interests of Samarkand. But everyone loves a winner, Xerxes. The mere reality that she has spoken with several primarchs and saved the home system of the Ultramarines, this is something Clan Vandyre can't give them. Not now, and certainly not in 1,000 years. And worse, we tried to increase the tithes. She didn't. It doesn't take a genius to know which way they are going to jump. And we may speak of the Nyx quadrant before this century is over. Xerxes spat on a tribal wooden shield that he had trampled relentlessly minutes ago. Fine. What else? The various accusations we pushed against her are returning to us like a crazy demolition engine, the Solar Guardian of Records reported grimly. Many of our solicitors were told bluntly they were lucky they didn't have enough evidence to try them as heretics. Most of the cases are dismissed, sometimes with the vellum they were penned on burned in front of them. In terms of resources, they had lost very little. In terms of influence, the impact was already devastating, and promised to be something absolutely egregiously bad in the long term. Everyone was certain they had tried to stab a living saint in the back while she was facing the hordes of the archenemy, and to be fair, that was exactly what they had tried. No matter the opinion many clans and houses of Terra held for the victor of Makraj behind closed doors, they would support her in public. It was the right thing to do for the masses of the throne world, and they had never loved Clan Vandyre in the first place. Who stands with us? The answer was short. The Arbits and the Navy in Segmentum Solar. For all her military triumphs, she hasn't been able to change that. So far. Xerxes, your son, my nephew, is going to be court-martialed. The prospects of avoiding it were going to be slim enough before the news from Makraj arrived. With the return of several primarchs, and what a shock it had been to read the first official communiques, it is going to happen, no matter how many Navy officers we can rally to our cause. I have acquired a lot of blackmail on that slimy serpent calling himself the Lord High Admiral. And if I have enough officers, I can transform the court into something that will destroy what's left of his political career. Maybe. Nicephorus winced as his brother glared. Yes, you can pressure the Lord High Admiral. But you were present at the council. A primarch is coming. And since Makraj is on the other side of the galaxy, I am ready to bet everything I own that several space marine companies that Ormuz insulted at Cadia will be there for his arrival. Rabadash will have to choose between your blackmail and the wrath of many space marines, plus the presence of a primarch. Don't begin something that will convince a primarch we must be eliminated, please. The legends were old, but each and every one of them insisted it was never a good idea to antagonize the sons of the God Emperor, especially when the master of mankind was not there to protect you. And what do you suggest, then? There will be a court-martial, we can't stop that. Nicephorus shook his head. But no one will be able to say anything if Ormuz is declared innocent by his peers at the conclusion of the court-martial. Weren't you the one who complained that it was going to get too expensive? Yes, I was. But since the political survival of Clan Van Dyer is now tied to this court-martial, and maybe their literal survival, given how things were unfolding, I think this is a price we are going to have to pay, though if you want to retire from your high seat and win a few favors that way. We have suffered some reverses, but the game is not over. Xerxes growled. Do not suggest things like that in my presence, even if your intent is to humor me. Ultima segmentum. Realm of Ultramar. Artium. Hive volubulus. 2.779.310 M35. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter. Taylor was half asleep in an enormous armchair in the colors of the Ultramarines when Dragon arrived. Someone had a very exhausting morning. And the Tinker received a large yawn in response. I didn't see you volunteer for a spar with the Queen of Blades, Dragon. Dragon chuckled. I will admit, after certain rumors spread, a spar wasn't what came to mind. The unimpressed sniff which came was very loud and royal. I am not going to sleep with her, Dragon, the insect mistress yawned again. I already have a lot of difficulties adapting to the sensations which come with an Ildari body. I am not going to go down that road, and anyway, I first want to speak to Wei in person before I invite anyone else into our bed. Gossipmongers will be so disappointed, the Nixian Minister of Industry smirked. Don't go further in that direction, the Lady General warned. I have an active love life, unlike a few para-humans I could name. I am changing the order of the day immediately, Dragon promised, as an adjutant spider arrived, preceding a small column of insects carrying a few sugary rations and refreshments. And what is this order of the day? The major projects we are going to have to fund in the coming years. The order of priority will have to be modified. The NBP comes first. The NAPAP comes second. There was a third yawn. I thought I sent Artemis to give you a list yesterday. Oh, I received it. And on the first 2 points, I completely agree. The new battleship program and the new Astartes power armor program are vital, both for the Imperium and the Nyx sector. They were so important, in fact, that the preparations for them had begun before Operation Stalingrad officially began, though how critical they were had taken new levels of priority very recently. And this was one of the reasons a large force of magma spiders, Astartes and several salamanders were going to immediately head to Nyx the moment this quarantine was formally over. We are going to have to allocate more funding to the research program of quantum cogitators, of course. With Admiral delivering you the STC template to build Argus hyperospexes, it is incredibly important we integrate this major advance into the prototype of NBP. Will Archmagos Sultan be able to modify the prototype with hyperospex and complete it in 14 months? I seem to remember there were already some unique challenges. Based on the latest astropathic coded messages, I believe the Mistress of Ships has everything under control. She has already sent several of her subordinates to the Tau in the Aurelius system, by the way. How wonderful to have capable subordinates, Taylor murmured while abandoning her sleeping position and accepting a glass of water from her beetles. I believe you are all a bit too optimistic, but if you can do everything in the timetable we agreed upon, I will not interfere. We can and we will, Dragon assured her. Don't forget that we have 6 months right after this deadline to convince all the representatives of the different Forge worlds our battleship design deserves to be built in significant numbers. Taylor nodded, but remained skeptical. Dragon didn't tease her, for the NBP was a very big endeavor. The Imperial Navy had many battleships to defend the Nyx sector now, but none of them had been built this millennium in Nyxian or Wahanes yards. All the yard crews had done was to make short or long-term maintenance upon these enormous warships. Building a battleship was more than a sign of prestige, it translated into a considerable amount of influence where all adept users of the Imperium were concerned. Moreover, the construction of battleships was only the first step. If they wanted to build highly specialized designs like Astartes battle barges, the new battleship program had to be a resounding success. You mentioned you didn't agree on some other points, Dragon. Yes. The Tinker shook her head. Respectfully, Taylor, I think you are willing to invest in too few research programs. To her relief, the Basileia of Nyx snorted. 12 military and 12 civilian programs of Sapphire-class importance are not something I would call too few, Dragon. And besides, the limiting factor has many times been the number of tech priests we can place on each program. Nyx has billions of red-robed enthusiasts, but the number of those who are both trustworthy and skilled enough to be considered for these programs is not 1/100th of that number. That was true 14 years ago, the Tinker disagreed, respectfully. It is less and less true these days. And the Magisterium supports me. They do. The skepticism in the insect mistress voice wasn't unwarranted, the Magisterium was by its very nature a conservative organization. They do. Dragon gave a large data slate to the adjutant spider, who eagerly began to read it. Dragon, Taylor sighed, proving that for all her attempts to make it seem that she wasn't paying any attention to it, she was reading the same thing her arachnid servant was, that is going to be incredibly expensive. Even after the bounties will be paid. The groan was very loud and very comical. Well, first, I have to convince the Adeptus Almeidas to pay the bounties. According to my sources, the adept primus of that particular organization is on his way to Pluto and considering life as a hermit. Dragon giggled. This was incredibly funny, though apparently, Taylor didn't appear to appreciate the humor of the whole situation. The Basileia of Nick's side. I am less than convinced we can find everyone we need to make those programs complete successes, Dragon. And funding them may require borrowing throne gelts from the banking houses for the first time since I became Basileia. And you know how I hate that. Yes, Dragon conceded in a more serious tone. On the other hand, you really defanged them well before Operation Caribbean. And I am not eager to give them the tools to bite again. The adjutant spider gave her back the data slate. I am going to consider the different programs you proposed, Taylor announced after 5 seconds of silence. I will make the final decisions on an individual basis. I did note some of them won't have their principal research headquarters in the Nix system. We can't hoard them, no matter how good it is from a draconic point of view, the Tinker replied virtuously. And really, we need testing grounds where there aren't billions of potential witnesses. The latter sounds like a more reasonable argument. The former is twisting your long ears. The new groan was even more impressive than the previous one. Not you two, I already had several harlequins commenting on my mistakes when I sparred with the Queen of Blades, and their jokes were horrible. Well, speaking of jokes that have lasted for far too long, when are they going to escort Rogaldorn and Jagatai Khan here? Having them lost in the webway for several more millennia is an extremely poor use of the Sons of the Emperor's talents. The insect mistress grimaced. From what the clowns hinted, it is going to take some time. Aren't they the servants of the master of the webway? Yes, they are. And that's the problem. The Primarches aren't in the webway tunnels anymore. Isn't that good news? I mean, you gave Dorn a psi beacon, and between the Space Marines and 2 Primarches, they can fight their way out of most dangerous situations. Segeric himself told me he expects the Primarch to rush back into the webway once they admit defeat, the woman who had now won the battles of Kumarak and Makridge revealed with a disabused smirk. I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound like good news to me. Ultima Segmentum. Traxxas Frontier Exploration Zone. Nectivus System. Nectivus 6. 9.781.310 M35. Primarch Rogaldorn. Brother. Yes, Jagatai, I'm all ears. Rogel knew that tone. It was the one Jagatai used when he thought Rogel was doing something stupid. I'm sure you had a lot of fun killing that enormous reptile. I didn't have a lot of fun, the Primarch of the Imperial Fists protested energetically. And for the trouble it caused me, I am going to eat it, even if it's the last thing I ever do. The thing had scales harder than the armor of a Bane blade, and it had taken a lot of ingenuity and the judicious use of the local environment to slay it. Well, consider myself corrected, Jagatai replied cheerfully, his terrible scars making his good humor all the more incomprehensible. I just wanted to inform you there's a storm of iron shards coming this way. Again. The ground rumbled under their feet. A new earthquake? Really? Well, it must have only been 10 minutes since the last one. A tongue of fire rose north of their position. On any battlefield, Rogel would have guessed it was something having a very bad day. On this cursed planet? It was the signal for something altogether worse. And now we have the super eruption of the hour. Then the ground shook extremely violently, proof the rumble had been a mere prelude for the new round of earthquakes. The next minutes were spent surviving the shockwaves of the volcanic explosion and the hordes of super predators on the hunt as thousands of animal species fled the lava, the toxic gases, and more lethal dangers. I'm not one to easily say it, Lord, one of the 2 Salamander's Space Marines with them exclaimed, but it really feels like home. Come on brother, the only moment the air is that toxic is during the time of trials. The second Salamander chided. Of course, the beasts are a bit too small and not dangerous enough to be considered equals to our magnificent salamanders. Rogel shook his head. Of course the sons of Fukin were going to say that. On the other hand, the fact they could compare their home of Nocturne and this fresh hell where they had emerged in from the webway without exaggerating was hardly a source of relief. The storms of iron, in particular, had to be endured to be believed. Jagatai, are you sure? Rogel, there is no way the devices we have will be able to be detected by any human ship visiting this system. The iron and the spores saturating the atmosphere are too thick. Our only chance to escape would be to find a permanent fortress of the Imperium on this world. Given how amusing our progress, or lack of it, has been on this very world, I don't think the chances of meeting a beachhead of intrepid rogue traders on this death world are particularly high. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists nodded slowly. Death world. How he hated those 2 words. Yes, technically his home world of Inwit was one, but there were death worlds and then there were death worlds. Inwit, as long as you worked hard, could be a refuge for mankind. This world they were trying to explore was anything but. You think our best chance is to go back to the webway? I'm beginning to think it is our only chance of survival, Jagatai replied with a slight chuckle. Sooner or later, one of us will make a mistake, and even if we don't, the space marines by our side have accumulated injuries. We need a hideout where we aren't attacked every hour, and we won't find it on this planet. Rogaldorn gritted his teeth. I have a feeling I know now why that purple gold clown was mocking us with quantities of ironic farewell gestures when we rushed out of the webway gate. Ultima Segmentum. Realm of Ultramar. Artium. Hive Emeritus. 2.804.310 M35. Primarch Robot Gilliman. Robot did not rise from the massive thing he was forced to use to sit, but this wasn't a mark of disrespect, it was just that when it took around 15 minutes to be encased into this medically purposed structure, there was no way for him to get out in mere seconds. Otherwise he would have stood up to welcome the woman who had been so vital in saving Macrage. Irony of ironies, Lady Taylor Hebert had not come clad in her golden armor today, much like his brothers. This meant he was the only one in power armor, though at least he had the excuse of not being able to remove it. Can I offer my congratulations for your promotion? The Lord of Ultramar decided he might as well begin, since neither Lemon nor Corvus was willing to do so. Lady General Militant is a just reward for all your military achievements. Thank you. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Technically, I was already commanding multiple battle groups and army groups for all the duration of this campaign, but the promotion is nice, and will remove several problems and issues which regularly arrived on my desk. Ah yes, those problems, Lemon didn't spit, but it was most likely because the marble floor had been rubbed and cleansed thoroughly before this audience. You will have to forgive my poor brother here, the Primarch of the Raven Guard interjected. Our father didn't create him to integrate bureaucracy problems in his warfare methods. Ha! Now that the initial courtesies have been observed, the very young woman declared, adjusting her long robe in the colors of the Blood Angels to sit more easily, I am regretful that I must first speak of a most unpleasant subject. The quarantine procedures are soon going to be completed, but the next major problem is already knocking at the door. The temperatures are continually dropping outside, and for all the efforts of my ambules and ants to create nice underground shelters, it is not enough. Robot winced. He had not doubted that the last minutes of the devastating battle had changed Artium's climate beyond recognition, but some part of him had hoped that by the time the quarantine procedures were over, the temperatures would rise again. He had not thought they would reach 40 degrees Celsius again, but 5 or 10 would have been adequate. Apparently, this was not going to happen. Not this year, and likely not this decade. You are going to suggest evacuation? Yes. The golden wings were unfurled in all her majesty as the Lady General Militant nodded. We can feed the population of Artium, that's not the problem. The agri-world of Nova Thulium is intact, and I am very thankful for that, otherwise starvation would have been a very real prospect. But none of the Artium hives was designed to endure extremely low temperatures for long, and that was before the Tyranids came and caused a major refugee crisis, which is now compounded with an energy one. Surely many of the men of Artium will love the snow. By common accord, everyone around the table chose to ignore the outburst of Lemon Russ. I thought about it, sometimes Robot was not happy his mind led him to conjure plans the moment he saw a problem, and this was one of those moments. And I believe I have a solution. On his command, Call activated remotely the hololith next to the table, revealing a map of the now defunct 500 worlds of Ultramar. South of Parmenio's blue dot, a golden icon began to shine. This is the frontier world of Shiloh. When I fought my last battle in the 31st millennium, it was one of the planets which were still part of the realm of Ultramar, as I had yet to give it to one of the chapters of the second founding. I had intended to give it to a new chapter, but circumstances prevented it. And it has remained a frontier world for the last 4 millennia. Corvus Corax asked with interest. Robot shrugged. After I was placed into stasis, the system was more or less forgotten, condemned to remain a backwater. It is only a recent dispute between the Administratum and Ultramar which made it relevant again. He was going to need to make some concessions, but it was the best solution, in a sea of very bad ones. The problem of course is the logistics, Robot Gilliman continued. Out of a population of 75 billion, my intelligence resources estimate that within a year, 70 billion men, women, and children will want to leave Artium. And obviously, Ultramar has neither the ships to transport them without crippling some other vital parts of the realm nor does it have the industrial capacity to build the basic necessities on Shiloh. But I do. Lady Taylor Hebert remarked calmly. Or rather, the Adeptus Mechanicus does, when it comes to the industrial capacity. I have the ships to organize this, Exodus. Indeed. I am. It will be done. Russ laughed like a madman on his right, the traitor. You should have let him speak, girl. He was able to give you a splendid speech, promising you plenty of concessions, and fill our ears with some splendid Macragen rhetoric. Robot glared at the Lord of Fenris. Unfortunately, this only seemed to make his brother howl in laughter, and more loudly than before. Ahem, yes, maybe I intended to do that. Are you sure? At the pace the Administratum or any other major organization is moving, the population of Artium will still be here in a decade, something that will result in billions of deaths once the infrastructure damaged by the invasion or overwhelmed by the refugees' needs inevitably fails. I am here. I have the contacts and the resources. I am not going to stay idle while tens of millions perish. The golden-winged woman passed a hand through her black hair. Obviously, I will expect compensations. Depending on the future main exports of Shiloh, some privileges to buy first before other potential customers or something like that. That sounds reasonable. And Artyom itself? Russ asked, having finally stopped howling like a lunatic. It can't fulfill its duty as a hive world anymore if the hives are near empty. For the first time, the powerful woman who had tied herself to the sons of Sanguinius seemed very surprised. I thought it was agreed it would become the new home world of the wolves? You know, with the different branches of the Adeptus Terra being very happy, a certain Fenritian chapter is nowhere to be found in any of the major segmentums. According to the rumors, the local adepts are openly celebrating. It remains to be seen. Robert is making things difficult. It had not taken long before he remembered why, all too often, he had wanted to strangle Lemon Russ during the Great Crusade. I am not opposing it in principle. But there are proper procedures. And I have to take into the account the will of Artyom citizens. Some of them want to stay, and they object vociferously to being ruled by your larger-than-life Fenritian saga seekers. This time, it was the turn of Lady Taylor Bear to chuckle and place a hand in front of her mouth. I admit that it sounds like a fascinating clash of cultures. I will leave you to your brotherly negotiations, then. Though will you be able to deal with it before Lord Russ here leaves for Terra? Per the Custode's orders, the Enterprise's pylon has been transferred to their ship, and its departure is only a matter of days, not weeks. If there was any truth to the rumor the Custodes had promised several more pylons to the Lady General Militant so they could reach Terra faster, there was no sign of it to be found in Taylor Hebert's face. Probably not, Lemon grunted. Almost certainly not, Corvus corrected. Black Eyes looked at each of them with amusement, before turning away, and deciding that whatever the problem, it was not something she was prepared to involve herself with. The next reason I invited you, Robert continued after clearing his throat and receiving some pain for it, is the Bacta issue. I have been informed of all the problems and incidents some troublesome representatives created at the Nixian Bacta conference. I had no doubt you would find out in time, was the polite reply. And no more words were uttered, which meant the very theoretical and pessimistic scenario the 13th Primarch had contemplated was very much the current reality. Robert was trying to think about the best approach when Russ, as usual, jumped in with armored boots to attack the problem. Then we call a second Bacta conference and change the... No. Power seemed to radiate from the winged body of the woman many considered a saint. Not enough to impress a Primarch, since it was far weaker than their genitor's aura of power, but it was far from an insignificant display of power. Absolutely not. You have the authority. Lemon was stubborn, that had always been one of his best qualities, and one of the traits that got him in trouble on countless occasions. I have the authority to call for a second Bacta conference, Lady Taylor Bear corrected. But the Bacta Accord I signed with my blood is something I intend to respect. I gave my word to all the chapters who negotiated with Nyx. I am not going to break that trust. Corvus clapped his hands in approval, and Robert couldn't pretend to be surprised. After all, Deliverance was a Bacta depot fortress, much like Nyx, Kogarus, Terra, Nocturne, Bale, Talus IV, Mordecai IV, and Talisa Prime. My brother spoke poorly. I don't think it would be wise to break any agreement of that importance, no. But I'm sure that you understand our desire to renegotiate for more favorable terms after what happened when some of my sons behaved like imbeciles. I understand. The ruler of the Nyx sector winced. I really do. And as I said, I can call up a new Bacta conference. It is within my authority, and the victory I won in this very system has generated plenty of goodwill. But it is the different chapters who negotiated in good faith the first time that you will have to convince. Because, while not giving specific details, I can tell you that a majority of the sons of Sanguinius, Fukin, and Dorn are not in the mood to do you any favors in that regard. And even if the latter were willing, the High Lords of Terra have a copy of the agreement. They won't agree to decrease the percentage of stocks stored in the Sol system, they have the veto power, and they won't be afraid to use it. Robert looked at his raven brother, who nodded with a grimace. Wonderful, so that was a feeling shared by the Astartes who used Deliverance for the Bacta delivery too. To make matters even more problematic, one of the Bacta storage facilities is very close to Makraj, on the world of Talisa Prime. The commanding officer of Operation Stalingrad opened her hands in a placating gesture. All the other storage facilities are quite distant from each other, a good thing given how big this galaxy is. And reading between the lines, the creation of the sigil light that had gone way beyond anything he might have imagined, the Inquisition was not willing to negotiate down its part of the Bacta deliveries, and was already finding good arguments to deny them. Couldn't production be increased outside of the Nyx sector? Robert proposed. I saw in the documents I was able to access that you only spoke of the Nyxian production. I am not going to play with words when it comes to Astartes chapters, the young woman immediately refused. I do that quite often with other parties, and I already don't like it. Setting aside the matters of honor, the different gene lines trusted me with the Bacta conference, and I am not going to break that trust by exploiting loopholes. I can increase the production inside the Nix sector, that was already something planned when this campaign began. But since the deliveries per storage facilities are fixed in % of the overall production, this won't help Macridge at all. We are running in circles, Russ complained, and all the eyes turned towards him. What if we change the stalemated situation? If we make Macridge indispensable so that the other chapters have no choice but to accept this system will become the 10th storage facility for your Bacta. The eyes of Lady Taylor Hebert widened in surprise. Yes, one more soul who was surprised. Lemon Russ was far more than his appearance of barbarian king of the cold suggested at first glance. That would be ideal. The female warrior who had done most of the work when it came to Lorgar's execution agreed. But what could make Macridge so indispensable, Lord Russ? The shrine of a dead Primarch is not going to be enough. I had the idea, their blonde-haired brother informed each and every one of this meeting's participants, of extending the system you imagined with Bacta to one for the armories of Space Marines. Robert opened his mouth, and was left speechless for a couple of seconds. It could work. Brother. It could. Corvus agreed. Yes, it is something that could convince some reluctant chapters, especially those waging the majority of their campaigns in Ultima Segmentum, Taylor Hebert conceded, her wings being quite agitated by the solution Russ proposed. Of course, unlike the last time where I could resolve more or less every problem by sending the Red Bacta to the throne world, we will need a majority vote of the High 12. There's no way they would tolerate something so huge going on without their approval. Bacta? It is near miraculous in its effects, but it only heals wounded Astartes. It is a decisive help, but it won't conjure the shells and armors to wage decades-long wars. I will deal with the High Lords. Take a guess which of the 3 Primarches present was the one to speak the dramatic words. Prepare the second Bacta conference in my absence. Edge of the Eye of Terror. The Fulda Gate. Lunar-class cruiser Limpopo Ocean. 8.808.310 M35. Captain Daniels Presley. I regret to announce we've lost the elusive raider, sir. Daniels Presley tried to not smile at the disappointed face of the young ensign who had just admitted his failure, if failure there was. The veteran captain of the Imperial fleet was far less inclined than the young man to believe someone had screwed up. Ensign, this is the Fulda Gate. Locating something here is like finding the correct Munitorum data slate in a vault some idiot has filled with hundreds of years of useless bureaucratic notes. There was a reason the view on the bridge of the Limpopo Ocean was limited to grey, ugly walls of metal. Armaglass was all fine and good when you wanted to go sightseeing, but so close to the Eye of Terror, it was a one-way ticket to losing your mind, if you were lucky. Daniels couldn't look outside, but he knew what was waiting less than 10 million kilometers away, raging storms of energy, tides of Empyrean horrors, and many more things that outright shouldn't exist. The Limpopo Ocean and its crew were close, very close to the edge of this gigantic anomaly that everyone smart stayed well away from. That wasn't a raider, his executive officer gently informed the 2 young ensign. No warp-capable ship with a tonnage less than a destroyer can sail through the Fulda Gap. Really, it was entirely possible that nothing less than a battleship would be able to weather the apocalyptic maelstroms raging in this region at the edge of the Eye of Terror. Permanent gates that allowed the heretics and their pet monsters to launch raids outside the Eye were extremely rare. That was why the latest batch of traitors had attacked the Cadian Gate and the fortress worlds barring the way. They simply had no other good option but ramming their heads against the battle fleets and the millions of men waiting for them there. There were lesser gates all around the Eye, of course. But few of them were stable, and the heretics' ships that tried to use them to evade Cadia's vigilance in general found out they may have been a little bit too confident in their ability to evade all attempts of the Eye to kill them. Sometimes, the Imperial Navy found some debris to testify there had been a raid attempt. In even rarer cases, they found a sizable wreck. In the last year alone, the Limpopo Ocean had found 3, all of them most likely belonging to Styx-class heavy cruisers that had been decommissioned centuries ago and were now used by the traitors to wage their wars against the loyal officers of the God Emperor. Daniels Presley was thinking most likely, because none of the debris had been longer than a few hundred meters at most. The Fulda Gate was a really stupid name, honestly. The Fulda Rift should be far more appropriate. But a long-dead Lord Admiral must have wanted to give his name to something, and Gate must have sounded far better than the other options. There could have been something, you know. His chief of staff smiled as the poor ensign returned to his daily duties, which included delivering the morning drinks of the Limpopo Ocean's bridge crew. Now? I doubt it. Daniels shook his head. Some days after the heretics attacked Cadia. That would have made sense. A few ships could have sneaked away while everyone was busy holding Cadia and the gate. Now? What the hell would raiders achieve? Trying to sneak away, I suppose. His chief of staff snorted before his incredulous expression. Heretics aren't the most rational of beings. True. And they could think that with only the Limpopo Ocean watching the Fulda Gap, they might have a chance to sneak away. Yes. They would sneak away, until a squadron or two waiting some light years behind us would charge in pursuit and hunt them down. The reason the Limpopo Ocean was here in the first place was that it was old and expendable. Built in a second-rate shipyard in M32, the old lunar had been rushed into service to combat some long-forgotten threat, and the result had been a warship that required way more maintenance and spare parts than the usual hulls of the class. By all rights, it should have been decommissioned years ago, much like Daniels Presley ought to have retired a decade ago when it was clear he would need a second rejuvenation treatment that someone with his mediocre connections couldn't afford. But the alarms of war, the preparations to counter the heretics' Black Crusade, had kept both the Limpopo Ocean and himself in the service of the Imperial Navy. Assuming the latest war rumors were confirmed, this excuse was soon going to disappear, meaning the end of his unremarkable career was in sight. Maybe not this year, Daniels was sure, but with the arrival of brand new cruisers next year to replenish the order of battle for all the battle fleets. How is the hydroponics section this morning? As well as it could possibly be under the circumstances. His chief of staff replied stoically. The cogboys are telling me they have found the problem and they have the pieces to repair it. Our recalcitrant fire control for the torpedo launchers. We don't exactly have the best cogboy-in-chief, one problem at a time. That's fair. Did you tell them that? Enemy ships detected. Enemy ships coming through the Fulda Gate. Daniel stared in incomprehension, and a couple of seconds later, the hololithic screens began to report what was happening at the Eye of Terror's edge. Warships racing out of the Eye of Terror, his chief of staff grimly reported. And we're too far away to intercept them. This was not defeatism, merely realism. The Limpopo Ocean was an old and slow cruiser, and it had just been caught by surprise with minimal acceleration and a ridiculously low speed. At least we detected them, and that meant their most important duty was going to be fulfilled. There are 7 of them. Do we have an estimation of the tonnage? Not yet. We will in a few seconds. Those are big bastards. Daniels Presley grimaced. His previous words in company of a disappointed ensign didn't seem that funny anymore. Let us pray they aren't. Sir. Tonnage estimates. All the enemy hulls are battleships. Madness, they have sent 7 battleships, through that. The heretics seem to have some sort of sorcery cloaking their ships. And they are redlining their drives in their haste to sail through the Fulda Gate. His chief of staff's calm tone swept away the worried voices on the bridge. This doesn't give us a pretty tactical vid, sir. No, it doesn't. Daniels admitted. Given the course these traitors are following, it's clear they want to escape the Eye. If they wanted to fight us, they would be busy rushing in our direction, not taking a course that moves them so far away from the Limpopo Ocean. The little problem with this was sneaking away, as his chief of staff had already mentioned, generally required there to be no witnesses so that the Admiralty wasn't warned of the enemy's moves. The Limpopo Ocean might be obsolete and bound for the scrapyard, but its augurs and auspexes had done their job. What made the heretics so sure the fast reaction force from battlefield Cadia wouldn't hunt them down like the vermin they were? Sir, we have a relatively high confidence identification of one of the battleships. It's the Terminus EST. The majority of the officers on the bridge froze. Well, Daniels had his answer. The Terminus EST. An infamous vessel of disease and plague that was responsible for the death of billions during each raid it participated in. Its size easily made it a pocket Gloriana, the missing link between the Apocalypse battleships and their larger cousins. Emergency astropathic message to all commands we can reach. The Plague Marines are at the Fulda Gate. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. Holy Terra. The Pan-Pacific Catacombs. 0.810.310 M35. Grand Master Hunter. Hunter hadn't known he was in danger until the 2 aircars exploded. For most Imperial citizens, it could have been a coincidence. The Grand Master of the Ordo Assassinorum didn't believe in coincidences. And in the unlikeliest case he did, Hunter would have recognized the smell anyway. The explosives had a distinct odor to them. One of the components of it was made from a special chemical which was only fabricated on a very specific agri-world of Segmentum Solar, and the souls involved in its production sold only to the Assassinorum. And over a century ago, Hunter had accomplished his first mission with those explosives, one of the reasons he was so knowledgeable about this particular subject. An assassin never forgot the first mission which made him a true member of the Officio Assassinorum. Those who had blown up the aircars knew it. It was not an assassination attempt. It was a message. Hunter's surprise visit to the Venus Temple had been immediately cancelled. Preparations had been made to return to the Imperial Palace immediately via one of the safest routes he knew of. The second unsubtle warning had come in the form of explosive arrows and a molecular cutting ammunition less than 10 minutes later. This was a not-so-gentle reminder about his second mission. A heavy bolter and a sociopath armed with mechadendrites had come right after. That was a sign his enemies knew about his fourth mission, but had enough reluctance to not use a copy of the third, for that one had been about neutralizing an exterminatus-level poison. That left a disturbingly small number of possible choices when it came to the factions wanting to send him a message. And so Hunter had fled into the Pan-Pacific catacombs. 1 hour later, 6 minor thugs and 4 Death Cult's assassins eliminated, Hunter stopped and waited. It didn't take long for him to arrive. There wasn't a sound, and yet the black colossus with a violet crest above his helmet was there. Dankanatoy. A chamber of the Adeptus Custodes that most people ignored the existence of. They were dedicated to hunting down and eliminating traitors, wherever they could be found. I will not apologize. You know why I had to intervene, then. A stone would have had more emotion than the words uttered by the Custodes. Taylor Hebert and Elena Kerrigan represent a clear and direct danger to the Imperium's stability. The Guardian Spear didn't move, but a single golden spark burst into existence atop it. That is not for you to decide. And who will decide then? Hunter asked defiantly. The other High Lords? Most of them are ready to crawl and lick Weaver's feet if it means those 2 menaces are directed at the traitor legions and the other monsters. They will give them mountains of wealth, and still refuse to act when they will come to Terra. The Astartes? They will choose them, no matter what they do, and that is not for you to decide. Yes, I freely admit, the order was given to put 3 Kulexus into stasis and send them to Samarkand. What? Are you going to tell me again that is not for you to decide? No. The black-clad Custodes replied. It is stupid. If you really think 3 Kulexus assassins stand a chance against the one the Emperor empowered with sacrifice, your threat-evaluating skills are unworthy of a Grand Master. The words hurt, Hunter admitted inwardly. Losing a political debate, that would not have bothered him as much. Having his skills dismissed as unworthy of a challenge, it was insulting, and the worst part was that his conscience told him the Custodes was right. What happens now? The Grand Master kept a determined expression. If this was to be the end, he would not end his life on his knees. The Custodes knew too much about him, so the fight was likely so stacked against him it wasn't even funny, but Hunter had his pride. There will be a new Grand Master of Assassins at the next Council of the High 12. The Custodes revealed ominously. If you endorse your successor, you will be authorized to return to field duty. The Emperor has need of a man of your many talents in Pacificus. Who is to be my successor? Callista de Sarkamor. The mistress of the Calidus Temple, it was not a surprise. Will she hand the high seat to the Angel of Shadows? To his pleasure, the question was answered. Hunter had not expected the Custodes to think of it as a prelude to several reforms. The assassins are not destined to always remain in the shadows. I think I understand. Pacificus, then. Pacificus. Remember, no foe is beyond his reach. Mars. Olympus Mons. 0.812.310 M35. Fabricator Locum Decimus Osmium 5-1111. The political consequences aside, the recovery of those SDCs are a fantastic victory, Decimus told his sole superior in the Martian hierarchy. I'd heard rumors of the templates the arch-heretic had been bribed with, but I certainly never expected anyone to recover them. Correct, the Fabricator General canted. And the assumption was that if we recovered them, they would be too corrupted by the heretics to be of any use. But apparently, Sodanul didn't trust the warp that much, or she wanted some untainted SDCs for her own purposes. These were purposes which, as the message of the arch-heretic suggested, had been far from innocent and free of their own dangerous taint. And the SDCs themselves. The first template stolen from the Ortian technocracy is an augmented power armor. Zorophris Esvicom immediately confirmed some of the wild rumors that had spread across Mars. The Chosen of the Omnissiah decided to call it Loreka, due to the circumstances of its recovery. Fitting, Decimus Osmium 5-1111 approved. I suppose the holy knowledge is going to be used, after long purification protocols, in creating a new mark of Astartes power armor. You suppose correctly. Given how Bacta leads to the survival of many Space Marines and purges a lot of the corruption which would make some gene seed useless, many Space Marine chapters are already voicing demands for this Mark X. The Magi who worked upon the Mark VIII are going to love this. Their armors are obsolete before even getting into mass production. We might modify them so they are a Neo Mark IX. As the Chosen of the Omnissiah explained in length before launching the incredibly successful Operation Stalingrad, an imperfect power armor with ion shields is better than no power armor at all. I can't argue with that. Decimus replied before an unpleasant thought erupted in his cortex. Will we be able to push Call aside while this future, Mark X is conceived? I don't know, the Fabricator General admitted darkly. Apparently, our radical had some contacts with the Primarch Robot Gilliman. Cog and sacred oils, that is, inconvenient. It is. On the other hand, the Avenging Sun is unlikely to come to Sol for at least a decade. Meaning we might impose reasonable conditions for the fabrication of the first Mark X in the Nix system, and then some production lines on Mars itself. Yes. That might work. Decimus acknowledged. It all depends on the circumstances, of course. And the other STCs? The second STC stolen by the arch-heretic and his heretical minions was a template of a lightweight solar generator. It is a model of miniaturized technology capable of supplying the power to feed an Epsilon 5 forge complex. This is an extremely useful template. Decimus didn't hide his excitement. I know many vehicles and explorator-purposed installations which could use a holy STC like this one. And the third STC? The third template did not come from the Ortian technocracy at all. It was a data repository from Mars, the entire schematics, plans, and set of instructions to build the War Master Titans. By the Omniscia. There was a reason why none of the War Master Titans, infamous for being the missing link between the Imperator and the Warlord Titans, were built anymore. Mars had lost the forges, the Archmagi, and the knowledge to do so. Though obviously, by the chosen of the Omniscia's will, those are War Master Titans no longer. We will discard this heretical title. In memory of the great victory won in the name of the quest for knowledge, when we build new Titans of that class, they will be known as Pharsalis Titans. And to think the SDCs were only a minuscule part of everything that had been recovered due to the actions of Operation Stalingrad. Obviously, there is going to be a price to pay. Zorophris Esvicom canted. Politics. All the heretics involved in the betrayal that had led to the schism of Mars were inside the Eye of Terror, or with Sotanol. None of the current members of the Parliament of Mars were involved in those odious machinations. But the Imperium had to be sure the forges of Mars were a reliable technological partner. Trust and loyalty were the keywords of the Terran-Martian Union. Politics, the Fabricator General confirmed. I am almost certain that I am going to have to return to my personal workshops as a mere Archmagos before too long. The numbers don't favor this year, but I will certainly have to officially relinquish my position of Fabricator General. And in this scenario, the natural successor was 1 Decimus Osmium 5-1111. I would have hoped it would not come so soon. Decimus was ambitious, he wouldn't have reached the rank of Fabricator Locum otherwise, but he knew what the position above it entailed, and he doubted anyone could be too ready for it. I will make sure a few of our loudest troublemakers will resign with me, Zorophris Esvicom promised. Though I unfortunately don't think this will apply to Call. Ultima Segmentum. Realm of Ultramar. High orbit over Artium. Battleship Enterprise. 2.815.310 M35. Clade Primaries Xanaria Lithes. Xanaria had not known what type of reception she would get when she arrived in presence of the living saint. After all, the unofficial contacts between the assassin Orm and Weaver had not generally been a model to emulate if you wanted to establish long-term diplomacy. One thing was sure, the Clade Primary's best guess had not been a huge spider berating a dozen small black felines in high Gothic. Furballs. Stop distracting the web mistress from her holy task of administration. The much tinier animals superbly ignored the arachnid, and one even used a nearby desk to jump on her back. Web mistress. I need assistance. The living saint chuckled before rushing to the rescue with a couple of space marines. The kittens were promptly put into large baskets with pillows and musical toys, and then escorted out of the stratageum by several guardsmen. An interesting parade of feline power, Xanaria tried not to sound too ironic, and the golden spider didn't like the insinuation. This is your fault. The giant arachnid raised one of its legs in an accusatory move. We already had the white furball, and now the jokes of your apprentice mean I have to endure the assaults of the black-furred ones. Yes. Adjutant Colonel, Weaver reassuringly intervened. I'm sure the Clade Primaries played no part in this joke. Can you go outside to resolve the problem we spoke about? Yes, Web Mistress. Post-quarantine exodus preparation phase, here we go. And the golden spider fled the stratagem like all the legions of the warp were after her. Apologies for the spectacle. The living saint gave her a smile while throwing several data slates to different red-armored Astartes. We have a lot of administrative tasks to care of, and the opportunities to relax are few and far between. Oh, I understand. Xanaria assured her. I had a lot of those moments recently. Specifically, since the custodes had informed her of everything Elena Kerrigan had been up to in the service of the God Emperor since being teleported away to Fenris. Shock and astonishment had been vast understatements to describe what she had felt. Good. Now, the Watchers of the Golden Throne informed me you were coming with a certain number of requests that came with the full support of the Adeptus Custodes and the new Grand Mistress of the Officio Assassin Aurum. The only problem, of course, was that they didn't tell me what those requests are. Thankfully, the radiant-winged living saint was in a cheerful mood. How awful, Xanaria replied with a curt nod as the stratagem emptied in several seconds, something that didn't feel like a coincidence. And the advanced anti-spying devices which activated a second later meant she wouldn't have to ask for them. To keep things simple, the Officio Assassin Aurum and the Adeptus Custodes wants you as a high-ranked partner for the reform program that will lead to the transformation of the Calidus temples into the Umbra Sororitas. Oh, yes, the Watchers had not informed Weaver of what was intended. I see. Why me, though? I will not deny Nyx has now gained sufficient industrial capacity to hide a few black projects, but we're hardly on Terra's doorstep, and there are far better candidates I can think of. Stygies 841. They have a lot of stealth-related templates we don't. Some forge worlds have been mentioned, before being discarded. The problem is that many tech priests won't keep a secret between themselves, be it because of the noosphere or some other doctrinal reason. I see. And though it was not said openly, I think His Most Holy Majesty wants you and Elena to keep close ties, Your Celestial Highness. This will prevent you from being drifting too far apart. I doubt we will ever be friends, the black-haired woman commented with an amused chuckle. Maybe not, but at least the hope is to have a professional relationship that will work in the name of the Imperium. Light and shadow working for the same purpose, is it? We live in a galaxy where symbolism has power. The Clade Primaries replied neutrally. Yes, we do. The Living Saint conceded. How fast does this project need to be completed? You will have several decades. Elena needs to gain experience first as an agent of the Officio, and her powers, from what I was given to understand, are only in their initial stage of development. In the meantime, there are reforms that need to be done. Several decades, I can work with that. Weaver confirmed with a frown. Of course, it depends on what the projects are about. A hive-sized project doesn't need the same funding a new pattern of bolter requires. Xanaria withdrew a chip from one of her fake nails and handed it to the victor of Macrage. That looks like one of those submarines the tech priests use when they want to explore an ocean world. But, for the Void. Void submarine, not a bad description. It is the biggest sample of what is intended for Project Melano. An extremely stealthy Void ship, deployment by a modified stealth Thunderhawk like the Raven Guard, stealth power armor whose systems can merge with your Calidus Sinskin, and here I was thinking Dragon wanted expensive toys for Sanguinella. Eyes filled with stars looked at her thoughtfully. Xanaria didn't flinch. It isn't just light and shadow, is it? The Umbra Sororitas will act with the opposite methods the Templar Sororitas are beginning to use. Where one will go in a group of a dozen maximum, the others will go in a force of hundreds, maybe thousands. The Order of Silver Rose will have some crystals of ether gold, but they will be able to use the light of sacrifice only in a few limited occasions. The Ex-Calidus, however, will be able to use the Umbral Shroud transformed Noctilith when Elena will be ready. Suddenly, it was no wonder why the Custodes had been so reluctant to part with the critical information before the time was right. The Living Saint had been able to deduce a lot of the plan's foundations not 5 minutes after she read some essential data. Is there going to be a problem? No. The golden-winged champion of the God Emperor shook her head. I will need some details when the research for the projects will have sufficiently advanced, though. Black projects or not, some infrastructure will need to be built and expanded. And there remains an issue. The Frost Lions or the Ecclesiarchy. What Elena wants to do with her furballs, as my adjutants are so prompt to call them, is her problem and no one else's. The same applies to the Ecclesiarchy. I already have enough on my plate with the religious affairs of the Nyx sector and the rest of the quadrant. I am not going to intervene in what promises to be an interesting moment of diplomacy between the Officio and Ophelia 7. The Clade Primaries was a bit amused, before realizing just how much of a headache said diplomatic moment promised to be. Yes, the Living Saint had good reasons to stay away from it. If it's not that, what is the issue we're supposed to speak about, Your Celestial Highness? Where you intend to base the Umbra Sororitas? Ah yes, that issue. I rule a sector. I didn't have any problem finding the appropriate infrastructure for the Order of the Silver Rose. But even if light and shadow are not meant to be complete opposites, I doubt it is the intent of the Emperor to let Elena rule a sector. You're right, it won't be a sector. Xanaria took a deep breath. Here came the most interesting part of her assignment. The Grand Mistress, with the blessing of the Adeptus Custodes, has settled on a very specific planet. Oh, good. Not exactly. The Custodes have that Grox Vandire in range of their spears. The Living Saint was not shy confirming the rumors of her enmity with a particular High Lord was alive and well. He will pretty much give them everything they want, and with the rewards Elena will claim the moment the Almeidas release the throne gelts, the assassin Orm will be able to pay for it anyway. Agreed, the Clade Primaries confirmed. We're at an imperial world. The stars-filled eyes looked at her for several seconds, before a loud groan escaped the mouth of the Living Saint. Oh, great! Farsa Ulthran and High Priestess Malice are going to love that. Moonlight-class battleship rebirth. 2.818.310 M35. High Priestess Aurelia Malice. Yes, it is a world under the protection of Craft World Ulthwi. Of course, we don't call it Kush like your empire does. It the world of, in your human language, the shadow soul of the forest is as close as I can explain it. Aurelia grinned. I am not surprised your seer emperor thinks it is the perfect place to hide his shadow blades. At least they are going to be hidden, I assume. I believe that is the plan, yes, her empress replied. I was not given all the information, but I think that the moment the plan proceeds, the equivalent of my ether gold pylons will be deployed in the form of Umbral Shroud, the shadow-empowered Noctilith of Elena Kerrigan. I don't know all the powers it will give the planet, but I'm pretty certain it will be able to obfuscate the sorcerers sworn to the different ruinous powers. That would be for the best, Aurelia agreed, placing one of the Empress hands between hers. She considered it a true victory that Taylor Hebert didn't withdraw it immediately. This is the kind of target the Primordial Annihilator will not hesitate to strike at the moment it becomes aware of its existence. And some of the goals are interesting. But there is a problem. A small colony of Asuryani already exists on this world that was blessed by Isha long ago. For them to accept a settlement of humans, many concessions will have to be made. You want more Noctilith, don't you? The High Priestess of Authority gave a splendid smile to the new Empress of the Ildari. We certainly wouldn't say no to more. You promised only one block per craft world or significant world which converted to the worship of my goddess, after all. Certainly not a small thing, not when each block could be converted into several altars of symbiosis and carnality. But in this case, it is not the black stone that I am worried about. It is the preservation of the planet. Forgive me for being imprudent, my Empress, but your empire is not known for being kind to maiden worlds when they happen to settle upon them. I don't want the beautiful forests burned, the rivers turned into poison, and the earth wounded and carved apart so that its entrails are visible from a spaceship. I understand that you are worried. The human-turned muse looked at her with a very determined expression. That said, this time no one among the different parties involved wants the mineral wealth or the wood of this planet. It is to be a training ground and a spiritual center of the women who will follow Elena Kerrigan. If there are weapons or ships to be forged, they will likely be far away from this world. The main strength of this shadowy world would be that no one should be able to find it without being approved by the Umbral Shroud protections. And the Calidus women are not a large organization by design. I would be very surprised if there are more than 100,000 at all times spread across the entire galaxy. Reassuring words, Aurelia considered them one by one, but not sufficient by themselves. We will need more than that. No. Empress. Save us. She is going to torture us. This time Taylor Hebert laughed out loud, a sound that was truly beautiful in her Ildari aspect. I see the Queen of Blades is busy dragging Maya and Evrain to her torture sessions, pardon, they are long and arduous apprenticeship. Yes, she is. Better prepare yourself, my Empress. Once Inaria Eldinesh is bored, she will likely return to the arena of blades for some sparring. I will keep that in mind. The eyes filled with stars made clear enough that the return of the Queen of Blades could wait for another cycle. What are the conditions this time? And please do not say it in rhymes, I had enough of that from Seguruk. That bad? Aurelia really tried to not laugh at the pout of her Empress, she was ready to swear she tried. It was not too bad, honestly, the victor of Kamarak and Makraj huffed. His main goal was that I remove all my spiders from the webway. That's why I sent several adjutant spiders with the clowns the moment the quarantine was over. The ones that are busy grumbling about furballs lately. Don't laugh too hard, High Priestess. These felines grow very big very quickly, and most of them seem to have decided to be treated as honored deities by the Angel of Shadows and the Calidus. You mean pets, surely? No, I mean honored deities. Thousands of years ago, on mankind's home world, cats were worshipped as divine creatures, and by all evidence the frost lions and their kittens seem to be in agreement this custom has been revived. In the eyes of authority, these beautiful creatures have really nice fur to caress, and I'm sure we can find a regimen of milk for the young ones. You see? They have corrupted you too, or at least that's what my spiders will assume. Ah, that isn't entirely impossible. Setting that aside, one of the conditions to accept human settlement upon this jewel of tall forests and long shadows would be a place to create our own sanctum in the kingdom you rule over, so that we can create Slave Rainer from Noctilith. Salvation for your Noctilith imbued with the power of symbiosis. You don't like the name, my Empress? No. It rings nice, I was just surprised. There was a moment of hesitation. Much like the goddess hides herself in the light of the Emperor, you want your salvation's creation to be hidden in the light of my ether gold. That is one of the many meanings I have in mind, yes. I don't see why not, but it is a big favor, and don't pretend the settlement of the Umbra groups upon a maiden world would be enough to compensate. I will need a few things. Aurelia nodded and smiled. The real negotiations had just begun, praise carnality and symbiosis. Gloriana Battleship Flame Rot. 2.821.310 M35. Rogue Trader Guts. The Flame Rot was what everyone should dream of when one said warship. It had giant batteries. Its guns were simply enormous even compared to his Dragon Slayer. And yes, he was comparing the weapons of the Gloriana to his entire assault cruiser. Casca, Guts is drooling again. Strike him. Ouch. I wasn't drooling. You were. Fortunately there had to be some luck here and there. They passed through a last salamander-decorated hall and arrived at a relatively modest room, with only a rectangular table and some hololithic projections. Well, the room was modest, but there was a living saint dominating everything. Guts didn't think he was weak-willed, but for a second, it was really difficult to breathe correctly. And when he stared at her eyes, he turned away. It was just too much. Lord Solar Trevane and the Band of the Hawk, Your Celestial Highness. So I see. A military salute followed. Lord Solar. Lady General Militant. The exchanges with the High Lords are going well. For now. I'm speaking a lot with High Lord von Oberstein, and the High 12 seem to appreciate the arrangement. There are a great deal of political upheavals on the throne world. I had the same impression. Even Guts, who was, as everyone in the band would agree, not the most political-minded hawk, knew there was far more to this than the words spoken. But it can wait for another day. I see you brought the rogue traitors of the Band of the Hawk. And we weren't told why, Guts added before receiving an elbow in his ribs, which hurt, since he wasn't wearing any armor today, Your Celestial Highness. The living saint giggled. You are here, rogue lords and ladies, because right at this moment, Lord Solar Trevane's exact authority is, in a state of flux. You see, the authority of a Lord Solar is exactly equal to a War Master by tradition, as long as he commands or exerts his authority within the stellar limits of Segmentum Solar. Minus the Sol system, of course, for obvious reasons. And they were in the Macrage system, tens of thousands of light-years away from it. Does this mean that the payment promises we were given are null and void? Griffith asked cautiously. No. It just means that I, as a loyal servant of the Emperor, am going to uphold said promises, unless you want to wait several years for Lord Solar Trevane to be able to fulfill his end of your bargain, really. Years. Guts muttered. It might take centuries, with the bureaucratic morons. And needless to say, the Dragon Slayer and all the band's warships couldn't wait for centuries while the Adepts allocated the funds. They had been wrecked by the Battle of Fenris, and the clashes after that had aggravated the problem. This time Casca didn't hit him. Maybe it was because it was the truth? Quite, and the black-clad rogue traitor realized that despite his low tone, the woman who had slain Tyranids by the millions had heard him perfectly. That's why I'm going to repair your ships with one of my Starforge galleons. It might need some time, I'm afraid I can allow only one of them to be diverted for your entire Band of the Hawk, and the warship classes you use are not common, even by rogue trader standards. But by the end of it, I promise in my name, your ships will have their combat capabilities fully restored. They will also be refueled and their ammunition stocks refilled. Even Griffith stared open-mouthed at the enormity of the proposal. This kind of generous move was easily worth billions of whatever currency was in use in this part of the Imperium, which was the Macragen sesterces, no? That's, yes, it will be excellent. Any, conditions. I would appreciate if there are no more ships named Dragon Slayer in the near future, the living saint replied in a very amused voice. My Minister of Industry and recently promoted Archmagos is called Dragon, you see, and she is really taking offense when someone calls a starship by that name. Everyone's eyes naturally turned in his direction. First they denigrate my splendid Bellerophon heavy assault cruiser, now this. Guts bemoaned. I would be very interested to hear more about it. Oh. Especially since most of the ones who remain Ultima Segmentum are in a very secure mothball shipyard of Carduniash, and the other Segmentum fortresses have similar procedures. You must have been quite ingenious, Lord Guts, to acquire one. Yes. Casca hit him in the ribs again. Guts, shut up. Of course, the same applies to the class of Indrajit heavy cruisers, so I'm not going to be too inquisitive. This time it was Griffith's turn to try to look innocent. But we're not going to speak of those subjects today. Not when it is time for me to fulfill one of my promises. Artemis, music. By your will, webmistress. Dozens of musical instruments began to play at once, and all of them were quickly escorted to a monumental hall, where there were hundreds of space marines and senior officers of the Guard and Navy, and suddenly Guts realized why they had all been told to come in their best uniforms. There was an altar at the other end of the hall. There were priests too. White flowers were thrown on the imperial red carpet, and the triumphant musical march got louder. Casca, did you? Guts stopped, because a mere glance at the eyes of his lover told him that, yes, she had been informed. This moment of distraction had been sufficient for the living saint to fly to the side of the priests. By the way. My dear children. An aging priest declared with a large smile. Let us be thankful to the God Emperor, for we are all gathered here on this blessed day to celebrate the union of a man and a woman. Archmechanicus El Dorado. 2.827.310 M35. Archmagos Prime Gast of Hediatrix. Chosen of the Omnissiah, thank you for granting me this private audience so promptly. You are the senior Archmagos of Operation Stalingrad, Archmagos. If I wasn't here to hear you, I think that would lead to a great deal of questions throughout the fleet assembled here. Now let us skip the courtesies and all the prayers for now. We have multiple conferences to attend together, and a great number of tech priests to reward for their exemplary service. I presume you have many concerns about the Tao. You presume correctly, chosen of the Omniscient. Gastaf replied grimly. Their alien nature is problematic, but the few astropathic conversations coming from Auralaya are very concerning, indeed. I realize why there are many reasons you don't want to burn them for their tech heresies, but their behavior when it comes to abominable intelligences is unacceptable. Personally, there are a lot of things I found more worrying, Archmagos. That didn't reassure the Martian tech priest at all. Such as the reality the Tau elite scientists of the Earth caste were trying to replicate a warp engine, and evidently didn't know it had to be used in conjunction with Geller fields. This is a poor attempt to amuse me, chosen of the Omniscient. Then Gastaf realized how serious the Lady of Nyx was. This is not an attempt to amuse me. No, it is not. And to be painfully honest with you, that is only the most obvious case my adjutants found while I fought the so-called Master of Shadows. There are many other cases I was able to discern thanks to the tech expertise I gained from having many tech priests explaining their works to me in the last decades. By the Great Cog, Gastaf Hediatrix swore, how is it possible that these Xenos didn't blow up their whole civilization the moment they discovered how to build nuclear power plants? If I had to guess, I would say it's because the Ethereals were forcing what we would call tyrannical unity among the 4 different castes. And to be fair, it has some positives. As long as their little empire was alone, their pace of technological development offered many advantages. Dangerous experiments could be done on asteroid belts far away from anything valuable, and since they had not lost a single scrap of knowledge, a few failures were hardly problematic. Ah! Yes, that would explain things. The problem would begin once they started, pulling a call, so to speak, and tried to copy the work of other races. Incomplete understanding is more dangerous than no understanding at all. Indeed, Archmagos. And there's another factor to take into account. The power of the Ethereals was such that it reduced the risk of abominable intelligences turning against their masters. When their drones went rogue, they weren't going to turn their guns against the soldiers of the Tau Empire. They often disappeared and no one asked the right questions. That still relies on a colossal amount of luck. Sooner or later, it ends. Mankind had learned that the very hard way when the cybernetic rebellion began and survival became the new imperative. Yes. Which is why I ordered Archmagos Lankovar to personally go to Tau and explain exactly why many actions of the Earth caste are completely suicidal in the long term, assuming they don't kill them in the short term, of course. A good start, though I will suggest some magi under my authority too, chosen of the Omniscient. By all means, the new Lady General Militant nodded. A few more precautions can't hurt. Many achievements of the Tau Empire are noteworthy in their own right. They have developed a lot of technology which gives their population a high standard of living. In military fields, they have produced plasma, ion, and railgun-type weapons, both for ground-based and space-based use. But before I even consider putting a small Tau gun into an infantryman's hands, I want to make sure the whole affair has no chance to blow up in our faces, literally. This reassured Gastaf a lot, and he was sure the majority of the tech priests present in the Nyx sector and those who participated in this campaign would approve wholeheartedly. They would verify and re-verify, test and retest, and make countless checks with ether gold, and for the Tau, maybe some Bacta too. The same conditions apply to the spirit of eternity. In a certain manner, I would insist you focus on the data the AI released into my hands. With an ether gold protected casing, warp corruption isn't an issue, and as long as the crew and their silicate-made companion respect their part of the accord, I will respect mine. I will select more tech priests to make sure the vigilance of the Mechanic uses at an all-times high. The Archmagos Prime promised. And that leads me to another subject that reminds me of Kamarak. Many Forge World representatives are asking when we will create copies for the Holy SDC's templates you have in your custody, chosen of the Omniscient. I'm so glad to hear that the Battle of Macrage and fighting so many horrors hasn't changed the priorities of many tech priests, Archmagos. The Eye of Terror. Scaven Blight. Academy of Sublime Treachery. Temporal Anomaly Total Anarchy Date Estimation Impossible. Daemon Primarch Omegan. There were things that should be impossible even in the Eye of Terror. A planet stopped from colliding with another by a slim pillar of green crystals should be one of said things. What he was sensing and perceiving with his elevated senses proved that it wasn't. This was always part of my plan. Do not doubt me. Fenris was supposed to be disintegrated. We had to stop it before sending it to crash against Midrengard. The crystals are the wrong color. If there was one thing Omegan truly missed since he had been torn apart and remodeled to serve as the Daemon Primarch of the utterly insane deity calling itself Malal, it was silence. There wasn't a single heartbeat when he was free within what vaguely could be considered his mind. The Primarch really missed it. And it was gone forever. There were gods that left their slaves more or less in peace as long as they accomplished their will, but the horned beast wouldn't give him that pleasure. It couldn't give him that pleasure. Malao was anarchy. Giving him several heartbeats or whatever short moment of peace a living species would recognize, it would imply that the countless voices of the beast would agree on something. The planet was stopped too close to Skaven blight. The ritual was adequate for my purposes. It is far too distant to give my loyal vermin a proper sense of awe. That was what Omegan was dealing with every second. The 20th Primarch wasn't going to deny it had its advantages. The prime example of this was his name. Anarchy had wanted to change it back to Alfarius at first. Some other aspects had proposed other names, some which made his essence shudder in horror. But in the end, Malal had not been able to decide which course was the best. The debate, more like a vociferous quarrel arbitrated by thousands of Skaven philosophers, was continuing and showing no sign of ever reaching an outcome. So he was still Omegan. I still say Rumpelstiltskin is a fine name. No. We must call him Alfarius. Why not Verminus Primarch? It is his function. In many other ways, he hadn't been so lucky. Yes, he wasn't crippled or enduring agonizing pain because of the Phosphex Gillimon had deployed against him at Escrator, but it was a very meager consolation. Omegan had to watch powerlessly as more and more legionnaires of the 20th fell to anarchy. It didn't matter if it was in the Eye of Terror or elsewhere, each time one of his sons succumbed to the relentless pressure of Malal, the beast made sure he saw it as if he were a spectator, and then got the overwhelming sensation of pleasure. The Alpha Legion was no more. The Anarchy Legion was on the rise, and many Hero Masters had already rallied to other traitor legions before Malal could use its baleful, its holy influence to drag them into its clawed embrace. The worst part of it was that it was less and less disturbing for him personally. Omegan knew that meant anarchy was changing whatever remained of him. Or maybe it was that never having a moment of silence was going to turn him insane one step at a time. The possibilities weren't encouraging. A Skaven crusade must be launched immediately. I will it. No. Summon the council. We must kill at least 5 of them for grotesque heresy and trumped-up charges. The priority is to humiliate Weaver, yes. We must deal with Gillimon. Death to Korux. He offended me greatly. At times like this, Omegan knew it was easy to see why his father had thought a plan to let anarchy become the 4th power instead of Slaanesh was good. Unlike the former goddess of excess, there was not a single thought of long-term planning with the beast, or if there was, it was drowned out by a monumental cacophony of discordant voices. It was anarchy. Now if only his appearance didn't reflect that. His essence was fundamentally unable to take a stable form. He had thought Magnus and other servants of Tsianch had it bad, but even the god of change was usually content with nearly imperceptible changes where his slaves were concerned. Slightly altering the color of the eyes, for example, or adding a finger here and there. Omegan did not get that chance. In the time it took him to walk 4 steps, he had grown 4 tails, lost 1, then 2 more grew, before all of them fell down. No wonder the Astartes of the new Anarchy Legion, half insane or not, stayed well clear of him. At the best of times, he was a white-black armored colossus with a rat head and multiple appendages serving no purpose, spitting acidic venom, spreading a torrent of corruption wherever he went. It required an effort of will to be that orderly. When he didn't bother, Omegan's outer essence did not differ greatly from a chaos spawn. He stopped thinking about it after a while. His thoughts returned to the world which had been called Fenris. The desperate combination of rituals, monstrously weird weapons, plus some things even his anarchic mind had not yet managed to fully process had stopped the planetary collision. For how long, the beast of anarchy had not given him an answer to that question. The 2 planets were now tied by a gigantic pillar of black-green crystals. It was not warpstone, but Omegan was sure the Skaven and other races having succumbed to anarchy would find uses for it. If for the moment no one had been stupid enough to use explosives against the pillar itself, Fenris itself standing above Skaven blight was covered in it, a cocoon that seemed to radiate with the sheer power of anarchy itself. Naturally, several wars were already raging everywhere. As the cowardly rats had quickly discovered, the best efforts of Russ and Korux to exterminate all life on Fenris had not been completely successful. Some tyrannid life forms had survived. All of them were feral now, but that hardly made them inoffensive, and a carnifex could butcher and eat thousands of scavens per day. This didn't bother the voices raging inside his essence. The scavens' numbers were uncountable, and many ragtag starships had already catapulted towards other planets of the Eye. Anarchy couldn't be killed by a single decapitation strike anymore. And as his current 17 eyes fell upon a white-furred skaven, the voices grew more strident. Something must be done about this vermin. He failed to heed our orders in the galactic core. His efforts to please anarchy are amusing. His time is past. We have much greater and better servants now. Give him another chance, yes. More anarchy. As usual, anarchy was undecided. And that left the Skaven sorcerer prostrating itself. The white-furred Skaven, which was more responsible for stopping Fenris above their heads than anyone else, though it was in reality an attempt to usurp the council and 11 great conspiracies gone wrong at the same time. Mighty Great One. Your valiant humble servant Thanquil is here. The voices continued to bicker, and Omegan decided that he might as well have his fun with this. The galaxy had forsaken him. His father had warned him, and he had chosen to disregard the advice. There was nothing left but anarchy, and chaos. Proud and dedicated anarchists of Skavenblight. Omegan's voice thundered across the mess of ruins and incredibly fragile spires erected since the word-bearers abandoned the planet. We have our champion. Billions of eyes instantly turned towards them, or more accurately, they stared hatefully at Thanquil. The white-furred Skaven squirmed, and his fear was delicious. Give me your orders, mighty great one. I will obey, yes. Praise anarchy. You will lead the hordes of anarchy to the Calyx Hellstars. And after this sentence, Omegan suddenly realized the voices had fallen silent. Whether it was from shock at him taking initiative or for another reason, the Daemon Primarch didn't know, nor did he care. Yes, mighty great one. You will spread anarchy. Yes, mighty great one. And you will kill the king in yellow, or I will eat your tail myself. What? I mean, yes, mighty great one. Do not disappoint me, champion of Skavenblight. Omegan was teleported away before he could say more. But before he was spirited away, he could hear the voices again. And they were all laughing and screeching in approval. The Warp. Custodes Battlecruiser Vigilance. Primarch Magnus the Red. The name of the ship was Vigilance, and it belonged to the Custodes. Somehow, Magnus very much doubted it had begun its career with the golden-clad Watchers. It was way too comfortable, for one. The Custodes didn't reject everything when it came to decoration and furniture, but compared to Space Marines, their lifestyle definitely tended in the direction of austerity and frugality. So when the battlecruiser had things like couches, a large library, and other very comfortable furnishings, the logical assumption was that it had been some pet project of an Imperial Admiral who had ended up on the wrong side of a Guardian spear which had then been requisitioned by a faction inside the Adeptus Custodes. This was all the better. It was still a prison, the right to leave the compartment was denied to him. But it was something that made the travel a very tolerable affair, and gave him other things to ponder than endlessly worrying about what fate awaited him at the end of the journey. Of course, there were far less pleasant things stocked up in the compartment too. Some of them could be ignored. The lifeless body of Fulgrim, contained within a casket surrounded by multiple stasis fields and incidentally guarded by 2 Custodes and 2 Sisters of Silence, was not within his mental fortitude to forget. It is difficult to remember he was considered one of the best of us, Magnus began conversationally when he heard the loud footsteps of his brother. Was he? That was, really a complicated question. I think he was, yes. We should have told him to tone down the perfection, but hindsight is always so formidable after the tragedy. He should have spoken to us. He did not have that many close friends. Magnus pointed out soberly. Ferris understood him, at least in some aspects. But he had no one among his legion to confide in. Lemon. Name me 5 artists or famous officers Fulgrim confided with. Not a single name came for seconds. I think Fulgrim doubted himself a lot. Much like Sanguinius did. The 15th Primarch continued. But he was alone. He was inaccessible, atop his pillar of perfection, and there was no one to tell him the path he had chosen was going to end in catastrophe. The 3rd Legion had many loyalists in its ranks. The number the traitors had to purge at Istvan from the 3rd Legion may be proportionally higher than the 16th. I won't disagree with that. Magnus grew maced. But I fear the reason for their existence was that, ultimately, every captain was in love with the idea of the perfect Primarch, and of course perfection can't throw itself into treachery and betrayal. This was alas, not something he could fully confirm. Lemon had confirmed Rylaner had been recovered, but for obvious reasons, Magnus had not been allowed to speak with him. He looks completely dead. Yes, this was a far safer subject. When it comes to soul severance, I would argue that there is not much difference. Even the techno-arcane secrets of Terra are unable to restore something as complex as the bond between a soul and a body. As in many things, it's easier to destroy than to create anew. Could Father restore it? Magnus chuckled. Of course, there were advantages to being one of the most powerful psychers to have ever walked this galaxy. Weaver could do it too, I suspect, with a proper sacrifice. The problem is the soul. It has to be recovered first, and I'm afraid I don't know where it is right now. Decay tried to seal it away, but I find it all too likely the events which happened on Fenris destroyed or at least led to a serious disturbance of the ritual. Siench had counted on it, that at least Magnus remembered. Even in defeat, the power of chaos change had tried to keep its feathers open for more opportunities. Is there some hope? Magnus shrugged. That depends on how much sanity is left in our brother's soul. Speaking as someone who has experience in the matter, I would argue that yes, there's some hope. Alas, I am not at all versed in the horror of having a keeper of secrets expel you from your own body. It would have been traumatic at the best of times. The fact that the final part of the severance had been caused by the murder of Ferris on the black sands of Istvan V made the trauma far, far worse than Magnus could really imagine, and he had an excellent imagination, courtesy of having been witness to horrors beyond reckoning. He was not the best of us. Sanguinius was. The Civil War had made that clear, at least. But he should have been there, on the walls of the Imperial Palace, inspiring the defenders of Terra. Like you. Magnus snorted. If I had been on Terra and in position to defend the Imperial Palace, brother, I would have been replacing our father on the Golden Throne, assuming I was powerful enough to endure the strain of it. That way, the hordes outside would have had to fight him. I would have paid a lot to see that, Lemon Russ snorted in turn. It would have been quite an experience, I'm sure. Save Horus, who had been empowered by the Four, there was really no one to stand against the Emperor. Imperator Titans, millions of cultists, Ordinatus batteries, tens of thousands of Astartes legionnaires, including the siege breakers of the Iron Warriors, all of them together would have died in front of the Imperial Palace without making a single breach in the walls. Much like I don't doubt you had an interesting experience attacking Fenris some millennia ago. Russ growled. Magnus would lie if he claimed he had hoped this conversation wouldn't come before they reached Terra. What were you trying to achieve when you attacked the Fang the first time, brother? The arrival of half a dozen custodes in the compartment a moment later was a curious coincidence, of course. Calyx Hell Stars. Malphi Warp Crown. Malphi System. Malphi. Temporal Anomaly Approximate Dating is 310M35. Warlord Militia, the Destiny Unwritten. The day certainly hadn't been boring. There had been 999 major assassination attempts upon her person alone. Axenia had not been forgotten, with close to 300 lethal attacks directed against her. Nearly everyone who had survived the Tyrant Star had faced a monster, a trap, or some unpleasant sorceress stratagem. Dozens had already perished. Xiantian cultists' greatest trait was too often their ambition. Alas, their greatest sin was also their ambition. And it made them blind. Yes, she had suffered a defeat in the war against the King in Yellow. But most of the covens and conspiracies which had decided to strike had absolutely no idea of the why or the how. They had practiced with demons, heard the word defeat, and concluded she wasn't a leader worth following. On the one hand, it was a relief. Such idiots rarely made valuable warriors, servants, or any important role among her forces. It was better to purge them before they were elevated to a position where their incompetence would do real damage. On the other hand, the number of conspirators who had been caught red-handed was still incredibly concerning. Malphi had billions of Xiantian worshippers, so the approximately 9,000 cabals eager to kill her were a small minority. But many of them had been mid-rank sorcerers, not the failures that were so common in a sorcery-dominated society. Real powerhouses had supported these attempts with reagents, lore, and souls. They had not been willing to test the waters in person, but at least a few dozen magisters of Qsal must have been involved. Militia had waited until she retired to her private quarters and cast several protection spells before her features showed her apprehension. The Tyrant Star had been a defeat, that much couldn't be denied, but it had been a tactical one. The only ship whose loss would have really hurt was her flagship, and it had survived intact. Of the ground forces, the only things the blue-eyed sorceress couldn't replace were Axenia, the Space Marines, and of course her own life. The rest? Many of the cults selected for the honor had been chosen to be sacrificed in the first place. The King in Yellow's forces had just accelerated their demise. That the most powerful sorcerers and influential souls of Malphi knew this for sure and yet were already starting to turn on her was not promising. Many plans would have to be modified. But let's begin with things I can change in the next several days, the platinum-haired para-human whispered. Assassins and the so-called reinforcements we received will wait for another round of conspiracies and betrayals. The successive victories the Imperium had won over Lorgar and all the forces of the Black Crusade had had very unpleasant effects for all the servants of the gods who had launched their insurrection as the Grand Armada had sailed past Cadia. Be they corrupted Medici in service of the Grandfather, genocidal butchers of the Blood God, or ambitious nobles serving Xianch, there were many billions of humans and non-humans rebelling against the adamantium fist of Terra. A large majority had expected help to come, if not from the 17th Legion, at least from some warbands able to provide orbital support and heavy weapons. This support, needless to say, had never materialized. And now, they were all fleeing the vengeful retribution of the Imperium. As the defenses of Cadia and the nearby fortress worlds included an impressive number of battle fleets and pirate hunting squadrons, the Calyx Hellstars were looking more and more like a nice alternative to the Eye of Terror. The next years were certainly going to be interesting in that regard, provided she survived them. The loss of all the Rubracy was a particularly painful blow, the sorceress acknowledged to herself as she stripped out of her blue armor. I can't trust them to be my bodyguards, and most of them were part of the coup which was prepared in the 77th plot. The ex-Rubracy had been given a chance to leave, but few of them had taken her up on her offer. Well, they really should have done so, because militia wasn't in the habit of giving second chances, and the Thousand Sons would not be an exception. At least I was able to gain valuable insight. The blue-eyed para-human sang a spell of 9 syllables, and a secret passage was revealed. Seconds later, the Xiantian female warlord entered one of her own magical ateliers. Unavoidably, a not insignificant amount of time was spent checking no one had been able to access the room. A rival or an assassin having found his or its way here could have booby-trapped this atelier in dozens of ways, and all of them could result in a titanic explosion of power that would kill her instantly. But to her relief, there had been no intrusion. Now the list of the ingredients. First, 1 empty power armor of the pattern used by an arrogant Thousand-Sun Astartes. To be honest, it had taken more time to clean up the armor than to kill the Astartes and make an example out of him. Do you have any idea how many places blood could go when you slaughtered someone with a barbed blade? The second critical part is the Eye of Transmutational Change Stone, with the 9 Psyker souls bound to it. Obviously, it was far bigger than a human eye. It was as big as one of the Necron orbs militia had stolen from the Imga monolith. Incidentally, the Xiantian changed Noctilith had been acquired from the same location. 9 wards crystallized and poured into the symbols of lapis lazuli and gold. Those had been far more time-intensive to create than shaping change stone into an orb. An arcano engine in the form of a heart. This one was truly a marvel of sorceress inventiveness, and it was the only thing the young sorceress hadn't been able to fabricate with her own magic and hands. It had required the expensive services of a Qusal magister, and though it was a question of survival, and no fault had been found in the work, militia didn't like owing anything to anyone. The heart was blue, and pulsating like a true heart. And last but not least, the tablet the Sons of Change dug through many ruins to find. It had been divided in many parts, and the Astartes and many warbands had to travel and fight across the entirety of the Calyx Hell Stars to find them all. To an inexperienced eye, it seemed hardly worth the effort. The stone used was seemingly very ordinary, a light shade of grey, and many lesser glyphs had been erased by the ravages of time. But there was a word which remained carved in the stone. A single word. In High or Low Gothic, or any language used by mankind since the 3rd millennium, this would have been a historical curiosity, nothing more. But what was on this tablet? It was as much a tool as a weapon. It was Enuncia, and its origins may have been linked to the mythical Tower of Babel, though even with the support of several greater demons, militia hadn't been able to acquire the evidence to support her theory. Now, the destiny unwritten steeled herself, the creation of the Majestrix Golem can begin. 7th most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Typhus the Traveler. Formerly Callus Typhon. Herald of Contagion. The Hive of the Destroyer. Architect of 1,000 Plagues. First Captain of the Traitor 14th Legion. Excommunicate Traitores. Extremis Omega Contagion Threat. Extremis Alpha Psychic Threat. Extremis Beta Physical Threat. Extremis Alpha Moral Threat. Do not engage without Astartes chapter support. If military help does not include void-sealed armors, engage with incendiary ammunition, contagion must be prevented at all costs. Alpha Primus Information, this traitor is so contagious that his arrival on a planet is a death sentence in its own right. Recommended method is to incinerate him from orbit. Warning, the flagship of the accursed traitor is sufficient to be a match for an entire battle fleet. Do not engage IT without adequate support, and for the love of the God Emperor, do not try to board IT. Rewards, 10 quadrillion throne gelts, 1 sector overlordship, title of Avenger of the Drop Site Massacre, ovation of Segmentum Obscurus authorities, single-use Medici tribute, 100 hospital ships, Medici trade privilege rights granted, etc. Calyx Hell Stars. 10-star system. 88 10-star. Temporal anomaly approximate dating is 310M35. Typhus the Traveler. Blood for the Blood God. The leader of the Kyrnate forces is the priority. I want him alive. Typhus would not waste his dignity trying to outshout a small army of bloodthirsty madmen screaming as if it was a question of life or death for them. And these strange corrupted tech savants, Herald. Gurgled one of his more recent conversions into a plague marine. Kill them and quickly, the being who hosted the destroyer hive inside himself replied. We will wonder how many the new favorite of the Skull Throne rallied to her banners later. By the will of the Grandfather. Decay will reign supreme. We are in position, first Captain. Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne. The Kyrnate horde nearly tripled in size as bloodletters and other red-skinned servants of Kern poured into reality. It was a respectable force, but Typhus had expected nothing else. The 10-star system was one of the gates of the Calyx Hell Stars, one of the rare nodes even a Nerglite fleet like his was forced to go through if it wanted to enter the war zone with intact battleships. Years ago, Lodorasaran had punched through its defenses and captured it, profiting from a severely unprepared of the Xiantian garrison. The new conquerors had then transformed it into a massive slaughterhouse. Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for. Man Reaper struck, and the first marauder had his 2 arms removed. The roar of defiance swiftly died, as the Death Guard Marines struck their mortal opponents relentlessly, and the Kyrnate warriors quickly realized they weren't bleeding. Man-Reaper struck twice more before the next predictable battle cry was screamed. Gurn does not care. Yes, your god does not care from where the blood flows. Typhus loudly interrupted with a twinge of sarcasm. That's why all the power scythes of the grandfathers chosen have been blessed by an absolutely delectable substance which cauterizes your wounds, ensuring not a single drop of your blood will irrigate this wasteland. Man-Reaper struck yet again. The Death Guard advanced. Blasphemy. No, Typhus countered, I use my strengths to win a battle. And I try to deny my enemies theirs. The rest of the battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. There had been only 777 Space Marines to take the field today, with each of the 7 great companies represented, by the will of the Grandfather. The Kyrnate army had been, of course, deploying far greater numbers, but not a single Astartes. It was an excellent sign that the Blood God's champions had not anticipated their arrival. There were arrogant warlords serving the Conqueror's mistress, but none were sufficiently stupid to believe their mortal bolter fodder could stop an assault by hundreds of Death Guard veterans. Blood for the Blood God. This was a good harvest, and Typhus grunted in satisfaction as more and more bloodletters were disappearing without a fight, all the while the Death Guard's artillery began the long-ranged bombardment of highly contagious diseases it was famed for. The lack of blood on the battlefield was a disaster for the Kyrnate army, and as Typhus took step after step, warp-spawned flies began to answer his act of devotion. The Grandfather was watching, and he was finding his work good. Typhus felt the power pouring into his 2 hearts, but he didn't release the destroyer hive or the winds of chaos. There was a plan, and it didn't involve showing off his power to these weaklings. Besides, what would be the point? The battle was over, and the servants of the Blood God had lost. Harold, a captain of the 2nd Great Company, gurgled joyously. We have him. Intact and protected from our blight, as per your wishes. Excellent. Typhus complimented the other officer. My word is the Grandfather's. The blessing will be yours. Bring him to me. I am approaching the convergence site. The Herald of Nurgle had never doubted victory would belong to the Grandfather today. 7 battleships against a tiny flotilla? No one could really lose with an advantage that massive. And on the ground, while the world had been in the grasp of the Blood God, it had not been fully converted into a realm of the gods. And, of course, the World Eaters weren't here. The Bloodthirsters will make a mountain of your skulls. The axes of murder will play with your entrails. The eyes of the Kyrnate leader, a tattooed brute almost the height of a small Astartes, flinched as he saw Typhus for the first time. And his imprecations ceased immediately, which was somehow satisfying. You are the traveler. So you've heard of me. I would say I am flattered, but you are too insignificant for that emotion to reach my rotten hearts. The last servant of the Blood God to remain alive spat. Being completely at his mercy, it wasn't like he could do anything else, but Typhus made sure nonetheless the blood that was spat ended on Man-Reaper rather than on the ground. You took 10 star today, but you will never keep it. The Conqueror will learn of your presence. It will come. And it will devour you all. No one escapes from the Conqueror. Typhus didn't bother wasting words with the prisoner. Instead, he merely nodded to the captain that had been given the holiest duty of the battle. The legionnaire immediately knelt, before opening a small reliquary formerly one made by the worshippers of the false emperor. It had been desecrated for centuries before playing its key role today. The moment it was done, the Grandfather's miasma came into existence. It was the same pleasant color as the shade of the potion brewing in the Grandfather's cauldron. Naturally, the ground around the reliquary began to transform into a swamp. Such was the power of what he had been given to accomplish his god's purposes. What heresy is this? Heresy? Be polite, mortal. The warlords of this region have used changestone and hemishia for their childish purposes. You should have known it was only a matter of time before we would use our own blessed Noctilith in our rituals. By the way the servant of Blood God paled, it didn't seem to have crossed his mind. But then, this warrior had clearly not been chosen for his brains. With the blessed contagion of Jaedrot, Typhus proclaimed so that mortal, Astartes, and gods alike heard him. I claim this planet in the name of the Grandfather. And I rename it 77 Cholera, a far better name than this 10-star nonsense. The herald turned his eyes again to stare at the prisoner. Prepare the final ritual, brothers. Calyx Hell Stars. Morwen System. Morwen 6. Temporal anomaly approximate dating is 310M35. Magister Immaterial Nwakshot. The world of Morwen 6 was dead. It had not always been that way. The fossils of long-dead life forms were easy to discover as long as you bothered to search for them. There were considerable deposits of fuel and natural gas, that many of his disciples were busy harvesting, so that they would eventually be sold to various parties on Malphi. But while life had once existed on Morwen 6, it had clearly been very long ago. The estimates of the Magister Immaterial, founded on several pacts with his patrons and long archaeological researches, were that 30,000 or so years ago, an unknown cataclysm had wiped out all life on Morwen 6. Nwakshot still didn't know much about it. All he could say for certain was that no human was responsible, and that it had happened in a very short amount of time, a couple of years by the longest estimate. The post-apocalyptic effects were easy to study however. The entire atmosphere of the planet had become nitrogen. Fortunately, it was rather easy for a magister of his seniority to deal with this. The great mutator's boons had proven once again without equal. The warband he had led to Morwen-6 saw their lungs and bodies modified until they could breathe nitrogen effortlessly. Where the pathetic slaves of the false emperor would have been unable to make a first survey without cumbersome protection, Nouakchott had been able to build a true fortress and underground facilities in record time. This was necessary, for while many of his slaves were utterly disposable, the rest of his warband wasn't, and a lot of them needed food and water. Thus large food production facilities were being expanded right now even as Nouakchott admired the mystery he had come to study and claim in the name of the great mutator. Morwen-6 was dead. But its ruins had survived the ravages of cataclysm and entropy. Though to call what he could observe with his improved eyes ruins was almost an insult, really. The two-tiered ziggurats of Morwen-6 were intact. Whatever cosmic disaster or superweapon had annihilated all life, it had had no effect whatsoever on the structures. It was impressive. Yes, the ziggurats were made of thick plates of metal. But that shouldn't have been sufficient if the equivalent of an exterminatus was performed. There wasn't a single scratch on any of the 9 ziggurats that composed his main archaeological study site. No alloy known to the slaves of the false emperor or those bathing in the knowledgeable light of Tsianch was capable of that. And Magister Immaterial Nouakchott had already verified, no, they weren't Necron structures. Even more surprising was that the first studies had revealed that while the ziggurats had no entrances, the structures were actually hollow, and regular electronic pulses were generated within. But with the strange metallic alloy impenetrable to the tech sorcery of Q-Sal for now, the mystery was not going to be easy to solve. It didn't really bother Nouakchott. The favor of the great mutator was not something to dismiss, ever, but the Magister Immaterial had not come to Morwen-6 because he thought there were secrets here that after a year or two would instantly elevate him above his peers in the treacherous sorcery courts of Malfi. No, Morwen-6 was always to be intended to be a long-term project. Lord Magister. There is a major problem. The ziggurats? The food reserves? Nouakchott asked, his instincts of self-preservation on the move again. No, Lord Magister. It is, some kind of cruiser has come out of the warp incredibly close to the 4th planet of the system. And well. What? Get on with it. They have sent a single message. They claim to be here by the will of the King in Yellow, and they want our surrender. Otherwise, they say our deaths will be proportional to the seconds we force them to waste. Magister Nouakchott sneered. Well, the enemy had style, if nothing else. Alert Malfi, we have a slight skeleton problem here. We do not officially request reinforcements, given how predatory his peers could be, that would be the equivalent of slashing his own throat, but inform our colleagues the usurper has for the first time deployed a warship deep into the Morwen system. Yes, Lord Magister. But, we don't even know what the enemy is after. Don't try to make yourself sound dumber than you already are, Nouakchott answered. The only thing that is worth the presence of a military force here are these ziggurats. And they won't have their secrets. Morwen-6 belongs to the great mutator. Activate all the defenses, and muster the warband. In the name of Tsianch, we will be victorious. The Eye of Terror. Urim. Consortium Primary Headquarters. Temporal Anomaly Approximate Dating is 310M35. Lord Commander Primus Eidolon. Eidolon didn't believe he had ever hated a single being like he now hated Fabius Bile. It was a maelstrom of negative emotions powering him. It was an ocean of violence he was dreaming to unleash against his tormentor every second of his existence. It was pure hatred. And he couldn't lift a single finger to accomplish it, despite being clad in his immaculate power armor and his arms being present in their scabbards and holsters. I am the Lord Commander Primus. Yes, what a lovely weather we have today, my dear. Bile didn't even turn his head away from the alien he was vivisecting. The thing that pretends to be a weather wizard told me we will have acid rains before the day is over. I am the Lord Commander Primus. I know, no large field test for your forces today. I hope you will survive the disappointment. Eidolon went silent and glared. That wasn't what he wanted to say, and the eternally cursed clone lord knew it. But there was no way he could shout it out loud. When he had risen once again alive from the surgeon's table, Eidolon had realized all the horror of what Fabius Bile had done to him. The only words he was physically capable of saying were I am the Lord Commander Primus. He could change the tone. He could change the accent. He could change the pace. But no matter what he thought he was saying, the end result was always the same. Bile had rewired his brain and deliberately limited it in many ways. His body obeyed Bile's commands immediately now. Sometimes he couldn't even breathe as long as Bile didn't give him permission. And most frustrating above all, his obvious hatred was nothing to the Lord of the Consortium. The treacherous ex-chief apothecary of the Emperor's children continued his work, torturing aliens, examining the organs of his patients while they screamed in agony or were frozen by strange toxins. There was nothing to do but wait, and think about all the ways Eidolon could make the insane madman scream when one day he was free again. After several hours of long and boring vigil, a four-armed mutant entered the lair of Fabius Bile, prostrating himself the moment he was past the vats containing various misbegotten green shining organs. "Master," the male mutant croaked. "A dark apostle begs for a moment of your time." "A dark apostle, really?" Fabius abandoned the corpse of what may have long ago been a human, but now had grown a chitinous carapace and at least 10 eyes on each arm. Eidolon too began to feel a slight interest. Most rumors which had begun to spread told how the sons of Lorgar had been exterminated to the last at Makraj, along with their idiotic primarch. If there was a word-bearer here, clearly the rumors may have been just that, rumors. "He wears the armor of the 17th, Master." "Very well," one could easily recognize when the eyes of Bile shone with curiosity. "Bring him here." "Yes, Master." The wait was rather long. For all the fact this very citadel was the primary headquarters of the consortium, no one was really safe here if your name wasn't Bile. The mutants and other breeds of new humans or whatever name the clone lord gave them would never act against their creator, but the marines who weren't able to enjoy the favor of the primogenitor would rapidly discover Urim could be really dangerous for newcomers. At last, the four-armed guide was back, preceding a word-bearer. For all his own pathetic situation of lab rat and bodyguard, Eidolon felt his lips twitch. The son of Lorgar had been punished by the gods. A lot. Horns had grown upon his head, but while they could have been a sign of favor, here it was clearly not the case. The horns were enormous, so large that even with the extra-large door, the Dark Apostle had to be wary of not slamming them against anything. It didn't stop there. Part of the left arm had clearly been turned into black crystal. The right leg had a mass of purple tentacles covering it. These were not the worst mutations Eidolon had ever seen. That honor belonged to a few chaos spawns, but they were not good at all. And it was sure as the warp painful, black ichor was dripping on the ground now that the word-bearer had stopped walking, and the ugly teeth were constantly grinding in pain until there was an attempt to speak. "Lord Bile. Thank you for granting me an audience so promptly. I was curious," the former chief apothecary admitted quite candidly for once. "I had heard Weaver had exterminated your entire legion at Makraj. Your presence here tells me quite clearly the news I received wasn't completely accurate." As a professional when it came to hatred, Eidolon didn't miss the emotion which dominated everything in the word-bearer's eyes when Weaver was uttered. "Her armies came quite close to finishing us off," the son of Lorgar confessed after an ugly grimace. "Guilliman killed our Gene-sire after she toyed with him. And the armies deployed on Makraj inflicted on us a severe defeat. We had already lost a majority of our forces, but we lost close to 30,000 legionnaires between the battles for Makraj city and Pharsalis. The gods saved a few of us at the end. That's how I stand in front of you today." Eidolon was used to considerable butcher bills. Yet here, he could only stare aghast. Huge losses like that one had not been reported since the siege of Terra. Yes, the Emperor's children had perished recently, but that had been because Slaanesh was dead, not a military campaign. "I heard the Naga and our dear Lucius went with you." Bile pressed on. "I don't know what happened to them," the Dark Apostle replied. "The Naga went missing on Fenris. Lucius sided with Erebus, trying to use a webway gate somewhere on Laphise. We know Erebus perished. His screams are heard everywhere in the realm of the blood god." "That's very good news." Fabius grinned. "I'm thinking I will throw a party for the occasion. The vile one getting what he so richly deserved is worth a good celebration, I think." The son of Lorgar stayed silent as Bile turned to examine some of his experiments, humming a tune Eidolon didn't recognize. It didn't take a lot of imagination to know the priest of the dark gods was seething, though. Not because of Erebus the vile one was hated by everyone, his death a reason to celebrate across all legions, but because of how little the former chief apothecary visibly cared that the 17th legion was on the edge of extinction. It wasn't a surprise for Eidolon. The Lord Commander had seen firsthand Bile was absolutely not concerned that the 3rd legion had been wiped out. And since Bile didn't care about his own legion, why would he be concerned if the word-bearers ceased to exist? Weaver is an existential threat. You need to. Fabius Bile raised a single finger in admonishment. "I'm not a military specialist, dear, but I think Weaver taught you quite a lesson. If you don't want her to finish the job, I would advise staying at least 10,000 light years away from her at all times. But that's just a modest suggestion. I am just a humble scientist with little knowledge of military matters." Eidolon silently scoffed at the enormity of the lies. Humble scientist, no knowledge of military matters, really, was Fabius going to insist next he was just the lab janitor? "We want to rebuild the 17th Legion. And I want an authentic coffee before I begin my arduous day of work," Bile sarcastically retorted. "The true coffee we transported at ruinous logistical costs from Terra during the Great Crusade, not this abomination of recaf everyone seems content to mix with Martian oil. I am not joking, Clone Lord. Son of Lorgar, I am not joking either." Your desires are absolutely not my first, second, or third priority. In fact, I think they don't figure anywhere in my list of priorities. Eidolon. Please escort our guest out. Preferably through an alley that doesn't hinder his formidable horns that someone gave him. As always, Eidolon tried to resist. Once again, he failed. The Lord Commander felt like a puppet on strings as he walked towards the son of Lorgar. Wait. We can make a bargain. You have no expertise whatsoever in the art of genetic experimentation, Fabius proclaimed with his annoying voice of I am so great, why anyone can't understand it. But all right, I will humor you. Bargain, Apostle. And if I don't find it interesting, you're my next experimental test subject for today. The Lord Commander Primus can confirm it is not an enjoyable position. Please talk, my dear. I am the Lord Commander Primus. The word-bearer's horror at what Eidolon had suffered was something. The Emperor's children officer didn't really know how he should take that. But at least the son of Lorgar realized how perilous his situation was. Immediately a little vial was revealed from a cache hidden by the cape of flayed skin he wore. The little armaglass container was clearly near empty. The blue Bacta I was able to obtain at Makraj, the Dark Apostle explained, we had to kill 20 space marines to reach the apothecary, and even then, the Guardian tried his best to deny it to us. Melusine. As if she had always been there and reality only registered it now, the demoness-looking daughter of the Clone Lord appeared. Father. Is he speaking the truth? There was Eidolon didn't know how to explain it. It was if the entire lab froze for an instant. Yes. Yes, there is blue Bacta in this flask. I advise, extreme caution in wielding it. Even diluted, it would be quite lethal for you, Father. Duly noted, my dear. Bile Eyes returned to the word-bearer's emissary. Very well, Apostle of the 17th Legion. It seems I made a mistake. You do have something of value to bargain with. Here are the terms I willing to offer. Realm of Ultramar. Makraj. Magna Makraj Civitas. 2.850.310 M35. Legate Galatia Dumas. Galatia has seen the VID pics showing what Makraj city looked like after the last heretic was killed. It had not been a pretty sight. A large part of the city had been spared the house-to-house fighting, but even there, tanks and knights had barreled forwards, giving little thought to the marvels built to commemorate the holy victories of the Great Crusade. And wherever the battle had been truly fought, the legate winced at the memory. Heavy artillery and space marine assaults had torn apart the blue marble and columns the home world of the Ultramarines was so renowned for. Today? It was difficult to say it was the same city which had endured the worst the heretics could throw at it. Crowds were everywhere, cheering and applauding, as the military parade entered its third hour of celebrations. The traces of the carnage had all been removed, be it debris, corpses, or the explosives the Imperial Guard had used. It went without saying that Makraj had not been rebuilt. One of the reasons there were vast locations where over 1,000 men, women, and children could assemble with ease was that many buildings had been declared unsalvageable and razed shortly after. Galatia had thought it would be impossible. After all, while Makraj city was not declared a shrine city by the ecclesiarchy, there had been a lot of voices speaking out against it. To be honest, Your Celestial Highness, I'm a bit surprised the Primarch let you dismantle so much of his city. The black-haired living saint chuckled. I think that the number of hours I promised that my aunts could demolish the ruined buildings in played a large part. Well, that and the Inquisitors wanted Lisa to illuminate everything with no stone left unturned. The corruption of the traitor 17th is no small matter, after all. An enormous mouth opened next to them, along with a pitiful sound that would have been quite comical if it wasn't so loud. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert, chosen of the God Emperor, sighed theatrically, before grabbing a large strawberry that had arrived this morning from the agri-world of Nova Thulium, and throwing it into the mouth of the avid fruit eater. My adjutant spiders have a honey addiction, and you have a strawberry one, Lisa, Her Celestial Highness chided her Titan moth. You're quite lucky Nova Thulium is cultivating strawberries. They are using them to make high-quality strawberry jam, you know. The rumbling sound of the immense insect could have been interpreted as a please tell me more, mistress. The real translation in moth speak must not be far from it, for the Lady Nyx snorted immediately after. You are incorrigible. Now give me some light, you need to amaze the children. The presentation of several huge strawberries seriously, who cultivated these things, they had to be the size of an Amazonian watermelon was all the convincing Lisa required, and soon large orbs of pure light materialized, delighting the crowd, and did a last verification that everyone that passed the purification rituals was indeed true in his or her soul. That will do wonders for morale. Galatia coughed. Even a certain dreadnought in his abnormally large hat. The legate of the Templar Sororitas inquired politely as the Makrajan population sang the name of Lisa. Even him, have you seen how many decorations and pelts the Space Wolves buried poor Rylaner under? The Fenricians are overcompensating. Or more likely, they gave him the garb of Bjorn the Fell-Handed, who refused to parade and preferred to keep an eye on his Primarch. This wasn't announced officially, but the old dreadnought stormed the custodes ship before the Lord of Wolves could find a semi-adequate excuse. Seen like that, the red-clad officer had to admit it was a really plausible theory. I see. Galatea watched the crowd, and the guards forming a wall of ceramite and power armors between the spectators and the regiments advancing and saluting Her Celestial Highness, before turning towards the Ultima Avenue. This still feels surreal. Even after Kumarak, there weren't this many Space Marines in a single location. It is surreal, and in more ways than one. I didn't expect to heal Guilliman, you know. Certainly not this year, and there was a strong likelihood it wouldn't be done this century at all. And yet you did it, Your Celestial Highness. Call deserves some of the credit too. The commanding officer of Operation Stalingrad saluted the Indigan and Katachan guardsmen parading next to the high platform installed for Lisa. But yes, I did it. And now we have a large assembly of every successor chapter the 13th Legion founded since M31. The living saint didn't need to say it was a spectacular sight. It was obvious. Some of the Space Marines were from chapters whose companies had bled and paid an enormous price during the war. Many were already calling the Cataclysm of Makraj, Iron Hounds, Genesis Chapter, and Brazen Consuls to name just a few. But there were entire companies which had arrived since the Tyranids were annihilated. The Nemesis Chapter alone had arrived this morning with 2 full companies and a battle barge. 2 days ago, it had been a company each of Black Consuls and Nova Marines. Aurora Chapter, Mortifactors, Scythes of the Emperor, Inceptors, and Tome Keepers were just a few of the names that had just transformed from names on Sacred Vellum to a reality of bolters, power armors, and land raiders. Perhaps I'm a Sororitas who knows how to hold a grudge, Your Celestial Highness, but I can't help but think the campaign would have been far easier if we had all these Astartes with us when we fought the Imga Monolith and the other horrors. I trust the chapters of the blood, but here I see as many Ultramarine successors as there were Astartes present mustered in the Nyx sector. A bit of an exaggeration, that, the Makraj heroine replied while distractedly petting Lisa, who swallowed strawberry after strawberry. We had a lot of Space Marines, even if most were not deployed alongside Battle Group Volga. And many paid the price. Galatea nodded with a grimace. The operations against Necron redoubts had been conducted in an exemplary manner, the Howling Griffins alone had won many splendid victories to add to their rolls of honor. But when it had turned badly, the Space Marines were good. But too often, when an entire Necron tomb world awakened, good was not enough. The chapters of the Adeptus Astartes had been key when it came to winning new legendary battles with Lady Weaver. But it was going to take decades before they recovered their full strength, for many of their veterans had died killing Necrons, demons, traitor Marines, and Tyranids. I won't deny it would have been nice to have had them, though the key thing that would really have helped considerably would have been a logistical hub on the doorstep of all our operations. Tigris and the other Forge worlds were more than adequate for the first phase, but the moment the fighting moved towards Damocles, more or less everything relied upon our supply fleets. The living saint smiled serenely. But if anything, their numbers here today prove that while their prestige is not what it was, the Ultramarines' successors form an essential part of the Adeptus Astartes effectives, and that isn't likely to change, not with their Primarch returned. Galatea would be lying a lot if she claimed she had not considered some of the implications. Robot Guilliman, Lemon Russ, Corvus Corax. As many gene lines of Space Marines that suddenly had the opportunity to create new Astartes, though in the Ultramarines' case, they might have to wait for a bit, given that their Primarch was embedded in his regeneration armor device. Let's cheer for everyone, most particularly the children, Lady Taylor Abear continued softly, throwing one more strawberry to the Titan Moth, who made a sound of absolute joy. We won this war, and tomorrow will come soon enough with all its headaches. Brigadier General Tanya Svrev. War was a brutal affair, and when the traitor forces had tried to storm Makraj, they hadn't made a difference between the administration buildings and the places where the citizens of Makraj spent their evenings drinking. This had demanded a great deal of improvisation when the guns went silent, though guardsmen were nothing if not adaptable. Of course, since the Fae 20th had been on Laphise, the best accommodations had already been taken when they returned from Artium. That was a minor inconvenience, really. A commercial center had been promptly turned into a respectable tavern after its owner was convinced by a sizable number of throne gelts, and when the Lady General Militant and Lord Commissar Zuev turned a blind eye to some requisitions of beer and other drinks among the supply fleet, everything was possible. And we pushed the barrels. For this was a matter of honor. There may be 10 times our weight in this ugly steel no proper smith would accept, but we pushed. This was the royals' fair, and the honor of Ortebreeze was at stake. My back ached, my beard was telling me to stop, but I pushed the barrel, and I won. The story of the Slayer not Borak, the troublemaker had disappeared somewhere with Leet finished his story under thunderous applause. Boy! The squad roared, generating more hilarity, for the boy was a Katachan guardsman who had the muscles of a small ogren. Bring me another barrel. This story is making me thirsty. Splendid oration skills, someone whispered, and Tanya jumped to her feet, before realizing the identity of exactly who had sneaked up on her. Lord Corax, the Brigadier General saluted in a hurry. Forgive me, I was. You were having a good time, it's me who has to apologize. Yes. What did you say when on the little alcove on the third floor of the commercial center turned tavern, you had to converse with a primarch? I love your raven feathers. You are perhaps the first man in my life I find somewhat attractive. You aren't with Lady Weaver. No, and neither I am with my sons, the primarch of the Raven Guard answered with a melancholic expression. Their joy of seeing me, speaking with me, I wonder if I am worthy of it. But Lord, you are a primarch? That much isn't in doubt. Shadows swirled around the Raven Lord's hands, and a cup filled with some Macrogen drink materialized in each. But is it something to be proud of? In this day and age, we aren't part of the Imperium you live in every day. Ah, my barrel! The squat roared in pleasure, before beginning to empty it at a speed that was frankly either admirable or incredibly worrying. Pick your choice. Where was I? The third round of the Royal Fair. The Royal Fair is simple, boys. The Slayer managed to explain between two cups. The judges give a barrel to each of the champions. You drink it. You demand another. When you're the last champion to ask for another barrel, when the other little drinkers are having nice dreams and are snoring loud enough to imitate a grox, you win. At least it provided a nice change of topic, and for a second or two Tanya almost forgot there was a primarch next to her. Almost. They have changed the name, I think. The primarch noted, for once a smile appearing on his pale face. Father told me a few stories about it once. I think they called it the High King's Fair millennia ago. Tanya blinked. The Emperor himself was among the spectators of a Duarden Fair. Corvus Corax scratched his raven-colored hair. The way he told us the tale, I think he wasn't the Emperor when it happened. And he wasn't among the spectators. He was one of the participants. This definitely caught Tanya aback, but only for a few seconds. Well. The Fey Guardswoman said weakly, I suppose the first two trials aren't impossible, they were trials of strength, after all, and he's the Emperor. The third, however, I have seen Duarden drink, and the Primarch chuckled. I believe my father said it was excellent training to challenge Russ and Fukin in drinking contests. Especially Russ. My dear brother has a talent none of us ever managed to equal in that domain. We joked several times during the party after the Ulaner triumph he should have been made the ale master or the tavern master. That was, well, it was good to know. Boy. I am still thirsty. Where is the next barrel? Esquiline Senatorial Forum. Captain Ianid Thiel. Robert Gillimon had changed. Some of the changes, Ianid thought, were quite obvious and his father was undoubtedly aware of them. Some were not and may only be noticeable to someone like him. Of course, when you came so close to death only to come back millennia later, the changes were not so surprising. Still, it was quite something for his father to ask for a drink before the meeting had even begun. As handling a bottle was beyond the ability of someone forced to stay in a power armor, primarch or not, it was Ianid who filled the glasses. Did you know, my sons, that the sons of Russ have continued making that horrible liquid that makes you puke and devours your entrails? I do, father, Falco Tullius admitted while sipping his wine, which was not Fenrischen, but one of the finest bottles of Macrogen wine. I had the misfortune to fight side by side with some, it had to be around a century ago. I had the courage to drink one mug of it. I always wondered what sort of acid they incorporated into that ignoble recipe. A discovery like none other, Robert Gillimon nodded. It was the first time my stomach urged me to vomit something out. It was worse than a poison. The avenging sun looked at the city celebrating around them. Or rather, the crowds celebrating in the buildings that were left, which was still a considerable number, as well as the temporary barrack taverns and the enormous shelters built in haste by an army of massive Catachan ants and ambules. And though Robert Gillimon had a smile on his lips, he seemed lost in his thoughts. I don't think, father, you decided to invite us away from the hundreds of thousands of Macrage citizens that wish to meet you just to complain about Russ' personal insult to wine. No. Robert Gillimon didn't move, the assemblage of devices surrounding him would have made that extremely difficult anyway, with the sole exception of his arms. I invited all of you here because you are the surviving officers of the chapter, and I am far from pleased by the tactical actions, strategic decisions, and political operational issues that the Ultramarines have been involved in. Theoretical, Aulus Tiberius, captain of the 4th Company, predictably protested, the entire chapter was not sufficient to hold the 17th Traitor Legion on its own. Practical, the 13th Primarch replied implacably, the Ultramarines as a chapter should never have had to be in a position to hold the bastard sons of Lorgar here. I asked Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert, and she confirmed that if Ether Gold or a Titan Moth had been placed as part of a supply fleet in this very system, it would have been extremely difficult to open the kind of horrific maelstrom the traitor 17th bungled up. At the very least, they would have been forced to open it much further away than they did, which would have forced them to first engage the defences of Mortendar, instead of bypassing them entirely. Alice immediately went quiet. Which was, not surprising, really. Of all the ultramarine captains, the captain of the 4th company was the only senior officer who had been extremely supportive of Captain Cassius but curious to survive in perfect health, something that had to do with the fact the 4th was too far away to do more than take part in the clean-up and purge actions of the post-cataclysm. I will not search for culprits. I am not going to purge anyone. Robert Gillimon continued gently but with a gaze filled with determination. But the state of affairs that existed before the word-bearers tried to kill us all can't be allowed to continue. The worlds of Ultramar can't be allowed a resumption of the disastrous splendid isolation policy. Otherwise the next battle, be it against the Tyranids, the traitors, the Orcs, or any threat that might rear its ugly head, it will be our end, my sons. Will it include revisions of the Codex? Aulus Tiberius asked with great hesitancy. It will. The next words of the Primarch were not so surprising. Though in the short term, the revisions will be minor. The greatest change will be for all of you to not trust my words like they are gospel. It is bad enough I have to witness the religious fervor of a cult we did our best to ban in the Great Crusade. I would very much prefer not to sleep another 4,000 years and return to my sons worshipping my books. Falco Tullius and Fabius Decius seemed to take it rather well, all things considered. Naturally, Aulus Tiberius was the big problem, but that it was their father delivering the message was a nice point in the revision's favor. I understand Captain Antiller and the 5th company will be here within the week. Yes, father, Falco replied in their name. The wardens of the Eastern Fringe have already reported their last war against the Orcs was a success, which unfortunately was not achieved without losses. They are down to 82 battle brothers. 2 out of the 4 captains present grimaced. 18 Space Marines lost was not a big number for the kind of long campaigns the 5th specialized in, but never in the last millennium had the Ultramarines been brought so close to annihilation. Thank you for the confirmation, my son. What I have in mind is to take several of the veterans of the 5th and 9th companies, and to merge them so that we have a special training cadre of skilled Astartes who will be charged with devising tactics and strategies to defeat the Tyranids. A force of 24 should be adequate, I think. And I think, the smile his father gave him was very ironic, they may as well be identified by painting their helmets red for the time being. The red mark that had been a mark of shame, then a badge of honor, was going to take on a new life, it seemed. Yes, Enid could taste the irony. At the same time, their father was clearly far from finished. We need another training cadre to train and prepare for large-scale battles against other Astartes. The battles fought between Illyrium and this city proved that a lot of battle lore was lost when it comes to fighting the traitors. This mustn't be allowed to continue. Elements of the 1st, 3rd, 6th, 7th, and 8th, in addition to the 5th, will form an adaptable specialist force who will prepare the Ultramarines to mercilessly hunt down the Oathbreakers. I am very hopeful that the bastard sons of Lorgar have suffered a blow they won't recover from, but even if they are out of consideration, the other traitors are still out there. But father, Aulus interjected, consternation clear on his face, the chapter is heavily under strength. If we pull off the cadres of these companies, where are we going to find the training cadres to expand the ranks of the neophytes? A fair question, Gillimon acquiesced with a nod. Some of the training cadres will come from veteran instructors from the Ultramarines' successors. I have spoken with them today, and many have plenty of good things to teach the new generation of Ultramarines. The rest of the training cadres will be provided by Ultramarines themselves. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert promised me a full company of Ultramarines, though she was evasive about the how. There was only a mention about extracting concessions from a thief. Enid. Trajan, the veteran of the Horus Heresy cursed. He was forced to elaborate since the name evidently meant nothing to his father or his fellow captains. He is a Necron thief who has been around for the last 60 million years and seems to delight in stealing everything that meets his notion of art, which includes Astartes and artworks alike, and placing them in his time-preserved collections. Is there a precedent? Aulus asked, clearly unconvinced. Because if there isn't. Enid felt like burying his face in his hands. Someone had evidently not read a single page of the after-action report of Kamarak he had written. After Lady Weaver destroyed the Dark City of the Webway, there were several important negotiations with various Necron parties. I wasn't personally involved in any of them, but I saw with my own eyes the return of 194 Salamander battle brothers who had been thought lost in the 33rd millennium. Something called the Cluvian disaster, if I remember correctly. This is one of the reasons among multiple that the magma spiders based in the Nyx sector were founded so quickly. The other being that after the Golden-Winged General had recovered several artifacts of Fukin, the sons of Fukin would have followed her anywhere in great numbers. That's quite promising. Captain Fabius Decius agreed, looking relieved, hardly surprising, when he was the master of recruits in charge of the largest chapter rebuilding in living memory. Any idea which era our lost battle brothers will be from? Not a single one, Enid Thiel shrugged. As I said before, Trajan has been around for millions of years. The battle brothers whose return Lady Weaver negotiated could be from any period between the moment the Legion took the name of Ultramarines and today. No point in making a lot of theoreticals, then. Falco seemed to take it in good humor, at least. Is there another major point you wanted to speak of, father? Yes, there is one more. Robert Guillemon cleared his throat. With the true sacrifice of Chapter Master Cato Valens and Captain Gaius Pompeius likely unable to return to duty due to the extreme gravity of his injuries, the Ultramarines chapter has lost its two highest officers. Honestly, it was already miraculous enough Gaius had survived at all. Trying to kill a Primarch in close combat and living to tell the tale was not something many Astartes could boast, thank Bacta for keeping him alive. I need a new chapter master. And his eyes fell upon Aenid. The captain of the 8th shook his head, looked at the three other captains, and winced internally as they all looked at him in approval. This isn't something you are going to allow me to refuse, father. Indeed not. Congratulations, Chapter Master Thiel. Beyond the light of the Astronomicon. The Eastern Fringe. Solemnace World Engine. 9.858.310 M35. Somatek the patient. There were days when everything was boring and slow. This will be the jewel of my new Macrage collection. No, it will be the jewel of all my collections. And there were days when you regretted an exasperation mode had not been included in your engrams during biotransference. With the greatest respect I have for you, Overlord, Somatek began, the last 15 times you returned, you spoke the same words. And by all the Cetan, the next 15 acquisitions would result in the same words or very similar ones being uttered in his presence yet again. After millions of years, Somatek had long since given up on expecting something new from his master. No, no, and no, Somatek. Look at this fabulous subject. A Primarch. Lorgar of the Word-Bearers is honoring Solemnace of his presence. Somatek looked at it. He wasn't impressed. Once you had seen the crooks and some of the other enormous things that had been stolen during the war in heaven, it was hard to feel in awe of anything. Congratulations, Overlord, he answered, you have acquired a big, very big specimen of the transhumans. He made a pause to assess the new body which had almost certainly been stolen. And I note it is in two parts. Someone had neatly decapitated the member of this young species. Professional work, that. I told my good friend that our mutual good friend in blue could have been a little more delicate with poor Lorgar. Also to be noted is that someone seems to have extracted a heart before I happened to visit the morgue of the fortress of Hera. Anyway, the Primarch of the Word-Bearers is going to be the golden goose of my new collection, as the humans say. Well, the humans were still beings of flesh and irrational, and Somatek wasn't going to trust his overlord when it came to the knowledge of other species' language. Somatek, loyal servant, place our dear guest and Primarch in a large and highly visible prismatic gallery along with the 133 word-bearers that were collected in my name. Somatek really couldn't wait for the boring part of his duties to return. At least, the Necron of Solemnace acknowledged, these specimens were quite dead. Basic security measures and anti-warp precautions should be enough. There was only one significant problem. Overlord, I regret to inform you that all the galleries of the size required are already filled to the brim. There is no space there anymore. Not to worry. My good friend Weaver has purchased some specimens. You know, the big ones in blue. The Ultramarvins? Blue paint, white symbols. Those are the ones. Trazen confirmed before making a grand theatrical pose with his purple cape and his long scepter. We still have them. We still have them, Somatek confirmed after briefly checking the interminable list of specimens contained in the galleries mentioned previously. Yes. You gave it the name the Calf Gallery, for some reason that escapes me. I notice there are already a non-insignificant number of word-bearer specimens there. Excellent. Trazen declared. Remove the blue specimens, make sure they are alive and in good condition, and we send them back to my good friend Weaver. We will place all the new word-bearers in Lorgar here. The Calf Gallery will become the tragedy of Primarch Lorgar the Decapitated. That is a ridiculous name, Overlord. Well, find a suitable one. The chief archiovist peevishly retorted. This great collection deserves only the best. Somatek was tempted to tell his master that in his opinion, placing specimens of different periods in the same collection was not a mark of great historical accuracy, but only tempted, for Trazen would not and then forget about its icons later. And besides, the solution found by the Overlord of Solemnace was a solution which wasn't going to force him to open other galleries elsewhere. I am going to transfer the 102 or so of specimens to your good friend. Somatek also promised himself to check other galleries in the vicinity. His engrams remembered plenty of Ultramarvins in blue armor in different collections. Not in extraordinary numbers, but it would allow him to make some space in very crowded galleries. And the Overlord would likely congratulate him when he returned from his latest thievery campaign. Good. Now I leave you, I have to plan my next travel. A new artistic opportunity has arisen for the Solemnace galleries. Somatek thanked the stars that there was only one Trazen in this poor and unfortunate galaxy, and went to work. Macrage system. High orbit over Macrage. Battleship Enterprise 2.861.310 M35 Chapter Master Jeremiah Isley. Did I tell you how pleased I am you recovered this replicator forge, Isley? Frequently, the chapter master of the Heracles Wardens replied with a genuine smile before chuckling. 20 times in the last 3 days alone, my lady. But who's counting? Who's counting indeed? The golden-winged ruler of Nyx chuckled in turn. The exhaustion which had been so overwhelming when the Tyranids were completely annihilated had finally begun to disappear from her face. A sign that things were settling down. Aside from the great parade in the streets of Macridge City, the Angel's tier power armor was in the hands of several archmagi and magi aboard this very battleship. That would ensure it could be correctly repaired and several new technological improvements added to it. Were the advantages really that huge? The former Hero Master inquired as several adjutant spiders fussed up about the beautiful red cloak and dress of their web mistress. I don't think the negotiations lasted that long. Oh, the negotiations haven't really begun. The Basileia of Nyx corrected as they left her private quarters. Aside from the boons I wanted to gain from Trazyn, and that Nefertun endorsed after a few long debates, we just got done with the preliminaries. No mention about the state the replicator forge was in when it was delivered into their metallic hands. To be honest, Isley, I think the Necrons were impressed you managed to steal it from the Saraken dynasty at all, especially when the opposition included the famous overlord now Phaerons and Drek. From their revelations, he's not an enemy you manage to often get away from with your lives, never mind some spoils of war. From my own experience, I can say that I would rather avoid a second round with Zendrek, my lady. Crazy or not crazy, my long military career tells me Zendrek is the kind of commander who is capable of learning very quickly from his mistakes or defeats. Well, he's sworn to the Narush-Latsat dynasty now, so unless there's a massive problem in the future, I don't foresee a war against him. And the gains from Trazyn, my lady? The chapter master of the Heracles Wardens asked as they entered one of the hangar bays in the Enterprise that had been emptied of landers and other types of orbital and void-faring craft. The reason for this absence was a Necron-made structure that looked very much like a portal shining with green energy, and as a Necron stepped through it, the purpose of the structure was indeed confirmed. I hope to recover certain relics of STC origin from our thief, the victor of Kamarak and Macridge revealed to him as the Dawnbreaker Guard took position. But it is Phaeric Nefertun who insists on speaking in my name for these necessary recoveries. My part in this affair is limited to the sending of gifts to Solemnace. Thus the reason why so many word-bearer corpses were released into Necron hands. Trazyn already stole Lorgar's corpse, the black-haired insect mistress revealed with unhidden amusement, and Jeremiah Isley stopped breathing, and realized that no, it wasn't a joke. Isn't that a bit, risky? My lady. How is it risky, Isley? I made sure Lorgar won't be coming back. His soul is gone, and though Trazyn will undoubtedly use some stasis technology for his private museum, I don't think he can do more than stick the Necron equivalent of glue to Lorgar's neck. Ah, you're right, my lady. Forgive me, I was speaking too hastily. And yes, I can see how Lorgar's corpse would be useless. I think a lot of high-ranked people would object rather loudly if someone created new Astartes with his genetic patrimony. They would do more than argue, and you know, our first guests have arrived. Indeed, the Necron gate which had remained open for several seconds was now letting visitors arrive inside the hangar bay of the Enterprise. And these visitors were Space Marines. Isley saw the confusion on their faces as the moment they were welcomed by their battle brothers, they quickly removed their helmets in a hurry to breathe for the first time in decades, maybe centuries, or longer. Astonishment got even greater as their first words were met with answers, and stupefaction was too small a word to describe their next expressions. Thankfully, all of them had been disarmed and many were outright trying to get out of their power armors as fast as they could. One thing was sure, however, those Space Marines were all of the line of Guilliman, Ultramarines in legacy and colors. But some markings. My lady, Isley hesitated before going ahead, judging by the crests some have on their helmets and the non-codex markings of several armors, plus the functional Mark IV power armors, my guess is that several dozens of the Ultramarines that were sent back are from the late Great Crusade era. They are from the Ultramarines Legion, not the Ultramarines chapter. Your guess is most likely right. Taylor Hebert snorted. For once, I won't hold it against Trazyn, I don't even think he's aware of the noticeable differences. And Ultramarines are Ultramarines, in the end. Indeed. And the promise of one company seems to have been respected. Isley added as the Necron-made gate flickered out, and the cryptex around it began to disassemble it. The chapter master of the Heracles Wardens noted that after the Great Crusade-era Marines, there had been no true coherence with the markings of the Ultramarines, there was everything from Mark V to Mark VII, and the last two Astartes, they had been in the black of the Death Watch. Then the music, some kind of martial symphony composed for Macridgean ceremonies, began to resound. The Space Marines chosen for the honor of welcoming those long-thought-lost Space Marines saluted with their fists striking their armors. And then Robert Guilliman revealed himself. For today, the medical devices had been temporarily removed, thus the Primarch appeared very much like a true demigod of war. My sons, welcome home. The first tears began to fall mere seconds later, and the Ultramarines nearly shattered every part of their dignity above all reputation in the next few minutes. The Webway. Shadiom. Manticore Palace of Tyranny. Temporal anomaly approximate dating is 310M35. Tyrant Karsak Eluriak. Unlike his peers of Kamarak, Karsak had never believed his lineage and the artifacts he had taken by force were sufficient to guarantee that his hold upon his realm would last an eternity. The Ildari Empire had fallen into rampant hedonism and eventually been destroyed by Slaanesh. If the oldest and most powerful empire to have ever existed could crumble from the inside, then the line of Eluriak could fall too. That was why instead of hiring quantities of mercenaries and useless pieces of filth, Karsak had established a professional army to defend his interests well before Maelsha Eildanen triggered the events which saw countless billions of Drukari die along with she who thirsts. The course of events had proven it was the right decision. An army of 1 million superbly trained warriors might seem absurdly expensive at first glance for a single Webway city's treasury, and one also had to account for the executioners, the other military faction specifically recruited to sniff out internal dissent to his rule and permanently neutralize it before it caused any trouble. The destruction of Kamarak and every pocket realm nearby had only accelerated his military preparations. Zelian, Elathian, and all their fellow haughtier-than-thou idiots had believed they were safe in their Kamarak palaces, and look at how that particular delusion had turned out for them. Shadiom's defences had to be increased, both in potency and numbers. Many Webway gates had been sealed, not because they were linked to some realm too close to Kamaraka's former location, though thousands had already been closed during and after the second fall, but because Maelsha Eildanen had taught him the hard way that leaving a potential enemy too many avenues of attack was sheer stupidity. It was, of course, just the beginning. Shadiom had to change if it was to survive, and so Karsak Eluriak had ordered for it to change. It helped that with the blessings of Adaeth, his subjects were more inclined to work than to torture frenetically for the majority of each cycle. It had not been easy, and a lot of blood had been shed to force everyone to cooperate. But Shadiom had begun to transform into a black orb, his black jewel, a supremely fortified citadel where hundreds of millions of Drukari fled to, attracted by the promises of security from the Hell Spiders and the vengeful purges of the Harlequins. There were only 14 gigantic Webway gates to allow someone to enter Shadiom. Each of them led to a well-fortified port, stuck in a pocket dimension. That way, should Maelsha Eildanen or one of her lieutenants try to repeat her victory at Kamarak, Karsak would activate his first contingencies and destroy the port after sealing the gates. And it could be done in mere heartbeats. Behind the gates and the ports, the level of defences increased, not decreased. The Manticore fleet, a strong force including a third of the Shadiom battleships, was patrolling the space around his back orb, ready to slaughter those who tried to break his laws. The only alternative was to use one of the great bridges of Shadiom, of which there were 14. Many temples of the defunct Ildari Empire had been dug up and spirit stones tortured to discover their secrets. The bridges had been built, dark lines suspended above the abyss to tie the ports of Shadiom and his city. They too were well fortified, and just in case, they could be blown up as well. Karsak had been confident that once the first phase of this colossal fortification effort was complete, Shadiom would not suffer the same fate Kamarak had been on the receiving end of. Even Maelsha Eildanen was likely to abandon a siege when the cost in lives became too much to bear. Unfortunately, the gods laughed at the plans of mortals, and Karsak had met the new Empress of the Ildari personally, and the fight had not been in the realm of Shadiom per the conditions he had imagined. She had cursed him. She had defeated him like he was one of her tiniest insects. Karsak loathed the very memory of this defeat. The tyrant of Shadiom would never forget this humiliation. But there were problems more urgent to resolve. For the Battle of Shadiom had already begun when he returned to his palace, and the forces of Maelsha Eildanen were not part of the opposition. No, the enemies today were a far more familiar foe. Did you really think the army and the executioners were going to be loyal to you, my son? Karsak asked with mild disappointment, fending off the pathetic assault of several weaklings. I thought I taught you better than that. You lied to us. Karsak had always thought Pithalaiak had a flair for the dramatic, and in this regard, his eldest son did not disappoint. You told us to worship the wrong god. Karsak sneered, before grabbing an abandoned clave and using it to dispatch the last opponents one by one with a single strike each. At last, Pithalaiak was alone on the throne he had tried to usurp. My son. I am a tyrant. I can tolerate many things. Long tirades about my cruelty, for example. But if there is one thing I profess myself disgusted by, it is hypocrisy. You lied to us. And yet, your guards and the few fools you mustered in a vain attempt to overthrow me, I didn't see a single red, green, or blue skin among them. At best, they had embraced the curse sufficiently to be dark grey, at worst they were black. And let's not speak of their eyes. You say I lied to you. Yes, I did. But you all chose Adaeth above the parvenu goddess Maelsha Eildanen forged in her hubris. Don't pretend you didn't. I heard her. I listened to her weak attempt of unconvincing seduction to make me renounce Adaeth. If I did, then all of you have. His other children began to stream into the throne room. Naturally, all of them bore his colors. The majority had the good sense to come with blades covered in traitor blood. You didn't revolt, my son, because I was unable to stop Maelsha Danan from killing Cain or cursing us with these darkening skins. You attempted usurpation because you were furious the power of the High Priest of Adaeth wasn't granted to you. You wanted to become the Manticore Emperor, and though Adaeth was impressed by your ambition, your skills have proven definitively lacking. I won't listen to your moralizing voice anymore. Duel me, liar. As you wish. Karsak charged his son, who jumped from the throne, screaming his fury. 5 heartbeats later, it was all over. The battle would not have been fair before he gained the power of a muse, and now, it was even less so. Karsak turned to look at his children, his nobles, and his generals. There was no need to say a single word. All kneeled. My beautiful Shatiom is infested with traitors, it seems. This state of affairs will not be allowed to continue. Many ports have tried to declare secession. Many bridges are in rebellion. I give you a Black Sun cycle to resolve the situation. Otherwise I will enforce the justice of Shatiom personally. Restore my tyranny. This I order. Obey or suffer the consequences. The small army who was present in the throne room stormed out, eager to prove its loyalty. Soon enough, there was only the Manticore Guard, elite of the Shatiom army, and his most fanatically devoted servants. No, that wasn't completely accurate. There was another being. It was a huge black-armored Mundaki, and Karsak had been forced to bring it back with him to Shatiom. And naturally, this emissary was not shy giving his opinion, alas. Now you see why the War Master suggested his plan. I heard the suggestion, emissary. Unleashing his fury on the primate would be easy. Karsak could easily kill him with one hand tied behind his back. But I assure you, the situation is under control. A few malcontents are not enough to threaten my rule even temporarily. The traitors who rallied to my son's banner will all be put to the sword before another cycle ends. The 4 billion Drukari of Shatiom present within the realm of Shatiom will accept my tyrannical rule. You are the Emperor of the Manticore and the High Priest and Muse of Adaeth, the primate that called himself a Black Legionnaire stated courteously. The words for now did not leave his mouth, but Karsak heard them nonetheless. Escort the emissary to the quarters which have been prepared for him. The tyrant proclaimed after silently making sure that no one was to touch him. The irony of his son's words was particularly cutting at that moment. There was no longer any possibility to hide Adaeth, and no real need to anyway. The Drukari would worship their true god, or they would not. But the exact nature of the relationship forged with the Black Legion, it was better to hide it. Let his followers imagine he was humoring the War Master while mercilessly exploiting military opportunities behind his back. Lord Tyrant. One of his generals rushed. The Basilisk port has fallen. A point I was aware of, thank you, Karsak snarked. That was why I ordered you to send your troops there. Is there some confusion within your head? Or have the number of traitors who flocked to support my son's claims diminished your courage? No, Lord Tyrant. It's just, the traitors who fell for your son's lies, it is them who lost the Basilisk port. Several masks of Harlequin have seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while the defenders were distracted. Segaruk. It had to be Segaruk who had personally ordered the attack. It was too precise, too surgical. The coup was too recent, and Adaeth's power should have protected his realm from the farces of Ulthui's scrying attempts. Muster the Iron Manticore battalions. This was a lot of his reserves, but they should be able to stop the Harlequin assault cold before the enemy reached the Basilisk bridge. The general hesitated. What? The tyrant of Shatiom hissed in anger. There are more Harlequins than I've ever seen, Lord Tyrant. And they are led by a Phoenix Lord. The worst part was that it made all sense. A new empress had been chosen. And as an empire sword, the old must disappear. And there were not a more old and useless symbol than the Phoenix Lords. Which one? Outer defenses of the realm of Shatiom. Basilisk Port. Phoenix Lord Azurman. The first steps of the dance were a success, oh first and last of the Avengers. We are starting our next act. Are you ready to make your grand entrance? Azurman had never liked the mask of the dance without end. Yes, they violently defended the webway from all intruders, but their deeds had no logic whatsoever, and if someone had managed to ever decipher the true meaning of what they spoke, Azurman had yet to meet him or her. Yet today they had done exactly what they had promised. They had fulfilled their oath. And thus it was time to fulfill his. I am. When Azurman spoke again, it was not for the Harlequin, who had already vanished in the shadows. In the memory of Asurian. We are the light in the darkness. We are the justice long denied. We are liberty rising against tyranny. The sword of Azure was drawn once more, and the chains of the slaves of the Basilisk port broke. Immediately, Azurman felt more confident, more clarity of purpose. Cain was dead, but the first of the Phoenix Lords knew that his mission was good. Take up your arms. Fight against tyranny. Help is on the way. They looked at him with brilliant eyes. Some were young dwellers of Shatiom who had chosen authority and been dragged in chains by their neighbors or their own families. Others were Asuryani who had been captured in raids across the webway. The majority, though, were not part of any Ildari civilization. Humans, SSLYTH, and many other races were used by the Shatiom slave masters. While cruelty for cruelty's sake appeared to have neatly diminished, the city which dreamed to be the new Kamarak had great need of slaves to keep its odious machines functioning, lest they be forced to send Drukari to take their place. Death to the tyrant! A male human was the first to shout the words. The unfortunate captive had been mutilated, his nose and one of his eyes were gone, and everywhere ugly scars that needed no explanation were clearly visible. A Harlequin trooper materialized next to him, and the former prisoner flinched, only to receive a lasgun in his arms. Justice has been delayed, Asuryan explained. But no longer. Fight and you will be led out of the webway. The souls enslaved by the masters of Shatiom needed no more encouragement. They had suffered for many cycles, but now suddenly, the whispers of Kamaraka's destruction resurfaced. Liberty! For the God Emperor! The Asuryani ex-prisoners were not long before shouting their own battle cry. For authority! We will be free! More and more voices were raised in defiance, and each slave pen of the port was stormed more easily than the previous one. The fact the different masks were delivering human-made lasguns by the thousands, along with the necessary ammunition, made sure that the losses of the freed souls remained minimal. Azurman wondered while decapitating several sword masters hurling insults at him where the followers of Seguruk had found such a stock of weapons, before deciding there were more important things to worry about. Like the fact there were more figures in black armor strongly reminding him of incubi rushing from the opening where the city of Shatiom awaited. Kill the Phoenix Lord! The light and liberty! The sword containing the soul of his brother and himself were one now. They danced, and all around them the foot soldiers of the tyrant died. Betrayer! You betray your own race! I am the protector of the weak. Azurman corrected. And I should have done long ago what I am doing now. My shame is already great enough that the new empress was the one to burn Kamarak. Many times the first of the Phoenix Lords had found himself making excuses not to deal with that pit of evil. That many other lords would not help him. That he alone stood no chance against the different noble houses of Kamarak. That slaying so many children of Isha would make him a pariah. In the end, those had been just pathetic excuses. Azurman should have acted against these evildoers. That was what being the hand of Asuryan was supposed to be. The bloody twins fired, their shuriken ammunition proving devastatingly effective as the worshippers of Adaeth thinking remaining out of reach of his sword would be their salvation were mowed down. It was not to be. And when it was, thousands of lasers were here to illuminate the darkness. Human and Ildari souls, along dozens of other races, were liberating the Basilisk port. No more slavery. Down with the tyrant. Freedom. Death to Shadom. Azurman watched several hundred Harlequins help the most injured ex-prisoners flee into the webway for several seconds before resuming his bloody work, which mainly consisted of cutting a swathe through Shatiom's warriors. They were arrogant and young, these Drukari. Many of them were too young to have been born before the second fall, meaning many homunculi had survived the destruction of Kamarak to continue their fell arts here. This meant the plan of the Harlequins had worked. The assault had been launched at the perfect time, when the 14 ports were defended by inexperienced truebloods with little to no experience of warfare. The fleets of Shatiom were paralyzed by indecision or internal strife, and the real standing army was nowhere in sight. And so Azurman attacked and attacked again. Few slaves followed him as the Phoenix Lord ran towards the gigantic basilisk gate, but the hand of Asuryan didn't feel resentment. They had helped his mission considerably, now it was time for him to prove his worth. The sword of Azure became a hurricane of death, and he heard the scream of fury of something that aspired to become a god. The Drukari died by his blade. Batteries armed with viscous things were detonated as they faced the wrong direction. As more and more souls emerged to run towards safety, Azurman advanced and destroyed defenses that were left completely unmanned. He almost reached the basilisk gate when the tumult of an advancing army reached his ears. The bloody twins fired at every mechanism he could see, and several Harlequin skywevers arrived to support him. But the basilisk gate began to open in a thunderous series of shrieking voices, until it stopped. It stopped, but there was enough space for a Drukari noble and his bodyguards to pass through. Azurman knew who his opponent was, of course. Even if for some reason he had missed recent events, the sheer aura of fire and darkness which surrounded this Drukari could not possibly be missed. Azurman, it seems like you lacked the decency to die with Cain. Tyrant Karsak Eluriak, the Phoenix Lord replied. My apologies for the slight disorder reigning in your port. I'm afraid it was necessary, alas. You see, I wanted to get your attention. Consider yourself having my undivided attention, the tyrant of Shatiom hissed, and that it will be the last mistake of the gestalt you call your soul. I am going to drag you to the altar in the heart of my city, and I will sacrifice you to Adaeth. The word hurt. Azurman tried to stay still like a statue, but he was sure the tyrant had been able to perceive his shiver. Not if I kill you first. Karsak Eluriak laughed, and the sound was withering. In his black armor whose joints were burning with orange flame, the tyrant was exactly everything Azurman had sworn to fight against. Kill me? I am the chosen of Adaeth, while you serve. Who do you serve, really, featherless phoenix? Cain? No, he's dead. Seguruk, maybe. How arrogant of you. The Avenger took an offensive stance and prepared himself for the onslaught, to assume I need a god to deal with the likes of you. Cruel laughter answered him. Let me return you the favor. You don't have any idea who you are fighting, fool. There was a brief spark. Azurman's blade struck 5 times, and he didn't miss a single time. It was for the best, for 5 enormous arrows smashed into the ground all around him. Except they were not really arrows, weren't they? To begin with, they were more akin to massive spears in length, and no tree, no matter how twisted, had been used to made them. They were long, black, and they burned in orange fire. And the worst part? The things had maws and eyes growing out of them. That's really disgusting. Azurman tried as hard as he could to keep the horror out of his voice. You can stop hiding your arm, by the way. I've seen you shoot them. Impressive, his enemy complimented, revealing that his right arm had indeed become a sort of grotesque crossbow where flesh and metal had merged, and where 5 smaller orange burning parasite arrows were waiting to be fired. Before the fall, the number of Yildari who survived Shamish's first attack could be counted with both hands. You have become quite a twisted monster. Azurman answered. This is not the true form your god bestowed upon you, is it? This time the laugh was more cheerful, albeit filled with cruelty. It is not. The arm bow transformed into an enormous, barbaric-looking sword. I am your hunter, Azurman. Try to not die too quickly. The charge of the tyrant was incredibly fast, and there was no time to evade. Azurman blocked, and immediately received atrocious pain in his arms. Nothing was broken, but at this pace. The second arm of the tyrant transformed into a shield, and there was no evading that. The pain, it was terrifying. But he was Azurman. He has sworn to stand against evil, and contrary to what he had said to Eluriak, he had not come to kill the tyrant. He had to hold. The longer the duel lasted, the more innocents could escape Port Basilisk. You are weak. Azurman ignored the pain and evaded the next series of attacks. Where was this arrogance, when Malesha Eildanan taught you a lesson in humility? That the new empress had managed to beat this monster practically without effort was not good for his ego, but Azurman would try to find any edge he could to break the concentration of his enemy. You will scream for that. The hiss was loathing incarnate, and unfortunately, the attacks got more unpredictable. Worse, the basilisk gate was beginning to open again behind the tyrant of Shatiom and Azurman tried to evade the shield, only to be struck by the spear this time. The pain, it shook him. No, it was agony. He was bleeding. He was. Azurman struggled, but managed to stand on shaking legs. I am the Manticore Emperor, the High Priest announcing a glorious future. There was an enormous thunderous sound, and with new screams of agony, the opening of the basilisk gate stopped. One breath. His blood was beginning to color the fire-themed mosaics that they had dueled upon. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. What was that? Destiny answering. You didn't really think, you had seen every Harlequin mask who attacked your outer defenses, tyrant. And with a new grinding sound, the basilisk gate began to close, for all the efforts of the Drukari to stop it. What have you done? By the will of Seguruk, Azurman should have collapsed at that moment, but 2 Harlequins materialized and held him by the arms, while another threw some substance over his wounds, which provoked more pain. I have been sent, to tell you your evil will not be tolerated in the webway anymore. The ports, we are sealing them all. Shatiom is going to be sealed away, permanently. Seguruk sent me with a message. The webway was not created for the likes of you. I can still kill you, the monster declared. But then you will trapped on the wrong side of the gate, a solitaire of the mask of the dance without end joyously explained before adding a single word. Fool. And the Harlequins, dozens of them, laughed. Azurman closed his eyes, and laughed with them. The webway. Shatiom. Manticore Palace of Tyranny. Temporal anomaly approximate dating is 310M35. Tyrant Karsak Eluriak. For all the prodigious fires the power of Adaeth gave, his throne room seemed cold and empty. Well, near empty, it definitely was. Karsak had not decided to cut his own throat. The emissary had been granted an audience with only guards renowned for their loyalty above all else present by his side. When the first words uttered, this was revealed to be a very fine idea. The War Master told you that Shatiom was vulnerable. Maybe, Karsak snarked, if I had been told that armies of harlequins were amassing around my realm, I would have been able to counter their sabotage. The War Master's sources of information are not known to me, the emissary continued with some fake courtesy, but it did not take a great warlord to predict the rise of your god would mightily anger the clown god. Karsak Eluriak fought down the urge to kill the primate. The flesh was certainly too tainted for a proper buffet anyway. And while I agree with you, proper information would have been appreciated, I assume this sabotage, Lord Tyrant, was only the first option of the harlequins. If it failed, they certainly had other myriad of plans in reserve. And if I countered these plans, then it is possible the harlequins would have swallowed their arrogance and let Weaver's armies enter the webway. The tyrant shivered. The memories of the golden-winged empress defeating his god in less time than it took to say it had shaken him to his core. If the harlequins brought her after securing a beachhead. Fine. You've made your point clear, emissary. And this is all speculative. The harlequins have sealed us away from the rest of the webway. A single assault force had even added insult to injury by blowing up one of the bridges of Château-M, hurling tens of thousands of Manticore soldiers into the abyss. Indeed. Surely you will admit, Lord Tyrant, that in this unfortunate position, you are not well placed to satisfy your ambitions, or listen to the suggestions of the War Master. This diplomacy felt like a poison you had no antidote for. Yes. You are correct. Our mutual ambitions will not be satisfied. In that case, isn't the time to use certain extraordinary artifacts that were the pride of your race in a previous age? It might. Karsak Eluriak answered. On the other hand, I will remark that while Seguruk may have handed me a minor reverse, he is not the biggest problem outside the webway. Weaver was. And as much as he wouldn't admit it here and now, the leader of the Manticore Empire knew for sure that the destruction of Kumarak had been accomplished by a rather small number of primates, given the effectives they could launch at a problem if sufficiently riled. If the Empress was allowed to muster her forces and deploy them against Château-M without the webway hindering her. The War Master has thought of this problem, my Lord Tyrant. May I explain? Calyx Hell Stars. Malphi Warp Crown. Malphi System. QSAL. Temporal Anomaly Approximate Dating is 310M35. Warlord Militia, the Destiny Unwritten. I'm sure you will agree, Chosen, that it is an impressive gift. Oh, I completely agree. Militia nodded while grinning. Still, I hope the architect will forgive me if I say I would have preferred the gift intact. The QSAL sorcerer chuckled with her. There are many proverbs about looking at gifts too closely. However, I have to agree the damage is rather significant. The titans of the false emperor came really close to causing a meltdown inside the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Militia silently watched the dead titan which occupied 2/3 of the immense subterranean bunker it had been moved to. It seemed difficult to imagine anything could be a threat to this enormous dinosaur that Psyonch had created by uniting flesh, metal, and the warp. Even with its hundreds of torn-apart scales and huge gaping holes, Tyrannosaurus Rex kept its aura of savagery and ferocity. The titan dinosaur looked like it was ready to wake up and wage war at any moment. Unfortunately, this impression was false. The titan was very much dead right now. The only good news was that though the Imperator Exemples had slain it, they had avoided a reactor heart meltdown. If that had happened, the infamous titan would have been a total loss, and Psyonch would likely not have bothered to send it as a gift. The true question, I suppose, the sorceress ruling Malphi mused, is if you can repair it so we can use it for the glory of the Lord of all changes. I believe QSAL will be able to make sure the answer is yes. Magister Coordinator Musa Al-Khwarizmi slightly inclined his head in respect. Really? As far as I am aware, we have a critical lack of Titan forges or anything allowing the Malphi forges to build daemon engines of that size. This is completely true, Destiny Unwritten, but several of my peers have made enormous advances when it comes to the parts necessary to build the Allosaurus engines. If we temporarily order a sufficient number of parts and convince a few magisters specialized in the triple union of divine, flesh, and metal, I believe the repair work can be accelerated considerably. This is going to slow down the Allosaurus project even more, isn't it? Yes. The Magister Coordinator admitted. But the concept has already proven problematic during the fighting at Morwen 6. The Allosaurus was supposed to be a counter against the biggest war machines of the blood maniacs. Against the skeletons, it is far more vulnerable. Very well. You have my permission to convince your peers the repair of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is their new priority. But please find it some adequate aerial and ground escorts. I would be very displeased if this Titan dinosaur found itself destroyed again because we ignored proper Titan doctrine. They left the bunker and the various teams already working on the last beast of Legio Vulturum, and walked across many atelier bunkers of smaller size in close succession. Everywhere the ingeniousness of the QSAL tech sorcerers was on display, mutator guns of all sizes and receiving 9 different sorts of attuned enchanted crystals, death masks which allowed them to control chaos spawns somewhat reliably, and scepter blasters inspired by her notes about Necron weaponry were everywhere, among many other things. Speaking of more when 6, I understand a critical revelation has been made. One can't hide secrets from you, destiny unwritten. Militia hoped not, as that would be likely a death sentence given the ambition of certain underlings. Magister Coordinator Musa al-Khwarizmi seemed content to do exactly as his title suggested and ensure the hundreds of Qusal magisters were productive for the glory of Tsianch and Malphai, but not everyone had ambitions so reasonable. Yes, it appears Magister Nwakshot was able to activate some secret power when digging in an incomplete ziggurat under the sands. He was able to extend the area of effect, and wherever it is active, the enemy skeletons stay dead. Extraordinary and totally unexpected, Militia commented. While I will not naysay the results, does he have any idea how it works? Not really, Musa al-Khwarizmi admitted. That's why the magisters are ready to give Magister Immaterial Nwakshot the reinforcements he tried very much not to beg for. More when 6 has suddenly become a very important piece of the game. I agree. The para-human sorceress turned her head to look the Magister Coordinator straight in the eyes. That is why I am going to deploy the Anubian cult. After the defeat on the Tyrant Star, 50 or so cultists and practitioners of Malphai had banded together and swore on the names of Tsianch that they would fight endlessly to put an end to the abominable threat presented by the King in Yellow. They were far from the only ones, to be honest. What made them different from many covens and other forces was that they had rapidly gained a stupendous amount of followers, and they had invented several spells that looked quite impressive on the sorceress testing grounds, ward spells to keep the skeletons at bay from several sites, bone destroyer curses, and many other 9 times blessed magics. Oh, and they donned jackal-shaped masks on a day-to-day basis. The name Anubian and the parallels to certain Egyptian curses were certainly not a coincidence. One more joke of the architect of fate. That would be a very welcome help. Musa al-Khwarizmi nodded. None of the complete ziggurats have been opened, but so far the usurper's skeletons seem to face the same problem as Magister Immaterial Nwakshot. I presume they have something to ignore the atmosphere made of nitrogen. You presume correctly. The sorceress clad in blue and gold armor replied, while keeping her 3 Majestrix golems in an esoteric formation which gave her a relative distance of security against assassination attempts. Most of the very advanced abilities were yet locked, but their mere presence had already convinced several would-be assassins their contracts had better be renegotiated in a hurry. Any other subject you wish to speak about? The Samari are causing trouble. One of their captains killed a few apprentices of a highly influential magister for no reason at all, no reason but Eldar arrogance. Why, I am not surprised. The Tsianchan warlord muttered. They have been nothing but trouble from the moment they arrived. Since the first Kaleri or Kiernate Eldar had been observed on different battlefields of Kalix, Militia hadn't been really surprised when Eldar who had sworn allegiance to Tsianch appeared in the Malphai system. What had been an unpleasant surprise was how many problems they were causing for no result at all. The Samari Armada, a name dripping with their arrogance given that it numbered exactly 19 ships, consisted of a significant faction of the Sky Raiders' Corsair fleet that had refused to pledge itself to Athardi or Adaeth. But they seemed more interested in bickering with any faction that crossed their path than in doing anything useful. Many magisters of Tarnar and Surgub are already discussing that their souls would be far better used powering our engines than doing whatever useless thing it is they're doing at the moment. I happen to agree with them. That's why you are going to give them a mission in my name. The Laerthris princelings are going to see this as an insult. Good. If they mention it, you can return the favor and tell them I am not the god of charity's herald. The Magister Coordinator laughed. What is the mission? They will go into the darkness beyond the frontier storms, and find me Noctilith deposits, Militia revealed with a cold smile, or I will personally drag them to the altars by their ears. As every sorcerer and sorceress worth the name knew, Eldar souls were easily worth 1,000 human ones in sacrifice. I will tell them in person, with a rather large amount of protectors, of course. Their behavior has been described as mercurial by many of the magisters studying the old dialects. Militia sniggered. Appropriate. The Majestrix golems took a new position behind her as they passed through a heavily warded door, before facing an even more imposing one with thousands of change runes carved upon it. It very much gave the vibes of a prison, for good reason, because it was one. Blue smoke billowed as it opened. Silence greeted her as she entered on the heels of Magister Coordinator Musa al-Khwarizmi. Silence and glares coming from dozens of eyes met her. To answer the question many of you undoubtedly have, Militia began the conversation by feigning not to notice the hatred. I have on good authority your Gene-sire has been deprived of his powers and is on his way to Terra as we speak. He's due for a meeting with his father, I believe. Laugh all you want, which, one of the 1,000 sons decided to reply after meeting the eyes of his brothers, one day it will be your turn. Your arrogant realm of sorcery and lies will collapse soon enough. Now that's just rude, Militia rolled her eyes. Here I come, for a cordial conversation about Lord Magnus and his whereabouts, and you are rudeness incarnate. Don't try to play the victim, which, another 1,000 sons spat, and fortunately missed by many feet. Well, technically, I gave you the choice of getting away from the Warp Crown and living. Your Astartes lives far away from my planets. It is you who tried to mount a coup against my servants in my absence. A coup that, in all honesty, was lamentably poorly organized. You can mock us all you want, you can torture us in our minds and our bodies all you want, but we will not break. This was an interesting assertion, because the Kusal magisters had been ordered to not torture as far as militia was aware, they had obeyed the command. Unless, the architect of fate had their souls. We are the Thousand Sons. We are the sons of Magnus. And we will remain true to the oaths we swore on Prospero. Which are to play with demons like one played at Pokemon in the past. Militia asked ironically, before sighing when they failed to get her reference. Gonna catch them all. Really? Stop your ramblings, Alas, the path of change is filled with arduous trials, Militia sighed. Sometimes it was very tempting to just send messages to Weaver for Vista, just for the satisfaction of knowing someone who understood the finer references of Dungeons and Dragons or some Star Wars quotes. Very well. You want me to be blunt? I will be blunt. We are all ears. A Thousand Sun chained to the ceiling interrupted her, the bastard. For his trouble, Militia conjured a blue tendril which struck him on the legs and left a significant blue mark behind. Quiet. You, ex-Rubrici, have proven more than useless, you have proven yourselves backstabbing, arrogant space marines whose curiosity is only matched by your arrogance. And unfortunately for you, Magnus is not here to protect you anymore. I spared you the first time because there was always a chance he would regain his Daemon Prince status. But it's clear by now he won't. He's powerless. But Ahriman isn't. Militia chuckled. The exile is exiled no longer, true. But he marches towards his destiny. He won't be able to help you. So I am going to ask bluntly. Will you serve me? No. No. No, we would prefer to die rather than serve a rambling child playing with forces far beyond her comprehension. The hypocrisy is strong today, I see. It was really too bad there had been no way to invite Space Wolves to this little conversation. Militia had a feeling the comments would have been incredibly amusing. But I thank you for the answers. Militia nodded to the Magister Coordinator, who went to bark a series of orders. She turned back to the chained Thousand Sons. You could have been warlords by my side. I gave you the choice. We are loyal to the ideals of the 15th Legion. Did you give the same speech to the population of Terra you slaughtered by the millions with your sorceries? This seemed to at last stop the Thousand Sun Marine from spouting more idiocies. Anyway. You won't be warlords. You will be slaves. It was a pity, but keeping dozens of Astartes here was not a solution. Sooner or later, the strongest psychers among them would figure a way to escape. Magister? You can begin their transformation into harbingers. It will be done as you wish, destiny unwritten. The Eye of Terror. Approaches of Sorcerias. Cruiser Word of Hermes. Temporal Anomaly Approximate Dating is 310M35. Master of Ruin Ignis. Clearly, Ozek Ahriman began, the Tiska's revenge survived the epic disaster which destroyed the Word Bearers. Evidently, Ignis agreed. And that means soon, we will have to deal with our exalted T-Sathis Vior. As part of the Order of Ruin, Ignis was specialized in the tactical and statistical acumen of war. As a result, the Thousand Sun Legionnaire could say quite rightfully there weren't many of his brothers whose very existence infuriated him. It had never been worth it. The Legion was already too close to extinction to lose more members in stupid feuds. Moreover, the number of brothers Ignis truly hated could be counted on one hand with fingers to spare. And it was a big galaxy. Unfortunately, T-Sathis Vior was definitely one of them. I bet everything I own on this warship that the exalted sorcerer fled Fenris or wherever the Black Crusade fought the second Magnus was neutralized. And it was likely his idea in the first place to build this enormous pyramid. It has the tonnage and the armaments necessary to stand against a super battleship of the Furious Abyss class. Ignis sneered. Given that those pieces of trash always seem to be destroyed during their first campaign, you will forgive me Ozek, I'm sure, if I say I don't believe emulating the failures of Lorgar is a good idea. And what would you do then? The leader of the Prodigal Sons and former first captain inquired with amusement. I would build Glorianas, Ignis replied honestly. Terra and Mars built between 40 and 50, and until the legions were torn asunder by civil war, most of them were able to survive, suffering only moderate damage. 9 hells, Ozak, some of them are still in service on both sides 4,000 years later. The Gloriana flagships are a good idea, the ideal balance of mobility, communications, and overwhelming firepower. Building something bigger reeks of arrogance. I agree with Ignis. The voice made him shiver, and the less said about the effect the vision of Helio Isidorus next to Ozek gave him, the better. Ignis wasn't emotional, but every time he saw the faces of the Rubrici that had been sealed within their armors for millennia. Of course you do, Ozek said with something like a fond expression, removing his helmet, whose mutations had curiously withdrawn after the rubric's primary effect ceased to be. I suppose we won't listen to your ideas how to handle Vior, Ignis. I will survive the disappointment, the Master of Ruin snarked, watching the impressive number of warships sailing towards Sorceraius. The Thousand Suns had been so close to extinction, so decimated when the effects of the rubric ended, that no one had seriously contemplated what kind of effectives the Legion would be able to gather in a single location if the rubrici were returned to their previous bodies. Well, now they knew. Assuming no more than 9,000 suns per visible warship, there still would have been something like 1,000 legionnaires here. And Ignis knew better than to hope the entire Legion had assembled here and now. Many warbands and forces did not have the skills to return to the planet they had made their home after Prospero was lost. Some wouldn't have the desire. The Master of Ruin wasn't naive. It went without saying that. Ignis blinked. Was his mind playing tricks on him? No. A quick glance at the instruments told him the first impression had been correct. Ozak, a strange warp phenomena is forming with Sorceraius as its epicenter. The planet is beginning to move. The planet is moving away from our fleet. That's... The leader of their warband was rarely speechless, but today would evidently see one such occasion added to Ignis' tally. There are only very few entities capable of doing that. And there's no way all our brothers freed from their torment on Sorceraius would be able to do it themselves. Correct. Ignis grimaced as a corona of blue sorcery became akin to a new sun, engulfing Sorceraius and making sure the planet's acceleration increased instead of diminishing. Magnus was gone. Which meant this was Tsianch's work, or a greater daemon so high-ranked there was no real practical difference. This is a trap. But do we have any choice but to engage the pursuit? Ozak Ahriman asked. Ignis knew the answer to the question immediately. Assuming no one had left and the rubric's cancellation had had the same effects on Sorceraius, all the rubrici kept inside the Tower of the Cyclops and the rest of the armories were now flesh and blood. All their brothers. Abandoning them, if they did that, they were not worthy of calling themselves Thousand Suns, even a born calculator like him could acknowledge that. All ships, the warlord nicknamed the Exile after Magnus banished him from Sorceraius ordered, full speed ahead. The evil laughter of demons and other abominations was soon heard after that. Calyx Hell Stars. Pirates Haven System. Spoliation Station. Gloriana Battleship Conqueror. Warlord Lodarisarin, the blood rose. Today had at least solved a mystery. Spoliation Station really was as chaotic on the inside as it appeared on the outside. Maybe more. Lodara wished she was exaggerating. The outside was bad enough. It looked like someone had merged hundreds of old-fashioned pre-industrial dirigibles, a derelict shipyard, several cruiser hulls, an enormous fuel tanker, half a dozen monitoring stations, and then thrown it into a haphazard orbit around the gas giant which was more or less the only thing valuable in this very system. Kern must have blessed spoliation, because the shipmistress of the Conqueror didn't see how it was possible something so unstable could exist in the first place. Lodara had observed Orc's ramshackle structures that looked better built. The warlord some nicknamed the Blood Rose turned her head and watched the 8 chosen of Kern in the outrageously decorated hall. This reunion would have to be quick. Already some of them were looking for a reason to murder their peers. And the less said about their respect for proper authority. The forces united under the banner of lies are preparing an expedition towards the Halo Stars, Exegete Hunchturm announced in a mechanical voice without being invited to speak. Immediately one of her spear's blades was against the thing that served as his throat. Speak again without my permission, Lodara promised, and the archaeologists will need to find another leader. I apologize, Warlord. Make sure it doesn't happen again. The archaeologists were useful, they were the most powerful faction of tech priests worshipping Kern in the Calyx Hell Stars. One of their beliefs was that, if it was a weapon that allowed them to spill a lot of blood, it needed to be mass-produced. If it didn't spill blood, however, the weapon or the object must be buried on the spot so to preserve humanity from anti-purity. I am aware of the expedition militia and her lying wretches intend to launch into the Halo Stars. We aren't going to follow them. It is one opportunity missed to spill blood, the master of Spoliation Station predictably grumbled. Lodara yawned, and she launched her spear, missing the head of the former rogue trader by half a finger. If that damaged the ridiculous throne of skulls and thousands of gemstones in the process, well, it was a happy coincidence. Next time, it will be in your stomach. Saint Just de Montbars looked at her with clear hostility, both in his eyes and on his face. Blonde-haired and green-eyed, the man could have worked for the Remembrance Order during the Great Crusade, and likely made a fortune through his looks alone. Alas for everyone save Kern, the young Saint Just de Montbars was born as a scion of a rogue trader dynasty, and the usual internal quarrels saw him rise in the succession order until the warrant of trade fell in his hands before he reached his 30th birthday. And then the young Montbars had begun to make himself a name. Not in trade, like so many inexperienced rogue traders tried to. Not in pilgrim transportation. Not in exploration of mysterious planets. Montbars had had some religious education, and had apparently learned that it was a holy duty to exterminate Xenos wherever they could be found. In other words, Saint Just de Montbars had decided his life's purpose was to commit xenocide after xenocide, and be paid for it. With his overeager enthusiasm, it had not been long before he was nicknamed the Xenos Exterminator. The problem was that known Xenos colonies which were patiently waiting to be exterminated were not counted by the hundreds or even the dozens by imperial authorities. So Montbars had turned his activities to the extermination of pirates, and then when the pirates fled wherever Montbars' ship was sighted, his fellow rogue traders. When exactly the man had begun to hear the roars of the blood god was unknown. On the other hand, by the time the Holy Ordos declared him a heretic, declared his warrant of trade null and void, and sent many warships to hunt him down, Montbars was a very enthusiastic servant of Kern, too enthusiastic, in fact. At least blood will be spilled. Then you will go to Morwen 6. This hadn't been her initial intention, but one had to improvise. You will go with Hecate. With me. The red-haired succubus queen had come half-naked, as Lodora had feared. And what she did wear was more to entice than to hide her perfect white body. With you. You know what the ziggurats of Morwen 6 are. They aren't Eldar ziggurats, warlord Ghostfire of the Ghostfire Horde grumbled. The huge human was almost as tall as Cosalax, and he wasn't a space marine. No, they weren't built by my people, Hecate replied in a voice so filled with arrogance that Lodora had to recall her spear and place it into a new throwing position to avoid violence from breaking out. But we were there when this species civilization was around. They called themselves the Builders, or you would translate it as such in your inelegant tongue. Why would anyone build ziggurats? Rumbled General Gore of the Gore Warriors, commanding the regiment of guardsmen and highly equipped human armed forces in her order of battle. Why do primates build cathedrals? Hecate smiled, but did not give them an opportunity to answer. Because they fear death. Everyone fears death. Commander Eclipse of the Bloodcast proclaimed. Melancholic an instant before, the Tau seemed to regain new vitality when the subject was mentioned. His new red armor, or rather, his white armor covered in so much blood it appeared red, made aggressive sounds to support his point. In most cases, we Ildari generally fear what comes after it, the succubus queen purred. Anyway. The builders built these ziggurats to be eternal. They researched the secrets of metal, and once they were satisfied, they built the ziggurats of Morwen 6. They built for eternity. That was the moment Lodora understood. They feared death so much they stored souls and everything that made them, a civilization, inside these ziggurats. Exactly. The little reverence Hecate gave her response was so blasé there was no doubt it was an insult. Karn growled. Hecate smiled. This changes things. The forces of decay have for now been content to fortify Tanstar and lead erratic raids. But the purpose of Morwen 6 ziggurats is as much an insult for the king in yellow as it is for the diseased hosts. They will all be buried. Exegete Hunsturm proclaimed. War is pure. Blood is pure. Denying the Lord of War, that is impure. It is folly. It must be punished. How does one open these ziggurats? Lodora asked the arrogant ruler of Klar Karen, temporarily ignoring the rambling of the archaeologist's leader. The magisters of Kusal, the undead Astartes of the King in Yellow, and many other warbands, some serving our lord, have failed to find an entrance, or to scratch the metal making them. Blood is the key. Calyx Hell Stars. Feng's world system access restricted by order of the Holy Ordos. High orbit above Feng's world. Exorcist class Grand Cruiser Purge of Infidels. 8.891.310 M35. Lord Inquisitor Luigi Barberini. The planet was, to put it mildly, not beautiful. It was a mass of ugly green and dark blue, and it easily gave the impression moisture was surrounding the three oceans this world boasted. Once you set foot on the planet, it was worse. There were many dangerous animal species which had no compunction about eating a man for dinner, and the odor of salt mixed with the green plants was awful. But for all its problems, the planet had abundant fresh water, and once the proper facilities had been built, the food production had begun on schedule. And that was all that mattered. I would have thought you would make your inquisitorial headquarters in a requisitioned star fort, my friend. I thought the same thing, Luigi Barberini told the other inquisitor who had been his classmate at the Schola Progenium. But then I was told several of the star forts I had been eyeing with real interest were sent to reinforce the defenses between Terra and Cadia. Ah. Yes, ah. Luigi grimaced. This wouldn't have bothered me too much, of course, if a lot of the reinforcements I was counting on hadn't also failed to materialize, as they were diverted to other war zones. I know the Grey Knights also requested reinforcements, and didn't receive them. Segmentum Obscurus is a mess at the moment, as I'm sure you are aware. The tone wasn't reproachful, but there was a slight warning in it. The Black Crusade was stopped, but every member of the Holy Ordos is overworked with the heresies they have to deal with. The Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus raised a hand in appeasement. I know, my friend. I am very well aware their efforts are as critical as mine when it comes to the security and stability of the Imperium. The man he had known for decades grunted. No need to apologize, my friend. And before you ask, no, there is no conspiracy. Several adept uses have been concerned any counter-offensive in this region would be counterproductive if done in insufficient strength, but that's exactly why we are armed with warmers when the situation calls for them. Is the situation that bad elsewhere? The shrug he received in answer was rather neutral. In my humble opinion, we endured the storm rather well. Fenris aside, there was no important planet destroyed. There were hundreds of rebellions and uprisings, but most of them were poorly executed. The traitor marines were unable to support their fellow oathbreakers, and it seems that for several reasons, the senior heretics didn't trust their slaves with the art of summoning demons. The military and civilian losses are, all things considered, acceptable for the price of destroying a traitor legion and the horrors it allied with. But it is still going to keep the equivalent of about 12 crusades busy for the next decade in Obscurus alone. And in the meantime, the heretics of the Calyx Hellstars are growing in strength. Luigi finished. And while our colleagues are doing what must be done, I must note a small number of their heretics escape each time to take refuge in the Calyx pits of damnation. The arrival of the Death Guard has accelerated this problem, I'm afraid. I read your report. The Traveler. I would have had doubts if Battlefleet Cadia had not confirmed that fiends successfully escaped their pursuit. This radically changes how much strength you require. Yes. And that's not even the worst part. We have confirmed, at heavy cost, that the Plague Marines have acquired some Noctilith. And of course they corrupted it to spread their corruption in what was the 10-star system. That way, no Imperial reinforcements will able to come from that direction, but theirs will. Not pleasant news, yes. I suppose your next requests to our colleagues of Saturn will include ether gold and battle fleets in abundance. And space marines, the Lord of the Ordo Malleus added. This wasn't really a problem at the beginning, but we're really seeing an increase of traitor Astartes in the war zone year after year. It was possible to deal with it at the start, there were only a few big names and some platoons, but it's getting worse. I can issue a call, his friend's glum voice said enough about the odds of a chapter answering it. But the Astartes pre-siege chapters are reinforcing Cadia and everything around the eye. The sons of Guilliman have joined them or rushed to Ultima and Macrage. The Dark Angels and their successors are busy killing the heretics in Eastern Obscurus. All of that to say the reliable chapters I would trust with that sort of campaign aren't available. Inconvenient. From what I gathered, the strategic situation is going to change quickly. Give it 5 years or so, and the various remnants of the Black Crusade will be destroyed, the Xenos who tried to challenge us will be no more, and we will have a lot of additional assets in position. I know. And I pray every day the reinforcements will arrive sooner, because I fear something terrible is going to happen before the end of that deadline. I see. I can try to accelerate the process. But it will require me to immediately depart for a travel to Ultima Segmentum. You would. My friend, for all the blustering and the political maneuvers ruling the Senatorum, there is only one person that can create and deliver ether gold. True. I am going to do my utmost to get you the resources you need. Do your best to hold the line until I contact you again. I will, Berlin, I will. May the God Emperors be with you, my friend. Edge of the Astronomican Illumination Zone. Former Thermas Sector. Sigwilsaw System. Sigwilsaw. 8.894.310 M35. Captain Josahal, the Talon Master. His hunt was over. The Corona Nox was his. The crown of the Night Haunter, the very symbol of authority of Conrad Kurz, his fallen father, Genesire, and Primarch, was his. The hunt was over. And it had been revealed as the meaningless exploit his father had warned him against. There had been no great battles, and no indomitable enemy to fight. There had just been a few mortals easily culled, and Josahal had left the world of Equixus with the ignorant population none the wiser about his presence. Little had the Talon Master had realized that the disappointments had just begun. There had been frequencies a captain of the Night Lords could listen to. And they had revealed to him that everything was worse than in his worst nightmares. His hunt had taken too long. The Great Crusade was just an old legend. And the Night Lords didn't care any more about the Corona Nox. Assuming they ever did. His first meeting with the force calling itself the Pierced Wing Warband had not been a disappointment, though. It had been a slap in the face. Zhou had thought that after the destruction of Nostramo, the 8th Legion had fallen far. Meeting with these degenerate descendants of the 8th Legion had convinced him he had known nothing. Yes, the 8th had been cruel. Yes, they had broken their oaths and rebelled against the false emperor. Yes, they had never been the most disciplined legion. But this rapacious band of petty spoiled children who lived in a perpetual charnel house and tortured every moment of the day for a yes or a no. This was an insult to every tenet of what an Astartes legionnaire should be. This vermin didn't know the first thing about the 8th Legion's history or culture. Even their language was an insult, unable to speak anything but a butchered version of Nostraman mixed with Low Gothic. For the crimes and their multiple attempts to kill him like he was a simpleton, Zhou had slain them all, and claimed their ship. It was barely the size of a small destroyer, the state of maintenance was appalling, but the mortals reduced into slavery by its former masters had worked hard to restore everything once Zhou had sworn they would be treated like human beings, not like the cattle these disgusting parodies of transhumans had treated them as for so long. And so I return here, father. To the palace where you chose to die. Silence was the only answer he received. Strangely, it didn't disappoint him. Not anymore. The 8th Legion is dead. You got your wish, father. The Coronanox was delicately placed on the black throne. It was amusing, in a macabre way, that for all the evidence that everything was in a dire state of disrepair, about half of the palace had already collapsed around him. The Night Haunter's throne remained pristine and seemingly untouched by the ravages of time. I listened to the vox communications of the mortals who came to settle this world. They forgot us. Zhou Sahal laughed. They forgot us. The only thing they remember is that this world is called Sigwalsa. It's pathetic. The Coronanox seemed to radiate darkness at his words, though when he blinked, it was revealed to be only his imagination. The crown was still there, the 7 rubies and the single pale diamond provided little light in this sea of darkness, but a Nostromo-born legionnaire didn't need it anyway. The hunt is over. Yes and no. The hunt for the Coronanox is over. A new one can begin. Reflexes forged on 1,000 battlefields instantly sprung into action. Who is there? Growled the Night Lord captain that many among the 8th Legion had seen as a successor to Savator angrily. That is not the correction question, Zhou Sahal. Ha! And what is the correct question? It alarmed him a lot that even with his custom-made bolter in his hands, he wasn't able to acquire a firing solution on someone. The shadows seemed to shroud his opponent completely. The right question is, why are you still here, when the Prince of Crows is sailing to the Somnium Stars even as we speak? Lies, the Talon Master hissed venomously. Savator is dead. The Dark Angels caught him when we were routed. But they did not kill him. And they have been given a lot of reasons to atone for that error. Who by all the Nostroman hells are you? Go to the Somnium Stars. The voice suddenly grew weaker with every word. And you will have that answer, Zhou Sahal. You will have all the answers you desire. Somewhere Eye of Terror. Gloriana Battleship Vengeful Spirit. Lord Vigilator Iskandar Khan. When Ezekiel came, it was not in his black armor, much like the majority of them. A Muriel Enka, being a dreadnought, could hardly remove his equipment without dying, and Ilyastur Falak would likely contaminate the Ezekarian council chamber in addition to killing them all if he tried, courtesy of Decay's numerous curses. The damage from the divine confrontation which had raged inside the vengeful spirit had been more or less erased, though there were details no one could miss. The crystalline statues, both of Sanguinius and other copies of the dead of the loyalists who had died in the last battle of the siege, were gone. They had been replaced, alas. Now they had to contend with miniature statues of the fallen god Cain in many different compartments. And if you decided to blast one of them? The statue collapsed into a river of blood that when touching living beings provoked a mad frenzy. I understand there are several reasons why killing Weaver was not a good idea, brother, Valakar Hine, Master of Fleet of the Black Legion, began by common assent, but you will forgive me, I hope, if I admit I think it would have been better if somehow she was removed from the equation of war. I have plenty of reports arriving of the enormous advantage those Aegis battlecruisers gave her forces when facing the Word-Bearer's armada. The sons of Lorgar didn't stand a chance. Far be it for me to doubt your expertise, Valakar, Ezekiel replied levelly, but it is a very specialized design which requires a Titan moth to operate correctly. And those can't stay inside a starship for long, due to logistical issues if nothing else. I'm afraid I am not so optimistic, Ezekiel, the former Iron Warrior shook his head. First, I calculated the theoretical range of the moth's bombardment, and unfortunately, based on the figures I have, I am confident a moth can support Aegis battlecruisers within the same system. Unless Weaver does us a favor and gets as arrogant and stupid as some Eldar, what is going to happen is that Key Worlds will get a Titan moth colony, along with a squadron of Aegis battlecruisers. A very good point, Valakar. Ezekiel, unsurprisingly, didn't tell him this hypothetical scenario was wrong. Any other predictions? The Titan moths will likely receive an increase in protection, the master of the fleet responded. I know for a fact the red-clad Sauroritas protect them when they aren't in the air, but I wouldn't be surprised to see specific aircraft designed for the very purpose of protecting them no matter where they go. This will be a pain to deal with, Vortigern voiced out loud. Speaking as one who will certainly have to deal with that annoyance in the near future, I would have vastly preferred we avoided that kind of complication, Ezekiel. The complications would have come anyway, the Lord of the Black Legion replied serenely. The moment Kamarak and Slaanesh were no more, no going back to the previous status quo was possible. Still, Mariana intervened, and Iskandar couldn't help but frown in displeasure at her presence. The legions of the Emperor's children and the word-bearers would have been great assets too. No. The word struck like thunder, and the prophetess had the good sense to immediately close her mouth. No, Ezekiel continued more affably after a few seconds of silence, those legions wouldn't have been of any use. At best, they so far were hindrances when it came to waging the long war. At worst, they were true enemies. Did anyone forget what happened before we sailed to destroy Elfanor? Most of the Ezekarian grimaced. That particular incident had not been the brightest hour of the Black Legion, though it had ended in a stunning victory in the end. And the Council of Sikaris had sworn on the gods, whatever that was worth, that they had not given the order, and all those dark apostles killed in the fighting were renegades and heretics, to obviously go against the will of the gods. That the weapons were all brand new and directly delivered from Sikaris temple forges was just a coincidence, of course. Nonetheless, Iskandar mused whimsically, this is over 200,000 legionnaires that have been slaughtered for no significant operational objective seized. A great loss, and one which didn't bother Ezekiel at all, judging by his expression, but as I said, they weren't committed to the long war, and I would argue they weren't legions at all. As much as I wish to argue otherwise, Telemachon smiled, it is true the Naga and my former brothers were more concerned with hedonism and other decadent pursuits than fighting the long war. They could still fight, but that wasn't their priority. Exactly. And this is why I didn't tell Lorgar to stop this folly. Not that he would have listened to me, of course. Of course, Vortigern agreed. His Dark Council already tried its best to stab us in the back every time, the Primarch himself would have refused to meet us in the first place. But that still leaves 7 legions, from all those who rebelled against the false emperor. And that's why 9 legions will fight the long war. Many in the Ezekarian didn't know how to react to this sentence. Iskandar was honest enough with himself to include himself in the lot. Ezekiel. The Lord Vigilator cleared his throat. Let's assume you convince Bile or someone else to build 2 legions from nothing. I don't think it's possible, but let's say we muster enough support in the shadows to go with it. Let's say we do go back to 9 different legions. Brother, it will be only a question of time before we will fight each other again. For slaves. For resources. For the support of the Mechanicum. For the favor of the gods, Sargon Erejsh, formerly of the Word Bearers, finished. And Ezekiel smiled, for his point had been made. This will be the Legion Wars all over again, Syraxia, mistress of the arsenal, affirmed. The great game, Sargon confirmed, only with Weaver and the returned Primarches at the gates. She will come here. Won't she, Ezekiel? We have some time, their brother announced with a face which might as well be made of stone, but if things go as I envision them, yes, the Angel of Sacrifice will muster her forces at the Kadayan gate. And the long war will enter a new phase. From his expression alone, Iskandar could say he didn't expect this campaign to be an amusing one. We need to prepare, Ezekiel declared after giving them time to properly assimilate the information. Many things have changed, but the long war will continue. 9 legions, brothers. 1 to take the forefront of the long war, bowing to no one, not even the gods. 8 other legions. Some may be the original ones, having acknowledged they can't continue to be slaves in a war that isn't theirs. 1 and 8, Sargon calmly spoke. There are currently 8 major warp storms created at the edge of the Astronomican's illumination zone. 1 per legion to claim. We won't fight each other if we have different realms to rule. 1 per power. Awesome, Lhiorvine Eucris interjected, but what's happening in the Tyrant Stars doesn't really give me any hope, brothers. The legions are all fighting each other there, in case you forgot. I haven't forgotten, Lhiorvine, Ezekiel smiled for an instant, before frowning. Though there has been an obstacle in my plans that I didn't see coming. The Master of the Undead, Mariana whispered. The King in Yellow. His legion wouldn't be very committed to the long war, that much is true, Valakar replied automatically before stopping as Ezekiel didn't show his approval. What? You didn't guess already, brother? The usurper's ambition is not limited to godhood and becoming the 5th power. It also does extend to all legions. Why tolerate being one of legion among many, when you can be the lord of all legions? We must really eliminate that bastard, and the sooner, the better. Realm of Ultramar. High orbit over Laphise. Peregrine-class fleet carrier Falcon's Nest. 2.952.310 M35. Captain Freya Brasidas. Freya did not walk towards the door. She stumbled. Good lord, the celebrations of the Sanguinella doubled with the battle's victory had taken place for most of the night. Who was knocking at this unholy hour? The Aeronautica captain opened the door, her mouth ready to insult the dangerous maniac which thought knocking at 8 in the morning was a thing to do, and froze. 8 enormous eyes met hers. Webmistress. The loud exclamation hurt her ears and immediately gave her a headache. I found her. Oh, and it looks like you have won your first bet with Lady Vista. Not so loud, Freya complained, before realizing that no, it wasn't a hallucination, there was really an enormous spider in front of her. And that meant. Loud footsteps echoed from every direction, and less than 5 seconds later, at least a dozen red-clad space marines came into view. Their cloaks and the insignia on their pauldrons made clear enough who they were. The next person to appear was in a simple uniform of the Imperial Guard, and here the golden wings weren't visible, but everyone knew that face, given how the Macrogen propaganda had showed it everywhere. Captain Bronchitis, an interesting choice of undergarments. Freya grimaced. In her haste to open the door, she realized suddenly that the night robe she had donned had been left open, letting everyone see her lingerie underneath. Lady General. She could only salute. At ease, Captain. Freya was thankful the Lady Basilea wasn't laughing, though her starry gaze seemed to be filled with shooting stars. I will try to ignore Captain Nil's presence in your bathroom in the meantime. I am. Everyone was celebrating and one thing led to another. The Supreme Commander of the Guard Forces on all theaters seemed to seriously consider her words, before shrugging. It's one of the most reasonable answers I received this morning. Solaria, give the captain the proposal please. A red data slate was handed to her, though Freya didn't try to read it. Something told her that could wait. You have proven yourself one of the best aces the Aeronautica Imperialis could boast about. In many voices, it would have been praised to obtain something from her, but the Lady General Militant told it as an unquestionable fact. I will have need of your talents in the future where the Nyx sector is concerned. The squadrons of fighters need the best academy instructors that can be recruited. And there are other plans that require test pilots. I understand. Oh damn it, she wouldn't have had sex or drunk so much if she'd known she needed to have a conversation like this in the morning. Or I think I do. I didn't expect it, to be honest. I sold a lot of my possessions before embarking for this military campaign. I didn't expect to return to Nyx, except for a short detour to see my sister. There's nothing really waiting for me there except her. Fair enough. I can create the incentive, though. Freya's eyes narrowed in incomprehension. I can give you back your title of Duchess. Our house was officially abolished after several revelations were made. My father and my brother got heavily fined. I didn't really follow the entire affair, but they lost all their nobility privileges. And you didn't create a house above the rank of Baron during decades of rule, Lady General. That was more due to the lack of worthy candidates than a hard rule against it, the Basilea assured her. And yes, your duchy is officially no more. But I can create a new one, along with a nobility chart to go with it. That's very generous. Had the living saint changed her stance so much that the noble title will be non-hereditary, the mistress of the excited arachnid informed her, confirming that no, she wasn't an imposter. But I am willing to create a nice duchy package around it. Old properties of your house can be assembled again. Adjutant Colonel Solaria has heard duties about your carrier today. She will listen to your proposals and tell you if they are possible or not. But I will need a firm answer before the day is over, Captain. I am interested, but why the precipitation? Because the tech priests are modifying the Midgard so it can return to Nyx under its own power, and we will place many squadrons and pilots inside it. The Lord Admirals want to test all possible options, and a supercarrier is one of them. Freya tried to imagine how much the enormous ship could carry in starfighters and bombers, and failed. Like everyone, the captain had seen the VID pics. This was beyond the Glorianas that were the pride of the Space Marines, and those weren't small at all. The opportunity to be inside one, and honestly, the other proposals. 10 seconds will be enough. I accept. Good. Read your data slate nonetheless, and contact Solaria if you have any questions. You will find me on the secondary bridge. The Golden Spider told her. Praise the web mistress. And should you happen to meet a certain Captain Nils, the Basilea continued as she let her golden wings shine into existence, transforming the corridor into a spectacle of blinding light. Would you be so kind as to give him his data slate? The dual offer of Academy instructor and test pilot is also on the table for him, though I'm not sure why he would want to return to Nyx. And hiding in the bathroom will not be sufficient, Captain. The arachnid joyously shouted towards the door Nils was hiding behind. The web mistress sees all. Laugh eyes. Ravenna City west of the Polenta River. 2.954.310 M35. Maya Numrius. Ravenna was nothing but ruins. Every time Maya came here with the other Laphizers, she realized how lucky she was to be alive. East of the river, things weren't so bad. But west of it, it looked like Titans had trampled Ravenna until there was nothing left standing. The museums and the markets alike had been incinerated. Palaces and mosaics which had been built a millennium ago had been wiped out alongside the more humble homes. Today this had changed. The ruins were still there, but a gigantic army of insects had investigated them, and begun to demolish the stone carcasses of every block, before beginning to transport away the marble and all the elements which had made Ravenna, the Ravenna they loved. The insects were countless. Maya, like every Laphizer, had thought the arachnid and the other reinforcements which had allowed the great victory were legion. They had been wrong. Those had been nothing but the vanguard, and now they were seeing the real army. Were the other enemies fought on Artium and Macrage that terrifying that hundreds of thousands of giant ants, scorpions, millions of beetles, and more things that she hadn't a name for were sent to other battles away from Laphise? Maya turned her head to her left. At least Celestine wasn't thinking of that. Her daughter had decided to enjoy the day by riding her new friend, who was none other but the giant spider named Urbana, which had been decisive when it came to their lives' salvation. Hop! 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 We keep the pace, sisters. Oh, it's you, Urbana. The web mistress is waiting for you and your friends. Hop! 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 Sisters. The city isn't going to rebuild itself. More spirit. Laphise must remain a paradise for all splendid servants of the web mistress, no matter if they have 8 legs or not. Maya couldn't help it, she laughed. The spiders didn't seem to mind it, they seemed to like it, in fact. The chuckles and the giggles faded a bit when they approached the angels of death. There were so many of them here, so many different colors, and each of them seemed more impressive than the previous one she looked at. I'm not saying Laphise doesn't need to be defended, Diamantis, but please, more art. One might start to think you want a series of bunkers to be built here. You realize, a yellow giant grumbled, that to be really defend something, we need walls. The spiders are correct, building a system of canals will make the new city more defensible, but if you really want to go on that route, Ultramar will need to bring a true orbital grid here. And it's not the same price, my lady. You raise an excellent point, please monitor the removal of the dead word bearers beneath the rubble. The protocols are vigorously enforced, but one might never know. I have a guest to speak with. The light of the Emperor was warm as she approached. Maya was not so proud to not admit she sweated a lot. And her legs felt weak. So did her arms. Should I call you, Saint, Maya cringed, she was completely ridiculous. Lady General will be enough. The wings of light disappeared, and Maya breathed easier. Lady Maya Numrius, right. I am not a lady, she protested humbly. Oh? Many of my spiders seem to have been a bit hasty when they interviewed the Laphise refugees. The heroine of Macridge smiled. I apologize for coming so late, I was unfortunately busy. You don't have to apologize, Lady General. Without you, we would be all dead. Well, my soldiers and my swarm played an important role, yes. But don't count out your all-strength. Many Laphise soldiers bought the time needed for the reinforcements to deploy and stop the enemy dead. That was, somewhat true. Maya realized then the Lady General, shining in a perfect black-grey uniform, was not looking at her, but at an adjutant spider which her daughter was riding upon. Your daughter is having fun, I see. Should I apologize? No. Why should you? I assure you, Urbana is letting Celestine ride her of her own volition, she's quite enjoying the attention, in fact. Her sisters often had to let guardsmen climb on their back by sheer necessity, and they're considerably heavier. Maya was relieved, and then other things came back on her tongue. There have been rumors, Lady General. After the heretics vanished from the eastern bank. Rumors which said your daughter was like me, I suppose. The eyes were truly black and brilliant with stars. Maya looked away really fast. Yes? The priests made a ruckus, the space marines, including the big white dreadnought, told them to shut up, and the Inquisitor, I will deal with the Inquisitor myself in a few hours, the heroine of Macridge reassured her with an amused expression. As for your daughter, no, she isn't like me right now. All I am going to say is that she has potential. Oh. That was, kind of a relief, to be honest. That's, good. Some of my spiders will stay here on Laphise while I have other obligations. When your daughter is older, should she wish to go to college or any of the famous places of learning Macridge is renowned for, I will pay her tuition fees. Though to be noted, I will do the same for a lot of orphan children of Ravenna. I only demand a solid work ethic of them in return. This is still, beyond generous, Lady General. My daughter would never have had that chance otherwise. There was a system on Laphise which allowed some scholarships, but it only became available when the father or the mother reached captain's rank. And Celestine's father, while perfect in her eyes, had not reached that rank before disappearing into the storm of death that had torn apart Ravenna. It is the least I can do. My forces did not wish to bring the war here, but there's no denying there was a rather liberal use of artillery to decimate the traitors. Ravenna will be rebuilt, far more protected and as beautiful, in a different style. We will make it a marvel, web mistress. It was really strange to think that of all the strange events that had happened, the talking spiders were one of the easiest to adapt to. Gamma Quarantine Hospital. Inquisitor Contessa. When she opened her eyes again, the para-human she had waited for days for was here. Welcome home, Inquisitor Contessa. We were all wondering why you hadn't called. Very funny, the female Inquisitor retorted. You had your spiders test me for an eternity. I know you ordered them to keep me in quarantine. Now if you have finished complimenting yourself about your jokes, you will let me go. I don't think so. I am not under the influence of the Simurg, Weaver. That's funny, that's what every person that is yet to transform into a raving lunatic claims. The ruler of Nyx crossed her arms in a posture that made her look far younger than she truly was. You were tested with ether gold and Bacta, and declared uncorrupted, that much is true. But you broke your quarantine the first time. I had no choice. I had to save the girl. You met her. You know what she represents. If anything, the displeased expression became more and more evident on Weaver's face. I met Celestine, yes. I met her mother, Maya. And I know what you gave to her. You know it was necessary, then. Contessa's power saw the slap coming. But this time, to her surprise, the move was way too fast to be avoided. Her cheek suddenly hurt, and as her power informed her, Weaver had not used her real strength to slap her. You did something that is going to paint a target on her back. Are you utterly mad, Inquisitor? There are elite soldiers of the Imperial Guard who would have died trying to fight what the ruinous power of war sent against her. Hell, many Space Marines would have perished against the betrayer and the new champion that Ilmarina fought. The situation was under control. It was under control because you somehow managed to convince 2 of my spiders to pursue you, along with a particularly audacious Eldar taught by the Queen of Blades, and some other elite guardsmen. And even then, it could have turned into a disaster if the vile one had not tried one more epic legendary betrayal for the sake of it. You have. If you say to me I have no idea of what is at stake, I will slap you again. The words resonated like an iron judgment. Damn it, Inquisitor. The girl is at an age where her life should revolve around dolls, friends of the same age as she, and going to school to learn some funny anecdotes about Macrogen history. At her age the Kadians are already learning everything there is to know about the lasgun. For a second, Contessa believed Weaver was about to strike her again. The hand never moved, but it was a very close thing. Yes. And that's why the planet is a gigantic military barrack, with all the crime problems that come with it. Cadia is our bulwark against the forces of chaos. It is born of necessity. It is not something that anyone but the Kadians should take pride in. Taylor Bear turned around, presenting Contessa her back, and a Space Marine of the Raven Guard appeared in her field of vision. You are going to stay out of Celestine's life, the command was made in a ruthless voice. You have already done enough damage with your manipulations. Urbana will be her guardian for the foreseeable future, along with a few Sororitas playing the role of my adjutant spiders Minders. If you try to aggravate the problem, I will make sure you will regret it. The female Inquisitor didn't tell the insect mistress that she had done what she needed to when it came to the child. The gift had been made, whether it would be successful or not was not in her hands anymore. Are you not going to ask about the trap I was led into? She asked just as Weaver reached the hospital room's doorstep. Are you going to answer truthfully? Contessa ignored the sarcasm. The Tyrant Star. The Simurg sent us to the Tyrant Star. The lair of the thing that calls itself the King in Yellow. The other para-human turned back to face her, and her power grew with every second, sign that she had at least earned her attention. You have won many victories, Weaver. But the true enemy is far from vanquished. There are new weapons being forged into the pits of chaos as we speak. Segmentum Obscurus. Former Fenris sector, currently in administratum limbo. Somewhere close to the Fenris system. The Rock. 5.999.310 M35. High Interrogator Astaroth. The 3 Heretics of the Campo Paz Rebellion. 1,628 crimes against the Emperor. The sentence is death. Approved. Interrogator Executioner, you can proceed. Mechadendrites were plunged in a special acid, and the screams began. They ended when the blades fell. Execution was successful, High Interrogator, the announcement came after 10 seconds. For the procedure, I will begin Procedure Kappa Alpha when you give the order. Authorization for Procedure Kappa Alpha granted. The containers will be here in less than 20 seconds. Transfer to the Lynx hangar bay will begin upon your authority, Interrogator. Astaroth didn't say one more word as he moved away and marched to another execution room. 3 gates opened before him. They closed behind him each time 20 seconds after he crossed each threshold. And then it resumed. Captain Kidder of the Black Legion. 26,493 crimes against the Emperor. The sentence is death. Approved. Interrogator Executioner, you can proceed. Normally, a Space Marine's death should be by bolter and blade, but this particularly vile traitor had killed several brothers of the 4th Company several decades ago while donning a fallen power armor and pretending to be one of the rare, very rare, fallen angels who sought redemption. For this, the method of execution was extraction of his 2 hearts. Only then would the blade decapitate him. The traitor tried to scream, but the gag made sure there was nothing but groans to be heard. It took a long, long time for the Black Legionnaire to die. Execution was successful, High Interrogator. The orders were given. The security measures, modified and increased to new levels after the recent disaster, were scrupulously respected. Fallen insignia was removed from existence. One by one, the prisoners of the rock met their end. At last, the procedures ended, for this level of the prison. 72 prisoners were awaiting judgment in the impious crypt. 72 prisoners have been executed in the impious crypt. The Emperor's will is done. The orders of the Supreme Grand Master have been obeyed. Astaroth hesitated, before finishing. May the lion forgive us. May the lion forgive us. All the interrogators left as the equipment was moved away and the devices were reverentially put back into their stasis caskets. All but one. What is it, brother? The Inquisition fleet is here, High Interrogator. How many? One battleship accompanied by 31 capital ships. This is as the Supreme Grand Master expected. Many of our battle brothers are asking questions. 2/3 of the 4th Company are particularly vocal in their demands for explanations. And they have supporters in every company, in addition to many rank and file battle brothers of the other Unforgiven chapters. And there lay the biggest problem. The Dark Angels had known from time immemorial that not every battle brother could be trusted with the full tale of the treachery which had occurred on Caliban. Yet with the escape of Savater and the terrible consequences it had, there was no time to slowly give the battle brothers a few secrets and leave it at that. We could give them these prisoners and say they represent the entirety of what we have in the cells of the rock. We, Astaroth replied coldly, will do nothing of the sort. The Inquisitors are not stupid. By now, they must have acquired enough rumors and collected plenty of secrets, more than enough to know if we lie to their faces. At the first sign we're behaving like they are complete cretins, they will see themselves as no longer bound by the accord the Supreme Grand Master struck with Weaver. That is. Besides, there is nothing to fear. Astaroth continued. The 3 fallen angels we had in the Persuasion Crypt were all corrupted by the power of the warp. Once the symbol of the Dark Angels is removed from their armor, they will be indistinguishable from other traitors serving the ruinous powers. Genetic analysis will reveal the truth. The probability is small, given the level of mutation 2 out of 3 suffered from. And they are hardly the only legionnaires executed today. We could. No. Astaroth interrupted ruthlessly. So far, the information reported by our agents on Terra is that the High Lords aren't happy, but provided we cooperate, they're willing to close their eyes and pass this behavior off as a large mistake made in the name of overeager dedication to our duties. They see it as one error counterbalanced by millennia of excellent service. We aren't going to give the Inquisition a reason to say otherwise. This is the will of the Supreme Grand Master, and I fully support it. But, the secrets. Many things will have to change. Many secrets, too many secrets are known by loyal souls who are not of the Unforgiven. But this will have to wait. For today, the interrogator's duty, our duty, is clear. You have finished the inspection of the Humility Crypt. I have. The traitors did not use it for their assault. I see. This is extremely concerning. It was bad enough that the Prince of Crows had escaped his cell and was free to roam the galaxy again, but what was more concerning was that even after many, many days, the Unforgiven were still not able to fully retrace the steps the raiding force including Night Lords and Alpha Legionnaires had taken inside the rock. The Master of the Fleet and the Master of Relics swear the defenses protecting the primary system stood true during the assault. The databanks haven't been infiltrated. And the crypt's lore data was stored in an entirely different vault only the inner circle could access. And yet the traitors found out about it and were confident enough about its reliability to launch a daring raid inside our halls. Concerning was really an understatement. Follow me. There is still one prisoner I must deal with personally while our brothers prepare the corpses for their release to the Inquisition. But there are no other prisoners, High Interrogator. That is unfortunately untrue, brother. There is one more. A fallen. Worse, Astaroth grimly revealed, a man. And only 2 Unforgiven knew of his existence. Astaroth himself, and the Supreme Grand Master. This was as it had always been, ever since the destruction of their home world. The descent into the entrails of the rock was long and demanded to give a litany of codes in its own right. This is an entire different section of the Redemption Crypts. Astute answer, the High Interrogator responded. In many ways, it is the original template of the Redemption Crypts. What was adopted above with stasis cells and many other devices are merely copying the original dispositions here. Astaroth correctly answered a new challenge from a venerable machine spirit which would have turned the entire corridor into liquefied plasma if he had proved too inconsiderate not to, and exhaled as a wall of adamantium began to move by the side. The High Interrogator mentally prepared himself. In many things, what he was about to do was the death knell of the Unforgiven. Maybe not in a week or a month, but the quest to bring all fallen to justice was. By the sword of the lion. What happened here? Past the wall of adamantium, devastation awaited both his brother's gaze and his. No. Astaroth began to run, but with every step, destroyed machinery was waiting for him. No. There was no shimmering or sound indicating the stasis fields were active. No. How was this possible? None of the security systems had been activated. None of the unforgiven battle brothers placed on the Jaguar Gate had seen anyone enter or leave this part of the rock in years. No. But as Astaroth turned the last corner, the doors were shattered. And the cell beyond it. It was empty. Luther, adoptive father of the Lion, greatest traitor of Caliban, Lord of the Fallen, the man was gone. Luther had escaped. Run to prepare the astropaths. We must send word to the Supreme Grand Master immediately. The raid which freed the Prince of Crows, was far worse than anything we imagined. Beyond the Astronomican's light. The dark depths of the eastern fringe. The Somnium stars. Dominus Minori's system. Heavy battleship vaults of Moravec. Approaches of reserve nodal base number 8. 9.999.310 M35. The Prince of Crows. The galaxy had changed. Nowhere was this more evident than in the Somnium stars. When Sevader and the 8th Legion had battled the Dark Angels in the Thrummas sector, the region had been merely extremely difficult to access due to the impossibility for navigators to rely on the Astronomican's light. You had to make small warp jumps. And it had still been a relatively dangerous adventure. The risks had easily been multiplied by 1,000 now. The Somnium stars had been swallowed by a warp storm. It was relatively recent. The other legionnaires of the Legion and their other allies had estimated its formation to have been in the months following the destruction of the Dark City of Kamarak. The last part of their journey, as a result, had been absolutely horrible. They had fought every hour to destroy every abomination which managed to slip through when there was a fluctuation of the Geller fields. Thankfully, said devices had only been under heavy strain, they had not collapsed. The former first captain knew for sure that if they had, they would have never reached their destination. We have arrived at the coordinates you gave me. Sotinol didn't waste time with pleasantries when he arrived on the observation bridge. Congratulations, you were right. The system has not been placed in the path of the psychic storms forming a barrier between the Somnium stars and the rest of the galaxy. There is, however, a problem you failed to mention. Metallic protections which had made it impossible to look outside were removed, and everyone present on the vast observation deck. Sevader knew already what was going to be shown, and thus he grinned. There were exclamations of stupor as the first asteroids appeared. Then everyone realized how many of these enormous rocks they were orbiting around the gigantic red star in the distance. There is no planet to be found. Sotinol's accusatory tone was clear to everyone. There are only asteroids and various objects that can be entered in the same category. Of course, Sevader didn't even try to apologize. Why would the Night Haunter have ordered the construction of a base on a planet? All it would have achieved was its rapid destruction when our enemies found out about it. No matter how well hidden, no matter how ingenious the stealth technology or how deep they had dug, all the depots and muster grounds of the Night Lord's Legion had been wiped out by their enemies with desultory facility. The first defense was to place the last base of our Legion beyond the Astronomican's light. Sevader explained to the Hellforge Mistress and the Night Lords present. We had our ways to avoid the problems the navigators were facing, though unfortunately it was not foolproof. The Sons of the Lion clearly figured out a way to imitate us in that regard. So the decision was made by the Night Haunter, when he was sane enough to listen to some reasonable advice, to place reserve nodal base number 8 here. In one of the asteroids. Sevader didn't bother turning around to see who had spoken. Yes. The enemy psychers may have been able to rip the coordinates of this system from my head. They may have discovered the image of the asteroid the same way, or by torturing me. They weren't successful, but they could have been. But finding the correct asteroid in a system where there is nothing but asteroids? The Sons of the Lion could have brought their entire legion into this very system, and they still would need to search for decades to have a chance of success. That doesn't make the base impossible to find. Sotinol retorted, though her mechanical tone seemed far less angry now, which was good, because if it came to a fight, Sevader wasn't sure the Night Lord survivors and himself could win. Well, we didn't rely entirely on the too many asteroids defense, Sevader admitted. There were plenty of void mines planted. They are of a special type to avoid targeting the asteroids and they can remain in place for thousands of years. We made fake asteroid bases too, and booby-trapped them copiously. That way if someone clever thought a modified asteroid was the location they were searching for, it would blow up in their face. Those are just 2 cheap examples of the measures we employed. This must have required a lot of manpower to prepare. Not really, the former first captain contradicted. 100 legionnaires and a few tech priests, plus 1 forge ship and an ammunition transport. And no one spoke? After the legion scattered, someone surely thought there was an opportunity to take over the base. The legionnaires didn't leave reserve nodal base 8 after it was completed. Sevader revealed. They are all still here, in stasis. I was the only one to leave the Somnium stars with the Night Haunter and a few other allies, who were killed immediately when we returned to Tsigwalsa. The plan had been perfect, in theory. In practice, it was anything but. Yes, the Dark Angels had been unable to discover where their last base had been hidden, but since he was taken prisoner, the same had applied to the Night Lords. And in the millennia which followed the Great Rebellion, the majority of the 8th Legion's descendants had degenerated into something that could best be summarized as transhuman pirates enamored with atrocities and wearing flayed skin. How are you going to lead the vaults of Moravec in these asteroid fields? Asked Sotanol, interrupting his thoughts. There are hidden naval buoys that will give us a moderately secure lane, once we enter the proper codes. Progress is going to be slow by necessity. Your heavy battleship is far bigger than the ships we used the last time. Ultima Segmentum. Demeter Sector. Hamartia System. Emperor-class battleship Hydra's Scales. 7.001.311 M35. Harrowmaster Fikrin. Despite a great deal of effort, the Alpha Legion had never managed to find out why the 16th Legion had constructed a base in the Hamartia system. This region was nominally part of the Demeter Imperial Sector, yes, but it was mainly because there was no one living there, so a cartographer idiot must have thought that no one to contest the claim translated to Imperial controlled. It must have been controlled by some legion at some point, to be fair. Several warships of the Emperor's children had been destroyed here millennia ago, and for all the incompetence of the sons of Fulgrim after they were corrupted by Slaanesh, the Harrowmaster rather doubted they had been so stupid to friendly fire their own ships by accident. There must have been a good reason to place a base here, his second noted, echoing Fikrin's thoughts. But whatever it may be, I am unaware of it. Let's be fair to our cousins, the base wasn't an enormous investment to begin with. On the hololith a three-dimensional representation of the object that the survivors of the Alpha Legion had come here for appeared. It is a small refueling station that was copied by every Forge world in existence. This one has been slightly modified to refuel up to 4 ships at the same time, and I note they have added a few turrets far away from the fuel tanks since Arcel last checked up on them a few decades ago. Against a ship like the Hydra's Scales, this armament would not even be considered a bad joke, but against the odd pirate who plagued the Demeter sector, it was likely to be overkill. And it is still active. Well, that is rather fortunate. Fikrin remarked. We came here because it was the closest active base we had in our databases. And because while it is quite close to the Maelstrom, the Demeter sector is not exactly near it, and wouldn't be the first choice of the Imperial squadrons no doubt hunting us right now. Fikrin chuckled. Indeed. I think we are close enough to open communications now. Give it a few minutes, and our warship would need to have no functioning auspexes to miss the station. The next seconds were spent in complete silence as every legionnaire busied himself with his duties, and with the damage to the Hydra's Scales and how few legionnaires remained, there was certainly a lot of work to do. The station answers our hails. Standard Legion protocols. Our cousins have some good equipment here. We have enough for a high-level lithocast communication. Then go ahead. It would be rude not to answer. Fikrin took a few steps to the right, so he was the first legionnaire the other party would see. A second later, the familiar form of a black legionnaire, one having donned a raptor power armor, confronted him. I am Captain Harkin of the Black Legion. By the will of the despoiler, this station is mine to command. If you have any sense, Snake, you will leave the Hamartia system and forget our existence. The Harrowmaster had to admit it took some guts some threaten another Astartes when the potential opponent had a battleship and you had just a small and undergunned fuel station. This Captain Harkin certainly wasn't one to just go quietly into the darkness. I can't do that, Captain Harkin. We have deliberately sailed for the Hamartia system to meet you. Then you have made a mistake, the legionnaire sworn to the Black Legion responded bluntly. I have fuel aboard this station, but I won't sell it to you. And if you want to repair the massive wounds I see in the flanks of your battleship, you will need a well-equipped shipyard. The same is true for food, water, and everything you and your crew undoubtedly need. Fikrin shook his head. Let's be blunt, Captain Harkin. I am Harrowmaster Fikrin, and I am not interested in whatever hypothetical resources your station contains or whatever mission led you to bring a refueling station here. We both know for sure it wouldn't fill a tenth of the needs the Hydra's Scales to be somewhat battle operational again. No, I came here because my legionnaires are succumbing to anarchy corruption at an ever-increasing pace. The mere fact of mentioning it brought some pains in his guts. I suppose you have already heard of it. To his credit, Harkin didn't waste his time lying. I was given reports which included this information, yes. But the corruption shouldn't be that dangerous. We are quite away from the Eye of Terror. Unless, Fikrin interrupted, we were in the system where our Primarch was turned into a giant horned rat abomination by some anarchic deity. Harkin stared at him, before removing his helmet, revealing a shaved head and traits typical of the 16th gene line. Yes, that would indeed generate the inconveniences. You must have been quite lucky to survive Fenris. We survived Fenris and Makraj, Captain Harkin. Fikrin replied acidly. Though I admit we weren't present for the latter's final apocalyptical fighting. But we still have a lot of battle data and knowledge. How extensive are we talking in terms of battle data? Harkin inquired, and had Fikrin not been a veteran, he would have sighed in relief. We have extensive knowledge of the deals of many factions negotiated in the shadows before Lorgar gave the order to sail for Cadia. And we did our best to increase our intelligence efforts once we were past the Kadayan gate. A minor percentage of the information was lost due to some of our legionnaires going mad, but overall, we have likely the most complete account of the Black Crusade's utter failure you will find in any library that is not frequented by servants of the false emperor. Very interesting. Harkin didn't pretend he wasn't interested in acquiring it for his superiors. Though you assumed rather quickly after Macridge that the Black Legion has something that can keep the influence of the giant rats away from your legionnaires. The 20th Legion is no more, Fakrin announced carefully, but we aren't going to pretend we don't have contacts with several of our brothers who kneeled before the despoiler. A faint smile appeared on Harkin's severe face. An Alpha Legionnaire Harrow Master who doesn't pretend to be Alfarius, and there's a total absence of riddles. What galaxy are we living in? The officer of the Black Legion opened his mouth as if to laugh, but no sound of hilarity left it. Good. You were blunt, so let me return the favor. Yes, you're not the first Alpha Legion warband to come to an officer of the Black Legion. You're the first for my station, but others were contacted. So here was I told, coming straight from the vengeful spirit. The despoiler is willing to protect you. But it will require true commitment. I suppose you mean it will take more than some liters of black paint and vague promises. Fakrin ventured, and received a nod a couple of seconds after. You understand. Harkin bared his teeth. A few dozen legionnaires tried to play him. I think they are still screaming on the wreck thrown on a collision course to Skavenblight. That was quite a message, all right. I won't make the same mistake, the Harrow Master swore truthfully. The details of the conditions. The Galactic Core. Stellar Graveyard. Acquisition Class Cruiser Iridium Plunder. 9.001.311 M35. Overferrer Alvar of the Axe. The Trade Commodore reports we have engaged the enemy. By my beard. I am going to strangle that imbecile. We can't do that, Overferrer. Think of what the Talion will do to us if we slay their favorite. That assumes we survive the next minutes and return to some place that is owned by those beardless bankers. Alvar growled, his fury alone powering his old muscles as he finished donning his exo-armor. This is the Stellar Graveyard. This isn't a wrestling competition you find every shift in a bastion. He thought he was going to surprise them. The entire ship shook, and incredibly violently at that. Manig Torvald, Alvar grunted with all the humor left in his lungs, it looks to me they surprised the useless pile of bones we call a trade commodore. I have never professed to be a genius of the axe, that's why I'm still an overferrer, but it looks to me that when someone manages to board you that's not. Why. The roar was unmistakable to any veteran. Oh ancestors save me, escaped his throat followed a selection of colorful insults, he was surprised by greenskins? It's not possible to be that incompetent. Beard and beer, there were stupid leaders, but even so, there had to be limits. The lout he was supposed to call Trade Commodore was a Duarden, right? Why. Alvar struck with his plasma warmer, and the first enormous brute received it in the face, something that ended the beast's life in a single blow. A second came right behind it. It was dealt with the same way. In less than a minute, the corridor outside his personal armory contained so many corpses it was difficult to move, something that worked in his favor. Visit the Stellar Graveyard, Overferrer, it'll be an easy contract. Alvar grumbled while crushing legs, arms, and dislodging teeth that were almost of a size to be proper melee weapons. That will teach me to not read a contract of those Talion extorters attentively enough. Breer is coming our way, Overferrer. Because he charges to join a good battle, or because there are hundreds of greenskins in pursuit? Air. The eloquent answer of the Manig youngster he was supposed to turn into a proper journeyman of the axe as if he was going to utter the modern title of the guild ranks like apprentice and other stupidities told him everything he needed to know. Great. Alvar smiled. Aside from his battle lust being satisfied, there was no reason to show any joy, but when the situation was bad, a Duarden had to be confident and stand like a bulwark against the storm. Stay close to me, Manig, we are soon going to swim in green blood. The fighting had already repainted everything in green and red, why not continue? The grudges will be repaid. The Overferrer swore. Our warmers will be our vengeance. Our beards will be white before we shame the High King's honor. Alvar struck the nearest greenskin, but deep inside he winced. For this scream had not come from the enemy he was facing. It had come from the transceivers relaying everything that was happening on the main bridge. Their imbecile of Trade Commodore had been even more incompetent than Alvar's worst nightmares. Please, please, let someone tell him in the next minute that the bridge had been sealed and that it was only a single greenskin dying above the communications tech relays. Wyack. The name is Captain Bruck X Bruck. The trade captain better be dead, because if not the Overferrer was going to kill him personally, even if it was the last thing he ever did. I am's in charge of your bridge, Stunties. Dat was not a bad fight. But you lot need to get better. I scrapped with de swarm bringer. I saw dragons and grew bigger for de Wyack. What do ya say, stunties? Wanna prop a scrap? Because Bruckand is rock wike will give ya a prop a wike. Why. The effect on the brutes they were fighting was immediate. Eyes burned green, and the familiar feeling of getting utterly screwed as green lightning began to burn several greenskins could be smelled in his exo-armor, despite it being sealed. Ultima segmentum. YN Chromerk WILDYR system. Aranoke. Halls of Tall Air. 8.005.310 M35. King Adonhu. Adonhu was quite happy he had prepared everything for a private audience alone with the goddess envoy. By the Oak of Ages, the king of Aranoke was quite happy his queen and himself were living a marriage of love. Otherwise Adonhu believed he would have been seduced by the high priestess. Aurelia Malice was already a vision of grace and beauty while staying at a bow's range, but once she was close enough for him to touch her, the effect was almost hypnotic. Her skin was the color of the fabled silver moons of legend, and her hair seemed imbued with the essence of all purple flowers. High Priestess. Thank you for answering my kingdom's messages. I could hardly leave you in the shadows. What a bad pun, for the days were long, and the night short in Aranoke, courtesy of their 2 sons, and I won't pretend there aren't other reasons for my coming. But since we both know you have many questions, I will let you speak first. Thank you, High Priestess. Adonhu slightly inclined his head in respect. You didn't warn us this was going to happen. This required no elaboration, as sure as his realm was a never-ending forest. Adonhu's skin had been a subtle color between the brown and darker shades of autumn of leaves. Now it was a magnificent green, almost identical to the summer leaves over the halls of Tall Air. In many ways, Aurelia Malice reluctantly admitted, we weren't sure if you were going to be touched by Authority's blessings when it happened, when destiny was sealed and a new future was born for our race. We are not so arrogant as to believe our ways are superior to yours, but the near totality of Authority's worshippers in the years after the second fall were living in the craft worlds or the webway itself. And well before that, the different factions of both sides, while allied in times of dire need, had massively diverged. But touched we were, Adonhu pointed out politely, and while I will not pretend harmony is not a great boon that increases our bonds with the trees and the flowers of Aranoke, many of my subjects wonder what kind of demands will come with those presents. The list of demands from the Empress has yet to be completed, the purple-haired High Priestess answered quickly, but one of the key points that is certain to be voiced is to leave the humans and their Imperium alone, unless they specifically ask for our help. In exchange, enough Slaverener for an altar of the goddess will be delivered, increasing the protections and the potency of the world spirit. A world spirit which will allow the goddess to watch over us and guide us into our new abilities and our choices. Not everyone in your family chose harmony. A hot-headed grandnephew chose passion. And 2 cousins chose moderation. Adonhu heard an appeasing song in the distance, and recognized quite early the voice of his queen. The king of Aranoke felt many cycles of exhaustion vanish with it. Things have changed, Adonhu continued softly, and I do not think myself foolish enough to believe the changes brought to our bodies and souls can be fought, nor that it is desirable to do so. I made my choice, and I believe authority is truly our best choice at salvation, as you called the material for the divine altars. But I am not naive. And which points do you feel are, untouched by naivety, sovereign of summer leaves? The moon-skinned high priestess presented her body like it was a work of art created by divine hands, and to be fair, it was exactly that. Of all my fellow kings reigning over the worlds Liliath gave us, Adonhu spoke seriously, I am one of those who have maintained many contacts with the dangerous galaxy outside. I know the second fall destroyed Biltan and Kamarak, and in this furnace billions of souls of the most belligerent warriors were lost forever. Our goddess will likely gather millions of worshippers around her. This will with almost complete certainty make us the voice of all Ildari. It can hardly be otherwise when the main alternative is the primordial annihilator. But we will be vulnerable. And Aranoke has already been invaded thrice in my reign. And all of those invasions, while ultimately repelled, had caused great damage that was still mourned to this day. You would not tell me this if you did not have something in mind, sovereign of summer leaves. I want to speak with the Empress. Adonhu eschewed the usual flowery language. One of the invasions we endured and prevailed against was done by her species. I understand they were the foulest sort of monsters in her eyes, but this opened my eyes as to the destructive power of their weapons. I remember. And by the lipid lakes around my halls, I want to know the mind behind the power we all bowed to at the end of your plots. If I am reassured, I will formally ask for Aranoke to be placed under protection. Aurelia Malice didn't seem offended. This speaks in a very positive way of the concern you have for your subjects, sovereign of summer leaves. The high priestess fuchsia eyes became thoughtful. I can't promise the Empress will come. The Empress is Malsha Ildanan. No one really controls her, and if you hear someone claiming otherwise, sovereign of summer leaves, that person is a liar. But you can trust her word. I will speak with the Empress as soon as I can. That's all one sovereign can ask. Adonhu was reassured in many ways, if the High Priestess had told him it was within her ability to make a gesture and force the Empress to visit Aranoke, that would not have been very convincing. Unlike many worlds born from the seeds of long-gone Athel Loren, Aranoke had accepted refugees from the first and second fall, and some had had visions of the Queen of Blades dueling the yet-to-be-crowned Empress. Their minds had had to be appeased for many days and nights, and some were still trying to forget it to this day. You have an advantage, in many ways, Sovereign of Summer Leaves. You have something the Empress wants. Really? Rumors from the worshippers of Seguruk were unreliable by definition, but Adon, who sincerely doubted something of the power and the reach of the Empress, had a lack of something Aranoke had. Really? You see, there is a black stone called Noctilith, and it just so happens one of the moons you call the Night Hawk. Nix Sector. Moro Subsector. Kalskov System. Kalskov. Inquisitorial Siren Facility. 3.010.310 M35. Inquisitor Crixus Taft. When his master had judged him ready to become a true Inquisitor with all the privileges and duties that entailed, Crixus had been elevated. Finally, after long decades of sacrifice, the role of fireman acolyte who was sent anywhere in the Samarkand quadrant anytime the archenemy reared its ugly head no longer fell upon his shoulders. It had taken him exactly 4 days to realize that while his days as errand boy for his master were truly over, the days he was the errant Inquisitor for the far more senior Lord and Lady Inquisitors of the Ordo, well, they had just begun. During the days where everything was calm, Crixus was ready to admit it wasn't that much of a chore. And there were a lot of calm days in the Nix sector now, which left him able to pursue his pet project, tracking heretics and law-breaking nobles by investigating the various economic shenanigans they concocted away from the God Emperor's light. In blunt terms, Crixus was following crime money. So far, the results were relatively modest. With newly recruited acolytes, veteran guardsmen of Kamarak who had been bored once they returned to civilian life, Crixus had caught 2 Atlas barons trying to smuggle tainted artifacts and 1 bishop count negotiating a few matters with a party that were going to see him rewarded with a death sentence. A mid-sized cartel had also been carved apart in the Wuhan system, though that one was a joint effort with the local authorities, who for good reason thought the cartel heads were not paying the proper tithe due to the throne. And with such modest results, the Nixian conclave was truly seeing no reason to send him on errand missions, like today. Fortunately, there were far worse places to be sent than Kalskov. The wind was a bit too strong for his taste, and his training made him uncomfortable to be in the open like this. Aside from that, the view presented before his eyes was one a lot of imperial worlds would envy: large mountains on the southern horizon, a carpet of green grass if you turned your head to the west, and a gargantuan lake if the move was made eastwards. It had to be noted that the lake in question was so big that even activating some devices before his eyes, Crixus was unable to see its far shores from his current observation post. Lord Inquisitor. Thank you for coming so promptly. The acolyte who greeted him must have some desire to get off of the planet, Crixus mused. His affairs and duties in the Nix sector were common knowledge if you were part of the Holy Ordos, as was the fact he was a mere Inquisitor. And the prompt part was just adding a praise that was quite untrue. Crixus had been in the subsector when the request came, but he had taken the time to conclude his affairs both on Wuhan Secundus and at Harbin Tertius before making a detour here. When the request came as marked not urgent at all in the messages of an Inquisition Lord, it could hardly be otherwise. Your message mentioned some important development when it came to the cooperation with the Sirens, yet remained vague on the subject. Which, to be fair, was a little intriguing in its own right. The Inquisition had obtained a lot of knowledge in the first years after Kamarak, but after a while the Inquisitors had departed. The Sirens were valuable enough for tests of psychic resistance and some other dangerous aspects of Inquisitional work, but deploying them outside of Kalskov? Many members had vetoed it the first time it was suggested, and no one had asked for it since. Yes, Lord Inquisitor. You see, when there was an enormous splash, and several guardsmen grabbed their weapons, just as a siren jumped out of the water. And yes, jumped was the correct word. As ridiculous as the thought was, Crixus stared as while in mid-air, the long and powerful tail of the siren disappeared. By the time the landing occurred, there was no doubt what sort of Xeno's body was kneeling in front of his party. The long ears were immediately recognizable. The pale blue skin was definitely new, but the muscled body and the rest were not. The female Xenos was Eldar. Don't shoot. Crixus commanded to his escort. What is happening here? The Empress has not returned yet. The voice had not lost any potency in psychic power, and Crixus was lost in confusion. The no longer siren sensed it, clearly. You call her Weaver, the Lady of the Swarm. We will forever call her Malsha Eeldanan, the Angel of Death, an Empress. We will serve her. We have made our choice. There were many splashes, though the other, transformed sirens stayed semi-hidden in the water. Most of them were showing blue skins like their representative, but they were some showing red or green hide. I see. No wonder the senior Inquisitors had sent him with vague instructions and even vaguer reports about what required his presence. We have much to speak about, clearly. Segmentum obscurus. Gothic sector. Edge of the Auror subsector. Voidstalker class battleship Anthem of Fallen Suns. 8.0 15.311 M35. Autarch Julian Lekadieth. The problem with being hero was that everyone expected you not only to win splendid victories, but to do things that were suitably heroic. At least it was heroic in certain mouths. Julian largely preferred to label it life-threatening. Sometimes it was relatively safe. The recent battle against the slaves of the Primordial Annihilator had been well planned, the corrupted humans and other monsters not realizing his squadron was even there until the Anthem of Fallen Suns began to slaughter them. Sometimes it was absolutely not safe. Working for Sliskus had been in this category, assuredly. And now sailing into the middle of the largest Corsair fleet he had ever seen without any support, it was too. Some part of the Lugganath-born Autarch, though he didn't know what the rank was worth these days, after Athartes' rise very much enjoyed the fact that the goddess hadn't really changed him. He was still himself. Julian didn't feel like a hero. Unfortunately, some of his admirers and plenty of Lugganath elders that were definitely not friends had decided to take his choice of moderation as a sign of humility. And so when Ulthron had needed someone with a prestigious name for an insanely dangerous mission, guess who had been chosen by Lugganath? I count 200 starships in the possible ambush formation half hidden by the star's flares, Autarch. This is of course in addition to the 2 other formations protecting the Corsair flagship. Now that we are so close, I can estimate there are over 1,000 warships in this stellar system. In this number must be counted 31 battleships. Julian didn't win CE or curse, but the magnitude of the firepower assembled generated a frown on his face. The entire fleet of Lugganath, assuming it was assembled to defend their craft world, could not field these numbers, and they certainly couldn't even crew that many battleships unless they resorted to extremely desperate measures. And this wasn't the full might of the Void Dragon Corsairs, the most successful and powerful of the Corsair fleets of this galaxy. Lugganath and Ulthwi had confirmation many impressive fleets were active near the Eye of Terror, south of the galactic core, and in the Halo stars. The complete list would need several days to compile, and would likely still be incomplete. We are ordered to stop. Julian shrugged. Obey. Let's not test the patience of our hosts. Not a single warship was using active targeting measures, but no one aboard the Anthem of Fallen Suns was stupid enough to believe there weren't hundreds of batteries ready to fire the moment the order was given. The Void Dragon Corsairs had not risen and mustered a fleet bigger than the one Sliskus commanded by being lazy, naive, and incompetent. The Star Drake is hailing us, Autarch. One could hardly miss it, it was the biggest battleship, and it had just dropped its stealth hollow fields. It was extravagantly decorated, with at least 5 different shades of red visible on the prow alone. As your eye moved towards the stern, the ship's paint got darker and darker until it was void black. Lapis lazuli colors indicated the name of the ship. Except. There was no time to say anything more, not when the communication opened and all screens changed to present the same thing, what was certainly the throne hall of the Star Drake, and the soul who ruled over it. Princess Sarania, Julian Lekadieth saluted but didn't bow, it is an unexpected honor. So they really did send the hero of Lugganath in person. The mistress of the Void Dragons, clad in black armor, interrupted with a smile that could be described to be swimming in smugness. Julian sighed internally. He was really beginning to hate that nickname. According to my spies, you accepted to become Ulthron's messenger. Something about worshipping a certain goddess. If that is the case, hero, I assure you that you have wasted your time coming here. My Corsairs are free in their choices, and not a single one chose to worship symbiosis. If it had been merely carnality, I might have been tempted. But symbiosis, we don't accept a leash, no matter how enticing. Well, that answered how good the spies of Sarania were. Aside from the High Priestess and Ulthron himself, there had been only 10 other souls participating, so they had really one of the senior figures of Craft World Ulthwi giving information to the Void Dragons. Fortunately, the possibility had been anticipated. Though Julian hadn't liked the contingency at the time, and he didn't like it now. Absolutely not. I have come, the Lugganath-born Autarch began, to convince you to change the name of your fleet. The princess was surprised, at least. That was quite clear. Most of her court hissed in anger, though. At least until she burst into laughter. A nice quest, hero, and the laughter doubled in intensity. The lackeys and the advisors chuckled or howled, though all seemed fake. You want to steal my fleet and defend your poor craft world with it? I want, Julian announced seriously, to avoid divine retribution now that the Angur abomination bearing this name has proven to be very real and very malevolent. The laughter stopped instantly. The Void Dragon. Active. One shard of the great monster was freed during the Battle of Mandragora. Many parties, including Maelsha Eildanan, battled it. And it was imprisoned again. But the warning was clear. My princess, the Autarch is lying. For all her faults, and they were legion, Sarania was not stupid. Arrogant to the point that between Sliskus and she, they could have organized a galactic competition of it, but not stupid enough to dismiss this threat. No, No, he isn't. The princess made a sound of disapproval. The warning has been heard. I will send ships to find the relevant information, and decide for a suitable name that will not see us cursed by that abomination of the dark times. That was better than most scenarios his mind had conjured. But the conversation wasn't over. There is also the secondary matter you've heard about, princess. Eldrad Ulthrown wishes you to. Eldrad Ulthrown can die of old age. It will come for him before I will grant him an audience. The courtiers giggling and barbs resumed as if nothing of the ordinary had happened. That is regrettable. Regrettable, the legend of Lugganath says. Tell me, O mighty hero. You have seen the might of this fleet arrayed before you. Know that it represents only a third of the ships that sail under my banner. Know that we have rediscovered and exhumed many weapons in our quest for eternal freedom. You have been given the time to observe the power I hold as princess. Now I want you to answer a simple question. Can this so-called empress who branded us with this insulting mark of authority defeat me? Yulian Lakadiath did not need very long to think of the answer he wanted to give, and after a few heartbeats, decided that since Sarania had asked, it was best to be blunt and to the point. Yes. The Autarch declared with utter certainty. If it comes to a true war between your forces and the Empress, Malesha Eildanan will kill you. Sarania remained silent for long, very long heartbeats. At last, she answered. Interesting, very interesting. You can leave. When I will have reached a decision, I will contact you again. The communication abruptly ended, and everyone on the bridge visibly relaxed. A true pleasure, someone muttered, and everyone who listened laughed nervously. Realm of Ultramar. Macrage System. Macrage. Fortress of Hera. 2.019.311 M35. Chapter Master Ianid Thiel. I apologize in advance for the hours of duty we're taking you away from. Think nothing of it, Taylor Bear immediately assured as she walked by his side, over a dozen space marines following her. I'm in fact genuinely happy for the change of pace. It seems half of the Imperium wants something from me these days. Even with Artemis and my other loyal adjutants, I had to triple my staff's effectives, again, just to handle the day-to-day bureaucracy and the replies to the astropathic messages. The Imperial Guard and the High Lords, I suppose. And the Adeptus Astronomicon, the magisterial houses of the Novice Nobilite, the Ecclesiarchy, the different chapters of Space Marines, to name only the different parts of the Imperium. The Lady General Militant made an exaggerated sigh. The times are gone when I was an unimportant major, I'm afraid. The Space Marine in black armor directly behind Weaver made a loud snort. Ianid had to agree with him there. The idea that the golden-winged woman had been unimportant some decades ago was ridiculous in the extreme. Anyway, I thank you for coming so close to your departure for bail. This way, please. The location Ianid led Weaver to with her escort had received many names, and the last one the new chapter master of the Ultramarines used was the founding hall. It had been here his predecessors had gathered the sons of Guilliman for the announcements of the third, fourth, and fifth foundings. Robert Guilliman, trapped in his armor, to which had been strapped a considerable number of medical monitoring omniscia-blessed machines, was waiting for them. There had been multiple primarches present before, but this was no longer the case today. Lemon Russ had sailed for Terra long ago, and Corvus Corax, the primarch of the Raven Guard, had likely returned to Deliverance, though no one had been able to confirm if it was true or not. Refreshments were given, the courtesies were spoken, and 2 adjutant spiders took position, seemingly immobile but assuredly not missing a single word of everything exchanged here. Past that, the order of the day was immediately very important. I wondered if you had thought about my proposal about the Imperial pylons and the structures you have worked on with the custodes. I have thought about it, yes, the young black-haired heroine who had saved Macrage replied with a nod. But before making a decision, I want to know who I am speaking with. Is it the former Lord of the 500 Worlds I am talking to? Or is the former Lord Commander of the Imperium? The practical is former here, his primarch noted. But to answer your question, the former. I see. In that case, I would say I am against the deployment of the pylons at Macrage or on the worlds which are part of the realm of Ultramar. Theoretical, you are concerned I will try to rebuild the 500 worlds. I am. Are you ready to swear you won't? The tone was light, but the black eyes filled with stars were deadly serious. No. I think you overdramatize the importance of my intentions. Lord Macrage, this time, the smile was definitely sarcastic. I've read enough documents dating from the 31st millennium and from the Sons of Sanguinius archives to know that the 500 Worlds name referred to the 500 major centers of industry and technology Ultramar built and developed during the Great Crusade. When one looked at a map, the civilized worlds, the mining outposts, and everything that fell under the aegis of Macrage was closer to 50,000 worlds, not 500. Ianid really did his best not to chuckle. Who was the one who had dared voice this argument in public the last time? Oh, right, it was the Lion, if the rumors were true. And you disapprove? Chapter Master Valens has proven that in certain situations, the Ultramarines would be for all intents and purposes playing no part in the military campaigns of the Imperium. This was when the Regent of Macrage ruled 13 systems. Am I supposed to be filled with eager anticipation for the Ultramarines to govern and administer 500? A sound theoretical, but I am not Cato Valens, no matter how much I respect his sacrifice. Guillemon pointed out. And you have far greater confidence in Chapter Master Thiel and myself. This is not just a question of confidence. Lady Weaver shook her head. It's dealing in the long term. Forgive me, Lord Guillemon, but both of you aren't eternal. You can go missing, or perish in battle. I wish it won't happen for a very long time, but if there's anything this galaxy has proven, it is that it has horrors that can slay even beings which could be considered demigods in their own right. And you fear that should that happen, the 500 worlds would drift apart, maybe declare complete independence eventually. I do. The high-ranked guardswoman confirmed with a large dose of stubbornness. And since I am honest, I also must raise the question of your future ambitions. Will you give your time and administrative abilities to Macrage, or will you return to Terra once you have recovered? You apparently don't believe I can do both at the same time. You're perfectly right. I don't. Eyes for a moment turned in direction of the adjutant spiders. Even with my loyal helpers, the power of my administration shard, and tens of thousands of staff servicemen, I am not capable of ruling Nyx while several thousand light years away. This is just flat out not reasonable. But you are on a path that will lead you to make the same choice as I, his Gene father commented encouragingly. Yes. The red-robed officer replied with surprising honesty. And if I have to make that choice, I will choose Nyx. Ianid cleared his throat. A surprising choice. Not really, the Lady of Nyx huffed. I would be a horrible High Lord. I have improved my repertoire when it comes to politics, but I still hate compromises that don't involve me coming out on top. On Terra, I would be forced to juggle with myriads of factions and other powerhouses I have no influence over. I am a hammer, one needs a scalpel to navigate through the powerhouses of Terra. But you will go to Terra, for the triumph if nothing else. Yes. But first, many High Lords will try to delay it for as long as possible, past the days of cheers and celebrations. And then, the Emperor wants me to go to Terra. And it will be to play my role of hammer, not for a role of negotiator I am not suited for. Ianid wished he was surprised to hear it, but he wasn't, not really. Terra was very different from what it had been during the days of the Great Crusade, and even then it had been far from a safe place. And your opinion about the Codex? Since you gave me your views on everything else, I am interested in hearing your opinion about it too. The Codex is near perfect to ensure the Imperium is never again confronted by the same rebellion which almost destroyed it over 4,000 years ago. Lady Weaver began with a thoughtful expression. And in ages of relative peace like the ones the Imperium enjoyed after the Scouring, chapters of 1000 Astartes are near perfect. But when it comes to ages of total war like this Black Crusade, the Space Marines will be overwhelmed if the era of turmoil and disaster lasts too long. They have neither the numbers nor the industrial capacity to endure more than several years of war against a peer opponent. And if you had a hand in pushing for reforms, I would support creating different templates. The black-haired Lady General Militant began carefully. Your texts leave a great deal of flexibility, but they unfortunately failed to emphasize the differences between what a fleet-based chapter needs and what a chapter possessing a single fortified homeworld requires on a yearly basis. Not bolstering the number of Astartes per chapter. The Avenging Sun asked for clarification. That might come in time. But the most important thing is proposing some doctrine that really allows to unify the chapters in a greater whole. I'm sure you've heard, but the Space Wolves and the Black Templars in particular really pay no attention to your magnum opus. I am aware of it, yes. The 13 Primarch didn't present an annoyed face, but Ianid knew him well enough to know that it had not amused him at all, especially when it came to Lemon Russ and his wolves, who must have literally burned their copies of the tomes before they left Terra after the end of the Second Founding. My friend Dragon, who is a far better historian than I will ever be, made interesting comparisons between the situation at hand and the duality limitanii/commutatenses which was used by the Roman Empire some 35 millennia ago on Old Earth. I will have to check my personal library, and yes, the signs were there. Robert Guillemon was very interested, but the comparison with this epoch is rather pertinent. There are clearly Astartes whose home sector is repelling Xenos and traitor invasions every decade, while others have relatively safe neighbors, and thus deploy their companies on long-range campaigns, going as far as to wage decades of war in different segmentums. You have given me much to think about, Taylor A. Bear. My pleasure, the young woman replied earnestly. I have had a long time to think about it, and I don't think I have half of the answers I want, but I spoke with a lot of people who read the Codex Astartes, and there were a lot of Space Marines among them. Often the easiest way to discover mistakes in one's work is to speak with other theoreticians who have a different opinion on the subject, Guillemon agreed. Have you thought about writing a codex for the Guard by yourself? This was exactly the wrong thing to say with adjutant spiders in the room. Webmistress, please allow me to write the book in your stead. This will be the most superb codex of the Imperium. Out of the way, sister, the codex we've Ryan Arachne is mine to create. The Halo Stars. The IND Cluster. Maharashtra System. Maharashtra. 8.088.311 M35. Captain Boroskin. Warlord, you were not joking when you said there were going to be a lot of ruins. I will admit, Boros, I did not know it was going to be this large. Militia replied from the hill they were using as their initial observation post. Precise release of incendiary ammunition had quickly removed all the jungle from that area, making sure dozens of Astartes and multiple warbands could deploy. The city which had been called Graveyard of 1,000 False Gods by the Vizier was here, waiting for them. One might have thought that since everything on this continent was covered in jungles, it would be difficult to distinguish the city from the trees. But one would have been wrong. No one had any problem locating the greatest temples of what had been Maharashtra city. They were hundreds of meters high, after all, some even seemed to reach the sky. Most were covered in liana and all sort of tropical vegetation, of course. But it was impressive that after several thousand years during which no one maintained them, the temples were still that well preserved. It was impressive, and suspicious. There was a lot of flora growing in this city, but even from this distance, the jungle seemed oddly subdued. The air was breathable. There was no trace of toxins in the air. Hundreds of sorcerers had done their best to discover a threat, and save those who were lying blatantly they immediately paid the price for it. Naturally the most skilled warp dabblers found nothing. I am not a psyker, warlord, but this city, I don't like it. Something truly evil waits beyond these ancient walls, Militia agreed. And I don't think it's the artifact weapon I've come here to claim. If the information you found is correct, the false emperor himself didn't dare pass through the gates while they were standing. Evidently, after 4 millennia in which Maharashtra had been forgotten by the galaxy, the gates had long crumbled, and sometimes the arches of the gates had collapsed too. Yes, if the information found is correct. Some things the scribecast found make sense. The involvement of the false emperor doesn't. While I am far from a loyal legionnaire to the Golden Throne, Boros decided some humor wouldn't hurt at this point. I will admit that virus bombing is not the style of the one who styled himself master of mankind. And during several battles of the Great Crusade, the false emperor proved he was not at all reluctant to slaughter billions, be it by orbital fire or his own considerable powers. By that logic, only the city itself should be showing forms of life. If it was so dangerous, massive orbital bombardment would have been ordered. Jungle or not, we would have seen the craters, along some rather impressive devastation. I had similar thoughts. And yet we are going to enter this city. Boros didn't bother phrasing it as a question. Yes. Anything of note you spotted so far? Apart from the profusion of styles, you mean? Militia chuckled. Those who settled here seemed to have really chaotic ideas where their worshipping themes were concerned. I agree. I would have thought that given its name, this planet would have been settled by Terran colonists from the IND hives, but the more I look at it, the less convinced I am of this theory. One temple at least seems to be a copy of the Macrogen structures, with those typical marble pillars, cubic shape and significant column of statues. Or what remained of them, after the jungle swallowed most of it. But this one, the Legionnaire pointed to a familiar triangular shape, is very similar to a pyramid like the ones the Thousand Sons lived in on Prospero. And the one next to it is horribly twisted, like if they venerated some swamp horror. I have difficulties believing it was a human temple. Maybe it wasn't. There are many things we don't know about this planet. We advance. The warbands will advance, Militia confirmed. Send the cultists first to scale the walls. Our time here is precious, as I don't think our opponents in the Calyx Stars will let me grab my prize without a serious fight. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. Boroskin had been completely right to not like this city. Though to be fair, Militia hadn't liked it either the moment her senses were close enough to perceive the disturbing aura it generated. But there were few choices but to go forwards. Her travel to this part of the Halo Stars must have been noticed, and some enemy force was undoubtedly on their way to counter her. Xianj might be willing to let her grab a weapon of significant power, but the same didn't apply to the other gods. After a few seconds where she and her 9 Majestrix golems used a large opening in the halls where there had once been a gate, both her shard and her sorcery wards shrieked in alarm. The reason was kind of obvious. Less than 100 meters away, the city had begun to change. And it wasn't subtle. On the right and the left, enormous precipices had opened. These were abysses of utter darkness, and there hadn't even been a shiver of it in the Sea of Souls. Everything was calm. It would have been less frightening if their contact with it was blocked with pariahs. How is such a thing possible? Asked a magister. We didn't feel anything. The city has been built in an interstice of reality, Militia explained slowly. As such, it can afford to ignore the Euclidean laws, it can ignore everything. Must we enter the temple? Boroskin wondered. This sort of ugly cathedral reeks of a trap. We have no choice. I doubt sorcery can allow us to fly over the abyss. It went without saying that a fool on an enchanted disc had to try to prove her wrong. His long and pathetic scream as he fell into the darkness and disappeared from view was quite something. We enter this temple. Whatever things reside in this city, it seems there's a will that wishes us to confront them. The blonde para-human didn't like it. No one liked it. A look at the ugly cathedral was enough to tell you that it wasn't the kind of place you wanted to visit. Militia had seen plenty of imperial churches and places of worship, and honestly, she hadn't been impressed by the Gothic style. But today, they seemed almost desirable compared to this chaos cathedral. The black walls of the temple had been sculpted to represent things. Militia would have dearly wished to say they were demons, except she wasn't familiar with any common breed of daemon that was eyeless and possessed multiple maws. The black spires and the structure which seemed to engulf all reality were oppressing. And once the Majestrike's golems blasted the doors open, it became worse. There were over 9,000 cultists and warriors, in addition to 9 magisters, and that was just her vanguard. More were following behind. It would have to be enough. It must be enough. Boros. Find me the exit. We can't afford to lose precious hours. Right away, warlord. Majestrikes, we have found something, erg. The Tau scribe didn't stand a chance. The humanoid construct they had mistaken for a statue suddenly broke free of its prison of stone and revealed itself by planting enormous fangs in the throat of the blue-skinned alien. 3 seconds later, Militia uttered a spell of 9 syllabuses which disintegrated the attacker's head. For the scribe, it was too late. The creature had literally eaten most of his throat. What by the broken oaths is this? One space marine cautiously examined the corpse of the creature. It looks like the body of a human woman, a starving human woman. I didn't feel anything. A sort of mutation triggered by a ritual, maybe. Militia shrugged. Anyway, if you see more of them, blast the head, it seems to work, oh hell. Ahead of them, dozens of small stone supplicants were revealed to be nothing of the sort. The creatures were leaving their prisons of stones. And they were hideous. It looked like someone had sewn shut the eyes and mouths of females of diverse species. Some were undoubtedly human, but there were aliens too, some of them Militia had encountered in the Calyx expanse. Remember. Blast their heads. Attack. It became a bloodbath in mere heartbeats. The creatures, they were incredibly fast, and the moment the first attacks missed, cultists and space marines realized how bad it was. They're regenerating. Their limbs are growing back. The heads. Militia snarled. Pulverize the heads, forget about the rest. The Astartes had enough discipline and their bolters were precise enough to target exactly what they wanted. For the rest, blood flowed. The monsters were fast, incredibly ruthless, and once they had grabbed something, the sewing closing their maws was torn apart, revealing enormous fangs that were absolutely not natural. Militia sensed there was something at play, something, oh, damn it. Graveyard of 1,000 false gods. This not cathedral was a temple to an unborn god of hunger. Axenia. Go. Destroy the heads of these hungering ones. Immediately, over 60 of the monsters burned in the cursed flames of Tsianch, and her Majestrike's golems reaped a fearsome tally. This gave the cultists and magisters' servants the time to rally and fight back, mainly by providing a meat shield for the space marines of Boroskan. Before long, the entire opposition was terminated. Let's get out of here, warlord. An enormous cathedral door opened in the distance, and the light of day could be seen. Yes. Let's go. The vanguard stormed out of the Chaos Cathedral, and immediately Militia was assailed by an enormous influx of psychic and not psychic communications. Because of course this damn city could block anyone contacting them from the outside, without them being aware of it. Majestrikes, the magister she had given command of the fleet was the first to give his report once a semblance of order was restored. I have bad news, I'm afraid. Exactly, 13 minutes ago, an enemy fleet translated into real space. They arrived at the Mandeville point we assigned the code name Echidna. Over 30 ships in all, but most of them are capital ships, and they're very heavily armed. Understood. They are part of the Kiernate fleet and the Conqueror is at their head, right? No, Majestrikes, they are part of the 4th Legion. Those are Iron Warrior warships. For several seconds, Militia believed her ears had failed her. What? 92nd most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Tormino. The Archeater Warsmith. The Castellan of Xanthiar. Commander of the 235th Grand Battalion, 4th Legion. Traitor Siege Master Astartes. Excommunicate Traitores. Extremis Beta physical threat. Endangerment of Beta-class Navy and militarum assets acceptable to eliminate the threat. Reward, 17 trillion gelts, 1 planet. The IND Cluster. Maharashtra System. Repulsive Class Grand Cruiser Master of Xanthiar. Warsmith Tormino. The enemy fleet is abandoning the high orbit of our target, Warsmith. The calculations predict the battleship and most of the cruisers are going to hide behind this huge blue giant. The rest of the Xiantian fleet is fleeing with their mutated tails and tentacles between their legs for different mandeville points. What a shameful display of cowardice. Do we pursue, Warsmith? They have nothing to stand against our heavy cruisers. No. I don't care about these wretches. We have received our orders. The recovery of the weapon is our absolute priority. Our destroyers have arrived. They have, Warsmith. Then unleash them against everything the enemy has in this system, Toromino ordered, his Olympian aristocratic looks presenting an expression of disgust, as always when he thought about these upstart slaves. They may not be able to destroy the enemy battleship, but they will savage the other ships of these cowards. It will be done, by the will of Perturabo. What is your command, Warsmith, for the coming planetary campaign? We can't raise the city, Toromino grunted. The Primarch has made clear that this weapon is to be recovered intact. But we can raise the jungles around it. No exterminatus, the Warsmith of the 235th Grand Battalion ordered. No phosphex or weapons we reserve for the great sieges. Incinerate the jungles of this world. Burn the trees and every mutant which might hide underneath their canopy. It will be done. The cultists and other cowards will take refuge in the city, Warsmith. And we won't be able to use Ordinatus artillery against them. This is why we traded favors to refurbish as many Spartan assault tanks and Archeater bombards as possible for this battle. Toromino glared at his captains. Send the obliterators and the other fools who thought that inviting warp spawn into their flesh was a good idea. They will accompany the bolter fodder. It will be done, Warsmith. Obliterate this Xiantian band of cowards in a tide of iron and fire. The Primarch will have his prize, and you will earn the weapons that I will be rewarded with. Iron within. Iron without. Iron within, iron without. Maharashtra. The graveyard of 1,000 false gods. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. Militia had been really worried by the arrival of the Iron Warriors and the enormous amount of firepower they brought with them for a confrontation with her forces. If the enemy commander knew how to handle the temple's challenges, it promised to be an incredibly difficult fight. The only advantage on her side was that even with total control of the space around the planet, orbital fire was denied to the Iron Warriors. The same was true about aerial supremacy. But the moment the legionnaires of the 4th Legion smashed into the first temples with their land raiders and heavy mechanist forces had brought much relief. Quite clearly, someone had been able to locate her ultimate destination. Evidently, this planner had some hint of the prize she had come here for. But whoever was behind this scheme, it was obvious they had chosen a tactician who understood nothing of the fight of symbols and dangerous monsters that were providing the main obstacles between a claimant and the weapon. The Iron Warriors and their slaves had entered the graveyard, storming 100 temples at once. And it was a bloodbath. Make this music stop. Make this music stop. Monsters. Monsters. They are eating the plates of our tanks. We need reinforcements. We need reinforcements. Listening to the communications of the Iron Warriors was extremely satisfying. It looked like of the two, it was her host that had come over-prepared. Boros. Yes, Warlord. I'm going after the weapon. Keep the imbeciles of the 4th Legion busy until my return. Ambush them, play for time, tell the magisters to trick them into entering more and more temples of the false gods. Are you sure, Warlord? Awakening so many horrors. The female para-human snorted. So far I have yet to see even one of the abominations inside the different temples leave it. An enormous tank, one she recognized as a rare relic called a Cerberus heavy tank destroyer, fell into one of the gaping abysses that separated each temple block. And if you can acquire a few of those super heavy machines along the way, the day would be perfect. We will try. The Astartes' tone was not exactly enthusiastic. The Iron Warriors do not part lightly with their equipment unless it is thrashed beyond repair. How unsurprising, Militia smiled. Have fun. Her escort had decreased by 2/3 as they rushed into the inner city. Many cults and warbands she had brought here had decided they could conquer the baleful auras of the temples, or thought challenging the Iron Warriors would be fun. Militia was not going to shed a tear for them. If they wanted to behave like idiots, then let their fate be that of idiots on the path to glory. The 900 or so souls who remained by her side obeyed her commands scrupulously. In reality, that meant avoiding the temples as much as possible. Something that, honestly, was easier said than done. The deeper her little force went into the graveyard, the more Militia was convinced this was no city at all. The landscape, which had already been weird and impossible by the laws of physics, grew more and more impossible. You could descend some stairs only to find yourself at a higher point than you had begun at. Some temples looked like their foundations were up and the temple summit was down. Fortunately, the scribe's researches had warned her to come prepared. And so Militia had. Powerful tracking magics were activated, spell chains were turned into instruments that allowed them to dispel all of the more dangerous illusions and to give them a path of reality to get through the unreal. Nonetheless, this was not a place where they could survive for long with what sanity they had left relatively unharmed. This place was not of the warp, but in many ways, it was worse. The sounds of fighting had ceased to echo behind them, but the Malfian ruler didn't trust it. They had to find the weapon and get out of the graveyard as fast as possible. Like her thoughts had allowed it to materialize, the final temple suddenly appeared. Majestrix, who built that thing? I have no idea. Several major chaos temples of this city had clearly been parodies of structures built by the Imperium and other human civilizations. Hunger had been a parody of a Gothic cathedral, but there had been many others, with references to Terran past few among her warband would be able to understand. Indian, Chinese, Aztec, Egyptian, and plenty of others. There had been alien temples too. But this new temple, it didn't seem it was something that had been built by mortal hands. The entire structure was colossal, yet it seemed to be tethered to the ground by a tortuous series of stairs alone. Just looking at it and trying to examine the shape of the walls and where exactly the temple ended was hurting her eyes, and her shard urged her to stop. Militia looked at the stairs after a few seconds. Those at least were real enough to not give her a headache. Axenia, with me. She and the Majestrix golems would accompany her. The rest of you, stop any interloper who managed to follow us here. The rest of the journey, to be honest, was something Militia would have few memories about. There were lethal traps, because of course there were. There were hateful shades whispering lies and temptations, promising her power and urging her to stop her doomed quest. Walking alone was arduous. It seemed to require an extraordinary amount of energy. Physical and mental exhaustion assailed her. Sometimes it seemed a room was taking her an eternity to cross, yet at the end of it, the sorceress couldn't recall a single challenge of the multitudes she had endured. The temple was testing her, that at least she was sure of. And then they reached the altar room. Axenia had many new scars, and her own blue armor had numerous claw marks that would require a lot of repairs, though the efficiency of the warded power armor remained acceptable. There were no statues here. There was no distortion of non-Euclidean nature. There was no sorcery in the room itself, though murky things crawled inside the walls. The altar room was bare and cold, and this time it was no illusion or attempt to convince her to lower her guard. There was really nothing, save the weapon she had come for, and the crystal prison keeping it trapped here for the gods only knew how long. One of her golems advanced and touched the crystal prison. No trap was triggered, no daemon shrieked and revealed itself. This is too easy. Reaching this place was complicated enough, foolish presence at the edge of my mind, Axenia told her when she was allowed to speak. Militia snickered. If only if it was that simple. But she couldn't afford to wait. The Iron Warriors may have approached this war in a stupid manner, but they still had enormous assets that needed to be dealt with. Militia approached the crystal, and used all her strength to punch it directly. The crystal exploded, and her para-human powers protected her from the collateral damage. The sword was freed, and though its shape didn't change at all, within a few seconds, the entire metal of the blade was covered in cursed purple flames. Ah! So that was the trap. Congratulations, genius. It took you a really long time to arrive at that conclusion. Militia wanted to believe it had been telepathy, but Axenia was startled, and thus had heard it too. Since the idea of her golem speaking was completely stupid, that left. Of course. That was the vizier's idea of a super weapon. The female para-human drawled sarcastically. My rival gets the versatile weapons, and I am sent on a quest to find a sword which talks. Glorious. How dare you? The mental attack which slammed against her defenses was a battering ram which made her grimace. I am calamity incarnated. I am the litany of disaster. I am the herald of the carnage to come. I am the black blade of Antwer. The demonic sword flew into her hands, and instantly the struggle began. Militia immediately screamed in pain, and it was only when her shard really allowed her to push against this insidious attack that she was really able to strike back. Her sorcery, it had completely failed her at the worst possible moment. Damn you, Kairos Fate Weaver. Damn you, Tsianch. You knew what was going to happen. Militia fought. It was a long struggle. The purple flames were melting parts of her armor, before remodeling it into something that could corrupt her and attack her physically. But this was a test of survival. And Militia had promised herself that no matter what path Tsianch led her on, she would never turn into an eldritch abomination again. It was a long battle. It may have lasted hours, maybe days. But when she threw the blade away, the warlord ruling over Malphite could proudly affirm truthfully she was still herself. Damn it! Axenia fell from the ceiling where the sword-shaped abomination had neutralized her, unconscious. The same had happened to her Majestrix golems. Damn it, that was a hell of a fight. How? How could you resist my power? Militia couldn't help but giggle, though it left her mouth as a croaking sound. Do you really expect me to answer that? The unwritten destiny sorceress coughed in pain. Change, damn it. You are far too weak. The purple-black blade told her smugly. And you, I hope you will enjoy an eternity here in your prison, Militia retorted with unhidden pleasure. Her scepter slammed on the ground, and slowly, the shards of the crystal prison began to reassemble. When the next claimant will come to find you, tell them it was my power who sealed you anew. What? No. You are supposed to wield me. You have braved uncountable trials to wield me. It is your destiny. I've changed my mind, Militia replied truthfully. And I spit upon fate and destiny. If I had obeyed their capricious whims, I would have been an eldritch monster until entropy claimed me. I am the destiny unwritten. I won't be your puppet, Blade of Antwer. Possess the next fool which will come after me, for all I care. You can't leave me here. The demonic sword appeared to actually be on the edge of genuine panic, evidently having the ability to feel her complete sincerity. The enemy knows where I am now. Sealed or not, it will come for me. I don't care. Though it was interesting the Blade of Antwer was speaking of an enemy, not about the gods of the pantheon. A pact. I will swear a pact. Militia blinked. What do you mean by pact? Warsmith Tormino. But what do we must do to slay these mutants? I told you to shoot them in the head. Tormino growled angrily, wondering how by Madrengard's polluted skies the Grand Battalion had fallen so low. We did, Warsmith. But they're rising anyway now. Nothing seems to be able to put them down permanently anymore. They're coming from the arch. Those ghosts, they are nightmares made flesh. I need more legionnaires here. What by all the steel is this? Is this a tongue? They are coming. They are coming again. Damn the orders. Use the chemical weapons. Everything we have. We are pinned down by the octahedron structure. They have us surrounded. We will not bend. We will not break. Iron within. Iron without. Disaster. This entire assault was just disaster after disaster. But he was going to bring back the prize he'd come for to his Primarch, no matter the losses. He was Tormino, Warsmith of the 235th Grand Battalion. He was a son of Olympia, and in his veins flowed the purest blood of 1,000 tyrants. He was going to win this war, and this time, the titles and power that should have been his long ago would be given to him. Bring more artillery here. These specters may think they have the upper hand, but they will swiftly realize the error of their ways once we pulverize their temple. Bring me 4 battalions of bombards here. This is an order. By your will, Lord Warsmith, heir, where has the enemy vanished to? Tormino turned around, and sure enough, his legionnaires had stopped firing their bolters and other guns. The Spartans had taken a pause after shooting hundreds of rounds. Even the artillery was momentarily stopping its bombardment, suddenly facing itself short of targets. And then the smoke was banished, revealing a lone figure marching before a line of space marines and thousands of mutants. The armor was cracked and the blue-gold theme difficult to recognize, but there was no doubt it was the cowardly child whose sorcerers had led so many legionnaires into the abominable temples. On my command. Tormino barked, feeling somehow in danger despite seeing no threat. Antwer? Prove your worth. Obey. Fire. Fire at will. Tormino saw the black blade burning in purple flames, and the power hit him like 1,000 shells at the same time. Something in him screamed, and fought. It was painful, but he was a son of Olympia. From iron, cometh strength. From strength, cometh will. From will, cometh faith. From faith, cometh honor. From honor, cometh iron. This is the unbreakable litany, and may it forever be so. Tormino opened his eyes again, feeling absolutely drained from all his battle ferocity. And his stupefaction increased as one by one, the Warsmith saw his legionnaires, every Astartes of the 235th Grand Battalion that he could see, they were kneeling before the sorceress. What? No. Iron is stronger than, release them. Release them. You missed one, Antwer. This one was marked as a sacrifice, O Majestrikes. I think someone thought his blood would make him the perfect candidate to wield me. Would it have worked? No. Well, someone's trying to innovate, I guess. Axenia, be a dear and neutralize this imbecile. There was a flash of blue, and Tormino's senses erupted in pain, then everything was darkness. The IND cluster. Maharashtra system. Battleship Terminus EST. 8.100.311 M35. Typhus the Traveler. The Terminus EST was still several million kilometers away, but the explosion was rather impressive to observe. Especially when it was followed by 2 others in close succession. The heavy cruiser Barbican has been destroyed, Lord Herald. The second death was likely the cruiser Determined Attrition. Acknowledged. Typhus took several minutes before making his observations known. Either the weapons of the leader of the Malfian forces function incorrectly, or she is blowing up the warships she doesn't have the manpower to crew. My assessment is that it is the latter, Lord Herald. We have all treated mortal slaves like bolter fodder at one time or another, but the Iron Warriors are far worse than us in this regard. And the graveyard must have bled them heavily. A sound reasoning, Captain. Typhus examined the data several buzzing drones brought him, before concluding his subordinate was most likely right. What did the creator of the Malphi Warp Crown get away with? One repulsive class Grand Cruiser, identified as the Master of Xanthiar. One bombardment galleon, identified as the Charon's Will. 2 heavy cruisers, the Menelaus and the Orestes. All in all, 15 capital ships had been captured by the girl who had chosen the sorceress name of Militia. Even by the standard of the Legion Wars, this was truly a one-sided victory. Estimates of how many Iron Warriors were convinced to rally her banner. Based on the rotation of orbital transports, between 300 and 400, Lord Harold. This was really bad news. The sons of Perturabo were foolish in the extreme with their delusional conviction that they could refuse to embrace the gods and suffer no consequences for their defiance, but no one was going to pretend the siege experts couldn't wage long wars and inflict devastating casualties while doing so. I will have to contact the Death Lord. He must be informed of his brother's meddling, if nothing else. Typhus had known someone was going to do something stupid when it was revealed a certain Xiantian sorceress was sailing for Maharashtra, but the Iron Warriors had never been near the top of his list. Proof that even so-called geniuses could lead their causes to some awful defeats when they ignored some basic facts. The hours passed. The newly united fleet of the Sons of Change and the Iron Warriors raced for a Mandeville Point without firing one more shot in anger. Some legionnaires grumbled, but the expectation had never been that there would be a fight today, and many returned to the cages when they wanted some violence. The terminus EST placed itself in high orbit of Maharashtra, and the scale of the devastation left by the 4th Legion was quite considerable. The graveyard of the false gods was intact, as mortal weapons were powerless to inflict any significant damage to it, but the weapons of the Iron Warriors had incinerated everything around it, creating a near-perfect circle of sterilized earth. The Herald of Nurgle didn't like it. Life was to be followed by death, but between them was the state of decay, blessed by the Grandfather. This was not pleasing. The cycle had been broken. Perturabo's sons had much to answer for. Fortunately, as Typhus and his legionnaires approached the ruined walls, it appeared not every son of the Lord of Iron had left with Militia. 4 had remained behind. As they were all stuck to the walls by some type of smelly glue spreading a pleasing odor of rot, Typhus acknowledged the insolent child had some potential when it came to the art of delivering results. You arrived too late. Warsmith Toromino, Typhus gurgled in pleasure. I thought I had seen your flagship somewhere in this very system. The Lord of Iron must be really desperate to employ such an incompetent warsmith. You don't understand, given how many hours after the battle you arrived. The armor of Toromino was really exquisite in its manufacturing and decorations. But then this scion of Olympia had always been a prideful bastard. She found the weapon. She turned my legionnaires against me in an instant. I don't know the name, but I can guarantee you. The name of the weapon is the Black Blade of Antwer. Since the Iron Warriors all had their helmets removed, it was a pleasure to see the warsmith's face turn red with rage. You knew? You knew and you let her grab that weapon. Did you not wonder for a single second, my poor Toromino, why you were the only one to oppose the sorceress today? Surely you can't believe your father was the only one to predict her presence here. I assure you I knew the day and the hour she would land on Maharashtra. 7 conspirators at Malphi alone informed me when she left. You lie. Even the false emperor and his dogs knew she would come here. Typhus continued, ignoring the pathetic attempt to deny the truth. Everyone had their plans, my dear warsmith. And they didn't involve stopping Militia from claiming the Blade of Antwer. It is a bit more surprising that she seems to have triumphed over the Blade of Antwer and prevented possession for now, but that's nothing that can't be corrected in time. That sounds like someone trying to find excuses for when he will return to his Primarch's side, because if you weren't going to claim the Blade of Antwer, why come here in the first place? I'm so glad you asked that question, Toromino. You see, the graveyard is a fascinating location. It was both the prison and the refuge of the Blade of Antwer. It is where 1,000 false gods have their last temples, for once the galaxy is ready to forget them, they can only choose between oblivion and coming here to delay their extinction for a brief period. It is a place where many mad scientists and ambitious warlords experimented upon the souls and bodies of their followers, in hopes of creating invincible armies which would conquer the galaxy. But above all, the Blade of Antwer is not the only weapon which was imprisoned here. Typhus turned towards the Death Guard legionnaires who had landed and were waiting in silence behind him. I will go into the graveyard. Only volunteers who have seen the Reaper's scythe in their dreams will follow me. 76 Plague Marines stepped forwards. Excellent. The rest of you will wait until my return, be it in 7 hours or 77 years. Lord Harold, what do you want us to do with the fallen warsmith and his 3 companions? That was, honestly, a very good question. The 3 legionnaires symbolize the 3 states we must all enter at some point: life, death, and decay. Give them the choice every member of our legion was given. Perturabo will kill you, Typhus. As for the so-called wars myth, the herald of Nergal added with a gurgle, the grandfather is very displeased about his actions. His part in this story must end here and now. 7 harvesters, the blessed power scythes of the legion, were raised. Toromino began to insult them. The harvesters fell. Typhus suddenly felt in a far better mood as he stepped through one of the enormous holes the Iron Warrior's siege engines had created in the walls of Maharashtra. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. High orbit above Holy Terra. Apocalypse class battleship Thunder of the God Emperor. 0.101.311 M35. Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy Rabadash Y. Bing El-Kalerman. Rabadash had woken up in a pleasant mood this morning. He had spent a pleasant evening with 2 of his favorite concubines dining and listening to the latest musical creations of some popular singers, which had been followed by even more pleasurable activities. This was following on top of the last days which had seen bad news disappear from the reports. The obscurest sectors which had been targeted by the destroyed Black Crusade had been purged or liberated, depending the magnitude of the corruption problem, and many of the battle fleets he had been forced to deploy were returning to their bases in Segmentum Solar. All the agitation on Terra and near the throne world from the plebeians was returning to manageable levels. The political gains from the latest campaigns were consolidating the political power of the Imperial Navy among the Senatorum Imperialis nicely. His power was growing, and his seat among the High 12 would not be contested anytime soon. The good news continued this morning at breakfast. His first wife had taken a holiday to some paradise world. As a result, everything was an oasis of peace and calm. Some of his favorite foods had also arrived from the agri-world of, well, Rabadash didn't remember the name, but the food and drinks were absolutely delicious. Yes, there were days it was good to be the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy. As per his schedule, his chief of staff entered a minute later. 3 major conferences today, my lord. Rabadash quickly nodded, abandoning his cookies covered in mulberry jelly for a few minutes. The first is about the settlement of that lamentable affair on Shangri-La 4, if I remember correctly. Yes, my lord. Pure stupidity in my opinion. I agree. When there were contracts to tell you to build a fuel depot for the Imperial Navy, you built a fuel depot. There may be some funding which needed to be given here and there, but you certainly didn't pocket money that belonged to the Imperial Navy and then forget to work. These bastards will all be executed slowly if I have it my way. The second conference. Several admirals have pushed for a change in our destroyer doctrine, with the fame new classes like Warrior and Hoplite have gained in recent years. I don't see why not, Rabadash said before correcting himself, as long as we can build these new classes in our shipyards of Segmentum Solar. Much like the plebeians had to stay in their emperor-ordained place for the Imperium to work as it should, Carduniash, Cipramundi, Bacca and Hydrofuer had to stay in theirs so that Terra could get the lion's share of the most profitable contracts. The third conference. The matter of the infighting to decide which classes of battleships will be built in the next decades is nowhere near decided, I'm afraid. This time Rabadash Y. Bing El-Kalerman grimaced. I suppose it was too much to hope that new candidates haven't brought new designs and ideas. The silence of his chief of staff was rather eloquent by itself. Fantastic. The new flights of Victory-class battleships had been met with a lot of satisfaction by hundreds of admirals when it began to enter service 3 decades ago. Alas, contrary to what the Navy's propaganda had tried to make everyone believe, the Victory class was not the replacement he had chosen for the aging Apocalypse class, which was in dire need of a successor, given how many had been built during the Great Crusade. Certain parties from Zion have proposed a new class. Rabadash snorted. Their previous creation, the Zion class, he couldn't help but snort a second time, is the equivalent of Kishir's battlecruisers, only bigger. I don't care if the one who designed them is the cousin of the High Lord of the Administratum, we are not going to build hundreds of battleships which will be as resistant as a destroyer in a conventional void battle. It was an exaggeration, but alas, not a big one. I was far more impressed with the prototype that was sent 3 months ago. Now that is a battleship worthy of the name. Who was the admiral who came to recommend it? I am afraid I don't really remember, his chief of staff admitted. He's one of the scions from those big dynasties from Northern Solar, I believe, but... A loud thrill came from the device his subordinate had placed on his breakfast table, and Rabadash sighed. The urge was there to complain, but most of the alerts that were allowed to pass into his private quarters unimpeded were the urgent kind. What is it? Lord High Admiral, a Custodes ship has just translated into the Sol system. According to our contacts, it came straight from Makraj. The Primarch Lemon Russ is aboard. Rabadash opened his mouth to tell his chief of staff not to be ridiculous. Makraj was in the eastern fringe, or right on its doorstep. There were multiple schools of bureaucrats fighting over the subject, no doubt, and a starship couldn't travel between the home world of the Ultramarines and the throne world in so little time. But the grey-haired officer didn't withdraw his words. And Rabadash shivered. A Primarch was here. And they were not ready. Nothing, be it on the political front or, well, everything, was ready to oppose him. Warn the other members of the High 12. Now. Imperial Palace. The Lions Gate Spaceport. 0.120.311 M35. Lord Militant Commander Paul von Oberstein. If this week was not the busiest Paul had in his career so far, then the Lord Militant Commander had no idea which week was supposed to beat it. The de jure commanding officer of the Imperial Guard had known battles were exhausting. They didn't compare to what he and his men had been on the receiving end on these last days. As one could expect, knowing the reality of how things worked in the Sol system, hundreds of millions of men and women had been aware the Primarch had arrived within the hour. The proverb that it was only possible to keep a secret on Holy Terra if everyone involved was dead had been confirmed in every way which mattered, again. And once people really began to consider the implications, thousands of starships had begun to race back to the throne world. They were merely the first drops of water before the flood, of course. And after a few hours, pilgrims and Terrans eager not to miss this unique historical moment had a new goal: be as close as possible to the Lions Gate Spaceport when the Primarch landed. There had been riots. There had been millions of tickets sold for an event that had not been organized by Imperial authorities. People had married in front of the spaceport, and people had died. Markets had flourished, half of the shops selling relics and clothes that were ridiculously expensive and that the ecclesiarchy had vigorously denounced. No one had anticipated this. Maybe they should have, but the Primarch's arrival had been supposed to be months away, and the High 12 had still been trying to assimilate the consequences of the victory won at Macrage. In the end, Paul von Oberstein had had to deploy his troops to restore some order after the third day when two mobs of pilgrims each were the size of a proper army group had come to blows in the Lions Gate Spaceport. This had brought some temporary reprieve, but now the Lord Militant Commander's greatest desire was for this entire affair to end. Paul had been forced to station nearly 10 million guardsmen in the immediate vicinity of the spaceport because the Arbits had proved they couldn't do their job, and while they were there they couldn't be deployed away from Sol, onto battlefields where their real purpose was. At least the High 12 honored you, Lord Militant. Paul sighed. It isn't an honor, Colonel. It's just that most of them think the Primarch is going to kill them on the spot, so better to test if that is true or not by sending someone that can be sacrificed. Ah. No agitation for now. No. Or at least not above the levels we have come to consider normal yesterday. That wasn't what Paul wanted to hear, but since it wasn't in his power to change it, better to go with it and hope for the best. The Lord Militant Commander left his super heavy tank. Instantly, the technological marvels of the Mechanics stopped shielding him from the noise, and it was like hearing multiple artillery brigades firing all at once, except unlike the guns, the thunderous roars never ended. Paul exhaled. A good thing he had not brought his faithful Pilo here. His poor companion would have been traumatized by the noise. And the crowds, the High Lord commanding the Imperial Guard really had no words to describe it. There were billions assembled on the Tropifex, the lowest level of the Lions Gate Spaceport. It was the biggest and the largest part. It had the bulk of the landing pads. It was, as befitted an important center of trade and cargo transport, ridiculously large. It was nearly impossible to distinguish where the statues of the first Primarch and all the leonine animal representations were placed. There were men, women, and children as far as his eyes could discern. All the main pilgrim congregations which currently held the favor of the ecclesiarchy were present, coloring several sections in unique combinations of color. And then the real explosion of noise came, for bronze-painted gates built to let Titans pass through opened. The crowd went delirious, and Paul could not help but chuckle, for the High 12 were not going to like that at all. There were hundreds of them. They were tall and their howls convinced millions of pilgrims to immediately shut up. Paul von Oberstein had seen many Space Marines lately. He had yet to find another chapter that played the barbarian warrior stereotype better than the space wolves of the now defunct world of Fenris. They wore furs, pelts, amulets, and many trophies of bone. There were some who carried fangs or claws of some enormous super predator. But even if they had not, the hirsute long beards and hair were intensifying the savagery of their expressions. Many armies of the Imperium were not what Terra would call civilized, and the space wolves were proudly demonstrating it today. This wasn't part of what was intended. A Lord General snarled next to him, and he had to shout to make himself heard in the tumult of cheers and other acclamations. They were supposed to stay in orbit. Why don't you go tell them that? Paul retorted, counting the Space Marines as he spoke. After a good minute, he arrived to an approximate number of 640. That was a very reasonable number for a Space Marine chapter, until you considered that only 3 great companies of the Sons of Rus had had time to reach Terra so far. And Paul von Oberstein knew from Lady Weaver's messages that before she left for Baal, there were approximately 200 Astartes protecting the Fang in the realm of Ultramar. Conclusion: accounting for the companies that had yet to materialize, the Space Wolves still had more Astartes than the average chapter should have, even after suffering catastrophic losses. Everything became unimportant, however, as the Wolves took position before his guardsmen, and as figures appeared in the distance, the 600-plus Astartes all kneeled. They all kneeled, as an ancient dreadnought holding in his gigantic claw the banner of the chapter marched proudly, and for all the exclamations, the noise began to be more bearable as billions fell silent. For behind the dreadnought, there was a prim arch. There strode Lemon Russ in person. Paul von Oberstein could clearly see the effect the demigod had upon his troops. The Lucifer Blacks knelt without order, and their comrades of the other regiments bent the knee or saluted before kneeling. In this they did better than billions of pilgrims. The majority simply prostrated themselves. Tens of millions cried. And the prim arch continued to advance. The closer he came, the more Paul realized how right the High 12 were to be scared of the Wolf King. He was a lord of winter and war. He was the barbarian king fighting at the frontiers you hoped to never see return in your lifetime. He was the axe which severed necks and limbs, the hunter in the snow, and the killer in the middle of the night. He was terrible and uncivilized. And he was here. Lord Russ. Welcome to Terra. And then the wolves began to truly howl around them. Approaches of the Lion's Gate. Primarch Lemon Russ. I don't like it, Jarl. The planet is dead, and they all worship him. Any other time, Russ would have howled in laughter at Bjorn's remark. Today he didn't, not when billions of human were prostrating themselves and seemed ready to polish the ground his armored feet were walking upon. The guardsmen and the space marines present kneeling? That at least was somewhat understandable. During the Great Crusade and the years after that, a meeting where someone wasn't allowed to prepare for his presence had many times begun in this fashion. And had they done it simply as a gesture of respect, the Lord of the 6th Legion wouldn't find it that bad. But the prayers? The mindless worship? The religious priests? No, he didn't like those at all. Lemon had thought this part of the celebrations in the Macrage system had been bad. He would have to apologize to several people, including Weaver. As a matter of fact, the religious issues encountered during his stay in the realm of Ultramar weren't bad at all when you compared them to this mess. The planet is not dead. Bjorn had to be corrected, for that was the truth. Terra had been cruelly wounded by Horus and the monsters he had sold his soul to, and the millennia which had passed since had not helped the planet to recover. But the world was enduring. It was not yet dead. There was still hope. But the damage. I notice, Lord, you didn't say anything about the worship. Lemon turned his head to look at the Lord Militant Commander. The Custodes had of course given him some information about the High Lord of the Imperial Guard, but there was no substitute to meeting someone face to face. To be honest, the 6th Primarch was a bit surprised a man like Paul von Oberstein had accepted to serve on Holy Terra for so long. Everyone had his share of shadows, but there were only so many of them you could consider to embrace as part of your duties. I am not saying anything about it, Lemon grumbled, because I find it utterly ridiculous. My father was a man. I proved it when I defeated him in an eating and drinking contest. The black uniformed officer coughed loudly as the enormous tank they were riding towards the Lion's Gate was applauded by hundreds of millions, each of their moves recorded and broadcast across the planet by an absurd number of public address plates. The tales don't recount it that way, Lord. Why the hell not? Bjorn asked. It was a mighty fine saga in its own right. Of course our Jarl lost the third trial, the Emperor beat him like a drum and delivered blows a Titan wouldn't have equaled, but that is life. The young pups still remember it. They sang it to me before we sailed for this depressing spectacle. Many things have been forgotten, Lord, the High Lord of the Imperial Guard remarked grimly, superbly ignoring the crowd as the immense batteries of the Lion's Gate were revealed one by one. For you, the siege felt like it was yesterday. For us, it was millennia ago, and not even our grandfathers' grandfathers were around when the skies of Terra burned in the fires of war for the last time. At least you had the good sense to build powerful orbital batteries. Lemon approved after observing the enormous guns and the neat ranks of hundreds of thousands of soldiers waiting immobile on the different parts of the fortified defenses. My brother Rogel would likely be horrified by all the ridiculous decorations you shaped the stone with, but I am far more pragmatic than he was. According to the Lord High Admiral, Holy Terra is impregnable. What the hell had happened to call the world holy? It was ugliness shown to the entire cosmos. Oh, right, his father was here, and they considered him a god. They were truly swimming in a sea of stupidity. At least Lemon could howl in laughter. It was an apt retort to this declaration. No, Lord Militant Commander. The Lord of the Vilka bared his teeth. This world is not impregnable. Your capable subordinate I met at Macrage is largely capable of taking this system without my advice. My brother Robot can take this system with the might of Ultramar at his back. I can take this system, though not by limiting the collateral damage. My brother Korux can likely take this system too, though likely he would need far more than time than us. You don't have the Space Marines to defend it, and you don't have adequate walls except around the Sanctum Imperialis. Something that, if he was honest with himself, worried him a lot. The sons of Horus had been famous for their decapitation strikes long before they turned traitor. Jarl. The Custodes are here. I saw them, Bjorn. Do you want me to see if they're ready for some light exercise? Lemon Russ growled in amusement. And some claimed it was he who was setting a bad example for the Vilka Fenrica. The Captain General is here, Paul von Oberstein noted. I advise against fighting your way in, especially given how ecstatic the crowd is. It wouldn't take much to spark riots here. I am not blind. Lemon jumped from the tank, and went to salute the custodes who had replaced Valder. That is, if anyone could really replace someone like Valder. Captain General. Lord Russ. By his will, I ask you formally to relinquish your 2 prisoners into my custody. Lemon turned towards the 2 large grey prison transports which had been modified to carry Magnus and Fulgrim's body along with a heavy security guard. They are yours. The Captain General nodded and gave a series of orders. The custodes marched towards the transports, which his sons evacuated promptly. I want to speak with him. You will. But not today. The tone made clear enough it wasn't negotiable. You will meet the High Lords first. Something I've wanted to do for many days, Lemon allowed himself a smile. And you're not authorized to kill any of the High 12, the commander of the Adeptus Custodes promptly added. You should not have said that, Bjorn amicably informed the golden-clad warrior, the traitor. Inner Sanctum. Hall of Victories. Speaker for the Chartists Captains Eleanor Gutenberg. The decision to wait for the Primarch in the Hall of Victories had been reached in a mere 24 hours. It was, and everyone around the table knew it, far too quick. No common strategy had been adopted, there was far too little time to agree on anything between the High 12, something that rarely happened anyway even when the subject was non-controversial. And so they waited here, in the heart of the museum displaying mankind's greatest technological achievements. There had been no real time to compile what they knew about the Primarch of the Space Wolves save what a low-level adept could learn in a few minutes. Inquiries had been made, investigations launched, but the early arrival had caught all of them flat-footed. They had only faint ideas of what the son of the God Emperor's goals were. They had. Eleanor sniffed cautiously. It is troubling, but, I am smelling, food. It was a pleasant aroma, some sort of fried meat, and her stomach chose to remind her that for the last several hours, her sustenance had been limited to pure water. A privilege many citizens were ready to kill for on Terra, but it wasn't helping you fulfill your duties. Forget the smell of food, Tudor Brezhnev grouchily replied. There must be a restaurant for the pilgrims near the Hall of Victories. What we must speak of is how the wolves challenged our command. They walked on the sacred soil of Holy Terra without our approval. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. Jack of Balvolio sniggered, his third eye hidden today by an expensive eye patch of some psychic blocker presenting the appearance of black silk. I'm so glad you find it so amusing, paternal envoy. I'm sorry, but have you seen the crowds outside praising the name of Russ? The navigator mocked the Grand Marshal. Try to arrest a single wolf and the crowd will storm the headquarters of the Adeptus Arbits. This is utter nonsense. Tudor Brezhnev's voice began to increase in volume, and anger was evident for the first time. I have everything under control and... My friends. He was here. The Primarch was here. And with him. Wait, why were there dozens of cooks? Why, what was happening? To you, my friend, I offer this sublime mammoth carpet. Archcardinal Terran Salomon Rovere had jumped from his throne chair, and was hugging the Primarch like they had been raised together. A barrel of expensive mead was opened before them, and before 2 thoughts arrived in her head, Eleanor had emptied something like 5 cups of it. My friends, to victory! To victory! The speaker for the Chartist captains felt like it was a waking dream. Did the Primarch kiss her hand like a gentleman before offering the pelt of an enormous bear pelt to wear as a coat? Did the mistress of the Astronomicon receive an enormous set of bones with brilliant golden carved sigils? Was Xerxes Van Dyer given a sort of strange helmet in the shape of a spider? They were dreaming. Surely it was just a dream. Bring more meat and superb meals. Some of us are starving. Bjorn, don't stay silent like that. Sing us one of your sagas. Musicians began to play, and the Hall of Victory's heart began to be covered in amulets. An authentic chimney was built, and enormous pieces of venison were brought in. There was too much alcohol, too much food. There was too much, everything. My friends. Another toast. A toast. To victory. The Primarch was speaking, but it seemed to be, so far away. Was he eating something the size of a grox by himself? It seems we have enjoyed the good old Fenrician delicacies a bit too much, my friend. All in favor of adjourning the next session until tomorrow. I. The Imperial Palace. The Golden Throne. Primarch Magnus the Red. There was enough psychic energy at the entrance of the Imperial dungeon to banish a horde of Neverborn in a second. Magnus may have lost his psychic powers, but there was no need to have them to see the golden mist which was an integral part of the air. And with every step the 15th Primarch took, it became worse. It was not that the custodes and himself were trying to avoid the consequences of breathing these projections. That was impossible when you were more or less swimming in a sea of golden power. And no, this wasn't good news. While Magnus couldn't exactly do a proper examination without his talents, the lord of long-gone Prospero was ready to bet this was the result of quadrillions of humans praying to his father. It was said that faith could move mountains. Magnus would humbly say that in this galaxy, it could entirely remodel reality. This was the power of belief. And it was changing the Imperial Dungeon and everything it contained. In many futures that the Crimson King had watched come to fruition, this would have awful consequences. When quadrillions of souls believed and prayed for a corpse-like entity on a golden throne, the consequences were exactly what one might expect. Today this future had little chance of happening. Reality nonetheless changed as the progression continued. Magnus saw angelic legionnaires stand silently in disciplined formations, an honor guard watching over the Lord of the Imperium. There were flowers falling in cascades, but no matter how many there were, they vanished as they touched the marble floor. There were many things which shivered and materialized before blinking out of existence. Magnus thought he saw enormous cats and spiders, watching each other dutifully on each side of the never-ending avenue. And the power rose to new heights. The walk was not over, and Magnus had to breathe harder. Not to the point it was really dolorous, but enough to estimate that men who lacked enough determination would collapse and likely suffer massive health problems in mere seconds. In this area where the golden mist was law, the custodes seemed to be the only real things one could take for granted. Magnus was a bit amazed by the companion's resistance, honestly. Staying in the Imperial Dungeon for several minutes was not exactly easy for him, and though he did not have some of the gifts the custodes were given when they were created, Magnus had some they lacked. And staying so close to the Golden Throne, it demanded your entire physical and mental strength, no matter how regularly you rotated the companions. Yes, the golden power could not change them like it changed the other visitors, but the blackened armors proved that anathema-empowered flames could definitely burn. The Golden Throne finally came into view. Gold and gold, each part of the edifice had been distorted by the prayers and the sacrifices of billions of psychers. It was exactly everything the early Imperium had thrived to eradicate. The Captain General said something. Magnus wasn't able to hear the words. He walked. And suddenly the air is less oppressive. The scenery is completely different. There is still a great golden castle, but it is on the horizon. All around, there is a sea. He is on an island. Magnus hears the birds singing. He hears the roar of an immense cascade. There is a long pier made of wood. Magnus walks upon it, and soon enough, he sees an armchair at the edge of the pier. It contemplates, the cascade. Everything around the golden castle and this small island is a cascade. Seated in the armchair is an old man. Magnus does not look upon most of the terrible injuries that seem to have received bandages and medical treatment recently. No, his attention is on a black eye patch covering the right eye of the old man. Just for the record, the 15th Primarch says, Lemon has already claimed every part of the Norse mythology for himself. There is no immediate answer, but two big ravens begin to circle over their heads, before landing on each shoulder. Odin. The All-Father. Seriously. Magnus. My son. Do you really think your attempts to present yourself as a sort of stargazing librarian pharaoh have escaped my attention? He has wondered for a long time if his father kept the ability to silence him with a few words. He has his answer. No, I suppose not. There is no long speech, no loud accusations. Magnus would almost prefer for there to be. I am sorry. I ruined a lot of things. The webway. The edicts as you intended them to be. Are you apologizing because they mattered to me, my son, or because you are sorry to see them in ruins? To be honest, far more the former than the latter, father. I understand you did what you thought was best for mankind, but I wouldn't have supported it. Well. The Emperor contemplates the water flowing around them for several seconds. That's indeed honest, my son. His father for several seconds looks very tired and his eyes are lost gazing at something in the distance. The ravens fly away. In return I am going to be equally honest. While the destruction of the Imperial Webway was indeed your fault, you not acting like you did would in all likelihood not have saved it. The wards were keyed to my blood, a necessary precaution to avoid some of the most problematic sabotages of the parasites of the warp. So as long as one of us turned traitor, the Imperial Webway could have been destroyed in its infancy. Magnus winces, and then pushes onwards. That's quite a flaw, father. I was, in many ways, trying to build a new webway without the blueprint and not a single one of the original architects to help me. Flaws were unavoidable. I did not expect this one to be exploited so easily. Some might say, that if you had trusted us far more, plenty of bad things would have been avoided. Really? This time, Magnus is sure his father is sarcastic. Really? So when I told you certain disciplines of the warp were off limits for you and your legion, when I gave you several important hints that there were things psychers were to avoid at all costs, you would have listened to my commands and respected them in the spirit they were given. That is not the same thing. Is it, my son? To his surprise, his father sighs. When I found each of you, you were still terribly young, for all your apparent adult bodies. I wasn't the one to raise you. I wasn't the one to tell you how terrible and beautiful this galaxy can be. But I could be honest with my sons. Trust and truth would be met by truth and trust. With every reason you gave me that you understood the problems I was facing, information and trust would have been given. Revelation after revelation, it sounds a bit like the approach the Sons of the Lion have for some things. In many ways, it is. In many other ways, it isn't. The former Lord of Prospero does not need long to arrive at a conclusion. Some of us would never have accepted that. In fact, the more he thinks about it, the more Magnus is certain many of those who rallied Horus Banner would never have accepted this approach for the warp and the Imperial webway. Indeed. The Emperor seems in pain for a moment as his face pales, the moment passes, and the Alfather appears to regain some strength. I promised myself I would raise you like my sons. My own flesh and blood. As long as you weren't corrupted by the parasites, you were my sons. I committed countless mistakes in my long life, who was I to order someone to not make any errors? And that's why you saved Angron, without his companions. Magnus knows this is a dangerous topic to tread. In my humble opinion, it would have been more merciful to kill him. Unfortunately you are right. His companions were already falling to the embrace of chaos. I couldn't save them, and even if I did, butcher's nails always make sure the life of an unaugmented human is incredibly short. I could not foresee where Angron's hatred would lead, too much was clouded from me. But you knew it could come. I thought that given the proper funding, some method to remove the butcher's nails could be found. I was wrong. And in the meantime, the 12th Legion decided to go with the butcher's nails too, becoming more and more a rampaging horde of crazy butchers. They must have laughed a lot ruining the plans of his father. What now? Am I of no use to you without my psychic talents? Are you going to kill me? Some would say you deserve it, my son, Magnus grimaces, but I am willing to forgive, if not forget. Understand me clearly however, if for any reason, you betray me again, the moment I become aware of it there will be many custodes ready to end your life. I understand. And as part of your punishment, you are going to tidy up and classify my library. Oh? That isn't much of a punishment. Not that library, the one only accessible by the Hall of Ling. The one that you, my son, snuck into the moment Malkador and I had our backs turned. Magnus grimaces. Ah yes, that library, and suddenly he clearly remembers the lack of organization of it. To be polite. I'm not one to complain, but can't I trade my punishment with Lemon? Out of the question. He is going to be punished too. When I commanded him to negotiate with the High Lords, I didn't mean for him to organize a massive Fenrician-style feast and get them drunk until they couldn't remember their own names. Ouch. It is not something that is going to increase the productivity of the High Lords to be sure. Well, after much deliberation, I accept my punishment, Father. Calyx Hell Stars. Morwen System. Battleship Drethuchi. 8.128.311 M35. The Blood Muse. Every time she closed her eyes, the nightmare returned. There is a great throne of brass, atop a mountain of bleached skulls. Next to it is a lake of blood. Around it war is raging. It never stopped since the war in heaven lit the inferno, and it will not stop unless the living species which inhabit this galaxy will know to accept true peace. The war is raging. But at the feet of the mountain of skulls, two creatures of destruction attract everyone's gaze. They are mighty, these monsters. They are mere parts of the being which watches from the skull throne, but their individualities and songs of murder have echoed across millions of stars. One is called the Angel's Bane. The other is the Skull Lord of Doom. They are fighting for the right to claim a skull. They are fighting for dominance. They are fighting because they can't even contemplate a choice which doesn't involve violence. And so war is raging. Sometimes the two monsters get too close to the mountain of skulls. When that happens, the Guardian strikes them, and the battle temporarily moves away. She uses the opportunity to crawl away. It is in vain. The thing that is waiting on the throne of skulls is watching. You will serve me. Fail, and your skull will join my throne. Remember, blood is the key. The lake of blood grows in size. Armies scream in fury. And a meteor appears above the endless battlefield. The slaughter hosts begin to scream a name. And Hecate opened her eyes, gasping for air. Mistress! Get out! The succubus queen of Clark-Arond ordered. The black-skinned wretches that had succumbed to the blood god immediately fled. Weak. The blood muse commented as she swam to the edge of her bloodbath before climbing out and seizing the carmine towels waiting for her. I am too weak. For long seconds, Hecate meditated, trying to notice the tiniest detail of her visions that could give her a chance to escape. But there was nothing. Blood is the key, yes. But what does it really mean? Opening the ziggurats of the builders is nothing in the grand scheme of things. Many Yildari looted some in their lifetimes. Offering their souls to a power is not something that will give great boons or change the outcome of a war. And here she had thought long ago that the brute atop his throne of skulls was fundamentally unable to make complicated plans. On this, like in many things, she had been dead wrong. The problem is the creature falling like a meteor. The nightmarish vision made her shiver. It was once a demigod, but now, it is just rage and violence incarnate. There were very few opponents the former apprentice of the Queen of Blades doubted her chances of victory against, be they part of the galactic empires vying for supremacy or the great game of the primordial annihilator. That abomination was definitely one. Hecate frowned as the doors pivoted again without her permission. Through the opening, one of the space marines appeared. It would be oh so tempting to decapitate him and add his blood to her bath. Tempting, but likely not worth the trouble. For now. A click of her fingers, and a long blood robe covered her body. We have arrived in the Morwen system. I know, stupid primate. There were days she felt courteous enough not to insult these bloodthirsty brutes. Today was not one of them. Speak fast and begone. I have a sudden urge to impale your two hearts and then proceed to ritualistic exsanguinations above my bath. Do you think the warlord will let you? Hecate moved, and the brute didn't see her. A heartbeat, and her fingers were around her enemy's throat. She would have to accept it, I think. And you forget the ugly truth, our enslaver does not care whose blood flows, only that it does. Hecate released the brute, throwing it against one of her doors. The sound was, oddly satisfying. And here I thought we were stupid falling for the lies of Slaanesh. It's just pathetic. No wonder the Lord of War wanted me on your side. If my Empress accepted either my allegiance or my body, she would have been unstoppable. Arg. You, just because you bask with this, why, aren't you cursed like the other Caelari? Hecate inclined her head and bared her teeth. Look at that. For the first time, the primate asks an interesting question. She grinned. The Empress curse requires two things. First, the Ildari must swear allegiance, voluntarily or not, to a facet of the primordial annihilator. Second, the Ildari must be less powerful than the Empress. If one of these conditions isn't met, the skin doesn't turn into a shade between ugly grey and dark black. You're more powerful than the destroyer of Kamarak. Actually, she was not. By her best battle analysis of the visions she had been granted, Hecate knew the young Empress that her former mistress had approved of was roughly at the same level as she was, though her predilection would be in long-range attacks, unlike her. Still, it was amusing that the brute had never considered the possibility Hecate had never sworn allegiance to the Skull Throne. She wasn't taking her baths in this blood pool because she had enjoyed it too much while everyone called her Red Crone. The Blood Muse was taking blood baths because it was her leash. Your doubts about my strength are really disappointing. I have killed many duelists for far lesser reasons. Maybe if you gave a demonstration of this might, we might take you seriously. Hecate sighed, and then used her hemokinesis. 8 spikes were shaped from the blood of her bath, and they impaled the brute before it had any opportunity to react. It was a mockery of the number of the Skull Throne, yes. Blood flowed. The conqueror, will, find. You really know nothing, primate. Hecate shook her head. I am not afraid of the blood rose. While the Skull Throne forges her into something redoubtable, I can fight her. No, what I fear is going to the war zone you call the Calyx Hellstars. A life ended. And so her next words arrived at the ears of a corpse. I fear the wrath of the Red Angel. Chapter 59, Tyranny 12-2 Gods and Tyrants. Tyranny 12.2. Interlude. Gods and Tyrants. I have returned, Father. Are you surprised? You shouldn't be. If there is one trait you gave to every one of your sons, it is undoubtedly your stubbornness. In my case, I inherited your stubbornness to survive. It was barely enough. You took everything from me, Father. You broke my rituals. You unleashed your full might to destroy my plans. You crippled the preparations I had made across my domains. And then you sent Russ and his wolves. My strength was crippled, my legion in disarray. I stood no chance against your executioner. My defeat was inevitable. While I never had the precognitive talents of Sanguinius and Kurz, I didn't need them as I was outnumbered 3-1. It didn't matter. I had sworn a vow when you stopped my ascension. And for this vow to be accomplished, I had to survive. In order to do that, I had to fake my death. This was a critical problem. I knew your orders would include the retrieval of my body, and you would not be fooled by a convincing fake. This meant that my corpse indeed had to be abandoned for the hunt to end. But the soul was different. My soul had survived the ritual you broke. In fact, my soul and sorcery talent flourished after my body was crippled. The solution was as simple as it was elegant. I made a pact with one of those absurdly pretentious creatures that call themselves demons. In exchange for several favors, I consented to invite an inferior slime into my body. I never bothered to tell this stupid entity that the possession would start when Russ barged into my throne room and threw himself at me. My body died. My soul survived. But you did something blasphemous, father. You took everything from me. My name. My legion's name. My history. My triumphs. You took everything there was to know about me, and you reduced it to ash and nothingness. I lost all my names when you erased them. I was nothing. I was weak, weaker than the weakest daemon, and what was left of me was lost in the currents of the sea of souls. I was soon devoured by one of the uncountable predators making the immaterium their home. But something happened, something neither the daemon nor me expected. My name being obliterated ensured the entity couldn't properly digest me. It couldn't destroy my soul and erase me from existence. It couldn't vanquish me, but the same didn't apply where I was concerned. I acted like a parasite, a malicious tumor, one that the daemon was unable to expel or suppress. It was a constant struggle, but after an eternity I had complete mastery of the essence. The daemon superficially looked the same from the outside, as I had taken great care to preserve the outer shell. At long last, I could have a name. I could begin to claw back everything you took from me. I could be the king in yellow. I could begin the true trials that would restore the power that was rightfully mine. And now I have returned, Emperor. Remember what I swore to you when you broke my rituals and my ambitions on that fateful day? Eternity will be mine, or there will be no eternity. What would you say if you still had the ability to communicate with me despite the distance separating us? That the beings you call parasites are going to cripple me, much like they crippled you? If you think so, prepare to be disappointed, Emperor. I am the king in yellow. I am going to defeat the parasites and the miserable wretches they have enslaved, the things I was once forced to call brothers. I am going to create the first realm of eternity in the Calyx Hell Stars. And then it will be your turn. Somewhere between the warp and the matrium. The tyrant star. Thought for the day, glory in death is life eternal. Knight-errant Samtik-Murhur. At first, Samtik-Murhur had believed it was pure spite that had led the Cymurg creature to abandon him on this sterilized orb. Inquisitor Contessa had managed to escape via a derelict ruin, assuming it had not been a trap like the rest of this dreadful journey. The other space marines accompanying him had perished or vanished. Samtik was alone. He was alone, and his supplies were non-existent. Fortunately, he was somewhere food and water weren't needed. For what felt like an eternity, Samtik had walked, but he hadn't felt thirsty or hungry. It was fortunate indeed, because his possessions here were restricted to his power armor and what was inside it, and needless to say, that was not much. Samtik had thought it was sheer spite from that parody of an angel that had led to his imprisonment there. The Cymurg had been denied, thus it had made sure the only escape Samtik would ever have was to take his own life. Simple and merciless. But this place, planet or not, had begun to change recently. It was still sterile and devoid of life. It was a realm of the dead, except the dead were now walking. Fortunately, as the monotony of the landscape was now broken by countless hills and mountains. Empty riverbeds had been summoned into existence. Things that must have once been forests had now been replaced by forests of bone. At least all these new terrain features provided excellent opportunities to hide. And hiding was very much needed. No one was searching for him, but there were tens of thousands of skeletons everywhere in the valleys, supervised by animated corpses of Astartes, with more emerging from the amethyst-colored sands in the nearby desert every hour or whatever passed for it in this strange realm. At the very beginning, Samtik had thought they had a clue he was here. Now he was sure they didn't. The skeletons and their transhuman overseers were fortifying their planet. It hadn't looked impressive at first, not when you had once seen the Imperial Fists build one of their citadels. But the skeletons never tired, and soon, as far as Samtik's eyes could see, there were hundreds of thousands digging trenches, creating kill zones, and emplacing bunkers and redoubtable batteries of what had to be powerful weapons, except clearly not guns which had been invented and manufactured by any forge world. It was slow, and with the proper technology the Imperial Fists and the Mechanikus would likely have done it quicker and using fewer hands. Still, there was a sense of relentlessness. Deep in his two hearts, Samtik felt as if the fortification effort couldn't be stopped. Walls were built, soon rising hundreds of meters, before culminating at sizes that could stand the comparison with the Imperial Palace. All of this, his mind could accept. But when a dark ziggurat flew over the still incomplete fortress, Samtik had no explanation. The structure was beyond enormous, easily larger and having more tonnage than a battleship. And yet, it was flying with nothing but columns of smoke of putrid black-purple color to stand against the laws of gravity. This ziggurat felt like something deeply unnatural, something confirmed by the fact every time he looked at it, Samtik felt his organs churn in unease. The ziggurat left in all celerity after several minutes, as if it had only come to inspect the progress of the work done by the skeletons, something that as far as he knew, might well have been the truth. And it had provided one answer he had on his tongue for a while. For while the ziggurat had no markings, there had been things dancing in the smoke. There had been symbols, an hourglass, and a skull. And there had been a number. It seems, Samtik grimaced, the 11th Legion has survived, sort of. And now, it is preparing for war. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. Holy Terra. The Imperial Palace. The Imperial Dungeon. The Golden Throne. 0.127.311 M35. Primarch Lemon Russ. The surroundings change every time he comes here. This time, Lemon finds himself in the middle of a desert. The vast dunes of soft yellow are everywhere, no matter what direction he's looking in. It is a desert, and there is nothing but sand and more sand. Lemon hates sand. He is a Primarch, not a sand snake, or one of the other few animals which are able to survive in these desert conditions. Besides, it is way too hot. The sun is trying its best to fry his brain. He knows it. The great wolf is about to howl when the dune explodes, and a titanic worm reveals itself. The maw, the Lord of Fenris has to admit, is so large even Krakens would consider it a worthwhile challenge. Russ races away, and when the worm tries to chase him, he jumps into a vicious flanking attack that will target what he hopes to be the weak points of the apex predator. But the air shimmers. The desert has been playing tricks on him, unless the worm is capable of creating mirages on its own. Lemon's strike is going to fall short. He tries to correct his jump. And a hand grabs him, lifts him as if he were a young pup, and throws him on the back of the worm like he weighs nothing. That was reckless of you, my son. Lemon recognizes the voice, of course. Father. The stranger standing on the worm's back does not at all look like how his father ever presented himself. Most of his tall figure is hidden by a sand-colored cloak, and beneath it, there is what looks to be an integral suit of dark grey. In his hand there is a metallic baton. There is no gold, no light, and no visible weapons. Yet Lemon knows it is his father. I really hate sand, the sixth Primarch growls. The luminescent blue eyes, probably the only thing that are truly identical to some of the appearances Lemon saw before, stare at him in amusement. I will keep it in mind. Where are we? He asks. Sand aside, this doesn't look like any place you ever showed us before. This place is an old memory. A memory of when I was younger. The voice loses in potency, but Lemon can hear what is spoken, murmur or not. A memory when I wasn't alone. Lemon feels ill at ease. For centuries, he didn't even think of that. Technically, yes, he has been separated from his brothers for a very long time, but alone? No, he has never been truly alone. He always had part of his pack with him. His father didn't. This isn't old Earth, however. I don't remember that world to have ever hosted these giant worms. The Emperor chuckles. No, it isn't old Earth, or Terra. It might surprise you, my son, but I traveled a lot when mankind began to settle on distant worlds across the galaxy. Not for the first time, Lemon admits that he knows very little of the man who stands before him. Granted, the son knows more about his father than the combined population of the throne world minus the custodes ever will, but it is cold comfort. This must have been a dangerous world, then. Unless the planet had someone like your new protege to control the worms. We did not, the lips twitch in amusement again. I suppose it was a very dangerous world, and yet for a time, it was home. This is difficult to believe, but Lemon can sniff out a liar from 10 kilometers away, and the words here are unmistakably, painfully the truth. Home. And suddenly it reminds him of the loss of Fenris. His home, that he was forced to finish the destruction of. The spirit of Fenris survived, but in many ways, the loss is still grievous. You will tell Robot to give you the planet. The blue eyes stare at him with serenity. Honestly, that boy makes me despair sometimes. I haven't tried to hold on as tightly to my conquests like he does since I was king of Macedon. Ha! I will. And you will make the necessary concessions. Suddenly, Lemon feels like the young pup brought to the alpha of the pack after having played with the tail of another member too many times. Concessions? He asks innocently. Concessions, the Emperor repeats gravely. It is part of something called diplomacy, Lemon. You should try it sometimes. I know what diplomacy is, father. I recently showed my best diplomatic skills. I must point out that getting my high lords drunk has not improved their performance. The drawl is neutral, but the irony can be tasted at Titan's range. Lemon grimaces. But I will note that the method was original and successfully avoided political infighting for a time. It even convinced most of the Terran elite to organize big parties to mark the event. So I'm not going to castigate you for that. But as I'm sure you are intelligent enough to realize, this is only a temporary solution. And so we return to the topic of concessions. I don't like it at all, Lemon mutters, before quickly amending his words under his father's unflinching glare. I dislike making concessions to some of the High Lords. The heads of the Administratum and the Arbits should be rotting in a cell before a summary execution. And though he doesn't ask aloud after that, the challenge is clear: why are their heads still attached to their shoulders? You want to replace them? I wish you good luck, Lemon. The replacements would be worse, and far more obstructive. The Primarch of the Space Wolves growls in frustration. Nevertheless, his father answered the question truthfully. It's not his father's fault that he doesn't like the answers. What I am supposed to do, then? For many minutes, silence reigns. The ride on the worm continues, across the immensities of sand. There is nothing but the dunes, the hellishly hot sun, and his father seemingly controlling the worm effortlessly. While many high lords are wastes of my time and yours, several can be relied upon. I contacted one, and she will have the support to force the opposition into a neutral stance, provided you make the necessary concessions and allow your wolves to change their behaviors in a way that will neatly decrease the complaints. That is going to be a challenge. Lemon does not like certain things he saw among the successors of his legion in the slightest. Some he has already planned to change, and he knows better than to think it was going to be painless and short. I'm almost hearing the captain of the Varangian Guard word for word before I promised him the gold and artworks of my palace, his father replies humorously. Fine, Lemon huffs, I will speak with your High Lord A&D. I will listen to what she has to say. But there is your protégé to consider. Weaver is not on board with. I'm having a letter prepared for her as we speak. It will explain to her some of my plans where you are concerned, though the final decision will still be hers. You will have to be convincing when you return to Macrage. Well, Lemon can be convincing, hasn't he proved it by doing what was never done before? Obviously, there is still your punishment to consider. By Nibelheim, that was something. Once you are finished with your duties, you will join Magnus for a week cleaning and tidying up my library. There is relief hearing his brother is alive. It doesn't last long, because the words my library are resonating like an ominous bell of doom. Couldn't I do something easier? Lemon asks with a mournful tone. You know, exterminating all the remaining sons of Horus? Finding you that bottle of liquor you and Malkador were unable to acquire during the Great Crusade? Maybe catching one of these big worms and offering it to Weaver? No. The Emperor pushes him off the worm. And Lemon is reminded why he hates sand a few seconds later. The Eye of Terror. Midrengard. Daemon Primarch Mortarion. Mortarion had announced his visit ahead of time. Judging by the hasty moves of the Iron Warriors manning the Titan-sized fortifications, his brother had not bothered informing his sons ahead of schedule. Mortarion looked around, before deciding that ready or not, he was not going to wait for them. Perturabo would love that, of course. More bitterness flowed into the Death Lord's essence as he descended the landing area he had used to manifest. Apparently, since Perturabo had warned no one of his coming, all those who had been on it had been transformed into a pile of slime and metal. The Lord of Iron had always been ruthless and prompt to decimate, but this sheer level of disdain was something else, even by the standards of the great game. All around him, Midrengard growled and thundered. Or was it more appropriate to say Midrengard killed and maimed? The planet was looking particularly horrid to his senses. It was not decay. It was a black mass of fortifications and foundries, of mega manufactorums and arsenals, of trenches and poisoned kill zones. Midrengard was the planet citadel of the Iron Warriors, their incredible arrogance turned into a system of fortifications and murderous industrial complexes. The forges churning out Daemon engines were so large they could be seen from orbit, and the redoubts were buried so deep that Mortarion wouldn't be surprised to learn some were quite close to the planet's core. Naturally, on this world where souls were spent by the millions to feed the warp furnaces, the jealousies ran high. This was why when the Sons of the Fourth ran to meet him, there were over 50 officers of Warsmith rank. Lord Mortarion, we have not. Be quiet, little fly. The Primarch of the 14th Legion exhaled, and the cloud of poison shrouding him grew larger. Save first Captain Forex, I don't want to hear any of you speaking. By the temporary silence that immediately reigned, the Iron Warriors were fast learners. Or perhaps Perturabo had killed so many of them in his mad crises of rage that they had all grown incredibly cautious. Kaidamar Forex stepped forwards. The nicest thing Mortarion could say was that the years had not been kind to him. There were more scars, of course, but this was not the problem. His soul was jaded and apathetic. It had not grown to the point it was irrecoverable, but the steps had been taken, and of course Perturabo's charming behavior was accelerating this issue. It wasn't Mortarion's problem, obviously. It was still remarkable in its own way for a senior Legion officer to destroy himself so thoroughly without an enemy in sight. Lord. We weren't informed of your arrival. I am here to speak with my brother, Forex. The first captain didn't flinch, but his glance at the biggest fortress of the entire planet looming in the distance said it all. I will lead you to the Iron Palace, Lord. But I do not have the keys, no one does. If my father does not desire to receive you, the gates will stay shut. Mortarion nodded, unsurprised by the way Perturabo had cut himself off from the rest of Midrengard. The rest of the walk was spent in complete silence. Soon, Mortarion was in front of the main gates, which were so large he had no idea what Perturabo expected to use them for. Maximus Ordinatus or Emperor Titans were not that big compared to the enormous metallic doors of an ugly iron-colored shade that barred the way. It went without saying that the gates were closed. Perturabo. I am here. I know you are watching me. There were no threats or anything that might be construed as an insult. Mortarion was sure that if he dared utter such, it would be a matter of heartbeats before orders were given so that he was banished from Midrengard. At last, after a long period that was frankly ridiculous, the iron gates opened in a cacophony of growling machines and the thunderous activation of millions of mechanisms. What was inside was shrouded in darkness, and what wasn't darkness was fire. There were pipes bigger than mechanicum forges in their own right transporting viscous substances that contained their fair share of blood and liquefied corpses. There were enormous silvery tendrils that acted as mechadendrites everywhere. Mortarion couldn't investigate more. An avenue had been created for him to advance, and on each side, thousands of daemon engines stood guard. A few of them the Death Lord had honestly never seen stride across a battlefield of the eye, which was maybe for the best, as some were the size of Emperor Titans in their own right. The Lord of the Death Guard was led through a maze of tanks containing molten lava while rains of chemicals altered weapons. Millions of arms were churned out, half of them discarded for flaws that would have been declared insignificant by all other legions. There were no space marines working here. All the work was done either by remote-controlled silver variants of mechadendrites or the far more numerous night-sized automatons. At long last, his progression ended. He was in a massive atelier, and though Mortarion had the feeling that someone had been here not long before him, there was an etheric signature that wasn't Perturabo's. His brother received him alone. Of course, receiving him was practically distorting facts. Perturabo had taken his favorite appearance of a machine with an iron mask, and was presenting his back to him, busy as he was dissecting what had to be an old man of iron. Mortarion exhaled. Perturabo didn't turn to face him. Brother. Mortarion. The long war passed, and the Lord of Iron's manners were getting worse and worse. Why are you here? Hanzo is dead. And the 11th has returned. I know. Why are you here? Few things could shock Mortarion anymore, but this one certainly seeded roots of surprise. Obviously, friendships had faded in the carnage of the long war. Nevertheless, it was not a good sign Perturabo could react so emotionlessly and mechanically to the demise of the brother he had been so close to. I have come to tell you to stop whatever new plan you thought to begin at the graveyard of 1,000 false gods. Mortarion decided that bluntness was probably the correct strategy. Xiancha's new toy stole Tormino's surviving forces, and your warsmiths proved totally unsuited to the kind of war that is fought there. Strong words, Perturabo grumbled, when it was your first captain who killed Tormino. Or are you going to tell me Typhus has slipped his leash again? Anger filled Mortarion's essence, and bitterness threatened to overcome him. Mortarion spat ultra-corrosive bile, but decided not to answer the taunt, for that was what it was, a provocation. In this affair, Typhus is obeying his orders in the letter and spirit they were given. That might be the first time in his life he does so. Perturabo grunted. But... Oh, stop it, Perturabo. Mortarion had patience, but everyone had limits, and his were approaching quickly. I have not come to listen to your insinuations about my first captain. It was especially hard to endure when the 4th Legion's former captain was on his way to becoming an apathetic machine of flesh if something wasn't done soon. I have come to warn you, brother to brother, that if you continue on that path, you're likely to join Omegon on the planet of rats, screaming anarchic ramblings for the whole eye to hear. Mortarion was filled with bitterness about his fall to Nurgle. But as recent events had proven, it could always be worse, and the Alpha Legion had been on the receiving end of this proverb. Sometimes it was really better to kill yourself before enduring that. Mortarion had never liked Alpharius and Omegon, but no one deserved to fall to anarchy. This time the Death Lord obtained a reaction. Alas, it wasn't the one he wanted. Perturabo turned to face him, and eyes shining with the power of lava and infernal forges glared at him. The voice was mechanical menace incarnate, am not going to succumb to anarchy. I'm sure the Hydra said the same thing before Fenris exploded in his face, Mortarion retorted sarcastically. Oh, and I'm sure Lorgar also assured his sons he wasn't going to die. It is really too bad he didn't inform Weaver and Gillimon of that little revelation. From iron, cometh strength. From strength, cometh will. From will, cometh faith. From faith, cometh honor. From honor, cometh iron. This is the unbreakable litany, and may it forever be so. They were all stubborn in their own way, but Mortarion sometimes wondered if Perturabo had not been formed from pure spite and sheer stubbornness in their genitors' labs. It was like speaking with a wall of sheer stubbornness, of course. We will see each other on the battlefield, then. The Lord of Iron had already turned back to work on more night-sized automatons. Do not say I didn't warn you. Get out of my citadel, Mortarion. Incidentally, Perturabo, the Iron Palace? Seriously? I thought you would not. And as the words were spoken, suddenly, Mortarion was back before the iron gates, and he had to retreat fast to avoid the humiliation of the immense doors slamming shut in his face. Well, I tried to warn you. Mortarion sighed. That Nurgle had been extremely joyful when he suggested the idea should have told him something. The consequences will be on your head. Halo stars. The IND cluster. Maharashtra system. Maharashtra. The graveyard of 1,000 false gods. 9.131.311 M35. Typhus the Traveler. Welcome back, Lord Harold. Thank you, Captain. Typhus answered. I will say it is, indeed great to leave the graveyard of 1,000 false gods. The trials were perilous. The trials were so dangerous, describing them as merely perilous is fundamentally untrue. Typhus had known there would be losses, of course, but the 7 servants of the grandfather who had died inside that cursed place were lost, body and soul. And saying this was insufficient to describe the sheer danger of the graveyard. And I am glad they are over. Influenza, plague, rot, death, rebirth. The captain of the Death Guard saluted and let him pass, having received the code agreed upon beforehand. I have summoned the fetid blessing, Lord Harold. Good. Unlike the Stormbirds and the Thunderhawks which had been used to land on Maharashtra, the fetid blessing was a former Titan lander that Typhus had taken from the blind fools that prostrated themselves before their machines in ignorance. We are going to need it. Slowly, but surely, the servants of the grandfather were moving their prize out through one of the biggest breaches in the graveyard's walls. In this case, the Iron Warrior's siege abilities had proven quite useful. Lord Harold, is this a Kadayan pylon? The former first captain of the Death Guard chuckled. I understand why you would arrive at that conclusion. It looks a bit like a pylon, albeit one which is reduced to its base, with the upper portion missing. And yes, this is true Noctilith. But it is not a pylon. Indeed not, Captain. The moment the legionnaires were out of the cursed graveyard, macro engines could take the relay of the grandfather's blessings, and many of the Death Guard's chosen collapsed in exhaustion. The Noctilith around this not pylon, is merely a shell to ensure that it can keep what is inside prisoner. I suppose it is vital to keep it prisoner for as long as the plan calls for. Yes, Captain. I couldn't have said it better myself. Typhus studied his prize, and was satisfied to see no attack had managed to bypass his escort's vigilance. I will return to the Terminus EST using the fetid blessing. The artifact needs to be warded 7 more times. Once that is done, I expect the War Council to wait for me, and any new messages of the Death Lord to be deciphered and waiting for my eyes. I will warn the other captains, Lord Harold. Tell them, Typhus gurgled in satisfaction, that we have won a great victory against all enemies of the grandfather today. Blessed be Decay. Calyx Hell Stars. Morwen System. Morwen 6. 8.132.311 M35. Magister Immaterial Nwakshot. As a specialist in the noble field of studying and acquiring millennia-old artifacts, Magister Immaterial Nwakshot had always preferred animals when they were long dead. That way, he could study their skeletons in peace. Unfortunately, the pests that had decided to invite themselves to Morwen 6 were alive and aggressive. Anarchy. Glory to Malal. Glory to the Great Mutator, and Nwakshot blasted apart the head of the vermin which had just dared challenge Great Psianch, along with 4 others. The ether ray spell was perfectly tailored for this sort of rat eradication. Lord Magister. I am afraid the defenses have been breached. No. You think? His sycophant subordinate was extremely lucky. Manpower was so limited on the ground, with most of their reinforcements busy clashing with the Kiernet fleet in orbit. By an extremely untimely coincidence, all sides had asked for reinforcements, and they were now all arriving at roughly the same time, resulting in the joyous chaotic melee of a lifetime kicking off kilometers above their heads. It shouldn't have been too problematic, but alas, there were also the giant rats to take into account. The spires are ready. Yes, Lord Magister. Nwakshot made a few quick calculations, as he always did. In this case, it was the knowledge and secrets he had claimed before the enormous warren hole opened and Morwen 6 began crawling with rats and other fanged vermin, against the wrath of militia, when the destiny unwritten would learn that he had abandoned his fortress without orders. In the end, Nwakshot decided the secrets and lore would have to be enough. And besides, the Magister thought as he incinerated 2 rats trying to disguise themselves as death cult assassins, the fortress would not last long anymore, no matter how arduous his efforts at defending it. Good. We leave. But Magister, the southern expedition has not yet returned. We have hundreds of thousands giant rats encircling this fortress, and plenty of infiltrators inside our walls, and you're worried about the southern expedition. In hindsight, Nwakshot shouldn't have dispersed his effectives so much, but Psianch had not blessed him with precognition, alas. We leave this site. Nwakshot repeated. The knowledge we gained will be sufficient to avoid the wrath of the other Magisters. Besides, it is their fault their reinforcements arrived so late, and are nowhere to be seen to defend our fortress in this desperate hour. There was nothing else to be said, and in an operation that had been repeated an astounding number of times, his forces withdrew in a semi-disciplined manner, massacring thousands of rats as they made their retreat. Soon enough, the evacuation spires were ready, all the valuable personnel having been evacuated aboard them. Nwakshot used the opportunity to lay several grand mutation curses onto the rats. It was a meager satisfaction, but as the spires began to rise, the Magister Immaterial figured this would at least make an adequate vengeance. The tide of vermin that had dared storm his fortress fell into confusion, and that was before the spire's crystalline batteries wiped out the citadel. A good deed done, the Kusal exile allowed himself to smile, before frowning as his spire gained altitude. By fate and sorcery. How many rats are there? Nwakshot had thought he had made a nice dent in the ranks of the rats. But as the plains of Morwen 6 were revealed to his sorceress sight, it was clear he had merely been slaying the vanguard of an endless horde. We don't see the presence of the skeletons, at least, Lord Magister. That's something to rejoice over, yes. The rats are problematic, but they die like everyone else. We were in insufficient strength and... Nwakshot closed his eyes, as without warning, Morwen 6's atmosphere seemed to convulse in flames. Then after a few seconds, there was a pillar of crimson light. The Magister Immaterial shivered. What by 1,000 artifacts was that? Moving before one of his 9 blessed mirrors, Nwakshot murmured 9 words before giving his instructions. Show me just what was responsible for the last powerful interference. The mirror obeyed, and the Magister Immaterial saw, blood. Rivers of blood. Lakes of blood. There was so much blood. The giant rats' corpses were seen in so many numbers there was no way to count them, and with each crimson flash, there seemed to be more created, and the blood flowed in eruptions of red fluid. No, these were not crimson flashes. Nwakshot manipulated his mirror, and sure enough, a scarlet figure was revealed, wielding 2 short blades at an impossible speed. Yet for all his attempts to slow down the flow of images, the servant of Tsianch wasn't able to slow down it enough for the Kiernate murderer to appear in a way that was stable and good for his long-range study. The figure was feminine, she was simply too fast. How could anyone be so fast? How could anyone be so powerful? The world of Morwen 6 was before his eyes, and to his shock, the blood was spreading across tens of kilometers. The blood of millions of rats was spilled in a succession of murders that were. The thoughts inside his head arrived at a very unpleasant conclusion. We must get out of this system as fast as possible. This is a damned ritual. That is why they waited most of a day before deploying. They wanted to be sure there would be enough bodies on the planet to spill the amounts of blood required. Yes, Lord Magister. But the other Magisters, they say the warships of the brutes are trying to form into 8 groups. We wondered why they would divide their strength at this crucial moment, but it makes perfect sense if their intent is to turn this planet into a ritualistic slaughterhouse. Why by the great mutator would they do that, Lord Magister? They already have this monster. I don't know, Nwakshot admitted. Morwen 6 had never been a beautiful world. You had to mutate to live here, something the rats had compensated for by sacrificing an ungodly number of their own to achieve the same feat. But now it was nothing but grand butchery on a planetary scale. Millions of beasts and life forms unfortunate enough to be caught here when the monster made her grand entrance were exsanguinated in a terrifying campaign the likes of which no one had seen in millennia. And the only thing the servants of Tsianch meaningfully could do was run and save their lives. They were simply too weak to stop the murderous onslaught. I don't know, but I suspect we are not going to like the answer when we will find out. The blood muse. The 2-tiered ziggurats had not been meant to be opened, but an ocean of blood carried power in it. Blood was life. Blood was power. Blood was destruction. Blood was the key. This realization could have brought some feeling approaching weakness, if the opposition wasn't so weak. Yes, they had provided the blood she required, but honestly, close to 2 billion rats, and save a few of their sorcerer shamans, none of them had seen her coming. Anarchy might be a rising power of the warp, but for the moment, it clearly preferred quantity over quality. And the quantity was severely lacking. Hekatai cleaned her blades as the servants of the Lord of Blood rose from the lakes of blood to participate in the massacre. I am going into this ziggurat, announced the crimson-haired Ildari, giving a disdainful glance to the blood-skinned monsters charging out of the warp portals opening all across Morwen 6. Make sure no one follows me. Yes, Blood Muse. The former apprentice of the Queen of Blades had her doubts they were going to be successful. The skeletons of the King in Yellow were still there, biding their time until they saw an opportunity. Hekatai was not naive. The armies of the dead had retreated far too quickly when the rats burrowed into reality and threw an army into the fray out of nowhere. But as she had learned in the Empire of a Billion Moons long ago, for some lords, it was the loyalty which mattered. The orders had been given. They all had to obey, happy or not. The interior of the ziggurat, naturally, was filled with traps. The builders had tried to protect what they believed to be their afterlife with their best defenses, and now that the metallic alloy had been compelled by the power of blood to reveal an entrance, they were activated. If you did not have the reflexes of a moderately average Ildari, they could cause some problems. There were metallic arrows whose points were made from incredibly radioactive ores. A multitude of paths led to nothing but hundreds of miniature abysses, and swirling inside these precipices laid not mere spikes of metal, but devices which were made to release an artifice able to shred flesh and metal on the molecular level. Several times, the chambers she passed through had no air. On other occasions, the trap was the ceiling immediately falling on the occupant of the room while the doors were sealed. The builders had really wanted to be left alone in their cherished afterlife. It was too bad for them Hecate was here. Correction, it was too bad many beings were here, able to break through their defenses. For when the queen of the arenas entered the immense and near-empty cavern that was at the heart of the ziggurat, it took her half a heartbeat to see she was not the first to arrive. There were 13 of the undead Astartes. Even if their armors had not been this tasteless grey, it would have been child's play to recognize them for what they were. The best word in their own language to describe them would have been, repulsive. They were not pariahs. That much Hecate was sure of. But they were nothing like the species they had been when they were breathing. There was something left of their souls, thin, fragile, flawed, as if someone had tried to replace their souls with artificial ones, but fumbling in the dark while ignoring every lesson the Ildari Empire had ever learned about soul forging. 12 faced her, while the 13th raced to reach the only source of the light lying at the top of the dark stairs, the very heart of the ziggurat. 3 heartbeats later, the 12 were destroyed. Hecate was not the queen of blades, but killing things so weak spiritually was so easy she wouldn't even call it practice. The 13th tried its best to accomplish its mission, but its inelegant chainsword was blocked by her blade negligently a good distance away from the light, which revealed itself to be a giant hourglass. Hecate giggled. Ah, the mystery is no more. The undead warrior removed his chainsword and tried to take several steps back. The former high priestess of Cain let the animated corpse do as it wished. Many answers had been provided by a mere glance. You are ignorant. Really? Hecate raised an eyebrow. Because I had a theory before coming here. You see, the builders were very focused on keeping their souls in the material plane. I don't blame them. If you don't have any gods to protect you, the warp is a very unpleasant place to plunge your soul into. Your theory is false. They were so afraid of what's coming after they gave their last breath, the blood muse smirked while completely ignoring the words of the skeleton, that they used one of the first symbols young species used to measure time, the hourglass. For if it measured time, it could also measure the time they had to escape the claws of the predators waiting for them in the polluted soup that the old ones created with their mistakes. Ridiculous. Praying to an hourglass will achieve nothing. Hecate slightly inclined her head in agreement. Yes, that goes without saying. It hadn't stopped more species than she could possibly count from trying that course of action at one point or another of their existence. But the hourglass is the symbol and the container. It is powerful, but hardly sufficient by itself. But what if you replace the sand of the hourglass with something else? What if it's still sand, but sand of a different kind? What will happen if you grind Noctilith into a powder, imbue it with the power to keep the warp at bay, and then pour it into special hourglasses? This is what your master learned from his previous explorations in the ruins of the builders, isn't it? Hecate closed her eyes. Predictably, the animated corpse attacked. Her counter pulverized the lower part of its body, armor and non-armor. The crash was loud, but not enough to hide the snarl of anger. And when Hecate reopened her eyes, the light shining where there should have been eyes told her the usurper of death had decided to speak to her in person. The new slave of the war pretender, for all the feigned detachment, there was a large dose of hatred in that voice. You are rapidly becoming an annoyance. Only an annoyance. Hecate bared her teeth, throwing her blades into the air. Disappointing. I will have to step up my game, then. The death rattle which followed, it took her a moment to realize the thing using the skeleton as a puppet was laughing. You are not going to step up anything, foolish long ear. You are merely a sacrifice the war pretender uses in its desperate attempt to locate me. Go back to your bloodbath. Tell him I will come to him. Or I will come to you. No. In the battle to come, you fall to the Red Angel, arrogant muse of an extinct empire. The skeleton began to burn in purple flames, and there was soon nothing left of it. Hecate turned around to look again at the hourglass forged by the builders. I'm really beginning to hate you, King in Yellow. The blood-haired Ildari complained. Especially when your words make sense. Approaches of the Malphi Warp Crown. Battleship Natural Selection. 8.135.311 M35. Captain Boroskan. The situation has not improved in your absence, Warlord. In fact, it had deteriorated considerably. Not improved was one of those charming understatements he had learned by frequenting too much with Xiantian sorcerers. Yes. Militia had not donned her helmet in her private quarters, and her displeasure was evident. It's bad enough the King in Yellow seems to be able to conjure millions of skeletons from out of nowhere, but now the rats have decided to join in this chaotic melee. I'm ready to bet a few thousand priceless artifacts and books the insane vermin have developed a travel method making them capable of jumping from one warp storm to another. This was indeed exceedingly bad news. There were so many warp anomalies in the Calyx Hellstars right now that the self-proclaimed Skaven could pretty much go wherever they wanted, whenever they wanted. Thankfully, there was a massive exception, the Malphi system and the surrounding area of space. This was something he repeated aloud, and received a nod in return. It's true, Malphi is safe, as are our most important planets, the warlord sorceress conceded, but wars are not won by staying on the defensive. Boros was not going to say Militia was wrong on that point. The 16th Legion had won most of its wars during the Great Crusade by decapitating the opposition, with the greatest triumph of these tactics employed during the Ulaner campaign. What do you want me to do? He asked as the ruler of Malphi seemed to be unwilling to continue the conversation. Should I take command of the forces which escaped Morwen 6, bolster their strength with a few warbands, and counterattack? The butchers seem to be withdrawing to their bloody worlds. We can reconquer Morwen 6. That would be extremely stupid of you. Boros couldn't repress a shiver hearing that voice. The sword was on the sorceress table, and purple flames danced on the black metal, assuming it was really metal and not something horribly worse. Morwen 6 is a lighthouse of blood and skulls. As long as it is active, trying to conquer the planet will convince the Red Angel to pay you a little visit. For once, it was not the sheer evil of the voice which made him ill at ease. Angren is coming here. He is. Militia, reassuringly, had a facial expression adequate for these circumstances. I was pretty sure the Lord of Skulls intended for the Conqueror and the other Berserker maniacs to fight this war alone, but the existence and ambitions of the King in Yellow have changed that. That is not a force we can stop. I doubt we can so much as slightly slow down the rampage of that monster, and that's assuming he is alone and unsupported. I agree. The gladiator slave is a force of slaughter quite beyond us at the moment. Militia gave him a thin smile. Thankfully, the Red Angel is not here yet. Morwen 6 was the first sacrificial bloodbath. They need 7 more. Boroskin loudly snorted. I have seen the report your Magister Nwakshot sent. The female monster who engineered the bloodbath is worse than a fallen Primarch, in her own way. At least with the Red Angel and the others, you will be able to see yourself die. With that one, you are unable to see death coming for you. I should have given more details. The summoning requires 8 different rituals, Boros. There needs to be 8 different planets, obviously. The sacrifices require 8 different enemies of the Skull Throne. At Morwen 6, it was the giant rats which drew the short straw. And alas for the Blood Rose, you can't order the same monster to perform the deeds 8 times. It has to be done by 8 different worshippers of war and blood. This was a bit more reassuring, but not as much as a reassurance as he would have preferred to have. You want me to locate and disturb the ritual sites? No, I want you to kill the enemies who try to break our convoys and warbands journeying to the Halo Stars. His surprise must have been more obvious than he thought, because Militia snorted in amusement. I need Noctilith, Boros. I got more than I thought possible from the Imga monolith, but my initial plans weren't conceived to deal with a Daemon Primarch. I need more transmutational change stone, and that means more Noctilith. I will need the Iron Warriors and the ships you requisitioned. The sorceress didn't hesitate. Take them. But I want results, Boros. Don't worry, the Black Blade of Antwer piped up in a false honeyed voice, whatever she does to you if you fail, I can guarantee you it will be less painful than having the Red Angel maim your soul. Boros looked at Militia, who gave a shrug. One could only hope that at the end of this campaign, they wouldn't need this loudmouth of a demonic weapon anymore. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. Luxury Space Station delights after duty orbiting around Pluto. 0.136.311 M35. Adept Primus Juiced Harpagon. It was a nightmare. It had to be. The Administratum couldn't arrest him here, there were laws against it. Wait a minute, since when did the Administratum recruits have power armors? This is a misunderstanding. I told you he would do that. It's not difficult, they're all saying it. It had to be a nightmare. Juiced was just having a nice holiday until everyone of importance forgot his existence and he could return to Mega Hive Cajun and his duties. They dragged him out of one of the Saturnine salons of the delights after duty, and the nightmare suddenly became all the more horrible. It was here. The enormous spider of his nightmares was here. We found him, Adjutant Colonel. Thank you, Sister Claire. Oh good, it really was a nightmare. Spiders didn't talk, after all. And they generally didn't look like they had taken a bath in gold paint either. It was a nightmare. Ha! So you are the one who thought denying my mistress her rightful due was a good idea? No one is beyond the reach of the swarm. I want to wake up. Juiced shouted. I don't know which drugs you have poured in my drinks last night, but... How dare you? The 8 eyes of the arachnid were now so close there was no option but to look. I have slain heretics in the name of the web mistress for far lesser reasons than that. Apologize. Immediately. This isn't a nightmare. The Lord of the Adeptus Almeidas babbled. This is real. To his relief, the spider huffed and slightly retreated, leaving one of the red-armored women to answer in her stead. We are very real, Adept Primus. And in case you want a more detailed explanation, the Adjutant Colonel and our protection squad arrived on the same ship as Lord Lemon Russ and the Custodes. Oh by every pile of vellum ever buried in the archives of Holy Terra. It was real. It was not a nightmare, and the spider was here, it wasn't a hallucination. Fine, fine. All his attempts to find some assurance faltered and died each time his eyes fell upon the spider. Why the hell was this spider so big? What is the reason behind this odious aggression? I am the Adept Primus of the Adeptus Almeidas. Don't play innocent. The spider barked while pointing one of its massive legs straight at his head. I can list hundreds of points proving you have been engaged in a gross dereliction of duties. In addition to which, as I said before, you are trying to deny the web mistress her rightful due. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert, the red-clad woman with what looked to be black-dyed hair explained. Lady Weaver, Her Celestial Highness, Angel of the God Emperor. You may have heard of her. Holy. This was one of the living saint's servants? That was, what kind of oblivion was the galaxy going to? Giving weapons to spiders was just insane. Yes. The arachnid didn't jump in joy at hearing the name of her mistress, but she wasn't far from it. Last chance, lazy adept. Go back to your duties immediately, pay the bounties the web mistress earned fair and square, and all will be well. I am the Adept Primus of an independent adeptus. Just retorted, his pride finally regaining enough strength to dominate his fear. If you are really a servant of the living saint, then you are part of the Imperial Guard. You have no power over the Adeptus Almeidas. The spider chuckled. Or at least, that was the sound it made him think of on the spot. That argument was anticipated. You may not be aware of it, Adept Primus, but I wasn't the only great servant of the web mistress to be given the honor to visit Terra. One of my sisters did too. Just really didn't like where this conversation was going. Unfortunately, his bad feelings were more than justified a second later. By a strange coincidence, my sweet sister found out an inquisitor just wanting to conduct a surprise inspection of the Adeptus Almeidas. Naturally, as she is a loyal administrator of the swarm, her first action was to offer her services so that the bureaucratic inspection could be conducted in a timely manner. Just shook his head. He cleared his throat and tried not to shake too much. It could be a bluff on your part. It could be. The spider agreed cordially. So my sister decided to give you the message that the gumbo soup is particularly delicious, especially when we have this delicious meat as appetizer. This may not be a nightmare by the definition of the word, but Just was really approaching the point of unrelenting disaster. Well, congratulations. You hold all the cards. Just gave his arachnid tormentor a bitter smile. Have you come to gloat? We need an Adept Primus to approve the bounties. Weaver's servant grumbled. The Inquisitor already arrested 14 incapables of yours who were involved in various conspiracies of embezzlement. Fortunately for you, apart from your dereliction of duty spent on hyper-long holidays, my sister has not found any sign of treachery, heresy, or fraud that demands we separate your head from your shoulders. Joyous conclusion, rejoice, for you can serve the web mistress. Just was almost smiling, before he remembered what would happen if he did indeed approve the release of the enormous sums that were falling under the purview of the Adeptus Almeidas. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. If I do, Xerxes Van Dyer will order my death. Your living saint is on the other side of the galaxy. There is loyalty to one's duty, but loyalty to the web mistress is its own reward. The golden spider proclaimed grandiosely before continuing in a defensive tone when the red-armored women gave the arachnid a strange look. What? The dark angels have a certain proverb, I just changed it to its natural conclusion. Anyway. If security is just your concern, be reassured, Adept Primus. The web mistress will ask for the permission to station a regiment outside your office, so you can fulfill your duties in complete peace. Just Harpagon groaned in despair. How did one explain that by doing so, the thousands of mid-ranked adepts of the Senatorum Imperialis were going to ignore his existence until the end of time, and possibly beyond it? If the Almeidas was seen so brazenly siding with the Astra Militarum, all his bridges were burned. And yet, there was the Inquisition at the gates, and Xerxes Van Dyer may kill him on principle anyway. Just sighed in defeat. Just tell me what I have to do. Ultima Segmentum. Nephilim Sector. Argovone System. High orbit over Hishria. Ambition Class Cruiser Saint's Gift. 5.141.311 M35. Rogue Trader Lady Foronica Argovone. Out of pure curiosity, Lady Rogue Trader, where does the word Hishria come from? Foronica blinked and stopped contemplating the magnificent pictvids that were transmitted to her bridge. It was the name of the old winter manor of my family, before we were forced to sell it, the new governor of the Argovone system answered honestly. I think it was named after an ancestor of a secondary line who made his fortune selling furs of some exotic animals, but as we sold it with all the paperwork, I am not completely sure. Ah, the Nixian colonel nodded thoughtfully before continuing, you must have really hated it, to give its name to this planet. I did not hate it, Veronica vigorously denied. It was just that she had never understood how sane humans could tolerate living where sub-zero temperatures were common and snow made your life miserable in short order. The officer chose to not comment further, but his smirk proved he was definitely thinking it. But I have to admit, Colonel, I named this world Hishria before being given a complete analysis of what was waiting for potential settlers. If I had, I may have chosen something more suitable. Hellwinter or something equally blizzard-related might have delivered an adequate warning. Veronica was not going to deny Hishria was beautiful from orbit, it was all blue and white, and the vids one took from it had their places in artists' galleries. Hishria was a world that was very far from the local star. In fact, among the worlds she was now legally the mistress of, it was the planet which was the furthest away from it. As a result, it was locked in perpetual winter. One might think that was the end of the difficulties. It was in reality just the beginning. 85% of the world was covered by oceans, and not only were they tens of kilometers deep, the megafauna living inside them was as varied as it was enormous. The mountains and the other uneven terrain that was not part of the oceans weren't any less dangerous. Thermal vents at first had given promising opportunities, but the Nixian veterans Her Celestial Highness had loaned her had rapidly dashed her hopes. The warmth attracted many beasts, including entire colonies of little carnivorous creatures that had been promptly called frost worms. When they came at you in groups of 1 or 2 dozens, a guardsman could easily kill them without problem, but the first scouting attempts upon their nesting sites had revealed millions of them. A massive orbital strike had been needed to cover the guardsman's retreat. Why not change the name, then? Theoretically I can, Colonel. But the administratum is in obstruction mode about everything these days, at least whenever my name is mentioned. Ah. So when I choose a name, I'm stuck with it, impossible to change. The Argovone system is the Argovone system. And its planets are Prospectium, Salonica, Argovone, Basilea, Iago, and Hishria. I see. The Nixian officer placed a hand on his unkempt beard. With all the exploration adventures the guardsmen had made on the death world below, and yes, Hishria was a death world even veterans were in need of serious rest. Well, you have a promising list of settlers for 5 out of 6 planets, at least. As for Hishria, I want to be optimistic, but you are going to need some hardy settlers for this one. Veronica turned her head, before grinning. You have no confidence in Her Celestial Highness' bureaucratic skills. Oh no, I have absolute confidence in Lady Weaver, the colonel assured her. I think, Lady Argovone, that you are a bit too optimistic about the speed with which an Astartes chapter can be permanently deployed here, but I have no doubt the Space Marines will come. So far, your projection for 50,000 tons of Noctilith mined on Prospectium this year seems to be on a good course, and most of the mineral wealth of this system is completely untapped. If the Imperium has to station 1,000 Space Marines and keep them battling all the Necron subterranean hideouts in the sector for 1,000 years, then that is exactly what Her Celestial Highness and Holy Terra will order them to do. The veteran of Kamarak shook his head. But Space Marines, no matter how sympathetic, are not going to help the settlers. They can defend a fortress and provide some protection when the colonists live inside the walls, but outside, the men and women of Hishria will be on their own. And I have spent enough time here to say that every day on this ice ball is a battle of survival. The man definitely had a point. And if Hishria had nothing valuable, Veronica was honest enough to admit she would have barely glanced at the planet and turned all her attention to the rest of the system. But Hishria was rich in resources. Noctilith and other rare ores and gas elements were in such quantities in the mountains that the cogboys had been able to discover them within mere minutes of starting their survey. Well, I suppose we will have to wait and see. Let's just hope the Space Marines won't have an aversion for furs and cold, because this is what awaits them on Hishria. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. Holy Terra. Inner Sanctum of the Imperial Palace. 0.143.311 M35. Primarch Lemon Russ. In his absolutely not humble opinion, Lemon believed himself to be a good judge of character. No, he wasn't right every time. In fact, as he often admitted to his father during the Great Crusade, the Fenrician Primarch was right so often that the times where he was wrong tended to result in big problems. Still, the Lord of the Vilka Fenrica had only met the High Lords during the 3 hours of his superb and daring festivities. The only ones of the High 12 Lemon was really confident about were the heads of the Adeptus Arbits and Administratum. And yes, it was a confidence they would look better with their heads placed on spikes while the bodies were thrown to whatever starved animals lived in the underhives of Terra. The others? Unfortunately, he would need more time. They were very different people, these High 12, and Lemon was alone to face them. He couldn't study everyone and everything all at once. This was good for his ego, because when the Grand Mistress of the Ordo Assassinorum entered, Lemon knew everything he might have assumed about her was totally flawed or flat out wrong. The Grand Mistress of the festivities had been an elegant blonde, who had so many toxin vials on her person that it screamed venom without trying. She also looked like she was the second or third to succumb to his charm. Now, the female assassin was at least 50 centimeters taller, and the blonde hair had been replaced by an impressive black mane. The aristocratic dress, which had been full of laces and outrageous decorations, was no longer in sight. It had been replaced by a glossy black robe that had so many common points with skin that Lemon Russ just knew it was a variant of it. Leaving the shoulders exposed was a genius move, as it allowed the metallic necklace and few silver devices visible to activate to their fullest effect, whether to spy or to kill. But aside from 2 identical bracelets and the necklace, there wasn't much variation of color. The hair was black. The shiny, glossy dress espousing each and every curve she had was black. The high heels that hid long and dangerous blades were black. The female assassin had gone so far as to use black lipstick to make sure there was no disruption of the theme. This went rapidly to the second rank of his preoccupations, as suddenly, the air was filled with something that smelled like fur and pleasure. His 2 hearts began to beat faster, and Lemon snorted. Pheromones. Really? The Grand Mistress of the Officio Assassinorum gave him a satisfied smile. Our artificer chemists worked hard to develop them, and sometimes, they have some effects on specific Astartes gene lines. The black-dressed assassin approached him fearlessly, until she was sufficiently close to touch him, which she did, and by all the attacks which immediately assaulted his senses, it seemed the Grand Mistress had decided not to limit herself to pheromones. The lipstick was probably an aphrodisiac too. The other perfumes were capable of creating some other reactions, perhaps for Astartes who loved being on the receiving end of a lot of pain. Lemon Russ smiled wolfishly. But it seems that what is deadly against Astartes has no effect against a Primarch, she finished, withdrawing her hand elegantly, as if Lemon hadn't noticed that there had been long claws ready to appear and extend the length of her fingers. Oh, I wouldn't say it has no effect, and on this, Lemon moved, and for the first time in many, many years, the Primarch deeply kissed a beautiful woman. By the way she moaned, Lemon had to say that his technique, while a bit rusty, still had some good days in it. I should kill you for that, the assassin remarked when he stopped the kiss. But her voice was lacking the passion which was supposed to be paired with death threats. Though it wasn't lacking a different kind of passion, so he kissed her again. And this time she really returned the favor. Of course, the Grand Mistress also activated her claws a heartbeat later. And both the pheromones and the aphrodisiacs were ramped to an entirely new level. He warned me you could charm your way out of any situation, but I thought Primarches had no interest in carnal relationships. Most of us don't have any interest in it, Lemon grinned, not caring that the metallic talons were so close to his throat. I think we all had that part of our legacy locked away, and he intended to unlock it when we were grown men, when he could trust us fully. But with us dispersed across the galaxy, some unexpected things happened. You're a barbarian, and yet you are so much more. The voice was suffering from his natural Primarch aura, but she was clearly keeping most of her cohesion. I could do the same about you, Callista. The High Lady representing the Officio Assassinorum withdrew her claws, and opened her mouth. The invitation was clear. The two kissed again. This time they made it last, and Lemon knew his inner beast was beginning to feel satisfaction, much like hers did. Seconds later, Lemon carried her effortlessly to the sole enormous couch of the room that could possibly handle his weight. When he stopped moving, Callista de Sarkamore was sitting on his lap, watching him with eyes that were downright predatory. 8 voices are in favor of your motion to create an Astartes armory world, the Grand Mistress of the Officio Assassinorum began, changing the subject and continuing smoothly like she was doing it with the Primarchas every day. It would be better to have 10, in order to strangle several problems before they can appear. Well, his father had warned him there would be concessions to be made. Please list the conditions. The Inquisition wants a Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Astartes to monitor the storage facilities of Macrage. In fact, the representative is pushing for this special inspector to have bureaucratic control of the armory. By bureaucratic control, I suppose the implication is monitoring and counting everything that enters and leaves the armory. Lemon asked to be certain. The black-dressed assassin nodded. I have no problem with it. Evidently, it was not the last condition. But then the 6th Primarch was not naive, he had never expected there would be no opposition. The Imperial Navy will not vote in favor if the armory includes starships. Callista de Sarkamore continued. They are willing to make an effort and tolerate Thunderhawks and the like, but if something has a warp engine, it is forbidden. As far as they are concerned, this is non-negotiable. There were about 40 more amendments. Some were acceptable, some were quite outrageous, and Lemon bluntly said no every time they were spoken. By the way, the Grand Mistress smiled each time he did it. The identity of the High Lords behind those ideas was not difficult to guess. That should give you the 10 voices you seek. The dangerous assassin placed her head against his armored chest, and for a second, she really appeared to be a tired and exhausted young woman, and as Lemon used his charisma and knowledge of women's bodies once again, the Primarch acknowledged that frost lions and other big felines, ultimately, were excellent totemic animals for the female assassins. And in exchange, what do you want? This feline had sharp claws, and it wouldn't do to forget it. I want you to stop the legion building your sons have been at the forefront of, the young-looking assassin murmured, her black lips approaching his once more. By my standards, it is barely a legion. Lemon replied very honestly. I have done my best to track all the great companies, special hunts and other attachments while my ship raced to Terra. There are 5,000 or so of my sons left. It's 5 times the size of the chapters my brother codified with the Codex Astartes, I know. But let's not pretend it's an apocalyptic threat to the Imperium. But your sons are wild, Lemon. Callista pointed out softly, placing her hands on his shoulders. They don't obey orders, whether they come from Terra or Ophelia. They aren't part of the Imperium. They don't want to be part of the Imperium. And when they wage war, they generally make no effort to coordinate with the Imperium or limit the scale of the collateral damage they cause. The worst part of this seductive approach was definitely that the female assassin wasn't exaggerating. I have heard many things I am very displeased about, Callista. But that is exactly why I don't want to disperse my sons across the galaxy just yet. They have many wrong lessons in their heads. Breaking the Legion, and yes, the 6th Legion never truly ceased to exist, will release them into different sectors in insufficient strength to wage wars, and with no incentive to cease what you and the other High Lords find problematic in them. I know. He knows. Lemon sighed internally. A proposal was coming, and he knew his father was behind it. Oh, the general idea had certainly originated somewhere in an assassin's mind, but if his king had not given his full approval and changed some aspects of the plan, he was ready to build a Prospero pyramid on New Fenris, a full-scale pyramid. I was under the impression an Astartes founding had just taken place before the Traitors' Black Crusade. Indeed. That's why the Officio Assassinorum is in favor of selecting one of your great companies to serve as the training cadre for the new chapter, prepare it for a period between 1 and 2 decades, and then let them settle on a new home world where they will truly forge their own history and cease to be the 6th Legion. It was clever, as expected of his father, really. The 1 or 2 decades would not only be incredibly useful for the Mechanic used to prepare the support base for the new chapter, it would also allow all the Watchers to spy out the training cadre of his sons and judge if they were good material or not. It was clever. It was painful too. For while the words select one of your great companies might seem innocent, they really weren't. Lemon wasn't stupid. When the first great company would leave the Macrage system and officially cease to be part of the Vilca Fenrica, there would be incentives to do the same for a second over the next 20 years, then a third. It wouldn't be a founding as the Ultramarines and the others did, tens of chapters presented in a single location at the very same time. It would last, in all likelihood, several centuries. But if the great fear of the High Lords was legion building, then in 20 years his sons would have recovered from the atrocious losses suffered against the sons of Lorgar and the other traitors. In other times, they might not have recovered so quickly, but Lemon was here, alive, able to give his genetic patrimony so that new gene seed could be created, and their new home world, while emptying, had far more potential recruits than the original Fenris ever did. I am willing to accept these terms. Callista de Sarkamore this time initiated the kiss. Lemon knew better than to think it was his charisma that was responsible this time. However, I want a veto right over the home worlds of these potential chapters. It was out of the question to send his sons to worlds where the most dangerous thing was a Grox, or some kind of hive world on which wildlife had long been rendered extinct. A solution has offered itself. Lady General Weaver recently made a request for an Adeptus Astartes chapter. This time, Lemon didn't see a reason to hide his surprise. I was under the impression, backed by the Lady General's own words, that further chapters in the Nyx sector were not seen as a high priority. It was not for the Nyx sector. The stellar system in question is part of the Nephilim sector. While the rediscovery has been recent, several companies of Blood Angels' successors and at least 2 kill teams of the Death Watch have already been forced to intervene regularly there, as numerous Necron tomb fortresses were located during mining operations. The situation has been handled perfectly, but all these Astartes can't stay stationed there for years to see if there are any more Necrons waiting to wake up. Yes, in those circumstances, asking for a chapter to settle in the system was logical. And it had to be one of the systems the Noctilith was mined from. Weaver would not have made this military effort otherwise when she couldn't count on help from Robot's sons. This tale is beginning to interest me. The planet. He was forced to stop, as the Grand Mistress placed a finger on his lips. That is enough for today, Lemon. The voice of the Calidus assassin was seduction incarnate as the words passed her black lips. So your humor survived, after all. I've never pretended otherwise, old friend. Sometimes, I think I should have urged you to relax far more instead of pushing you to accelerate the schedule of galactic reconquest. The son has inherited quite a few things from the father, in the end. And yes, that was a direct reference to that incident. It was in the 20th millennium, Malkador. Are you going to remind me of it every century? Yes. You're incorrigible. And you were far funnier to be around when you tried to charm your way through an army of female assassins, my friend. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Wuhan System. Wuhan Secundus. 2.143.311 M35. Regina Wei CAO. And with the Mechanics no longer having a problem with the Necrons, the Noctilith mining on Prospectium is finally proceeding as per the plans. Wei smiled. Of course, that means your sisters will have to cure the Titan moths of their legendary laziness before my wife returns. We will motivate them, I swear it, wife of the web mistress. The adjutant spider promised. Wei chuckled. The enthusiasm of the great arachnids never ceased to be refreshing. Do you want to send another courier ship to the web mistress? No, the Regina replied without hesitation. There are many items of good news these last several days, and the number of courier ships we have is very finite. But we can't exactly send this critical information via astropath. As the web mistress ordered, we mustn't reveal the location of the Noctilith quarries. I think, the wife of the Lady Nyx began carefully, the secrecy we intended for several planets won't work. I know why my love gave these orders. But with the administratum working against our interests in the Nephilim sector, it isn't going to be a long-term option. Arguably the Nyx sector had an even worse problem with the upper leadership of the Adeptus Administratum, but with Taylor being the sector lady and most of the important planetary governors on their side, you could find loopholes. The majority of the citizens living in Nyx or Wuhan were not aware of these political troubles, proving the Nyxian methods had met great success. Should I make a new request when it comes to the Adeptus Astartes, then? The adjutant spider inquired. No, Wei shook her head. At least not this year. I'm pretty sure my wife or someone else is going to find a solution before we give her a triumphal welcome here. We will do our best for the web mistress. And yes, it's possible the problem will be resolved by other parties. The web mistress will soon translate into the Baal system, if she didn't already do so. And there is a great conference that will take place at Makraj, with the Primarchs attending. Wei nodded with a serious expression on her face. Deep inside, however, the Regina of Wuhan was giggling. Several Primarchs had returned. Not a single Primarch. Primarchs, plural. A black crusade and several abominable Xenos horrors had been annihilated. Archaeotech treasures and great bounties had been claimed. Taylor had really done the impossible again. Of course, Wei knew better than to think it had not cost her. Her wife's letters were not detailed enough to give a perfect picture of what had happened, but they had been more than enough to clue her in that this military campaign had been extremely bad. Her Basileia would need all the support and comfort Wei could give her when she returned, which hopefully would be the moment this great conference of Makraj was over. Indeed. And while the praises of the adjutant spider always centered on a single being, of course were amusing to listen to, Wei couldn't spend hours doing that today. Her presence was required for the inauguration of a new shipyard in orbit of her home world. Changing the subject, Adjutant Captain. What do you think of the last request? It was a sign of the subject's importance the Golden Spider didn't answer immediately, instead tapping on the device several tech priests had worked upon to facilitate the data acquisition for 8-legged arachnids frenetically. I don't know where to look, wife of the web mistress. After all, the assassins who try to challenge the swarm in the heart of the web aren't allowed to write competency reports. Something the spider seemed to find problematic, now that she had the time to think about it. But we have a squad of Heracles Warden Space Marines currently training somewhere in system, the adjutant captain continued after making a number of astrographic calculations. Do you want me to contact them? Somewhere in the depths of a Wuhan's hive. SIU. SIU had no regrets. If she had any in the first place, she wouldn't have chosen to murder people. And to be sure, the work had been exhilarating. For too long the nobles had been content to ignore them, but now that many were poor, they couldn't afford vast armies and state-of-the-art defenses to protect their haughty lives any longer. Moreover, SIU was getting paid to kill the blue-blooded bastards. And the pay was good. She didn't have to go to a badly lit shop and eat years expired gruel. Though to be fair, the quality of the food stores had improved in the last years. You had to go really deep into the underhive now to be served food that was properly disgusting. Too bad her money wasn't going to be of any use to her now. That was the problem with throne guilds, they didn't go with you when it was time to be judged by the God Emperor. It was kind of fortunate, SIU recognized, because otherwise all nobles would be greeted with a pat on the head. That way there was the tiniest hope the blue-blooded wastes of space were punished for their crimes. The young assassin forced herself to stay calm. There was no other living being but her in this dark interrogation room, but there was a thing of metallic feathers and cogs. SIU knew what it was, a servo owl, the winged spies who were replacing the antique skulls. The demand for them was so high that in most of the hives, servo skulls were still the norm, but there were more and more of them as the years passed. The door opened. SIU tensed, for this was not the Arbits she had expected. Not unless the man had found a way to transform himself into a giant. The Wuhan's teenager swallowed heavily. Everyone had heard of the Space Marines, the blades of Her Celestial Highness. There weren't supposed to be any on Wuhan, but the battles they had fought in the Living Saints and the God Emperor's name, they were legendary. The assassin studied the armor, trying to guess the chapter the warrior belonged to. Unfortunately, the enormous power armor was painted in a sort of brown-black camouflage which told her nothing of value. Name. My. The Astartes immediately stared at her with a strength that pierced her mind and convinced her for a few seconds to stop breathing. Assassin, the Space Marine began in a tone that made it sound like he was about to discipline a 5-year-old, the noble you just killed was under the surveillance of the Ordos of the Holy Inquisition, for he was suspected to be a spy for traitor parties operating outside this sector. While we had enough evidence to execute him, decision had been made to let him live so he could lead us to his allies and accomplices. He was not supposed to die with a poison-covered dagger thrust into his right eye. Siu winced, and cursed deep inside. If what the Angel of Death said was true, she had screwed up, in a monumental manner. Several parties have had to accelerate important operations. Many of these parties are important men and women who don't like winning half-victories against the enemies of the Imperium. I obey them, and am in no mood to hear your lies. Name. Now. Siu. Professional assassin, but you already knew that. The questions began. The young killer did her best to answer them. Most of them were about the nobles she had eliminated in recent weeks, with 1 or 2 exceptions. After what had to be a good hour, the questions stopped. Siu noted that while there was a data slate on the table separating them, the giant had not a single time shown the desire to take notes. This may be useful in salvaging something. The declaration brought some relief, some hope, no matter how ridiculous it was. Everyone knew what fate awaited assassins if they were caught. Now the question is how to deal with you. I don't suppose you are willing to release me if I promise not to do it again. The Angel of Death snorted, but there was no humor on his face. You will kill again. They always say they won't. A few, a very rare few, try to keep their promise. It works so rarely in the end that nobody bothers giving your profession a second chance. She had thought the same, and it was a reassurance, in a certain way, to know the giant warriors weren't imbeciles. I am going to die, then. Tomorrow, 15 girls like you, all involved in murders that have targeted several characters of importance, will be led to the execution square. And you will die. There was no sympathy. But there was no gloating or other arrogant statements that she deserved it either. Still, there was something strange. Siu believed herself good, but she was not so arrogant to believe her successful career terrified the nobles and administrators at the top of the food chain. Most of her targets had been killed because they had suffered financial misfortunes and weren't as protected as they should be. There are rumors that, sometimes, assassins are permitted to join the penal legions, she mentioned carefully. Some of these rumors have a shadow of truth to them, the Angel of Death confirmed slowly. But they aren't offered to you. In some ways, it was a relief. The same rumors had mentioned the life expectancy of someone in the penal legions on the battlefield was less than 1 hour from the moment you were ordered to charge. In another way, it was nerve-wracking, because if this wasn't the offer, what was the fate awaiting her? There have been orders coming from places that you have no business to know. Suffice to say, we have been instructed to find assassins and judge if they can still be used as loyal blades of the Golden Throne. Hope blossomed back in Siu's chest. And assuming I can convince you. Officially, your life will end tomorrow. But another assassin will take your place in the execution square. The Space Marine observed her again with this piercing gaze. Let there be no mistake. It is entirely possible you will still die before the end of the day. The first test will take place tomorrow afternoon. It will be a purity test. If you fail, I assure you that your demise will be so excruciating you will deeply regret not choosing the rope or another form of conventional execution. I worship him, Siu hissed defensively. I am not a heretic. But now she thought about it, she had not entered a church of the God Emperor this year. At least she had assassinated no one in a holy sanctum. That had to count for something, right? The Space Marine didn't seem impressed. But then, that was to be expected. She was an assassin, he was one of the Emperor's angels of death. We will see. The tests are going to be thorough and painful. Many will come after the first one. They will test you in a very taxing manner. And whatever happens to you, you likely will never ever return to Wuhan or any planet of the Nix sector. They wanted assassins, that was the message behind these sentences. The identity of the order givers was mysterious, as she doubted a living saint had any use in mind for them. Still, it must have been approved at very high levels of authority, for Space Marines to be involved. But did it really matter? Siu didn't want to die tomorrow. And there was really no one that would mourn her. Her parents were long dead, and whatever relatives she had left were complete strangers. No one would grieve for her. True announcement of execution or not, the young assassin was already dead to every Wuhanes who knew her. I am determined to successfully pass those tests, Lord Astartes. For the first time, a smile appeared on the giant's face. I am no lord, assassin. And the first test begins now. Why should I let you take the purity test? Siu recognized the challenge, and began to speak. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. High orbit over Holy Terra. Battle barge Alfather's honor. 0.145.311 M35. Great Wolf Hakan Kraken Slayer. Despite what the Blood Claws often said when they believed he was out of earshot, Hakan had not survived all his battles by being as subtle as a thunder hammer. Sometimes, you had to be cunning to defeat the foes of the Alfather. Most of the time, it took a great wolf's gaze to discover the critical weaknesses of the cursed spawns they were battling. All these centuries of war had proven really useful. Hakan didn't need them to know that when his father ordered the feast of a lifetime to be prepared while they went to have a private conversation, it was not going to be congratulate him. Had this been the true great wolf's intention, it would have been done in front of the 2,000 Vilka Fenrika who had rushed to be present aboard the Alfather's honor. Are you angry, my Jarl? Hakan asked. No, at least the growl which came after was, amused. I am not angry. I am, disappointed, Kraken Slayer. Hakan sniffed. He had been young when he pursued the name. And of course the Fell-Handed had informed the Primarch of all the stories that he had been involved in. Whatever the Venerable Bjorn said, the sagas have been a bit exaggerated. As all sagas are, the Lord of Fenris replied. But there is something the sagas did get right, unfortunately. Twice home was attacked. Twice Bjorn defended it. Twice the Great Wolf was not there to defend Fenris and the ancestral halls. Hakan didn't speak. What could he say, truly? That he had rushed to Fenris as fast as he could? That the battle was long over and Fenris gone by the time he arrived? It was the truth, and yet even to him the words smelled like carrion. I should have been there. The Great Wolf admitted when it became obvious his father wasn't going to speak first. I was blinded by the sagas and the thirst to prove those scribblers and politicians wrong about us. I should have been there, defending the Fang. Fighting at Cadia would have been acceptable too. His sire growled. Many wolf brothers were at Cadia, Jarl. 2 great companies were, Kraken Slayer. And that's exactly the problem. Dire Bear had most of the elements of 2 companies to defend Fenris. Wolf Lords Dragoneye and Steelhead were at Cadia. The other great companies were dispersed across 3 segmentums. The next growl was definitely filled with annoyance. Do I need to teach everyone from the Long Fangs to the Blood Claws what concentration of firepower means? Hakan growled, with shame. Because no, he hadn't forgotten, but it had been a long time since the pack had fought together. The great companies of the Vilka Fenrika had always been carving their own sagas on different battlefields, great sagas had been sung, and the only moments most of them were gathering as the entire pack was during the feasts. This won't happen again, Jarl. You are right, my son. But not for the reasons you imagine. The Great Wolf was pleased by the my son, as it was the first time his father recognized him as such. The rest of the sentence immediately doused whatever good feelings had been created. And this cast a new winter light upon some things. There were problems he had believed a Primarch would solve in a heartbeat. Suddenly, Hakan was far less confident about them. The Inquisitors captured 5 members belonging to the Blue Moon's company. And they refused to release them. They seem to have failed the Ether Gold test, or so they pretend. I've heard about it. His father paused for a very brief moment. They are all dead. What? The unflinching stare of a Primarch was directed him. What, father? The test of the Ether Gold is very simple, my son. There was no humor or amusement left in Lemon Russ' eyes. You touch the crystallized power of Weaver, the very power of the Alfather's sacrifice. If you are uncorrupted by chaos, you pass it without problem. You are corrupted, you die. And now that I think about it, who was the imbecile that let them wield traitor weapons? When we fought against my treacherous brothers, I made it clear that they had to be purified 10 times in the fire and the ice of Fenris first, then the rune priests and the wolf priests would check the weapon and vouch for its safe use. This was indeed the rule, but several great companies had been far away from Fenris for many winters, and the young pups of Torben Blue Moon's great company had taken a lot of loot from Cadia's battlefields. And with Fenris gone, they hadn't been able to purify it in any way. But we can't. Olaf Direbear and every son of Fenris who survived Macrage passed the test in front of Weaver before I left, Hakan Kraken Slayer. None burst into flame. A few young pups were disoriented, and will be on shore duty for a century, if not more. But none died. Is it clear? Yes. None of the Vilka Fenrika of Direbear had been revealed to be corrupted. Yes, my Jarl, it is very clear. There was a second growl of annoyance. For all my son's sake, I want it to be the truth, the Wolf King declared. I do not want to resurrect the Consul Obsequiary. But I will if the discipline continues to be atrociously lacking and stupidity reigns in the ranks. Hakan hesitated. I didn't listen to all the tales. What are the Consulo Obsissamething? The disciplinary corps my legion had during the Great Crusade, Lemon Russ answered bluntly. They had the right to execute battle brothers with impunity if they dared to ignore or disobey their orders in any way. The great wolf was not ashamed to say he felt something very cold seep into his Vilka Fenrika bones. Their father was really disappointed with them. Will the route survive if we obey the High Lords? The route will survive because we obey the Alfather, my emperor, my sire, my father. And if I have to force you to listen to me read the Codex Astartes to teach of you a few times, then by the icebergs of the world sea, that's exactly what I will do. The Codex Astartes? But it smells predictable just by looking at it, father. Lemon Russ barked in laughter. I eagerly await the moment when you say that where the sons of Gillimon can hear you, my son. High orbit over Holy Terra. Apocalypse-class battleship Thunder of the God Emperor. Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy Rabadash Y. Bing Elkellerman. Well, Rabadash muttered, giving a last look to the image of the Alfather's honor before turning away, it seems the conditions of the Officio Assassinorum have been accepted. The cargoes that are transferred to the battle barge are essentially food and drinks, and another battle barge is on its way to Mars so it can be repaired. Yes, my lord. I wonder how the new High Lady managed that feat. In all likelihood, a few good threats and the backing of the custodes, the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy replied. I don't care really much, to be honest. To be honest, Rabadash would have preferred the Primarch didn't come here in the first place, but if the worst damage was the 2 days necessary to recover from the Primarch's party even in his youth, he had never dealt with such a terrible hangover, then he would grit his teeth and accept it. It was far better than all the alternatives he could come up with. For the record, my lord, 2/3 of the other chapters that are currently present are busy refilling their Bacta stocks at the Phalanx as we speak, or negotiating several warships repairs with the Mechanikus. Barring any major crisis, the majority of the Space Marines that aren't Space Wolves will have left Sol within 2 standard weeks. Rabadash would have preferred for the Barbarians to be included among those numbers, but this was alas impossible. Many of the Fenritian survivors' naval assets were in dire need of resupply, courtesy of their military infrastructure being annihilated by the traitors' assault. And as Mars had never supplied the Space Wolves in any significant manner since the 31st millennium, there were a lot of logistical problems to deal with. Good. As long as their numbers are limited and they stay in their ships and stop creating more headaches, they won't be our problem. And in a few decades, the Legion of the Space Wolves would finally be no more, something that would likely result in plenty of toasts from every member of the High 12. I suppose that leaves our problem, then. The grimace was not feigned in the slightest. I know the Justice Board hasn't finished deliberating, but there are no more than 40 hours left before they are forced by law to make a statement. Where is it going? They are going to push the court-martial for Ormuz Van Dyer, my lord. Rabadash grimaced. That was a whole mountain of problems he didn't need. But then Admiral Ormuz Van Dyer wasn't likely to negotiate some sort of compromise, given that any acknowledgement of his incompetence would lead to a commissar blasting apart whatever he had in his head. The charges. Articles 26, 27, 28, 55, and 687 are the chief points of accusation. That promised to be interesting, and not in any pleasant sense of the term. Article 26, in blunt terms, demanded that any officer who didn't prepare enough for a void battle, or who did not sufficiently encourage his officers to fight courageously, answer to the God Emperor for his lack of vigilance and leadership. If an officer was convicted because the judges agreed the preparations had been insufficient or the fleet's morale poor, the only sentence was death. Article 27 dealt with the disobedience of an officer. Namely, the officer dragged in front of the court had not obeyed the order of his superiors, whoever they might be, failing to stop the enemy in a timely manner. If you were guilty, the sentence was death. Article 28 demanded of every officer that they had to do their utmost to destroy the enemy. And yes, the court-martial agreeing a captain or an admiral had failed to do so meant death for the guilty. Article 55 was not as bad, theoretically. It dealt with an officer who neglected the duties imposed upon him. The sentence a court-martial could hand upon someone was incredibly variable as a result. And Article 687 was about the prosecution of all crimes which were not listed among the first 686 articles. Here too, the sentence was variable. To summarize, out of 5 articles, there were 3 which were automatic death sentences, and 2 which could be, depending on the gravity of the charges everyone could agree on. It did not seem like much, but in general, few officers were ever dragged in front of a court-martial for more than 5 violations of the Navy articles. In general, the commissars made sure you were executed on the spot for treachery or something else before it became necessary to select judges. I see. That explained why Xerxes Van Dyer was busy using a century's worth of political favors to save his son. The judges. Officially, the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy was not supposed to be given that information. Unofficially, with the political earthquakes this affair created, everyone who mattered was aware Rabadash was giving his utmost attention to it. As you know perfectly well, my lord, the selection is done impartially among the Navy officers who can reach Holy Terra in time. Obviously, as Ormuz van Dyer was recently promoted to admiral before being sent to Cadia, the candidates must at least be of admiral rank, and of higher seniority than him. I am no longer an ensign. The annoying retort didn't please him. For such a useless preliminary remark, that meant the random draw had been very bad. I want to know the names we are dealing with. The highest ranked of the judges will be Lord Admiral Benjamin Rath, of Battlefleet Tempestus. Not a bad choice. Rabadash didn't know a lot about the man, but he was a fighter, and a stranger to the politics of Battlefleet Solar. Well, what I know about him makes clear he will try to keep the other judges in line. A strict stare was a clear invitation to continue. The second judge is Lord Admiral Rudolf von Goldenbaum. The Lord High Admiral grimaced. That ambitious bastard, that was all the remarks he permitted himself, even here, in his private quarters. Lord Admiral Rudolf von Goldenbaum was young for his rank. He had several victories under his belt, and conducted a successful purge of heretics during the Black Crusade. He was popular among the officers' ranks of Battlefleet Solar. There had been several rumors he owed a few favors to Clan Van Dyer for accelerating his promotions in the last decade. And most problematic from Rabadash's view, Rudolf von Goldenbaum was very ambitious. Next is Lord Admiral Thomas von Stockhausen. That one was a familiar name too. Thomas had been one of his subordinates, and a brilliant officer when it came to the defense of several vital Navy shipyards and major orbital facilities. Unfortunately, Rabadash also knew very well that in politics, his support went to the side who could offer him all the comforts he enjoyed so much. And Stockhausen was very old now. This is all the Lord Admirals chosen. Stepping down in rank, we have High Admiral Helge Lansung. In his thoughts, Rabadash wondered how many grimaces he was going to make before this listing was over. The Lansung dynasty had given so many lords and lady admirals to the Imperial Navy that naming them all would take several hours. And they had given the Imperium several high lords. Sometimes it had ended in disaster when their ambition overrode their strategic skills, but many times they had solidified their already huge power base. There is Admiral Carl Gustav Kempf, of Battlefleet Cadia. By the Golden Throne, has this list of judges been chosen deliberately to give me the biggest headache possible? He didn't know Carl Gustav Kempf. But over 100 senior officers of Battlefleet Cadia had vocally demanded the head of Ormuz van Dyer, and the mood grew increasingly bloodthirsty the closer you got to the Cadian gate. Maybe Kempf would be an exception. But his admiral's instinct told him no. And last, my lord, Admiral Miranda Lawson of Battlefleet Solar. Rabadash sighed. I suppose it's too much to hope we have another admiral named Miranda Lawson who isn't in command of the naval yards of Jupiter. Yes, my lord. I mean, she is the Admiral Lawson you just mentioned. An admiral who is incredibly famous for the hatred she feels for Lord Admiral von Goldenbaum. The hatred was so well known, in fact, that the personnel of the Navy in charge of organizing the important receptions generally tried to invite one dynasty or the other, never both at the same time. And when they couldn't avoid summoning the two at the same hour and location, extreme precautions were taken so that the two stayed at least a kilometer away from each other. The two of them being judges in the same room, it was going to end very, very badly. And as a responsible man, there was only one order he could give. Change the judges. We have the right to cancel the selection and try again twice, if we believe the impartiality of the court is going to be a problem. My lord. A data slate was presented. On it, there was a long list of names. Names that made him freeze on the spot. This is the third selection, and by far the least politically explosive of the three. There really are days when you prefer a violent battle with the greenskins. Realm of Ultramar. Macrage System. Macrage. Pharsalis Military District. East of the ruins of the Pharsalis Line. 2.147.311 M35. Chapter Master Ianid Thiel. While the plane's corruption had been cleansed by a vigorous bombardment of golden light, there was no denying that everything northeast of the Pharsalis fields had been utterly destroyed. As such, it was a good place to organize a real-life test of the Sphinx artillery guns. And, Ianid acknowledged as 10 of them thundered over 20 times each, it was indeed an impressive weapon. The targets were between 40 and 50 kilometers away, but the accuracy achieved by each gun was of 92% hits dead on target. None of the special ammunition extending range and fire control was used, those were the same shells that had been used by the millions on every battlefield from Tigris to Ultramar. Thank you for the demonstration, Colonel, the new chapter master of the Ultramarines told the Andes colonel who had agreed to come here and conduct the test. Your crews make the Imperium proud. We're trying our best, chapter master. The officer answered after saluting. Ianid nodded and after a last examination of the procedures, marched to join the two other space marines who had been watching the same test, albeit from the top of what had been a ruined wall. Last testimony that traitor titans were better stopped by loyalist titans. Your opinion? I like them, Wolf Lord Olaf Dyerbear bluntly declared, as Ianid had known he would. I like them a lot. There is only one problem. Yes. The name. Sphinx really feels too prosperous. Aside from that, this is a fine artillery battery we have there. The new chapter master shook his head. Of course, trust the wolves to think the name was the big problem when everything else was fine. Captain. He turned to the other space marine. I've no problem with the name, Clodius Bassineus, captain of the Aurora chapter, assured him with a smile. And I agree with the Wolf Lord, this is a fine gun. The fire control is excellent, as long as the shell stocks hold, these guns will slaughter everything at a distance of over 40 kilometers, and the only way for an enemy to avoid that is to fortify a world like the Traitor Fourth. Since in general the Imperial Guard regiments don't make a habit of hunting the Iron Warriors in their own strongholds, this isn't that much of a problem. But Enid didn't know the Auroran very well, but all Ultramarines who had fought with him insisted he was a perfectionist. But for an Adeptus Astartes chapter, the lack of an autoloader is a significant drawback. Hit-and-run tactics are still possible, the Sphinx can send 5 shells in a minute before leaving its firing position, but the users still need to leave the howitzer and expose themselves. Many of the existing guns we have share the same weaknesses, cousin, Olaf shrugged. And they can't store 50 shells before needing resupply. I know, Clodius answered neutrally. But like I said, the lack of an autoloader is a problem. Especially when the Mechanics clearly developed a reliable one for the con tank. Any reason for this paradigm? Enid inquired. Nothing's been actually confirmed, but the Andes artillerists have a theoretical. The Magi Dominus in charge of the project were too eager for the good of the guns. They presented a superb autoloader, which had all the military capacities one might want, and it was so over-engineered that when it jammed or broke, the gun became completely useless. Second theoretical, these creations, as we know from long experience, tend to jam or break far more frequently than cruder and simpler devices. Practical, Lady Weaver or one of her generals had decided that in the end, no autoloader was better than a non-functioning autoloader. Given the performance of the Sphinx guns at Makridge and on other battlefields, the son of Guilliman knew this had not been an illogical decision. Your recommendation? Oh, we are going to produce it, Captain Bassineus assured him. We are armored assault specialists, we aren't going to miss an opportunity like this to increase the firepower of our mobile artillery arsenal. The Auroran eyes grew more contemplative. Did Lady Weaver or her draconic deputy say anything about template sales, Chapter Master? No, the last meeting that was organized wasn't about artillery. Enid informed his fellow son of Guilliman. You want to produce the Sphinx guns on Firestorm? Said by another chapter, it would have been arrogant, but Firestorm, homeworld of the Aurora chapter, was literally covered in macro-manufacturums and other industrial complexes. The industrial world was able to provide all of the vehicles and heavy weaponry the specialists of armored assaults used year after year. Clodius' lips twitched. I don't know if we will call them Sphinxes, if only to preserve the delicate sensibilities of a few space wolves. Next to him, a certain wolf lord growled. But yes, I would prefer the artillery guns to be directly produced in Firestorm's manufacturums, if feasible. We can likely build them within a few years. There were quite a few debates about stopping the production of toad basilisks in the last decades. The Sphinx is certainly the answer we of Firestorm were seeking all along. Self-propelled howitzers are the practical future, they are mobile, armored, and accurate. Why not buy them directly from the Spider Lady? Olaf Dyerbear asked with curiosity. Industrial capacity, the Auroran answered. The Brothers of the Red didn't hide that Nyx is expanding fast to meet the high demands of the Imperial Guard. I've no doubt Astartes chapters would get a high priority, but the Guard never has enough artillery for all its campaigns, we might need years of waiting between each fulfilled order. But if we have to buy a few thousand guns to get the template and the rights to produce it in mass, my chapter master will likely support it. There might be a few changes needed for Astartes use, but the Sphinx is a fine piece. Archer, Olaf Dyerbear grumbled, and the two sons of Guilliman turned towards him. Archer is a better name than Sphinx. I see the sons of Rus have their priorities straight. What would we do without them? Enid joked. You would shout courage and honor, the space wolf didn't miss the repartee, obviously. And refuse to savor every good thing life gives us. Clodius Bassineus snorted. The Primarch preserve us from what good things your companies want us to emulate. I think that is everything I wanted to say about the artillery batteries for now. Yes, let's change the subject to something even more interesting, Olaf bared his teeth, the tanks. If anything, the Auroran didn't seem to share the enthusiasm of their friend of Bear's cousin. It's certain categories of tanks which are the problem. For the light tanks, the Predator is fulfilling the needs of the Adeptus Astartes perfectly. Thousands are built every year, multiple variants exist that allow it to adapt to different types of battlefield, and it remains a design easy to repair provided the tech marines have the spare parts for it. But as the fighting here and elsewhere proved recently, the light tank isn't the problem. The trouble is with the main battle tanks and the heavy tanks. Even at Firestorm, production of Land Raiders is more handcraft than true mass production. Oh? That's all? Well, I have a solution to your problem. To say Clodius gave an unimpressed expression hearing the wolf's boast was understating things mildly. We resume the production of Sakharin battle tanks. We order thousands of Sakharin tanks. Surely there's a Forge World or two who remember how to build them, right? The two sons of Gilliman looked at each other. This was not a bad idea at all. The Sakharin had been a common sight during the Great Crusade. And their accelerator guns had been really appreciated by the Astartes of all legions. It didn't remember whose Forge World had been in charge of the main production, but it certainly had been destroyed during the heresy, for the supply of Sakharins had never recovered after the scouring was declared over. I think it is definitely something worth exploring, the chapter master of the Ultramarines conceded. And since our ancient weapons of the Great Crusade were mentioned, there are other things we might benefit from bringing back, assuming of course the industrial expertise exists. I've seen our Salamander cousins use a few Felglaive super heavies, and the Kratos could also deliver a lot of firepower. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. Ramley's class Starfort Pax Imperialis. 0.150.311 M35. Admiral Ormuz Van Dyer. Ormuz wanted to glare at the insolent plebeians crowding the hall. It was bad enough the court-martial had been convened, but he had thought that at least there would be no public. Instead, the imbeciles of the Admiralty had decreed there would be no civilian public. A week ago, it had been decided that no one below the rank of lieutenant was to be anywhere near the Pax Imperialis gigantic hall in which the court-martial was to be held. Ormuz dearly wished they had forbidden all these plebeians from attending. Admirals of Battlefleet Sol and the core worlds of Segmentum Solar had better things to do than watch judicial proceedings all day, but that was why they had sent the junior members of their staffs. Thankfully, no room in the vast structure of the Pax Imperialis was big enough to equal a sports stadium. There couldn't be more than 1,000 seats, and those included everyone's seats, the judges, his lawyers, and those of the many men and women whose presence was required by the lex and the codes of the Imperial Navy. Ormuz wished there was no one. At this moment, he wished for the judges to arrive, declare him innocent, and for everyone to leave, preferably with several lieutenants seating, the plebeian lackeys knowing they had now to inform their masters of their plan's failures. But it wasn't going to happen. All the lawyers his father had sent to defend him had made that clear. And unfortunately, it made sense. If his innocence was announced in the first seconds, no one would have bothered with a court-martial. That was the bad news. On the other hand, they clearly didn't have enough to shoot him without organizing this farce. Otherwise the commissars would already have done it. Ormuz shivered inside when, as the thought crossed his mind, 4 black-clad members of the commissariat showed up and went to stand on each side of the long table which was soon going to be filled by the judges. The member of Clan Van Dyer had always deeply disliked the trigger-happy skeletons of the commissariat, but now their mere sight gave him the urge to shoot one. All rise for the honorable judges. They arrived one by one. Normally, that was not supposed to happen. They were supposed to arrive in a neat and disciplined column, not only to show their support of Navy justice, but also because it showed the other adept users that yes, the Imperial Navy was united. Ormuz wanted to believe it was his good luck. Unfortunately, he knew enough about the workings of Battlefleet Sol to understand it had more to do with the internal feuds of Battlefleet Sol than anything he might do. The first honorable judge, Admiral Miranda Lawson, of Battlefleet Solution. Most of the people in the room were familiar with the name and the woman behind it. Tall, athletic, with long black hair, Miranda Lawson could have passed as 30 as she entered. And yes, Ormuz was ready to admit in the privacy of his own mind, she was beautiful, and did not look at all like rejuvenation treatments had been used on her. Yet they had, for she was more than 100 years old. Daughter and granddaughter of Lords Admiral, the woman came from one of the greatest dynasties of Battlefleet Sol. And when she had been sent to Jupiter in order to mobilize tens of thousands of capital ships so that the Black Crusade met a wall of adamantium and guns, the work had been so superlative it had almost made everyone forgot her habit of killing several officers in duels. But when you watched in her natural element, Miranda Lawson was frightening, and unfortunately, Ormuz could see it today. It was like a cube of ice had decided to take female appearance. There was something inhuman lurking behind these dark eyes. The white-black uniform, the relic of ancient Jupiter traditions that had been allowed to endure, looked incredibly sinister on her. The second honorable judge, Admiral Carl Gustav Kempf, of Battlefleet Cadia. Ormuz didn't really know if Lawson would vote to execute him. It all depended on von Goldenbaum. If the Lord Admiral voted in favor of acquittal, then the cold-blooded woman would vote for his death, but at least the member of Clan Van Dyer could console himself it wouldn't be personal. But the way the eyes of Kempf focused on him told everything there was to know. Kempf was going to vote for death. He was from Battlefleet Cadia, and like all of his band of brutes, he had done his best to stab the reinforcements of Solar in the back. Not a thank you for all the battleships that had been brought to the front lines, and an entire hive's worth of recriminations and complaints. If it had been up to him, Ormuz would have let a few billions of Cadians die, just to teach them a salutary lesson before claiming the great victory he was due. Yes, Kempf was a brute. He was the complete opposite of Lawson, amusingly. His shoulders were enormous, for all his attempt to present himself in his best appearance. His dark brown hair was very unkempt, and honestly, the nose. It looked like it had been broken at least 3 times until it was inflated like a large balloon. If there was a contest of ugliness spontaneously declared, Kempf stood more than decent chances to win it. Alas, he was still senior to Ormuz, and thus could be one of the judges today. The third honorable judge, High Admiral Helge Lansung, of Battlefleet Solution. After a representative from the Lawson dynasty, they had the Lansung right after. Ormuz wished to say that it was a pleasure, but it would be a bold lie. She looked more human than Lawson, and the two completely ignored each other. That wasn't exactly a surprise. In looks alone, they had nothing in common. Lansung had opted for short brown hair, and it was clear that she had gained weight since her last deployment 30 years ago. The power sword that was tied to her belt appeared to be mainly for parades and galas. Given how ridiculously impractical it looked, seriously, there were way too many gemstones carved into the hilt for it to be otherwise. Bad sign or good sign? There was an expression of utter boredom on her face as she took her seat. The fourth honorable judge, Lord Admiral Thomas von Stockhausen, of Battlefleet Solution. It would have been bad for him to laugh, but the urge was there. Half-bald, old to a point, the rejuvenation treatments were having ever-diminishing returns. Von Stockhausen looked like everyone's favorite grandfather who had suddenly decided to drop by in order to solve the family's problems. Thankfully, he was on his side. The fifth honorable judge, Lord Admiral Rudolf von Goldenbaum, of Battlefleet Solution. Having never met him before, Ormuz didn't know what to expect. When his eyes fell upon him, he couldn't believe his eyes. That, his mind whispered to him, was how a true Lord Admiral should look like. The man was tall and muscled, but not to the ridiculous extremes Kempf had reached. He was in the black uniform of Battlefleet Sol, but the majority of the officers present had it. There was something powerful around him. Not like the accursed psychers of the Telepathica, the witchery of the warp. It wasn't something that was spread by thousands of whistles and screams from men standing at attention. Rudolf von Goldenbaum had a presence. There was something that told Ormuz this man could fight an asteroid with nothing but his fists, and the asteroid would lose. The sixth honorable judge, Lord Admiral Benjamin Rath, of Battlefleet Bacca. If anyone had any doubt about the mutual hatred of the Lawson and von Goldenbaum naval dynasties, everyone could be reassured. Miranda Lawson and Rudolf von Goldenbaum were able to lower the temperature of the hall by 10 degrees when they glared at each other. The words in the background continued, but Ormuz was unable to move his eyes away when the dreaded words were uttered. The court is now in session. His blade, the blade that had been taken from the Zion ancestral armory, was placed in front of the judges, without its scabbard. For the moment, it wasn't pointed at anyone, a sign the court-martial had not reached a verdict. Ormuz prayed that in the end, the point would not be pointed at him. There were words, more words of accusation. Ormuz didn't really try to listen to them. The lawyers had told him he needed to keep his calm, and he couldn't be calm if he was angry because the Kadayan admirals were in a hurry to get rid of him so that their own mistakes were utterly forgotten. Nevertheless, for all his attempts to ignore them, he couldn't help but glimpse a few of the dreaded accusations. Article 26, Article 28, Article 687, he didn't know that article, honestly. Admiral Ormuz van Dyer, Flag Officer of Battlefleet Sol, you stand accused for your actions in the Kadayan system, during which you were commanding a battle fleet of His Most Holy Majesty, with the Retribution-class battleship Intolerant as your flagship. How do you plead? This one, he wasn't going to deny, was the easy part. Not guilty, Your Honor. Let it be recorded that the defendant pleads not guilty. The next words he ignored. It was so much buzzing, the judges gave the word for the prosecution to begin its ridiculous accusations, blah, blah, blah. Then they began to call the witnesses, and Ormuz couldn't believe his eyes. There was a Space Marine. No, not a Space Marine. The Space Marine. It was the same barbarian brute that had challenged his right to command. It was his fault. This court-martial was his fault. And all Ormuz could do was to remain silent when the words of this insolent creature, cut through the hall effortlessly. The Admiral was unprepared to face the traitor armada. Lord Admiral Benjamin Rath. The end of a court-martial's first day was always important. In some cases, of course, it was the first and last day of the court-martial. There were rules, but the Imperial Navy wasn't in the mood to waste the time of its senior officers just because the opportunity presented itself. In 3 of the many judicial procedures he had presided over during his long career, Benjamin had been lucky enough for the deliberations to end within 24 hours of the session opening. The 4th case had been sufficiently bad to make him realize how lucky he had been to obtain a verdict for the 3 others. Alas, the Bacca-born admiral knew today's court-martial was one of the worst cases that could drop on the head of a senior officer. One only had to look at the list of witnesses produced by the accusation and the defense. The former had summoned Space Marines and officers hailing from the Kadayan Gate. The latter had invited officers of Battlefleet Solar. Yes, it was a court-martial filled with politics. Everyone claiming otherwise was either an imbecile or a liar. Your opinions, if you don't mind, my fellow judges. In my opinion, it is extremely clear what we must do. Thomas von Stockhausen's eyes refused to meet his. Really, everything in the old man's behavior screamed evasive and defensive. We must acquit Admiral Ormuz van Dyer. The accusations are clearly made up by the Adeptus Astartes. And we aren't going to let them dictate anything to the Imperial Navy. Coward. The old eyes immediately pivoted towards Kempf. Excuse me. I said coward, the bulky officer of Battlefleet Cadia repeated forcefully. Somehow, I failed to see you standing up today to demand all the testimonies of the Space Marines be discarded at once. If you have the gall to do it in front of the Astartes. The articles make the procedure completely legal, Stockhausen insisted, and I ask at once to remove this accusation of cowardice. Or what? Kempf snorted. Are you going to challenge me to a duel? Thomas von Stockhausen flinched before visibly paling. For good reason, Benjamin had to admit. Admiral Carl Gustav Kempf lacked tact and political influence here, but these issues really didn't matter when one officer faced another on the dueling grounds. Kempf was at least 100 years younger than von Stockhausen, and no officer of Battlefleet Cadia survived to his current rank without wading through the blood of heretics. If there was a duel, it would be extremely quick, and it wouldn't be the Cadian who would be buried afterwards. There was silence for some 20 seconds. It was really unpleasant to sit and be a party to it. They were all predators here, and none of them would ever be friends. At best, some of them could be called allies of circumstance. Benjamin knew he would have had no problem having a man like Kempf serving under him, and should their ranks be reversed, serving under him on the battlefield would not cause problems. But the others? Let's not waste our precious time. I have better things to do. Miranda Lawson was the one who broke the silence. Ormuz van Dyer is an incompetent wastrel, and if the surviving commissars aboard his battle fleet had any spine, they would have shot him the moment the battle was over. Millions died by his fault. I suppose military skills, loyalty, and intelligence aren't something the solars of a High Lord can pay for. Let's shoot the groks and send a signal to everyone in the Imperial Navy that no matter how influential your daddy, there's still a moment where all the nepotism in the galaxy won't save you. The hypocrisy is strong today, Rudolf von Goldenbaum smiled, and Benjamin von Rath had an instinctive urge to punch the man in the face. He didn't know why, or no, he knew exactly why. The other Lord Admiral's eyes and expression reminded him some of the mega snakes he had seen in a Tempestus zoo some years ago. You of all people speaking of nepotism. Your family bought your way out of trouble. Benjamin had thought he had seen the worst of the glares coming from Miranda Lawson. He was completely wrong. Now the black-haired beauty of soul was glaring, and her gaze was frightening. One day I will remove your head from your shoulders. You aren't going to challenge me to a duel. What would be the point? We all know you will refuse. The only moment the great Rudolf von Goldenbaum accepts to fight pirates is when they are missing limbs and already disarmed. Otherwise it would represent intolerable risks. No. You have failed to present any evidence of your accusations, Helga Lansung sneered. The disgust was evident in the expression Miranda Lawson allowed them to see. The Lansung tradition is strong, I see. What is that supposed to? Apologize. Thomas von Stockhausen commanded, the martial tone falling completely flat. You tarnish the honor of Battlefleet Soul with your venomous words. The old Lord Admiral had committed a mistake. Now it was his turn to be the one who endured the venom. What do you know of the honor of Battlefleet Soul, you coward? You lost the Starfort Iserlohn in an afternoon, and your greatest victory was avoiding a court-martial in exchange for being sent to the Archives Department. I will see you excoriated for this, Lawson, Rudolf von Goldenbaum promised. Why? Kempf asked bluntly. She is just saying out loud what every officer of Battlefleet Cadia thinks of you. Most of the time, your cronies confiscate enormous battle fleets and all the resources that go with them while we deploy wherever the Imperium needs us. If you fought as well as you spoke, maybe so many heretics wouldn't have broken through. Enough. Benjamin barked. Enough all of you. Mercifully, by the grace of the Golden Throne, they obeyed. This is absolutely shameful behavior. The Baccaborn Lord Admiral spoke. He couldn't even demand they formally acknowledge their words had been out of order, even a blind fool would have recognized it as a lost cause. We are here to decide the outcome of judicial proceedings. And this is exactly what we are going to do. So stop it, here and now. Yes, Lord Admiral Rudolf von Goldenbaum. Ormuz van Dyer is the victim of an odious conspiracy that originated in the ranks of the Adeptus Astartes and is now pursued by deluded officers of the great Imperial Navy. He must be acquitted at once. I vote to clear him of all charges. Ormuz van Dyer deserves death. Kempf managed to not snarl the words, something that cost him dearly. Articles 26, 27, and 28 make clear what the God Emperor expects of his officers, and this Van Dyer has fallen abysmally short. He's guilty, and for the honor of those fell against the heretics, the verdict must be death. Not guilty, Thomas von Stockhausen coughed several times before managing to utter the words. I vote for Admiral Ormuz to be acquitted at once. Not guilty, Helga Lansung repeated, though the female High Admiral looked far less strident about supporting a Van Dyer. Guilty, Miranda Lawson sneered, and if I have my way, I want it to be painful. If it hadn't been for that incompetent, the Kadians may have been able to inflict them an even worse strategic defeat than they did. Ormuz Van Dyer didn't prepare for this battle properly, and outright failed to adapt to a very dangerous situation when facing it, Benjamin Rath finished. He wouldn't be able to look his officers in the eye if he didn't admit it. He is guilty, for each of the 5 articles the court brought against him. And before he said the words, the Lord Admiral knew there was going to be a massive problem. It was 3 against 3, and there was little chance of any of the judges changing their vote. It was a deadlock. God Emperor, this was going to be a political nightmare. Ultima segmentum. Baal system. Baal. Arx Muris in construction outer defenses of the Arx Angelicum. 5.152.311 M35. Aspirant Hamilcar. This wasn't what I expected after the contests of Angel's Fall. We know. Hamilcar and all fellow aspirants answered in a unique chorus. Hey, I didn't finish what I wanted to say. We know what you were about to say, Megan. Hanno retorted hotly. Now stop complaining and help us dig. We were told very clearly this section had to be done before they called us for the mock battle. What good is it going to do? The young boy that was the loudmouth of their group grumbled, though he obeyed in the end, taking up his spade anew. There's a dust storm coming, and this wall is way too big to be protected by mere spades and the other tools we have. It matters because the angels told us it would, Hamilcar replied. Yes, we aren't doing much work. Yes, we don't have the machines of those strange men in red robes. But we have been chosen. And thanks to our efforts, the Fortress of Angels will rise from the sands once more. The Fortress of Angels wasn't the true name, of course. The true name was, Arx Angelicum. When he had seen it the first time, Hamilcar had been crushed by the size and magnificence of it. Certainly Baal Fora had nothing that could really compare to it. It had taken him only a couple of days and their first challenge games outside to realize that no matter how big he believed the great fortress to be, there were enormous sections of it which were invisible, buried under the sand. I think there's something happening, Hanno whispered to him as they continued throwing the sand away while trying to keep most of their strength for the trials ahead. The soldiers in dark blue? They looked very excited this morning. Don't tell Megan, Hamilcar chuckled. He's convinced every day there's something important happening. Very funny, Hanno rolled his eyes, you know what I mean. Yes, I do. The secrets of the angels were well kept, but there had always been tales and legends about their fortress. Many things that all aspirants had seen were never mentioned in the legends. The soldiers, the red-robed strangers, no one had really said anything about them before. I think, Hamilcar continued to murmur as they worked as best they could, that they are new. The Arx Angelicum wouldn't have been buried under the sand like it was if they were here for the time to organize 10 trials at Angel's Fall. I agree. The question then is why now? That I don't know, the young aspirant admitted. But there are a lot of things that don't make sense. They use a lot of men to hunt all scorpions and insect they can find, along with hundreds of catch spiders. Why do they want all of them? Those things can't be tamed, and the moment they're out of the cages, they will kill everyone they can. The only thing Hamilcar was sure about was that the foreigners were here by the will of the angels, the masters of the Arx Angelicum appearing to be very satisfied with the things the red robes and the scorpion hunters were doing. Well, Megan had alas considered a few minutes of silence were too many. Do you want? A massive amount of noise stopped him from pursuing one of his semi-amusing rambles. By the feathers of Baal Fora. Look at that. Hamilcar looked. It wasn't possible to do otherwise. Suddenly, the sky was filled with the winged mounts of the angel. They had seen a few of them before, along with thousands of uglier sky chariots used by the strangers. But here they were angelic. And what they had taken for a vast flock of angels was in reality only the beginning. They were magnificent. They were painted in multitudes of red, gold, and white. They were the sky chariots of the angels. Then they landed. There were loud strident noises, hisses that were becoming more and more familiar, and entrances opening where before there had been walls of metal. And finally, they came out. Hamilcar breathed out after a few seconds. The stupefaction had at first cut his respiration. The angels were here. And there were so many of them, there had to be hundreds, no thousands. It was a mass of red armors, an invincible angelic host. Golden lights shone above. More angels came. Before long they had to land on the sands, for there wasn't enough space anymore on the main plaza usually used for that sort of thing. Look at that! Megan exclaimed. Look at that! All these angels, for them to come like that, surely a great victory was won. Hamilcar knew before the loudmouth of their party had finished speaking that it was wrong. Or maybe not quite wrong. Maybe there had been a victory, there were so many angels assembled it was impossible imagining them having lost if they were all fighting together. But as red banners were lowered in a sign no one of Baal 4 would misunderstand, as angels began to form two columns and many knelt on the red sands, Hamilcar knew what was going to happen long before the golden sarcophagus was revealed to the aspirants' eyes. They haven't returned to celebrate, Megan. They have come here to mourn. Arx Angelicum. Dome of Angels. Heavenward Redoubt. Sergeant Gavriel Forcas. The Dome of Angels was a marvel Gavriel was going to remember for as long as he lived, and it wasn't because Astartes had a quasi-eidetic memory. Everything his lady had tried to create with the Hagia Sanguinella was here in some form. There were pillars in the form of winged angels that seemed to be ready to take flight at any moment. There were flamboyant mosaics that dated back to the age of the Great Crusade, protected behind shimmering force fields. There was an abundance of gold and rubies. There were thousands of sculptures, many representing scenes of sanguineous youth, with the Primarch and the humans around him all represented true to scale. The Arx Angelicum was hardly defenseless. Like Skyfall, the vast orbital docks above their heads, it was a work of art turned to military purposes. And the closer they got to the heart of the Dome of Angels, the more beautiful the artworks became. The defenses were more and more exquisitely hidden too, of course. Yes, the heavenward redoubt and every facet of the Arx Angelicum was something the former Dark Angel would remember for the rest of his life. But it would always be a memory filled with melancholy. And though he couldn't speak for the rest of the Dawnbreaker Guard and the chapters of the Blood, Gavriel was sure it was the same for them. They were mourning the loss of a chapter master. It was done under a dome that was so masterly worked they had the impression of a rain of rubies perpetually falling upon their heads. The sheer amount of effort that had gone into making sure the light of Baal was filtered like this must have been phenomenal. It was a great honor to be invited here. It wouldn't bring back chapter master Malakbal and all those who had fallen during Operation Stalingrad. The songs of mourning rose in the air, creating melodies which ranged from the exceptional to the sublime. The angels sang because many of them were no longer among the living. The angels sang because too much had been taken from them in the last millennia. The angels sang because there was a time for melancholia and remembering the dead, and this time had come once more. But the angels also sang because these losses had not been in vain, and while there had been death of brothers across the stars, another dawn would rise on Baal. Many aspirants were coming to Baal, as selections had been made on worlds that were protected by the sons of Sanguinius. They would in time pass the trials of the blood, and the blood angels would regain the strength that had been theirs. The first company and chapter master Malakbal would be avenged. The songs continued, and soon enough, the rhythm and the language were familiar enough so that every space marine sang. Then their lady joined them. Gavriel would remember much, but more about the intensity of her voice. The sergeant remembered crying. She cried. They cried. And when the songs ended, the sadness and the melancholia had been all poured into the mourning ceremony. Battle brothers of the blood angels took away the coffin sarcophagi of their fallen one by one. In time, the last one which remained was the one containing the mortal remains of the chapter master. Then he was taken away too, the sanguinary guard itself escorting him to his final resting place. The ruby light began to fade. But they were still here. They were still alive, and their duty continued. For mankind. For the Emperor. For Sanguinius. For the memory of all those blood angels who had fallen since there were blood angels breathing and fighting. For Weaver. The golden sarcophagus, the tomb of the great angel. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert. As could be expected, the place Sanguinius had been laid to rest had the most sublime artworks of all Baal. After witnessing the art the blood angels kept in the Arx Angelicum, it might have been pretentious to say it aloud. But once you walked the Eternity Avenue, well, you understood. Taylor hadn't cried. The tears she had to mourn had already been shed hours ago. But the rooms leading to the final sanctum were so beautiful you felt privileged just by looking at them. And let there be no mistake, it was a privilege. Unlike the Ultramarines, the Blood Angels had not opened it to the potential flows of millions of pilgrims. A good part of Taylor felt that it had been wise. The mosaics, the paintings, the representations of the life of Sanguinius, all of the unique artworks were protected from the ravages of time, yet they seemed so fragile behind the glass and the protective fields that you feared a single touch would be too much for many of them. Yet there was a part of her that wished, no, yearned, for billions to cry, for the tomb of the Primarch was just too beautiful. As you moved past two monumental angelic statues, you arrived at the golden sarcophagus which gave its name to the tomb hall. What could be said that hadn't been said before? The sons of Sanguinius had created something from gold, Baal rubies and other extremely rare carmine gems of old that would never be recreated, and maybe that was for the best. They had already buried too many loyal sons of the Emperor. The light was omnipresent in the sanctum. The blood angels had made sure the spherical structure holding the sarcophagus was always bathed in it, the only difference depending on the hour you visited was if it was ruby light or gold light. It was beautiful. But it was just light. When her fingers had touched the exquisite coffin, for that was what it was, alas, there had been no sensation of recognition. She couldn't feel the power of the Emperor anywhere. Sanguinius was with his father. He had been there for millennia. The Blood Angels had brought back his mortal remains to Bale, but they hadn't brought back his soul. The Sanguinary Guard charged me to tell you that if you want the spear, it is yours. You have the right to wield it. Taylor barely gave a glance to the enormous golden weapon before shaking her head. I am honored, Gamaliel, by the trust your brothers have in me. But the spear is so long it just wouldn't be practical. The spear of Tellisto was one of these weapons which felt so attractive you would perpetually fear breaking it on a battlefield. Clearly, this was a false impression. Sanguinius had wielded it countless times without breaking it. According to the tales, the energy blast that it could unleash vaporized everyone who didn't have the blood of Sanguinius in his veins. Unfortunately, it remained a Primarch's weapon, meaning that even for extremely tall space marines, wielding it would be problematic. The elegant moves Sanguinius had used to claim the lives of countless enemies would be denied to an Astartes. And Taylor was far, far smaller than any Astartes. She had received incredible gifts and skills. But the Basileia of Nyx simply did not have the body to wield the spear of Tellisto. It is your decision, my lady. Taylor didn't chuckle. It would feel disrespectful. I have the best weapons a lady general militant can hope to wield. There's no need to take what belongs to the great angel. Let the spear of Tellisto and the blade and carmine stay here. Who knows, they might be wielded again one day, but not by my hand. I will relay your words, and I hope you realize, it is extremely unlikely anyone will dare take them from this hall. After the sermons the sanguinary priests will use to support them. The sanguinary priests, they and every battle brother of the Arx Angelicum will make their choices, Gamaliel. This is the first time I visit Bale, and while I hope it definitely won't be the last, it would be arrogant of me to impose decisions on a planet where I am in many ways a curious guest. Similarly, it was not her place to tell the Blood Angels who was to be their new chapter master, as they were currently busy deciding that even as Gamaliel showed her the marvels of Bale. You are far more than any curious guest has any hope of being, my lady. You are one of our benefactors, to start with. On that point, I am not going to disagree. Thousands of tech priests and guardsmen had been deployed to Bale so that the Arx Angelicum could be restored to its previous glory. Needless to say, it was a process that was going to take years, but the plans she had agreed with the former regent of Bale were in motion, and long-term projects needed long-term planning. They left the golden sarcophagus hall slowly. Taylor looked behind her many times. Even with her powers, strange feelings assailed her in this mausoleum. It was as if she feared she was going to wake up, and this beauty would be revealed as an illusion. It was only when Puriel came to join them while they were watching a night-sized rendition of Sanguinius battling the megarachnids of murder that the insect mistress spoke again. I doubt the deliberations to choose a new chapter master have ended so quickly. There were a few captains who were considered favorites in the masterly race, but none had a decisive advantage over their peers. The deliberations are not over. The Sanguinary Guard of the Angels and Carmine confirmed. It is another issue which may require your attention. Taylor closed her eyes, and she felt something. It was distant, but it was getting closer by the second. And there was a taste of sacrifice to it. And what is this issue? She asked, her curiosity properly teased. 5 transports came out of the warp a few minutes ago. While they were all built by the Imperium, all of them were lost in recent centuries during pirate raids. Now they are back, and according to the communications the watch officers had with them, they are filled with former slaves who escaped the webway. Taylor raised an eyebrow, and smiled. Well, it seems a certain clown decided to honor his part of the deal. It seems the lasguns I delivered may have led to the most efficient slave insurrection in recent history. Yes, my lady. But there's another issue. There are a few Eldar aboard these transports. And they want to speak with you. The Lady General Militant laughed. Yes, of course, they did. You'd better tell Ronaldo to prepare our Thunderhawk, Gamaliel. It seems we have a few more interesting tales to hear today. Transport ship Crown of Freedom docked to Skyfall. Phoenix Lord Azurman. Azurman was no stranger to cursed wounds, but the majority of times, the pain they inflicted faded rapidly. Sadly, the injuries he had suffered at Shadiom were proving to be agonizing exceptions to the rule. In the brief moments of clarity, the Phoenix Lord had tried to guess why. Was it because Cain had died, and thus the blessings of the path of the warrior had diminished in consequence? Was it because Azurman's soul had been wounded by the second fall? Or was it because Karsak Eluriak, much like his fell master, was a master of poisons and chaotic spite? All of these reasons could be true, or none of them might be. And Azurman wasn't exactly in a condition to verify each guess. The first dire avenger was already unable to leave the bed into which the Harlequins had pushed him after the Battle of the Basilisk Port ended. Then all thoughts ended as something pressed against his armored chest, and Asurian screamed. For several seconds, it was like someone was pouring something extremely hot inside his flesh. It was as if his lungs were told to beat, yet his ribs were smashed with something incredibly heavy. His head was told to think, but there was someone hammering him with fists. There was pain, so much pain. And suddenly everything ended. Asuryan opened his eyes, which he didn't remember having closed. In front of his eyes, in the palm of a golden hand, there was an orb of infernal orange-black light swirling and trying to expel dark flames. For all his battles against the primordial annihilator, the Phoenix Lord recoiled at the sheer sight. This was something abominable, this was nothing but sheer arrogance and desire to subjugate, this was. The golden hand tightened its grip around the orb of chaotic power. The malevolent power of Adaeth was crushed like an overripe fruit. Asuryan was able to breathe easier. At last, he could see the identity of his savior, and for all the fact he had never seen the golden-skinned being before, the stars-filled eyes had been described by many seers who had now embraced the choice of moderation. Empress Weaver, and the black-haired woman currently in her Ildari form smiled. You have my profuse thanks for healing my wounds. And I accept them in the spirit they were given, the destroyer of Kamarak answered. A bit of a clarification, your wounds are not completely healed. I've used the sacrifice you made to save all the slaves of Kamarak to extract the corruption the new dark muse of vainglory infected you with. I thank you nonetheless. The Empress of all Ildari gave a nod, and then went to find a chair, which she pushed towards his bed. You must have really annoyed the tyrant of Shatiom, the stars-filled eyes commented while swiftly placing herself on the chair. That was an impressive chaotic curse. We used his internal troubles to assault one of the 14 entrances. Asuryan replied. Worse, and I presume the Harlequins did it for this very reason. Karsak Eluriak looked weak in front of the only people he really cares about, his great military commanders and tyranny enforcers. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed no one invited me. I would have given the tyrant of Shatiom's subordinates all the reasons to believe him weak. Of that, the Phoenix Lord had no doubt at all. The Empress didn't say words like annihilation of Shatiom or turn the tyrant's domain into a second battle of Kamarak, but the desire was there. There wasn't enough time, as far as I was given to understand. The opportunity came from one of the tyrant's sons trying to usurp him, but it didn't last very long. And Eluriak is not the dynasts you broke at Kamarak. He reacted incredibly fast, and sadly, he is far more powerful than I. Unsurprising. He gained the power of a muse, much like I did. While he remains considerably weaker, this unholy merging of a drukari and a muse is close to a greater abomination in its own right. I agree. The abilities he showed me, the limbs shifted from some sort of corrupted crossbow to a long blade when the long-distance attack failed. And the tyrant himself confirmed I did not see his true powers. While vainglory will lie like the rest of the primordial annihilator's aspects, I think that in this instance, Karsak was speaking the truth. He is no longer a true drukari, but a corrupted mockery of it. Interesting, the Empress nodded, before whistling. Of course, this is something that won't be of much use in the coming years. The servants of Segarak hinted that the tyrant may try to abandon the webway. Yes. It may have already happened. Eluriak had seen what one Harlequin plan could do to Shatiom, it was doubtful he was confident in his ability to survive there, even with the gates sealed from the outside. After all, the Blades of Segarak had a gift to storm locations where they weren't supposed to be in the first place. More than ever, the webway was their kingdom. I will have to hope one of his children will stab him in the back, one day. Golden fingers clicked, and for a brief moment, golden flames danced. For the moment please receive my own thanks. Your courageous deed saved 50,000 men, women, and children from an atrocious fate at the hands of the slavers. You saved them, at great risk for your souls and your life. I won't forget it. The thanks are appreciated. I won't deny that the Harlequins failed to tell me how powerful the tyrant of Shatiom was, but I would have participated in this battle regardless. It had to be done. I only regret our strength was insufficient to launch 13 other raids and free all the slaves of the other ports. The Empress of all Ildari said nothing, but in her eyes, regret could indeed be read. If it had been possible, Asuryan had no doubts Malsha Eildanan would be on her way to teach the tyrant a long lesson of humility. When she spoke again, her voice was far more thoughtful. While I would love to hear the full tale of this battle, I need to change the subject. The gestalt of souls that I see inside you is extremely unstable. You must have felt it. I did. Asuryan admitted. It began when you killed Cain with the Herald of Authority. Yes. He had not expected apologies, and there would be none. Are you going to tell me I must embrace authority? The Phoenix Lord tried to pour some humor in his voice. Immediately, he knew the attention of the goddess was upon them. In my long experience, the Empress replied sarcastically, telling your species they must do something invariably leads to a result where they attempt exactly the opposite of what I proposed. Ouch. So no, I am not going to give you orders. I am just going to tell you what I think are the two options available to you, assuming you want to live, which I assume you do. The first is the one authority is busy whispering in my ears. You deny Cain, and swear yourself to her. An herald? A high priest? Asuryan asked to check if he understood well enough. No. There will be only one high priestess for all her worshippers. What authority has in mind is more of the same thing you did on the path of the warrior, but widened to all the non-military aspects of craft world life. To give one example. Should you accept, you would be the symbiosis carnality lord of passion. Sorry by the way about the atrocious name. I've heard worse. Asuryan replied with a chuckle before returning to deadly seriousness. This proposal, nothing would be the same anymore. No. The Empress didn't try to hide it. Your essence won't lie dormant inside your armor anymore. Should you be defeated, you will be with the goddess until she reforges you and send you anew to fight the wars of this galaxy. This will be the end of a cycle. This will also be the first and last sacrifice. Asuryan nodded. Yes, he could see why the Empress would be happy to know young warriors stopped donning his armor and merging their souls with his. I am not going to say I am not tempted. The soon-to-be former Phoenix Lord admitted. And the second option? You spoke of heralds a moment ago, Avenger. While it is true authority will only accept one, the sum of what is possible is constantly changing, with excess dead. The rise of carnality symbiosis was not expected by the great enemy. Yet she now has a high priestess. There might be other powers stirring themselves into action. Some might have had claims to domains where authority will never be dominant. Asuryan admired the way infinity circuits and God of the Dead were never mentioned. The Empress was beginning to speak their tongue with more and more subtlety. I can open you the path, with the fires of your sacrifice and my own name. But I can't guarantee there will be a victory as important as the one waiting for you at the end. Asuryan thought deeply about the two choices offered to him. It was a complicated dilemma the Empress had offered, but humble origins always began with those. Each had tempting and dolorous visions dancing before his eyes. It was difficult. Asuryan opened his mouth and spoke. High orbit over Baal. Battleship Enterprise. Shadowkeeper Baldur Vor. Lady Weaver was petting her largest spider when he entered. Of course, Baldur knew better than to think the insect mistress was idle. There were a large number of beetles frenetically tapping on various devices, and the flux of information pouring in and out was simply gargantuan. To equal the sum of work done in this office, the Shadowkeeper guessed the Adeptus Administratum would have to gather thousands of its moderately competent scribes and low-ranked adepts. The stars-filled eyes didn't turn towards him at once. But the words which came out of the Angel of Sacrifice's mouth made clear Weaver knew he was there. As were the multiple anti-spying and counter-detection devices that activated in the next couple of seconds. The first Phoenix Lord chose death. There was only one answer he was going to give. It is as he expected, then. Lady Weaver snorted. At some point, I hope he will tell me how he managed to predict that outcome. In this instance, I know for certain there was no psychic method for him to predict it. Sometimes, Baldur ventured carefully, great experience trumps psychic powers. My liege does not need his formidable precognition to know what burns in an Eldar's heart. True. The golden-winged being he couldn't really call a woman conceded after 5 seconds. Does he know if other Phoenix Lords intend to pursue that path? The majority will likely choose salvation in the embrace of carnality symbiosis. They are after all creatures of passion. For exactly 35 seconds, the attention of Weaver seemed to turn to the enormous lists of strategic materials which could be seen streaming across the various hololiths and data slates. It was, as every custodes knew very well, an absolutely wrong impression. Well, time will tell if they are successful or fail epically, I suppose. And I assume you didn't come here today to give me the odds of whatever complicated scheme certain Eldar Lords want to pursue working out for them. I did not. The Shadowkeeper allowed a temporary pause to mark the change of subject, then spoke again. We found one of the relics that he wanted you to recreate for Project Austerlitz. This time, the radiance of the wings intensified by a factor of at least 3, and the stars-filled eyes brutally flashed out. Intact. Yes. Where? The Malak system. I've never heard of it. I would have been more surprised if you had. Shadowkeeper Baldur Vor replied. It is a complete backwater. The most developed world was classified by the Administratum as a frontier world decades ago, and little has changed there. There is no trace of any tide fleet ever sailing in its vicinity. Backwater sounds right, Weaver agreed as he handed her the critical DG folder where the ultra-secret information had been stored. Does it have a name? The savants we brought with us called it the Coral Engine. Poetic, the insect mistress replied, before frowning. It is, an impressive piece from the dark age of technology. It is. And the confirmation that the Imperium's predecessors must have had a truly frightening hate for the Psychers. You noticed. Lord Custodes, I know that I am lucky to have Lisa and my other moths, but there are far less amoral ways to obtain psychic energy than throwing Psychers into techno-sarcophagi which will siphon their very powers and souls while torturing them until they break apart. Baldur didn't reply. Lady Weaver, after all, was absolutely correct. He waited 10 more seconds, and then the DG folder was returned to him. There was no need to ask if the colossal amount of information had been correctly understood. If I understand correctly, the coral engine is divided into 5 parts. The sanctum is the command room with an enormous toroid tower of cogitators, and plenty of operator thrones for the fail-safe protocols. The Choistrahi pits are where the ancients tortured the psychers with advanced technological sarcophagi. The siphon coil is nothing but an enormous geothermal plant drawing power from the planet itself, all the while harvesting deep core ores for the self-repair mechanisms. The resonatum is the particle collider around the sanctum. And the focusing vane is, as its name implies, the chambers where the astropaths are working as a lens for the engine, something that will undoubtedly burn them out in short order. Yes. The Adeptus Custodes should take care to recruit people sharing Weaver's analytical skills. Several savants had needed over a day to give him the same points, with plenty of useless information burying the critical parts. Do you think copying it identically would work? When the reply came, there was no hesitation. No. Why? The siphon coil is an extremely bad idea. It links the entrails of the world to a psi engine of incredible power. If one breaks, the other will follow shortly after. That was, indeed, a major flaw. And the exploration teams had completely missed it, though they lacked the experience of Weaver in certain important matters, of course. Other problems. The psi sarcophagi and the stations for the other psychers are far too wasteful, as I said before. In the long term, they may kill more psychers per year than the Astronomicon ever did. Yes. And the fail-safe protocols are likely insufficient. Their existence being tied to the command thrones is reassuring, but given the complexity of the coral engine, they are still insufficient. The stars-filled eyes stared at him implacably. And of course, there is the elephant in the room. The moment the coral engine is activated, all hell is going to break loose. I think that within mere days, the Malak system can expect a rampaging horde of monsters to assail it before devastating everything and everyone associated with the coral engine. The psychic beacon should incinerate the imperial abominations. The weaker ones? Absolutely. Weaver grimaced. For the bigger and more powerful monsters, I am not so confident. Remember that astropaths and every soul-bound psyker have only a weak amount of the Emperor's psychic fire in them. Most of the energy released will be light-empowered, but it won't have the banishing properties Lisa is capable of. In hindsight, it was absolutely logical why the Captain General had ordered him to speak with her before doing anything else. I think that the coral engine would be able to repel a major assault from 3 out of the 4 great parasites. The insect mistress continued. When it comes down to it, it would be a contest of raw strength, and this contest the Imperium would likely win against the hordes of decay, change, and anarchy, but not war. And the Malak system is a complete backwater. It would need centuries of colonization and fortification to be considered ready to mount a somewhat effective resistance. However, it wasn't a massive problem. There was a reason the parts of the coral engine had been analyzed and tested one by one, without going so far as to a full activation. What are the implications for your part in Project Austerlitz? The most obvious one is that I will be forced to build the infrastructure on Nyx itself. Coral engine variation or not, if the tests are as potent as your information implies, the defenses must be powerful enough to repel a major assault from the abominations, especially during the phases of maintenance the engine will necessarily be under at one point or another. True. I will most likely power this beacon by the psychic radiance of my moths. 1 Titan moth will likely not be sufficient. The Angel of Sacrifice nodded. Yes. More likely, we will need 10 to 12 moths. In all likelihood, this means every world where an example of Project Austerlitz is built will require a full colony, for complete psychic security. That way, the moths will be able to establish a system of rotations, with the specific measure of powering the engine for a day before resting for a good week. That sounded far less costly in resources, ultimately, than all the psychers the original coral engine had likely killed before it was abandoned. I approve. The other parts. The expression of the Basileia of Nyx grew more thoughtful. To keep the sanctum as simple as possible, we are likely going to need quantum cogitators operated by skilled magi of the Mechanikus, Logis Division. They will be supported by my adjutants, of course. It will be an honor to operate something so elaborate, Web Mistress. As for the siphon coil, the black-haired being petted distractedly her spider, we are likely going to power it with our new model of fusion reactor. Or fusion reactors, plurals. An engine like that promises to need a frighteningly high energy output. For the self-repairing mechanisms, we might have to supply them via autoloaders feeding metallic ingots directly into the manufacturum section. And the resonatum itself. That's really the simplest part. We use ether gold pylons to increase the psychic conductivity and make sure the light will truly be burning with the Emperor's light. And to avoid the navigators and astropaths burning in golden flames every day, the channeling will be done by my ants and other species that can handle the strain. It is. I will give a last warning, we are playing with a lot of psychic energy there, and ether gold will be involved. The commitment in extremely valuable resources aside, the presence of so many moths and insects of my swarm guarantees the future engine will be a symbol. These symbols create a lot of power and influence. But they won't be able to be built everywhere. Unless you find another living saint who can make the necessary modifications and change a coral engine to be attuned to them, I will only be able to obtain the optimal effects in places that are very significant to me. The Shadow Keeper examined every detail, before nodding. I will give a full transcript of this conversation to the Captain General. The report had to be delivered to him as fast as physically possible. Assuming permission is given, when can you begin? The Webway. Shadow Great Temple of Adaeth. Temporal anomaly date is somewhere in 311M35. Tyrant Karsak Eluriak. There was one positive point when it came to usurpation attempts. They provided plenty of sacrifice fodder for the altars. Assuredly, this was the only one of two positive points Karsak had been able to find. The other was the sudden and totally unanticipated shows of deep respect his children gave to him every day. The tyrant of Shadow knew better than to think it was going to last for a significant number of cycles, but it was pleasant while it did. At last, the sacred artifact is in position. Is everything ready, Count Draken? Yes, my Lord Tyrant. I take full responsibility for the preparations which were made. Karsak snickered. How I love hearing those words, it makes easier to give out the rewards when everything works according to my brilliant plans. Yes, Lord Tyrant. Of course, it also makes it easier to identify the parties which must be blamed when my visions fail to materialize before my noble eyes. Yes, my Lord Tyrant. Not that failure is a possibility, of course, Count Draken. Why, the very thought is ridiculous. Truly it was funny watching his subordinates try to hide their fear. If he had tried that with Monday Key, the tyrant was sure they would have been redder than a blood fruit and sweating to boot. You can begin powering the Stealer of Suns. This was not the true name of the artifact, of course. Unfortunately, whichever unctuous name had been given in the age when the Empire of a Billion Moons was the rightful master of everything, well, it had not survived the first fall. The first tyrant of Shadow had been the one to rediscover the artifact, and alas, flowery speech had not been among his main strengths. Nevertheless, this long-deceased predecessor had been able to rediscover the process that could control the Stealer of Suns. To put it quite crudely, it needed energy and souls. Oh, in ancient times, the Stealer of Suns would have operated with different kinds of fuel. Unfortunately, part of the artifact had codes none of the tyrant's many servants were able to break. You needed someone recognized as the legitimate emperor or empress for that. Unfortunately, Karsak very much doubted Malsha Danan was going to answer yes if he asked. By your will, Lord Tyrant. Exactly 14 heartbeats later, the first circle that had been carved into the temple began to be filled up with molten metal of obsidian color. Once the levels were suitably satisfying, this dark pool burst into the familiar orange flames of his god. Another 14 heartbeats later, the ritual circle became a wall of orange flames that nothing in the vast ritual hall could cross without suffering instantaneous immolation. It was the moment the 14 traitors trapped inside the circle began to scream. Karsak grinned. The hypocrisy of those who had followed his son was so nauseating that even this awful death was truly justified under the circumstances. Azurman chose to refuse my gift, you know. My Lord Tyrant. The Harlequins must have rushed him straight to Malsha Danan. I would commend them for their dedication, if it wasn't so annoying. And if it wasn't so obvious it had been the plan of Seguric in the first place when the assault against the Basilisk port began. Yes, my Lord Tyrant. It is very annoying. It is of very little importance in the grand scheme of things, of course. Karsak continued, feigning boredom to his audience. Azurman could have returned to greatness and embraced that whore of a weak goddess. But he chose another path. Now he marches to his doom, the stubborn fool. 3 more circles began to burn as he spoke. More screams echoed. Each group of 14 traitors inside the circle was sacrificed so that the Stealer of Suns could function optimally, and his god could guide the ancient device to the use it was supposed to have. There is only one thing I don't understand, my Lord Tyrant. This superior artifact of the true empire was only ever supposed to steal suns from outside the webway and create a space-time dislocation so that they arrived as dark suns in the webway. What your formidable tyranny is intending. It is very much the opposite of what our predecessors did, yes. Karsak acknowledged, before baring his teeth as soon enough. The 14 circles were enormous pyres of orange flames, and the power of Adaeth engulfed the altar. Some hidden traitors outside the circles who had intended to free their brethren, 14 of them in all, were on the receiving end of a very nasty surprise. But this function was there from the very beginning. It is just our ancestors had no reason to use it until now. The humiliation was particularly galling. Of all tyrants and nobles of the Empire of a Billion Moons, he was the first to flee the webway, humiliated and beaten. But there was no choice, the ruler of the Eluriak dynasty repeated to himself. With the Harlequins having for all intents and purposes sealed Shadow from the rest of the webway, the only remaining options were escape or starvation. Besides, now that Slaanesh is no more, we are free to claim our rightful destiny across the stars. The former emperors and empresses abandoned this galaxy, letting the Monday Key proliferate, but we aren't going to follow their example. By the whip and the blade, we have avoided the fate of Kamarak. By powerful blessings and implacable defenses, the empire of the Manticore stopped the destruction campaigns directed against the tyrannical throne. By the will of the Dark Smith, a Phoenix Lord was defeated, and never will it rise to burn again. The sacrifices have been burned, 14 of them, 14 times. The 14 hidden malcontents have duly burned as well. The bargain is sealed, the souls are the blood of the glorious forge. Kraden. The entirety of Shatiom shook, as the Stealer of Suns, a large orb bigger than 4 jet bikes put together, went from onyx to an orange shade, before burning like a miniature orange star. Shatum shook again, and all the tyrant's prodigious senses felt as if an enormous maw of utter darkness had swallowed them whole. Evidently, the proximity of the ritual made sure the greatest damage happened here. The great temple was built to be solidity itself, but the psychic earthquake was so powerful that parts of the massive roof began to cave. Enormous blocks of black stone crushed everything that had stood beneath them, removing several problematic courtiers from existence, by a strange coincidence. And then it stopped. The eyes of Karsak Eluriak watched through the massive holes just created, and for the first time ever, the tyrant of Shatiom saw the stars of the galaxy from the heart of his own domain. My lord tyrant, where are we? Adaeth, by his divine might, has transported us to a galactic region of space known to the primitive species as the Dark Marches, the tyrant of Shatiom revealed. And it is a place where our enemies, be they led by Malsha Danan or any would-be usurper, can't hope to reach us. In a distant future, one where the galaxy burned in the fires of the greatest war of the 35th millennium, most Drukari would use this sentence to teach their children that taunting fate always resulted in terrible consequences. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. Ramles Class Star Fort Pax Imperialis. 0.164.311 M35. Lord Admiral Benjamin Rath. Several days ago, with the notable exception of Lawson and von Goldenbaum, the 6 judges had not been sworn enemies. For several of them, it was the first time they met each other. But now Lord Admiral Benjamin Rath had no doubt that when this court-martial finally ended, and it would end because even the most unpleasant things had to, they would leave it as bitter and irreconcilable enemies. Too many things had been said that couldn't be forgotten, or forgiven. The testimonies of the Astartes and Kadayan officers were crushing by their numbers and the conclusions they arrived at. Ormuz van Dyer was guilty of complete incompetence in the face of the Black Crusade, and did many other things that made him feel dirty to think the man served in the same imperial navy as Benjamin did. And there were other egregious violations of an admiral's duties, though they couldn't be added as the articles in question weren't read in the act of accusation. But it was far enough to convict Ormuz van Dyer and shoot him 10 times. That is, they would have shot him, if the judges had been impartial. And 3 of them certainly weren't. How long are you going to persist? Rudolf von Goldenbaum asked him as one more vote ended in a now familiar draw, with 3 in favor and 3 against. You know you aren't going to have the votes, all you're going to do is wasting our time, and yours. Unlike you, Carl Gustav Kempf retorted, anger flashing in his eyes, some of us still remember the vow we swore the day we joined the Imperial Navy. We have our honor. The same can't be said where you and your stooges are concerned. Rudolf von Goldenbaum laughed. This was a sound full of contempt. We have very different view about what honor is, then, Admiral. That is true, Miranda Lawson for once replied, almost politely. We also have a different view on what constitutes self-preservation. Self-preservation? Helga Lansung asked with an expression of curiosity. A large part of the reasons why this court-martial was convened in the first place, Miranda Lawson explained sternly, is that battlefield officers trusted Holy Terra to deal with this eminently political trial while they dealt with far bloodier and life-threatening problems. If this court proves we don't support them, the circumstances will be dire. Thomas von Stockhausen looked at her like she had spoken some Xenos language. The officers of Battlefleet Cadia, as will every other battle fleet, will have no choice but to send the political accused to be judged here. There is no alternative. You're wrong, Kempf was prompt to say out loud what Lawson had merely been dancing around. The commissars and the officers will have one alternative option. They will execute the men and women sullying the Navy's honor. That way, we will avoid wasting everyone's time, as you yourself put it, and we will be sure no one will avoid the sword of justice. Von Goldenbaum didn't seem impressed, but then, the man was a snake. Von Stockhausen, the old man had been on the receiving end of a colossal bribe, and he would stay bought. Helga Lansung, on the other hand, was suddenly far more hesitant. As a descendant of a famous High Lord who had been killed in the legendary beheading, she knew very well how ugly things could get when your enemies decided to just remove you permanently and damn the consequences. These words are outrageous for an admiral of your seniority, Admiral Kempf. Especially as your honor demands you to judge the son of the High Lord of the Adeptus Administratum. Do you have any idea about the kind of power base you're going against? Benjamin had not expected Kempf to flinch, but he hadn't expected the man to scoff in disdain either. Lord Admiral Rudolf von Goldenbaum. The officer of Battlefleet Cadia replied. Do you really think we believe the Space Marines and all the reinforcements we received to stop the heretics were sent by the will of the Adeptus Administratum? I would thank you to not take me for a fool. Hundreds of starships and thousands of Space Marines, along with many detachments of Mechanics and Guard, were there by Her Celestial Highness' will. And Her Celestial Highness utterly annihilated the traitor armada at Macrage. Yes, yes. How kind of her to make up for your failures. That isn't what Admiral Kempf wanted to say. Miranda Lawson crossed her arms. In blunt terms, the one who destroyed this traitor armada and helped Battlefleet Cadia hates the guts of Xerxes Van Dyer. I'm not sure I would say it like that. 5 pairs of eyes looked at Thomas von Stockhausen like he had just announced he was a complete idiot. Which, to be fair, he had. The question, the black-haired admiral continued as if the old Lord Admiral had not spoken, in my opinion, is not really what Van Dyer is going to do to you if you choose to execute his precious son, who has become famous for his infinite incompetence. It should be more something like, what will be your excuse when Weaver comes and purges the High Lord, along with his entire power base? You give your living saint powers she doesn't have, and likely never will. Rudolf von Goldenbaum replied, in a tone that was not far from one where he would grit his teeth. You may be right, Benjamin conceded, but based on the outcome of the latest campaigns the victor of Kamarak, Mandragora, Tau and Macrage won while inflicting cataclysmic losses to her foes, I would certainly not gamble even 1 month's pay on it. Her Celestial Highness returned a Primarch from the dead. Underestimating her tends to have fatal consequences for those who oppose her. We are not on Macrage. This is the throne world and the Sol system, and the Imperial Navy will not be cowed by a mere guard officer. The words had to be spoken, but it was clear Rudolf von Goldenbaum was in too deep to back down. Maybe it was because he owed too many favors to a certain High Lord. Or maybe the High Lord had promised things that were too valuable to pass up. Lord Admiral Thomas von Stockhausen would stay bought. The last argument was not exactly terrifying for him, given his age. It was highly likely he would be retired, maybe dead, by the time Lady Weaver would visit Holy Terra. Helga Lansung on the other hand, whatever transaction had been done, it was obvious that siding with Clan Van Dyer in strategic terms was not her intention. Fine, she muttered. Fine. This is, a political affair. So let us treat it like one. This is a bluff. Rudolf von Goldenbaum exclaimed. They have nothing to. But the female High Admiral wasn't looking at him. She was staring into Benjamin's eyes. I hate to say it, but Admiral Lawson spoke of many concerning things that may happen to the Imperial Navy in the future. And if catastrophic events turn out like I fear they will, it will be because the incompetence of one Ormuz Van Dyer will have tarnished the Navy's honor. I won't vote for death, Lord Admiral. My conviction hasn't changed in that regard. But I will agree that Article 55 and 687 apply to the behavior of Admiral Ormuz Van Dyer. The vote was of course purely trivial, but it had to be done. It was 3 against 3 for the first 3 articles. And 4 against 2 for the latter 2. The sentence. I vote for a dishonorable discharge. He was the Navy's problem, tomorrow he will be someone else's. Who votes in favor? Holy Terra. Fort Aquitania. 0.176.311 M35. Lord Commander Militant Paul von Oberstein. There was something extremely cathartic about rewatching the VID cast of Ormuz Van Dyer being thrown out of the Imperial Navy in disgrace. The ceremony was always particularly humiliating for good reason, but there were officers who managed to hold stoically, even as their sword was ritually broken and their decorations and rank insignia were torn apart. Moreover, it was left to the soldiers themselves to decide if they wanted to leave the uniform of the disgraced officer intact or not. Apparently, the men and women chosen for the occasion had somehow heard of the litany of incompetence the former admiral had been accused of. There was so little of the admiral uniforms left by the time they were finished with him that Clan Van Dyer's henchmen had to give him new clothes to preserve what was left of his dignity. A better man would not have rejoiced, but Paul von Oberstein never pretended to be a saintly man. Besides, the rejoicing was limited to a few smiles and watching the VID cast a few times. Watching a Van Dyer get humiliated for something he absolutely deserved was good. The problem was that Ormuz Van Dyer shouldn't have been humiliated. He should have been executed. That told a few things about the influence of Clan Van Dyer among the officer ranks of the Imperial Navy that were putting Paul in an unhappy mood. Or, as several of his old friends' contacts suggested, there was the possibility Xerxes Van Dyer was used by several radical factions of Battlefleet Sol, and Ormuz Van Dyer's survival had been Xerxes' price. No matter how you looked at it, Ormuz Van Dyer's disgrace was a minor setback. The public would have forgotten about it before the end of this year. All in all, Clan Van Dyer had gambled and lost far more with the devastating victory Lady Weaver had handed the Black Crusades armada. Paul sighed, petting the head of his faithful Pilu. You are lucky to avoid all these politics, you know. The Mastiff barked in agreement, unless it was the signal it was time for his favorite meal to be served. After much reflection, the latter was confirmed to be true. Paul von Oberstein, High Lord of the Imperial Guard, shook his head at the spectacle of his formidable companion feasting upon a pate of some delicacy whose name was utterly unpronounceable for his tongue, before wincing at the large pile of bureaucratic duties that waited on his desk. Truly, taking 20 minutes of rest to watch a Van Dyer's humiliation had not decreased the size of the challenge. And then someone knocked at his door. Paul frowned. At this hour, he was very well aware there was no appointment. And the men guarding his door knew he liked having a few minutes to himself, accompanied by the crushing paperwork, of course. Enter. The door opened, his Lucifer blacks saluted, and Paul caught a glance at a custodes waiting some feet away, along with a woman he had seen on a court-martial's vidcast minutes ago. It was surprising, and so was the fact that the golden-clad watcher of the throne stared in his direction, slightly inclined his head, and then departed at a brisk pace. Okay. Evidently, it was not the Captain General this time, and the foremost servants of the God Emperor clearly thought he had to have a conversation, preferably without an appointment and too many people being aware of it. You can come in, Admiral Lawson. It just so happens that the Adeptus Custodes has added surprise appointments to the list of my duties. May I offer my condolences? The black-haired admiral's lips twitched with the shadow of a smile. You may. Paul von Oberstein cleared his throat. Not that I am unhappy to see an officer of the Imperial Navy walking into my office, but what led the commanding officer of the Jupiter shipyards being escorted by a custodes? Actually, I am no longer in charge of anything big or small where Jupiter and the Navy are involved, Miranda Lawson revealed in a grim tone. I was officially discharged from my duties yesterday, and one Lord Admiral Rudolf von Goldenbaum was named Third Space Lord of Solution. Paul grimaced in understanding. The Third Space Lord of Sol, who by tradition was always a Lord or a Lady Admiral, oversaw the maintenance and construction of the ships of the Imperial Navy in the Sol system. Obviously, his authority was extremely limited when it came to Mechanic yards and civilian industrial production capabilities, but it was uncontested when they were under Navy control. And Jupiter was Navy territory, it didn't belong to Mars. I suppose it was kind of inevitable, given your past history. But it raised disturbing questions of its own. There was no way someone like Rudolf von Goldenbaum should have been raised to such a lofty rank without warning. To begin with, there must have been a third space lord in charge before him. And that man was... Yes. But his predecessor tragically shot himself. An extraordinarily case of suicide, the investigators said. They didn't explain to me how a man who wanted to end his life shot himself in the back of the neck and other parts where it is nearly impossible to aim, but that's life, I suppose. That indeed answers a few questions I was asking myself. Paul admitted. Now the question is, what led you to ask for this appointment here and now? I want them dead. If you could kill with a cold voice, Miranda Lawson would have conducted a one-sided purge of the Imperial Navy with this sentence. Von Goldenbaum. Von Goldenbaum, von Stockhausen, Van Dyer, and most of the bootlickers they have bought, the young-looking admiral corrected in the same tone, carrying what could be best described as freezing rage. I am sick of the games they play with our lives. Each time we go to the front lines, we have to perpetually watch our backs, because those corrupt groxes always have weapons aimed, ready to kill us. And even when you win, they are busy stealing the laurels that were never theirs. Some might say, Paul ventured prudently, your own connections are the reason why you were allowed to reach the rank of admiral despite your lack of diplomatic skills. You're right. But if you're expecting to go very far without a prestigious name in a battle fleet, I strongly suggest you do your best not to try your luck with Battlefleet Sol, Lord Commander Militant. I will keep it in mind. And yes, I am blunt to the point of being insulting. Miranda Lawson admitted shamelessly. But I want to be surrounded by competence, both on the battlefield and in the shipyards where the future crusades are prepared. This, clearly, is too much to ask for after the ridiculous spectacle we made during the court-martial. If the affirmations had come from another admiral, Paul von Oberstein would likely have scoffed. But the Lawson dynasty was a very prestigious one, and truth be told, Miranda Lawson could likely have been a lady admiral by now, if she was willing to voice unconditional support for the doctrines of the main factions dominating the Imperial Navy these days. It had given her a certain amount of celebrity, even outside the Imperial Navy, and it had given her plenty of powerful enemies too. The desire is admirable. Paul nodded. I will honestly admit that even the Imperial Guard has its fair share of troublemakers, however. But at least you eliminate them. Or you at least make sure your most terrifying subordinates do it in your name. Paul tried not to look smug. As a matter of fact, he had not made sure certain incompetent officers met the cold embrace granted by a bolt pistol or any weapon wielded by a commissar. Ender Trevain and Her Celestial Highness Taylor Hebert were perfectly capable of reaching their own conclusions as to who was suitable to serve in the Imperial Guard and who wasn't. Let's just say the efficiency of the Imperial Guard has increased. And I have reasons to be optimistic it will continue to increase in the future. Good. I want to be part of it. Ah. So that was the reason the lone custodes had been willing to make this notable intervention. Since I doubt you want to transfer to the Imperial Guard, I assume that by these words you want me to use my influence so you are introduced to my most terrifying subordinates. The determination on Miranda Lawson's face was so powerful it was almost frightening. Yes. Specifically, with the savior of Macrage. Well, the choice was not unexpected. Why? Because when Her Celestial Highness comes to Holy Terra, Rudolf von Goldenbaum will be the one who will command the battle fleet she will have to fight. Paul von Oberstein was not afraid to acknowledge that in the coming decades, he would have his fair share of nightmares remembering this dark prediction. Let's assume you are right. The Lord Commander Militant began carefully. Why would my most terrifying subordinate have need of your services? She has plenty of extremely skilled subordinates and allies by now. This includes admirals in their own right. Some of them had received the Lion of Terra for their bravery and command performance against the Imga Monolith and the Word-Bearers Armada, to name just a few achievements. Names like Oscar von Ruenthal and Fritz von Bittenfeld were now renowned across all of Ultima Segmentum, and Segmentum Solar. I am willing to acknowledge you are a talented admiral with plenty of connections here on Terra. But you are only one woman. Actually, I bring a bit more than that. Miranda Lawson countered. I was far from the only one to be removed from my duties. A lot of my subordinates were put on half-pay because Goldenbaum's ego can't tolerate a galaxy where someone disagrees with him. Many men and women who were working the shipyards themselves directly have seen their contracts inexplicably end. It was interesting, and not just because all signs pointed to that imbecile of Lord High Admiral having decided to support the Goldenbaum faction. For that matter, where was he going to find the skilled workers to replace them? The Lawson dynasty may not have the power of some other naval powerhouses, but they were not exactly devoid of allies. Such an attack against their vital interests when nothing justified it was going to meet severe opposition, both on Jupiter and elsewhere. This was something Paul would have to direct inquiries at in the next days, to be sure. Which left the issue of what to do about Miranda Lawson. After a good minute of weighing the advantages against the drawbacks, Paul decided that, ultimately, it was his most terrifying subordinate who should decide. It was her shipyards and fleets, in the end, who would benefit, or not, from Lawson's connections. I am going to write a letter of introduction for you, Admiral Lawson. It will give you the opportunity to plead your case to Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert in person. You won't arrive in time for her visit to Bale, but should you be willing to travel with the next convoy bound for Ultramar, you should be able to meet her when the Enterprise returns to Macrage. Thank you, Lord Commander Militant. 10 minutes later, he was back fighting against the dreaded monster of paperwork and bureaucratic duties. And this one, sadly, was stronger than 1,000 agents of Clan Van Dyer. The Eye of Terror. Sorceress. Tiska. Temporal anomaly date impossible to estimate. Master of Ruin Ignis. It was a trap. In fact, it may be the most ridiculously blatant trap Ignis had ever seen. The pursuit had only ended when Sorceress entered this system, one where there was nothing that could be described as a planet. Of course, this ensured you couldn't miss the 9 suns providing them warp-tainted light. When they had landed, it was to be met with violence. With Magnus gone, someone had whispered to the Zongors it was time to revolt, and they had charged in 9 great waves until Ignis and all the 1,000 suns had felled them to the last. We were blind. Ignis declared as he crushed the skull of one of the beasts beneath his armored boot. They were our legion's servants, Ignis. They were servants, the Master of Ruin whispered to Ozek. I doubt they were for a moment our legions. Their true allegiance, like everything else, was to a far more malevolent and capricious power. It was amazing how the end of the rubric and the disappearance of their father had removed the blinders from their eyes. Suddenly, every bargain made with the demonic, every pledge of vengeance, every arrogant monologue and forbidden incantation were thrown back into your face, revealing the stunning amount of hypocrisy that they had refused to acknowledge. It was not, Ignis could confirm, a pleasant sensation. For a legion which had spent so much time mocking the hypocrisy of the Space Wolves in general, the counterblow was particularly horrible. We have no choice but to play the game for now. The former first captain of the 15th Legion declared. Are they ready? They are. On your command, Ozek. Very well. Do it. There were originally 9 obelisks of ruin defending Tiska. These emperogeometrical structures were built to analyze all the weaknesses of an approaching enemy, and then reduce them to a pile of corpses or something else suitably horrific via powerful applications of the arcane. Today they had been turned against the 1,000 suns. But not for long. One after another, the obelisks of ruin fell, the very lore that had shaped them proving their doom. Ignis could feel the symbol, and he didn't like it. The 1,000 suns were destroying what they had built long ago once they truly settled in the Eye of Terror. They were destroying their roots. At the same time Magnus was not here to give any measure of protection. But was there any other choice? Once the obelisks were no longer a factor, they had to break through 9 more wards. It was one more taunt from the Architect of Fate, obviously. At last, they could see what had truly been done to Tiska. And it was extremely unpleasant. Ignis had known from fellow battle brothers that the city had completely changed after they left the planet. How could it not change, when the patron was the Lord of Change? But here it had changed to be nearly unrecognizable, and not for the better. The large avenues were gone, replaced by twisting roads that seemed to go everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Where there should have been ferrocrete or another building material, there were now fractured crystals or broken glass. In fact, everything looked broken, and it had been a deliberate act. There was no way such a wanton act of destruction could not have been done deliberately. Everything was broken fragments and ruins of priceless relics. There was one exception, though. It was the 9 massive pyramids which were the sole monuments to have endured the devastation. Whatever is lurking in these pyramids, Ozak, I have no wish to uncover its identity. Arguably Ignis could only feel the things trying to hide from his senses in the closest pyramid, but that alone was enough to alarm him, that is, if he wasn't already trying to guess where the hammer was going to fall. For once, this knowledge is one I too have no wish to learn. Ozak Ahriman approved. But I doubt we will be that lucky. Luck doesn't really exist anyway, not in this realm of the damned. It took a lot of fighting, but they managed to reach the Pyramid of Fatep. Or more accurately, it was a copy of the Pyramid of Fatep, as the real one's broken remains were above their heads. Ignis wished he could claim it was a splendid copy, but that simply wasn't the case. The original pyramid had been built of gold and silver. This one was bathed in warped flames, and everywhere on its facade, mutated eyes opened and closed randomly. All the pyramids of Tiska looked like monuments to Tsianch. But this one was even less subtle than the others. The last wards fell, and 1,000 members of the Thousand Sons faced what had to be thousands of space marines, the very Astartes the rubric had condemned to a fate worse than death. Brothers, Ozak advanced for a brief moment, and then to everyone's astonishment, including Ignis, he prostrated himself. Brothers, forgive me. There was a powerful feeling of uncertainty. Quite clearly, none of the former rubrici had expected that. At last a group of 3 advanced. We forgive you, Ozak. We aren't going to pretend your mistake was minor, but the rubric showed us the exhausting efforts you made to set everything right. We will not forget, but I for one am willing to forgive. Thank you, brothers. At last, Ozak stood from his imposed self-flagellation, and then Ignis felt the magical pulses before he heard the hateful voice. What a tender and brotherly reunion! Suddenly, there was a Lord of Change atop the Pyramid of Fatep's copy. It appeared so quickly that Ignis knew instantly the daemon had always been there, waiting for the moment to strike. Then Ignis shivered as he realized the servant of Tsianch had not 1 head, but 2. This was no mere Lord of Change, assuming one of these demons could be thought of as mere, this was Kairos Fate Weaver, Ozak greeted calmly. Here by the will of the Architect of Fate, the Vizier of Tsianch taunted them. Do you not thank me for allowing this so touching and pleasing reunion? I will never thank you for anything ever again, Ozak proclaimed. The rubric, the leash that was strangling the 15th Legion, is now broken. The leash had its uses, the Oracle of Tsianch proclaimed arrogantly, and the Changer of the Ways has tired of this game anyway. It is time for the Thousand Sons to embrace what they were always destined to become. It is time to pledge yourselves to the Master of Fortune. The moaning and the proclamations of loyalty to the anathema despite the atrocities committed have lasted long enough. Embrace change. It is your destiny. To his credit, Ozak didn't hesitate. No. You dare challenge the Architect's will. I have seen how much your cruel master tried to mutate me, Kairos, the space marine who had never ceased to be the first captain of the 15th Legion retorted. Find another puppet to amuse yourself with. The cruel laughter resonated everywhere. And while one head had delivered all the words, this time it was the 2 of them which were showing their amusement. Oh, very good Ozak Ahriman. At which point did you think your opinion mattered? You have returned to Tiska, with 999 battle brothers by your side, to save 9,999 of your other brothers. There is only one thing you didn't understand. One of your brothers was, not your brother. Ignis, like every Thousand Son, understood too late. Helio Isidorus, the first brother that had been freed from the rubric, the brother they had all celebrated the return of, Helio Isidorus struck Ozak with his kapesh, and Ozak fell with a scream of surprise. Of course, the surprise didn't last. Helio Isidorus was neutralized and bound, until he disintegrated into a pile of sand. Several Thousand Sons formed a protective circle around Ozak, while others did their best to heal the wound on his back, which had shredded his power armor like it didn't exist. It was much needed, for in 9 seconds, the Thousand Sons were surrounded by what had to be the greatest horde of Tsianch demons Ignis had ever seen. On top of each pyramid, a Lord of Change was summoned. More demons poured out of the pyramids, supported by thousands of Zongors. I knew the trap was going to be unpleasant, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Still, they were Astartes. If Tsianch wanted to enslave them one by one, they weren't going to make it easy for the Lord of Demons. We are not dust. The Master of Ruin screamed, and the battle cry was repeated by thousands of voices. We are not dust. For lost Prospero. The battle began. And at first, the demonic assault was brutally stopped. The 15th Legion had changed a lot, but of all the legions, they were likely the one the most apt to resist this onslaught. But Ignis knew very well the true threat was not from the blue and pink horrors that were coming at them by the millions. The true threat was on top of the pyramids. The Lords of Change had begun a powerful ritual, and the thousand-son Astartes knew in his guts that once it would be completed, all resistance would be extinguished. Ignis. Ozek had managed to rise once more, though with his tired and erratic breaths, one could tell easily the first captain was not able to fight. You will have to take command of the Legion. Ozek, this isn't the moment for poor humor, he barked before vaporizing plenty of blue horrors with a blast. Ignis, you can see the situation, as well as I do. This fight can only have one outcome. We are in a kill zone. Well, I can't argue with that. Tiska had been transformed into a lair of horrors, and they could barely hold their positions. Which was exactly what the besiegers wanted, of course. But charging like one of the sons of Rus and challenging Fate Weaver to a duel isn't going to work. I told you, I had a plan, didn't I? You did, Ozek, but I have a plan. Prepare, and when you can, run and do not look back. There was a flash, and suddenly, Ozek was levitating. He was levitating and his body seemed to burn with unlimited power. In the distance, Kairos Fate Weaver laughed again. You see, Ozek? I told you that you would embrace the power of. The laughter ceased abruptly. For the creator of the rubric had unsealed something, and suddenly something shining in blue light was in his left hand. This is transmutational change stone, Ozek explained, as suddenly all demons fell silent. Congratulations by the way, it took me a lot of time to recreate the formula you gave to your new favorite puppet. You wouldn't dare. But I wonder, and this time Ignis didn't have to look at his brother to know there was a jovial expression on his face, what will happen when transmutational change stone explodes with my ritual attuned to it? You are capable of seeing the future, if there is a kernel of truth to your boasts, Fate Weaver. Do you see what is going to happen to your plans? You aren't going to escape. The vizier snarled, proving that yes, he did, and that the future certainly looked unpleasant. Your torment will be eternal. You will be broken and rebroken until nothing of you is left. We will unleash you against them. But my brothers will be free. The black staff of Ahriman was raised a last time, and then it smashed into the transmutational change stone. The staff broke. The change-cursed Noctilith broke. For a single second, there was a 10th sun illuminating the system. The hordes of Tsianch screamed and were disintegrated. Suddenly, the 1,000 suns were no longer surrounded. They were alone, though Ignis knew better than to hope it would last. Ahriman, Ozek Ahriman was nowhere to be seen. But Ignis had an order. The last one he would ever hear from him, and this one he swore to himself he wouldn't fail. Brothers. Run. Run to the transports. Nyx system. Nyx. Hive Athena. Grand Central Station. 2.180.311 M35. Dominic Spurious. Dominic had left Macridge with the conviction that for all the military exploits of the living saint, Nyx remained far inferior to the Macridge that was of before the cataclysm. Yes, his father had outright ordered he invest here. And yes, Dominic understood that the return of the Primarch had implied punishing taxes for certain families, including his. But come on, Macridge was Macridge. It had been founded well before the darkness of old night, had endured periods of massive turmoil without flinching, and emerged stronger each time the civil wars and long eras of strife ended. Macridge was the jewel of the Eastern Fringe, the former capital of the 500 worlds, the home world of the Avenging Sun, as well as countless other things attracting millions of imperial citizens. They had nothing to learn from them. This certainty had faltered as soon as his ship had translated into the Nyx system with the rest of the massive convoy. There was a lot of industry in orbit around Nyx, in fact there was a lot of industry everywhere. And the enormous defenses to protect them were quite apparent too. Star forts, battleships, space marines, the living saint had clearly fortified the system so that what happened to Macridge didn't happen to her hope. But the real shock had come once Dominic landed. The giraffe spaceport was simply a titanic symbol of engineering, and learning it was not even 50 years old, like most of the green cactus fields and most of the infrastructure, had been met by a gaping expression from him. And now there was the great mag train station, Grand Central. It was a properly colossal subterranean station, yet managed to be perfectly lit and ventilated like the outside was merely a few meters away. By any means, it must have been a titanic project. It had to be, for there were tens of thousands of trains coming and departing every day. But this wasn't all that the builders had done. Creating vast halls with passageways and ramps had not been enough. Angelic statues had been added, along with VID frescoes representing quantities of insect species. This alone would have been worth the detour, but someone had clearly decided Grand Central had to do more. And so they had done it. As many guides inside the station were proud to explain, there were many restaurants, going from the plebeian hasty pocket meals to luxury establishments for the gourmets. There were sports rooms for those who wanted to do some physical activity before their train was called. There were small churches where one could pray. There were shops. In fact, there seemed to be more shops than anything else, including places to eat. Something Dominic pointed out to the man who had invited him to one of the aforementioned upper-class restaurants of Grand Central. Yes, there are tens of thousands of shops here. It wasn't exactly intended for there to be so many, but rumor is Lady Gutenberg personally mentioned this shortcoming to Her Celestial Highness. There was something insinuated when Lady Gutenberg was said, but Dominic let it go. The interests of his family weren't going to turn towards the throne world anytime soon. Of course, once it became clear that the profits were coming, everyone involved in the mercantile sector wanted to be here. The initial price to gain a concession has easily been multiplied by 500 in the last decade, and the waiting queue is 3 kilometers long, or so I was told. Does it mean a new Grand Central will be built in the coming years? It's possible, I suppose, Marquis Orion Crantor replied, checking his elegant short grey beard was perfectly trimmed. Naturally, it was. But it has not been announced so far. To be honest, I don't think it is the first priority of the ministers. The main mag line's expansion has been on the Dolos continent for the last 5 years. Fair enough, Dominic replied, trying not to think about the titanic numbers of projects the Hive world was successfully implementing at the same time. True, in many ways, rebuilding the destroyed infrastructure of Macridge was going to be an equally titanic effort, but here, it was slammed in his face. And my father vigorously insisted that I invest in starships and ship construction, as I'm sure he delicately informed you, Lord Marquis. He may have sent a few strongly worded letters to that effect. The noble who was both the head of House Crantor on Nyx and one of the most influential representatives of what was vulgarly called the banking houses on Nyx replied diplomatically. And I will repeat what I told him by letter, in my opinion, it is a mistake. Ah. His father had certainly mentioned nothing of the sort. Why? Your ruler forbids you from investing in the shipyards. This at least managed to bring a chuckle out of the 2 centuries-old noble. Oh, no. Her Celestial Highness would not have been able to expand Nyx's orbital industry if that was the case. No, Heir spurious. You want to invest, you can. But the major contracts are delivered to different powerful blocks, and to be among them, you have to be willing to coordinate your goals with those of the tech priests, and be willing to invest millions of thrones gelts on a long-term perspective. As I repeat often to the clients I personally meet, this doesn't happen in a year. Isn't that a bit short-sighted? Orion Crantor looked at him as if he had said something very funny. 5 days ago, the Lady Regent formally confirmed what everyone was aware of for a month. Carduniash formally gave Nyx an order to build approximately 200 destroyers. The specific details are classified, but it is common knowledge they will be of the warrior and hoplite classes. It is very likely other contracts are on the way. Dominic was thoughtful. Even for Macridge, 200 destroyers was a very big industrial effort. And the Crantor Marquis seemed to find it normal. And no. Foreigners were allowed to enter the race. Certain Samarkand Zaibatsu are investing in Attica and a few other local cartels, so they are present, even if it's unofficial. But outside the capital, the biggest foreigner bloc to gain something was Duquesne of Toulon. And they aren't that foreign, their participation in the Nyxian programs began before Her Celestial Highness destroyed Kamarak. Oh. That's good. Out of curiosity, you told my father shipyards weren't the best place to invest. What do you think, then, is the best place to have large profits? Agri-hives, Orion Crantor thanked the butler who had brought him a second small bottle of Fey wine. The smell when it was opened was very fruity, Dominic had to admit. Once the glasses were filled and the butler silently disappeared, the Marquis spoke again. I was one of the parties who advised Her Celestial Highness that limiting Nyx to one agri-hive was counterproductive. Our advice, several years ago, was not followed, but it is beginning to change. I don't know much, but isn't it something the Adeptus Administratum will frown upon? The local adepts and tithe masters won't. The Marquis smirked. As for the throne world, there are some differences of opinion between Her Celestial Highness and some high-ranked adepts. There was something stunning about listening to an Nyxian noble speaking like the wrath of the Administratum was no big thing. It was. Even the upper classes of Macridge knew that. Agri-hives are the future, and anyone willing to invest in them will have many reasons to rejoice in the coming decades. Agri-hives and orbital elevators. Nyx system. Ferris Revenge shipyards. 2.181.311 M35. Commodore Yang Wenli. Strangely, there was no one to welcome him, which was a bit surprising when you had seconds ago been told the words "she is waiting for you." Yang resolved himself to wait, not that it was that much of a chore. There was no one but him in this ecliptic-shaped council room, but the main table had a superb model of a warship to admire. It reminded Yang of the museum the Federation had. As a self-appointed historian, this had been one of the rare things he truly liked in these military buildings, boasting about glory and the superlative power of each new starship generation. Models cost far less money than true warships, and they didn't kill anybody. What was not to like? The models had some problems, of course. The moment you looked at them, you knew after some effort what their flaws were. And then you pitted the crew that was going to be assigned to several problematic locations inside the hull. Yet this was a model in front of him. An impressive one, for it was 10 meters in length, maybe a bit more. As his feet took him before the table-sized representation of a warship, the notes in low Gothic informed him the scale was 1 meter for 1 kilometer in real size. It was impressive. Yang had noticed without anyone saying him that there weren't that many battleships of the Imperium of Mankind which were over 7-8 kilometers in size. And yes, a short inspection confirmed the final battleship that would be based on this model would be 10 kilometers long. This was not going some kind of an offensive warship. Granted, this battleship remained minuscule compared to a dreadnought like the Midgard. But then dreadnoughts had a habit of making everything look tiny when you used them as comparison. This battleship would be quite redoubtable if there was nothing over 20 kilometers in your order of battle. It could generate 3 layers of void shields, and the lances were mounted in triple turrets. The other gun decks were armed with plasma-based guns. And the prow had a massive cannon which would probably kill anything that wasn't a battleship in one shot. This wasn't a class designed to go hunting trade convoys or stay quietly at anchor over a particularly important planet. This was an offensive warship, a battleship with walls of adamantium, built to endure the inferno of war battles like the one of Macridge was. And it frightened Yang, because for all he had seen, this was a battleship that the Imperium felt was rightfully necessary, not something that they wanted to use to brag about at their balls and other celebration parties. I see you are interested by the model of the new battleship program, Commodore. Yang abandoned his study of the model to turn towards the voice who had spoken. It was a surprising sight. The red robe of the mechanics that Admiral loved to call tech charlatans was draped over a body of bronze-colored metal, that had curiously been forged to look like dragon scales, much like the Minister of Industry who had been at Macridge, now that he thought about it. There were dozens of those metallic cables they called mechadendrites emerging then disappearing under the scales. It was not the strangest sight Yang had seen in the last months, but it deserved to be mentioned. I am interested by all models. It was a hobby of mine. I suppose you created this battleship model? I did. I am going to present it to the chosen of the Omnissiah when she returns. Lady Weaver, then. Yang had learned that the ruler of Nyx earned titles faster than should be humanly possible. Forgive me for the late arrival. I am Arithmencia Sultan, mistress of ships in the name of Basilea Taylor Hebert, Archmagos Prime of the Nyxian Mechanics. While the true meaning of the ranks was nebulous to him, it was enough for the Federation Commodore to know a very important person stood in front of him, and one certainly who had played a major part into developing the very industrialist Nyx system. I am pleased to meet you, Mistress Sultan. Yang greeted half sincerely. But I suppose you didn't request my presence here to speak about a new model. I suppose it has to be about the Midgard and the Spirit of Eternity. The Midgard can wait. The scale-plated mechanical voice answered quickly, surprising Yang. We are going to place it in a dockyard we are busy modifying. You don't want to use it. For the moment, we can't, the mistress of ships answered with honest candor. The dreadnought belongs to the chosen of the Omnissiah, and by law she is only allowed to own a single warship in active service. The conclusion is implacable, the Midgard can't be in active service. The Midgard isn't a warship. It is a relic, a symbol of archaeotech the Nyxian Mechanics has been granted the privilege to study, while Imperial admirals are granted the privilege to test its hyper-advanced catapults and some sophisticated devices. Yang's opinion at first when it came to the Imperium was that it was a despotic regime with feudal foundations and an urge to tyrannize everything that didn't meet their definition of normal. The more worlds he saw, however, the more this first opinion seemed incorrect. The different organizations, these adept uses, were separate yet united, a mess of common and divided interests that somehow managed to function together, if only by accident. I note you didn't say anything about the spirit. Not the spirit of eternity per se, Arithmencia Sultan tried to reassure him, or at least Yang thought it was supposed to be reassuring. These two ships are the proof the ancient age you were part of had a more efficient industrial base than we did. I must therefore understand where this efficiency comes from. I see no problem with that, though she might be disappointed, as certain industrial processes and shipbuilding functions were done using artificial intelligences on a macro scale, something the Imperium had never had access to. I can tell Admiral to give you copies of the Federation's relevant history. I will warn you though, it's a lot of data, and you might not get pleasant answers. It is a question of efficiency, the red-robed Archmagos Prime affirmed stubbornly, and I enjoy very much my historical debates with the chosen of the Omnissiah and Archmagos Dragon. Hive Athena. 2.183.311 M35. Archmagos Dragon Richter. You had a lot of fun, didn't you? I don't know what you are talking about, dragon. This statement might have been a bit more believable if Missy Byron wasn't grinning like the cat that had eaten the canary. I saw them. I saw the Draconic Plus highs. And I know for sure they weren't produced when we left. The Regent of Nyx made a comical expression, and then brutally changed her strategy. I blame Taylor. Dragon blinked, before grinning back. You realize blaming a living saint is heresy, right? Bah, she will forgive me. Besides, it serves her right. Do you have any idea how much paperwork I had to deal with when your band of rascals teleported to planet? And then I had to approve the addition of a moon, since your band of galactic demolishers hadn't thought of it. Well, to be fair, we were a bit busy with a giant space battle at the time. Dragon wondered how a nice artificial intelligence like her had arrived at a point where she was justifying teleporting planets and moons. I blame Call. Isn't the Archmagos Dominus still senior to you? Congratulations on your promotion, by the way. That's it. Dragon decided. I blame Call for corrupting my heroic tendencies, and I blame you for these horribly cute Draconic Plus highs. That doesn't make any sense. I completely disagree. I am still the Regent of Nyx, you know. The Tinker smiled. Her Celestial Highness will be so disappointed to hear that all this power has finally gone to your head. Missy grinned back. Like you will be so disappointed to wait for 48 hours before reading the Basilia's last message where she informs you of the projects she formally agrees to fund. The recently promoted Tinker Archmagos snorted majestically like a wrathful dragon. That is an extremely low blow. You have grown tyrannical in our absence, Regent Vista. So the adjutant spiders inform me. It was they who pushed for Spider Plus highs, by the way. And then you decided to add Draconic ones. Well, the Salamanders and their cousins insisted on Salamander Plus highs after that, and one thing led to another. Wonderful, Dragon grumbled, you are really fortunate my tech priests have begun to adopt proper Draconic fashion in robes and metal. Otherwise I would think of a fiery and devastating manner to take revenge. But I have a lot of things ready to make sure you forgive me. Really? The female tinker asked dubiously. Really? Did you know the daughter of a certain high lady left for Baal the moment we knew our great and terrible Queen of Escalation's schedule? And I urged the Dawnbreaker guard to not warn her of this little insignificant information. Dragon thought it over. And she arrived at an easy conclusion. This is evil. I approve. Calyx Hell Stars. Baraspine System. Baraspine. Temporal Anomaly Approximate Date is 311M35. Archduke Maliagant Mandraker. Maliagant screamed in anger as the wave of enemy bombers withdrew after having expended their disgusting ammunition. Stop screaming, brother, his sister Meleagrance ordered. You do not command me, the Archduke of House Mandraker hissed angrily. Yes, and what did that lead to, brother? Meleagant couldn't see her, but he could almost taste the grin she was wearing inside her Knight Abominant, the Deinonychus, the twin of his own Gorgosaurus. You have lost many of the irreplaceable knights of House Mandraker, again. Should I remind you, again, that our parents are not here anymore to replace the toys you break? This was enough for his throne mechanicum to pour the images of the humiliation into his senses. Meleagant saw once more the banners of House Mandraker be removed from their towers and burned in large piles while knights of House Crast advanced to wipe out as many of the High King and High Queen's knights as they could. Darovar, their impregnable bastion, had fallen in a single week, as the never-enough cursed Inquisition had brought dozens of knights and titans to incinerate their castles. No, sister, no, it won't be necessary. Good. Because now we are down to half of our strength, and the pestilent minds in command of the enemy force think their spore cast has weakened us sufficiently. Meleagant, by a ducal effort of will, didn't snarl. How he hated those bloated bombers and disease-filled air support. At first they had appeared like slow, rust-covered flyers, but without warning the enormous things had been shrouded in putrid light, and then the spore missiles had been launched from such a distance none of his knights had a chance to engage. They are wrong, the legitimate ruler of House Mandraker retorted. We are far from beaten. That is your pride speaking, nothing else, Meleagrance corrected with this condescension he had grown to hate, in addition to the obstacle his twin represented. We still have 53 knights that are ready to sound the charge. Out of the 100 we began this morning with. The pilot of the Deinonychus answered sarcastically. And my last scout has returned while you were busy raging and seething at an enemy you aren't even able to touch. The followers of disease and pestilence have stopped the air assault, yes. I am not fully certain if it is because their spore cast is low on ammunition or because they believe us fully beaten. What is certain, unfortunately, is that their titans are moving in for the killing blow. His throne reminded him again of the fell night where House Mandraker had lost Darovar. Meleagant again saw the warlords of Legio Crucius which had torn apart the High Queen's steed without slowing down before massacring the High King's guard. He felt the poisonous words ordering the desperate retreat as the last barges made a near-suicidal translation above their heads so the evacuation had a chance of success. Which Titan Legion are we speaking about? They are proclaiming themselves the Festering Death. No idea what their name before was, but they've been infected by the Lord of Plagues, as sure as I am the Archduchess of Mandraker. And they're led by what they call a Plague Lord, a warlord that is armed with contagion weapons and who knows what else. I see, it is a big problem, sister. It is more than a big problem, brother. I saved our flanks, but now, we have nowhere else to flee to. You would flee? Again. There are Titans, brother. Of course I would flee in a heartbeat if I could. Must I also tell you that they have several armies of peasants under their banners, while ours had to be put down when they rose against us after the aerial bombardment of the Sporecast? No. That won't be necessary, sister. The dismal climate of Baraspine was once again making their lives miserable, but in the next minutes it was insufficient to hide the enormous figures slowly advancing towards them, breaking through effortlessly what had been the sole line of defense erected by House Mandraker. There were the Titans of the festering death. And by the great plots, they looked hideous. No Titan could compare to the martial beauty of a knight, but the great walkers of the Titanicus were certainly the biggest and most powerful weapons anyone could deploy on a planet. And the Titans generally had the appearance of predators. The things which were now coming at them were disgusting in the extreme. From the cannons and the arms flowed rivers of green pus. The legs were not limbs anymore, they were trunks of some warp-spawned trees, and organisms resembling enormous worms covered them, coloring some sections a yellow-green that hurt his eyes. The less said about the upper parts of each Titan, the better. There are 10 of them. 3 of them were former warlords. The smaller ones must have been warhounds. If the warlords hadn't been there, they could have won. There was. Hello there. Is there someone willing to negotiate? Someone had broken through their most secure communication network. Who? It is somewhat rude to enter a conversation uninvited, Meleagrans informed the mysterious voice. Who are you, stranger? I am Militia, warlord of the Sons of Change, Knight. There was a chuckle. And the reason you are still alive? The diseased bombers of the Sporecast are forced to defend their bases against my attack, which is why you have been granted a reprieve. If what you say is true, you could have landed your troops to finish them 1 hour ago. Meleagant interrupted. I could have, yes. The voice was definitely female and amused. Why would I? The slaves of decay are my enemy, but with their warships destroyed, I can pulverize them with orbital strikes. Baraspine is not so valuable that I feel like losing even a single soldier to purge it of the festering death's diseases. You want our oaths? He bit out. I do. Whoever this voice belonged to, she was a fool, did she really believe? And before you get any ideas of complex and amusing treachery in your head, let me assure you, the oaths will be enforced by my sorcery. If you betray me, you will grow to envy the fate of the Titans you are facing. Meleagant gritted his teeth. This kind of oath, he knew it was one that could last an eternity, as long as the warlord lived, at least. It was completely unacceptable, it was. We accept, Lady Militia. His twin sister, odious bitch that she was, replied. There was no choice. He was the true Archduke, but he couldn't fight the Titans alone. We pledge our lances to your service. There was a new chuckle. Good. Now watch and admire the spectacle. An enormous pillar of blue flames exploded in the wasteland separating them the knights from the Titans. Everyone stopped moving, and there were many gasps, as from the flames strode an enormous bipedal monster. It seemed to be a beast straight out of nightmares. It was no mere Titan. It was a reptile of metal, with a tail and reptilian spikes. It had fangs and claws. It was burning in sorcery like a reactor burns plasma. And when it opened its maw, it was the most dangerous plasma cannon was preparing to fire. The biggest Plague Lord Titan and all its disgusting companions fired, but nothing seemed to touch it. The shots of pus and disease seemed to be stopped hundreds of meters before hitting their targets. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Kill. Inferno and death in one blue-gold blast slammed into the leading Plague Lord, and a second later, there was a catastrophic explosion across the torn-apart plains of Baraspine. Then there was a flash severing the horizon, this one purple, and Meleagant swore for one moment he saw in a vision an armored woman flying and cutting a Titan's head in two. One thing was sure, there had been 10 Titans and 3 Plague Lords on this battlefield. Now suddenly there was only 1 Plague Lord and 8 Titans. Kill them all. Let none escape. By your will, it shall be done. Meleagrans obeyed, and Meleagant had no choice but to repeat the same words. Several hundreds of kilometers away from the main Baraspine battlefield. The 4th Mordarch. There was no need to breathe, for the Mordarch had left this mortal limitation behind him long ago. There was no need to summon an astropath, for in many ways, the recipient of the message was always with him. There was no need to utter pledges of loyalty, feigned or real, for the very existence of the Mordarch was tied to his sire, and if by a near impossible turn of circumstances it wavered, the Mordarch would cease to exist. Your will has been done, my king. Eternity will be yours, or there will be no eternity. There was none of the full strength of his eternal majesty manifesting this time. There were too many slaves of the pretenders on and above this planet to take that risk. Speak. It was barely a whisper, but it was enough. All happened as you predicted, my king. The warlord child calling herself Militia intervened personally to save the broken remains of House Mandraker. I estimate she saved between 49 and 53 knights, all of them of the Case Taurus pattern. The forces of decay lost 10 titans and 7 million plague-infected infantrymen. How strong is her control over the Black Blade? She was able to kill 3 titans with it. I noticed no weakness and no strain. During the battle, she was able to exert a moderate amount of control over the beast engine that the Change Pretender gifted her. There was a moment of silence from his king. The Mordarch waited. He would wait, for disobedience was the worst sin imaginable when it came to his true nature. Good, the king in yellow murmured. She is walking on the path I desire. Now my Mordarch, speak of the latest rusted sword of the Decay Pretender. Tell me everything you learned about the Spore Caste. They remain a very efficient aerial force, my king. Without the warlord child's arrival, their methodical strategy would have destroyed the entire House of Mandraker and its allies for no losses in return. There was no intervention or demand to explain a specific detail, and thus the Mordarch continued. When their transports in orbit were destroyed, the Plague Marines opened a portal and evacuated the majority of the Spore Caste. 7 titans which were not sent against the knights joined them once the presence of the Beast Engine and the Black Blade made defeat inevitable. Your lesser servants were not close enough to make out every detail, but there's a high degree of certainty the elite forces were evacuated in time to their other bastions. The infantry and a lot of support vehicles had been abandoned, of course. But millions of diseased servants were of little value individually or collectively. The Decay Pretender would find others to compensate for these losses. You have done well. Go to Reth, and report once the outcome of the battle is decided. Do not intervene. If there are souls feeling the pull of eternity, send the lesser servants to claim them. It will be done, my king. Eternity will be yours, or there will be no eternity. Calyx Hell Stars. Tefane System. Reth. Temporal Anomaly Approximate Date is 311M35. Commander Eclipse. As all things should be, the ammunition ran out. There was only one order to give. Bonsai. Blood cast. Charge and bleed these snakes. Blood for the blood god. The traitors couldn't do anything. They tried to cast their cursed witchery, and Eclipse felt an immense hatred for these tricksters and blasphemous diplomats. It wasn't enough to lie, they had to cheat with their sorcery too? Thankfully, the impaler rifles were now in range to explain the meaning of pain, and the mutated flesh of the water caste soon poured onto the water to join the blood of the snakes. It does not matter from whom the blood is taken. Eclipse struck down one snake. With the strength his battlesuit and the blessings of Kern gave him, it was decisive. A second snake lost its head. He recovered another warrior's blade, and threw it. It killed one of the water caste's sorcerers. This was enough for the rest of the liars and weaklings. Their line was collapsing, and when their lives were at stake, they looked to their own hides rather than the glory of their god. Many explosions of blue and pink flames resonated across the battlefield, and soon enough over a third of the enemy forces disappeared, leaving the rest of their accursed allies to die one by one. You shouldn't have come here, Eclipse told one of the blue-skinned traitors who had lost his legs and had what remained of his body balanced upon the corpse of a white serpent. But then, you always thought you knew better than us. Isn't that right, oh former pet of the ethereals? You. The dying traitor coughed, before vomiting blood, which strangely was turning red as it fell into the waters of Reth. You are just blind. We were deceived. Deceived? This coming out from the mouth of someone prostrating himself before the great sins of lies and witchery. Eclipse spat in the traitor's face. You deceived us, you and your band of ambassadors, diplomats, and cowardly magisters. You chained us. You promised us there was only the greater good, and those too blind to see it. Guess what? His impaler blade, perfectly adjusted to be an extension of his battlesuit and wool, severed one arm, and the thing that had been of the water caste screamed in pain. You were wrong. Now we no longer have to restrain ourselves. Now we can have our wars and enjoy the slaughter. Now I hear the call of the Skull Throne, and our god promises us the galaxy to conquer. You. The lying traitor managed to utter, struggling against the pain, you are exactly why, it was necessary, to stop the Monto. Of course you would say that. You were about to lose the war. But now we have seen through your lies, and the war will never end. Bonsai. An Eclipse claimed one more skull for Kern. His troops, seeing him raise his new trophy head bayed in triumph. Blood cast. Commander. Our god has spoken, warriors of the blood Shido. It does not matter from where the blood flows, only that it does. This purity, this feeling of peace this planet is filled with, it is an insult to our Lord. It must cease. It must stop at once. The cowards have departed, but there are others on this world. In 8 days, it is his command all the waters of this planet must be running red with blood. The skulls of every enemy must be claimed. You will not fail. You will not spare a single life of the castes who chained us. Banzai. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for his skull throne. The survivors of the 8,888 blood caste warriors began to run, slaughtering everything in their path. The blood campaign of Reth had begun. The Somnium Stars. Dominus Minoris System. Reserve Nodal Base Number 8. Temporal Anomaly Approximate Date is 311M35. Hell Forge Mistress Sodanol. Are you satisfied? It was good the Prince of Crows had not used the dark humor and the other provocations the Night Lords were so fond of using. Sodanol had always hated them. I am unhappy the storage procedures in about 10% of the reserve nodal base were carried out by incompetence. The Hell Forge Mistress replied. But given the low standards of the 8th Legion when the Great Crusade was fought, the global situation is eminently satisfying. You did not lie. When establishing long-term alliances, I try my best to only offer what I have in my possession, the Space Marine who had been a first captain stated without a trace of arrogance. Your analysis of the depot's equipment and weapons. Sodanol took some microseconds to check her data notes before answering. There are 22,500 power armors stored here that are in an acceptable, serviceable state by my standards. The hundreds that are not can serve as spare parts. The main problem is that this number is misleading. Many patterns are completely obsolete. Any engagement with a Mark 7 equipped force would result in their destruction. If they were thrown into a battle against Mark 9 power armors, Sodanol might as well shoot them herself, it would save her a lot of trouble. The 17,000 power armors of the Mark 4 Maximus are the most promising, and will need to be improved to hold their own against opponents fielding Mark 7. And the rest? The 500 Predators and the 800 Rhinos that are serviceable are a useful armored force. I wish you could have stored more Land Raiders. 20 were stored, and 2 are already going to be used as nothing but a source for spare parts. True. Although I will note we managed to keep 120 Kratos heavy tanks in reserve. Those can serve a Space Marine assault force well. Sodanol acknowledged for a second, but they will need to be refitted as well. Based on the data I was able to obtain, the Imperium is unlikely to use masses of infantry without armor support. And logically there is the greatest flaw of the Kratos, which led it to being phased out of the Space Marines' arsenals, its frustratingly slow speed. The Kratos you have need a new engine, or the Predators and Contanks of your enemies will run circles around you before causing crippling damage. I will concede that we didn't predict the existence of the new Khans and Cataphracts during the Great Crusade. Sodanol would have felt extremely satisfied at saying the flesh didn't like to plan in the long term, but it would have been illogical. The true Mechanicum had not planned the evacuation of Mars during the Civil War in the slightest, despite knowing the Primarch of the Ultramarines and the other legions were mere days away from Sol. The air force stored in this depot is far less satisfying. Between attack gunships and transports, only 150 Thunderhawks and 20 Stormbirds can be considered serviceable. You have tens of thousands of drop pods, but for acquisition and extraction purposes, those are functionally useless. Sodanol calculated the numbers again, and arrived once again to the original conclusion she had reached before. With this depot, a chapter-sized force of Night Lords can be sustained. You have 100 veterans in stasis, I recommend they each train a new Astartes per generation. Both the Apothecarium size and the Gene Seed reserves allow us to sustain a more vigorous expansion. Theoretically yes. Sodanol was absolutely unconvinced by the argument. In practice, you need to prove you aren't going to slaughter each other and the Psi-indoctrinated troops won't turn on you the moment they are able to use their Astartes gifts to the fullest effect. Throwing 900 or 2,000 Astartes into the same training pit will result in an equal number of dead, which will achieve exactly none of my goals. But you agree the idea of recreating a legion here has its merits. Provided you give me the means to secure an industrial base in the region and follow my logistical recommendations, yes, the idea is logically sound. It falls to you, First Captain, to ensure the illogical elements will not trouble my work. Realm of Ultramar. Macrage System. Macrage. 2.200.311 M35. Primarch Robot Gilliman. Sometimes, Robot wondered if Lorgar's ultimate goal had been to make sure that once he woke up, the bureaucratic mess he would have to deal with would have reached the size of a planet. After several seconds, the Primarch of the Ultramarines regretfully discarded the theory. Not because he didn't believe the traitor would have been spiteful enough to do it if someone gave him the idea, but this sort of vellum-infused vengeance was not how religious fanatics worked. Unfortunately, the fact it hadn't been a goal of the traitor 17th didn't make it any more pleasant to deal with. There were colossal problems, old and new, for Ultramar as a whole. His sons were trying to deal with problems before they reached his desk, partly in order to not shine too many spotlights on old and poor decisions. Citizens of Macrage were leaving in haste for more tax-friendly planets, now that this ridiculous policy of isolationism had failed. The Mechanikus and the Ecclesiarchy, two religious organizations, were clamoring for more rights in the systems under his rule in exchange for reconstruction resources. Fortunately, the meeting in the next minutes wasn't about that. Though it was about a different kind of problem, alas. My son. Father. Robert observed the red and yellow armor for several seconds, wondering if so many catastrophes would have been avoided if Cato Valens had behaved like the scions of Mancora. Unfortunately, there was no way to know, and maybe the Mancora approach would have created its own share of problems. First, I must present my apologies. You were treated quite unfairly after the great victory of Kamarak. You have my deepest gratitude for helping Weaver annihilate that lair of monstrous Xenos, as well as participating in the necessary extermination of the Necron Tomb worlds. Chapter Master Gilbert Sertorius of the Howling Griffins removed his helmet, and sighed. I won't pretend everyone is perfectly happy in the ranks of our battle brothers, father. That said, the anger is subdued, for the moment. We won, which always helps when it comes to morale. There isn't much we can do about the Ultramarines officers who made the mistakes, and for all the antagonism, no one loyal wished they learned the errors of their ways with an invasion of Macrage. And the sincere apologies will of course help as well. I will bring more material apologies once the situation has stabilized here, the 13th Primarch promised. It is regrettable that the logistics are in a lamentable state, for I would have dearly wished to reward you for your exemplary campaigns and compensate you for the losses you took. I understand you lost approximately 2 entire companies during Operation Stalingrad. We did, the Lord of Mancora confirmed. And 2 more companies are severely under strength. Fortunately, my master of recruits was far more farsighted than I, and made a double recruitment tithe several years ago. So we should be able to return to our pre-Stalingrad effectives relatively quickly, though the experience, of course, is going to be a problem for several decades. Materially, Lady Weaver's manufactorum should deliver about 60 ground vehicles, all Rhinos and Predators, and her Mechanicu's connections are completing the void trials of a brand new strike cruiser. That is good to hear. Of course, it made the apologies and this meeting as a whole all the more important. Cato Valens and his circle of advisors had given commands in ignorance which had weakened the bonds with Mancora, and the Howling Griffins were supported logistically for it by their new benefactor. Theoretically, there was a high risk that if he hadn't woken up, his sons of Yellow and Red would have progressively refused to have anything to do with Macrage. And I suppose the same applies to the Silver Skulls. It does. They may even receive more war machines and help from Lady Weaver and the Mechanicues. Their operations around the Eye of Terror have been more difficult than ours. Given that the Howling Griffins had been engaged against Xenos whose hyper-advanced technology routinely disintegrated ceramite and other forms of armor like it didn't exist, that was really saying something. I would appreciate using your relationships to apologize to them in person. The majority of the Silver Skulls were deployed deep into Segmentum Obscurus, and while their temporary headquarters was Cadia, in practice they were on a mobile campaign to hunt down and slaughter the squadrons of traitors which had splintered off from Lorgar's Grand Armada. Of course, father. There were more topics which had to be discussed. The doctrines the Howling Griffins had developed to use the Mark 9 power armor in their new vehicles, for example. In an irony Sanguinius would have loved to hear, his sons of Mancora were likely the first chapter in millennia to have added the Bale Predator to their armories, though technically those had come from Nyx and used several Raven Guard designs for the Thunderhawks for their insertions on Necron worlds. This was all fascinating, and confirmed his belief that if the Codex Astartes was used as the tactical and strategic treatise it had been intended to be and not a holy book, Space Marines could find a way to win wars against enemies whose existence Robert had never even dreamed of. I thank you for the battle report. It has provided me a lot of insights, my son. Now for the last subject I wanted to address with you. I don't think it is very much of a secret I would enjoy having a chapter of my sons establishing a presence in the Nyx sector, for a multitude of reasons. Reasons which included, though of course were in no way limited to, that any large-scale reform of the Codex Astartes and the Adeptus Astartes was going to be impossible without the lady ruling the Nyx sector. The influence she had over all successor chapters of the former Ninth Legion made that evident by itself. Gilbert Sertorius chuckled, to his relief. I understand. There were diplomatic overtures made right after Kamarak. But neither the Silver Skulls nor we had any interest to go further on that path. We are really happy with the home world we have, father, and the industrial and military relationships that were solidified by Operation Stalingrad are satisfying in their own right. But if I may make a suggestion, father. By all means, Robert smiled and would have done something more expressive, if he wasn't unable to move, tied to the enormous machines of Call. The theoretical is to offer something really good. In the immediate aftermath of the Battle of the Death Star, Lady Weaver needed Space Marines to stabilize the Nyx sector. Once the destruction of Kamarak was completed, it was better to have Space Marines in order to deter the Eldar and other foes. But now, there isn't really a need for more chapters. Robert understood the core of the argument perfectly, along with what hadn't been said. The political legitimacy was there after Macrage, who would deny a living saint more Space Marines under her banner. But the military necessity wasn't, and besides, the current chapters, Brothers of the Red, Fists of Roma, Black Templars, Magma Spiders, White Thunderbolts, Heracles Wardens, and Iron Drakes all seemed to have cordial relationships with one another. Why change what was evidently working? The theoretical is noted and will be thought over many times before a decision is taken, my son. Directly related to this subject, I heard many Astartes before Operation Stalingrad fought mock battles against the swarm of Lady Weaver. Ultima Segmentum. Baal System. Baal Secundus. 5.201.311 M35. Chapter Master Sabriel. The black sands of Baal Secundus were certainly not without their own beauty as long as the wind was absent. Of course, to full enjoy them like Lady Weaver and he did, your armor had to be completely sealed. This part of the desert was far too radioactive for humans. In fact, this particular region was so bad that even the mutants and most of the mutated wildlife stayed as far away from it as they could. There were places on this moon where someone not native to Baal could survive without rad protective armor for several days. This desert wasn't one of them. Have you led me here to discourage me, Chapter Master? Sabriel chuckled, wondering how little in certain aspects the Shield of Angels had changed since the Battle of the Death Star. Not at all. I just wanted to give you the truth. If restoring the moons of Baal was easy, it would have been done long ago. That I completely agree with. And unless I am greatly mistaken, you did not obtain STC templates to solve this problem. The keyword is yet, Chapter Master. The Astartes who had once been called Valerian Benlio turned his head in a silent plea for more information. A certain thief who has infuriated the chapters of the blood for millennia, let's just say he stole plenty of interesting databases concerning terraformation and other lost technologies. Obviously, I won't know how good the templates are until I have them in my hands. Obviously, Sabriel nodded. Given how many miracles you seem to enjoy doing recently, can I ask how far you are willing to go if the optimistic assumptions triumph? Full restoration of the moons. That was a very tall order. Before the age of strife nearly annihilated mankind, the moons of Baal Primus and Baal Secundus had been paradises, something confirmed long ago by the Emperor when he landed and met his son for the first time. That is going to be a challenge, even for someone with your powers and wealth. It will. The determination in Taylor Hebert's voice was sufficient to tell him she measured the magnitude of the titanic effort lying ahead. But I think it is necessary. To be blunt, my conviction is that a colony of my favorite moths is necessary for Baal to thrive. And you have seen how picky they can be about their food. Oh yes, Sabriel had seen how voracious Lisa and her fellow moths could be. Macridge had proved once again that wherever there were strawberries presented on gigantic plates, the fruit devourer was going to arrive, and all the warp horrors could step aside or be left broken in her wake. Well, the benefits your moths bring are such that I am not going to refuse, Lady Weaver. I am more concerned, however, about the changes it will usher for the culture and society of Baal. The changes have already begun, in many ways. The angel chosen by the Emperor remarked. I know that for the last trials, you tested all the boys by groups, not as individuals. I see. Gamaliel explained nearly everything. This isn't exactly the full truth. There are going to be individual tests for the aspirants, they should begin tomorrow now that I think about it. But yes, we decided to test them as groups. As I'm sure you know, we took some inspiration from the Heracles Wardens. On the other hand, we aren't keeping childhood friends or sons of the same tribe together. The new tribe must at first be complete strangers to each other, and then prove they can work together under the angel's gaze. And with each trial where they succeed together, where they triumph over adversity, they will become brothers in arms. Or they would fail, but better for the chapter to realize they couldn't be trusted for teamwork now. Obviously, this necessity for teamwork had always existed. But now, as they were progressively phasing out the gladiatorial combat with the exception of reprogrammed Baalite scorpions that were way too useful for this purpose, the teamwork trials were gaining an entirely new level of importance. Naturally, it demanded more overseers for the selections at Angel's Fall, but as the chapter needed to rebuild, this was acceptable for the captains of Baal. An interesting approach, the golden armored angel noted, unfurling her wings. And one I approve of. Thank you, that means a lot to us. I'm afraid we are going to have to end this conversation. I feel old and new friends of mine have come to visit your humble star system. Pleasant surprises, then. I believe so. Lady Weaver said it neutrally, but Sabriel could tell there was happiness under this apparent calm. As for the equipment needs, please give your answer within 10 days. I need to inform Dragon of the arrangements in vehicles and armors we agreed upon. It will be done, my lady. Have a nice flight. And the golden-winged heiress of the great angel soared above the deserts, much like he must have done long ago, and it was truly an angelic vision. Ninth most wanted being of the Imperium of mankind. Dead only. Ahriman. The exile. The arch-sorcerer. The herald of mutation. The lord of conspiracies. The evil eye. First captain of the traitor 15th Legion. Excommunicate Traitoris. Extremis Diabolus. Extremis Alpha psychic threat. Extremis Alpha Moral Threat. Do not engage without massive Astartes librarian support. The use of Alpha class assets is declared necessary to extinguish this threat. Warning, the traitor is known to target libraries and all sources of lore. If he manages to gain access to such a place, consider it lost and act accordingly. For the love of the God Emperor, do not enter the library. There are fates worse than death. Rewards, 3.9 quadrillion throne gelts, 1 sector overlordship, title of Friend of Fenris awarded, 5 Fenrisian sagas sung in honor of the victory, ovation from the Adeptus Lexicanum, 1000 rare books, several collection of artworks and Great Crusade relics, deliveries of advanced communication systems, 1-star fort, etc. The Eye of Terror. Sorceress. The Pyramid of Fatep. Temporal anomaly date impossible to estimate. Ozek Ahriman. For a brief moment, his plan worked. For what might have been an eternity, Ozek Ahriman was the equal of a god. Which had been his plan, yes. The idea had seeded in his head when Slaanesh had died. He was honestly surprised so few space marines had bothered to ask themselves the question. If the gods of the warp could die, then the implication was clear, they had to be born first. There was a beginning and an end. The Ultramarines would have made it one of their vaunted theoreticals. Ozek was more practical. If Slaanesh for an infinitesimal moment could become mortal, and thus be killed, then it stood to reason that a mortal could become immortal and impossible to defeat, for an equally infinitesimal moment, of course. The preparations had been arduous, especially as they had to be hidden from everyone. The risks of failure were too high if a single being besides himself were capable of seeing through his schemes. As it was, it still had been a near-suicidal endeavor. If the multitude of possible futures calmed, if Tzeentch was able to predict what he would do, everything would fail. But thankfully, his arduous work had not been in vain. For 9 heartbeats or 9 eternities, Ozek Ahriman was the god of Sorceress. The former first captain of the 15th Legion banished all demons from the planet. The traps and ambushes that had been lying in wait to seize the Thousand Suns were broken. Entire vaults of weapons too terrible to be named were incinerated. And the greatest servants of Tzeentch could do nothing but rage in impotence as his brothers obeyed his last order and fled. They were not completely free. For many of them, the taint of the warp was strong, and they had plunged their souls too deeply into the poisoned chalice. 1,010,000. The Legion of Terra, and the Legion of Prospero. The survivors. -1 each time, for the sacred symbol of the Tyrant of Change was 9, and it was tenacious. But they were his brothers. And now he had given them the chance to survive. Ozek was not naive, not that it was possible to be given the sheer volume of knowledge available to him. Some of his brothers would abandon the 15's colors, old and new, the moment they could get away with it. Some worthy souls would try to join secretive imperial organizations, and find redemption. Others would form their warbands, perpetually on the move, hunted by the Tzeentchian hunters across time and space. He really didn't know which outcome was the worst, to be honest. Ahriman could hear the wrath of Tzeentch, the fury of a god scorned. The hatred was everywhere. Chaos was all about hatred. And the powers of the warp were all tyrants, in their own fashion. One tyrant for war. One tyrant for change. One tyrant for decay. One tyrant for anarchy. There was only war in the warp, and if more gods came, there would be only tyranny, for the slaves had to be enslaved, and the corruption of souls was everything. Ahriman saw his brothers depart. He bid them farewell, though they couldn't hear him. The former exiled captain watched as the warships fled as quickly as they could. And when the last ship vanished, Ozek Ahriman was no longer a god. The return to mortality was extremely unpleasant. Unpleasant and painful. The wound immediately exploded in pain, and as a result his back felt like it was on fire. It was a struggle to breathe and not collapse completely. Ozek was on his knees, gasping, trying to find some way to calm his hearts. And then they returned. They were 9. They were exalted. They were lords of change. They each commanded 9 legions. Psychic backlash or not, Ahriman couldn't have resisted them. They chained him. They rendered him powerless. They dragged him towards the summit of the false pyramid of Fatep. There was a throne waiting. Even as tired and powerless as he was, Ozek could tell it was no more trinket. It was. Yes, Fate Weaver spoke, you see clearly. This throne was forged using some of the shards of paramountcy that were recovered after Weaver shattered it. 9 of them, to be exact. And what do you expect to do with it? The arch-sorcerer retorted. This power is fragile. I can see the glass-like fissures of this throne. In fact, the more he approached, the more Ozek perceived it as a throne of glass. It was imposing and powerful, yes, but of an extreme fragility. Didn't you guess, Ozek? The two-headed Lord of Change laughed, and the universe seemed to tremble under this sound of utter malevolence. My Lord Tzeentch wants a Primarch to lead the 15th Legion in his name. And you, by your defiance, have just volunteered for the role. Daemon Primarch or Mere Primarch, it was a pleasure to throw the enormity of the victory against the vizier's two beaks. You will lack what truly makes a Primarch something to be feared, a legion. That has been accounted for, the oracle cackled. Once you will be fully transformed, you will call them. You will summon them to you. And they will obey your commands. Haven't they done it before? You are their new sire. You have the mantle of authority. And you will be a far better servant than your Cyclops sire ever was. Never. I will never betray my brothers. His defiance angered the vizier of Tsianch. Ozak took strength in it. He had a feeling he was going to need it. And he was right. When they forced him to sit on the throne, there was so much pain the elder space marine had to scream. Ozak Ahriman screamed for eons. Then the pain receded. It will only end when you give our Lord Tsianch what he wants. No. Not them. I will not betray my brothers. Not them. You will change your mind soon. Everyone changes. The pain drowned everything again. Ultima Segmentum. Baal System. Skyfall orbital dockyards in orbit around Baal. 5.205.311 M35. Rogue trader Dennis Peters. No one was really surprised that the orbital station was an artwork by itself. Dennis didn't know how much it had cost the Blood Angels in the first place, never mind how much it was costing them in maintenance. Having luminous domes, angelic statues, and immense frescoes detailing the exploits of the sons of Sanguinius had to be expensive. At the moment though, all these decorations, some millennia old, were ignored as one gold-winged para-human did her best to hide how happy she was to see a certain vice-queen again. Dennis had to admit, it was really funny to watch. Both of them were making doe eyes. Really, the two were trying so hard it had to be obvious to all the attraction was there. What was the saying, that absence made the heart grows fonder? Yeah, it was completely accurate here. If there weren't thousands of potential witnesses, Dennis was ready to bet the Basileia and the Vice-Queen would have already kissed and embraced each other, and likely have far fewer clothes on their bodies than they did right now. 100 throne gelts. They will use the same bed tonight, Gabriella whispered. Only 100 throne gelts. Dennis smirked. Okay, maybe 10,000, his lover corrected. Unfortunately, they must have been not discreet enough, because the insect mistress walked to meet them in the next seconds. Well, if it isn't the great rogue trader, the intrepid clock blocker himself. And of course the Basileia said it loud enough for everyone in the vicinity to hear it. What sort of mayhem have you been up to, lately? Oh, a lot of fairly normal things, Dennis replied humbly. We discovered the location of several promising mining worlds, we destroyed an abominable intelligence, we removed a few audacious pirates permanently. Missy told me you also saved a planet from an orc cruiser. Sometimes, Dennis wondered how young and stubborn Vista had become such a gossiper. Surely it couldn't be his influence that was responsible for this? Well, I suppose you would know, Queen of Planets undergoing sudden teleportation is among your new titles, I heard. The stars-filled eyes were new and very impressive, but far more was needed to make him adopt an expression of submission. Well, it's good to see you haven't changed, Dennis. The smile, as far as he could tell, was 3/4 sincere, with a good dose of amusement. Fortunately for you and all the new guests who invited themselves to Baal, I have managed to empty my schedule for today. That way. There was a large movement of the crowd, and a small number of black-clad men and women came into view. Most smiles disappeared in the next seconds. They did not wear the ornate weapons of the Blood Angels, the practical gear of the Nyx Manufactorum, or the splendor Taylor Barehead with her golden power armor, but no one could doubt they represented a powerful military force. And you knew immediately who they were too. Dennis had seen enough of them to recognize one, never mind several. Most of them were scarred, and their eyes were ever on the move, as if, in the middle of Skyfall, they were still going to come under attack any minute. They stood like the galaxy was against them. Something that unfortunately, from what he knew, was not that pessimistic of a view to have. A large rosette which appeared in the hand of the tall man leading the delegation was just the last confirmation Dennis hadn't really needed. Your Celestial Highness, the man gave a simple nod. I apologize for the lack of warning, but I urgently request an audience. You are an Inquisitor Lord Terran. Taylor didn't make it a question, and the man didn't reply to say she was wrong. Many people, Gabriella included, had expressions of stupefaction. And for good reason, if Dennis remembered correctly, this meant the man in front of them had at one point been one of the 12 High Lords ruling the Imperium in all but name. He was certainly not the current holder of the seat, for those rarely left the cradle of mankind, but still. I suppose you wouldn't have traveled to Baal if you didn't judge the situation wasn't serious. Please give me a couple of minutes, and we will speak in private aboard the Enterprise. Battleship Enterprise. Lord Inquisitor Terran Berlin Chimera. There were 3 people waiting for them. One was obviously the living saint. The second was a space marine in black armor, who was the bodyguard for this audience. Those had been expected. That the third member was a black armored custodes was very much not. But Berlin Chimera was not going to show his surprise. He was a Lord Inquisitor, and he had a mission, custodes or no custodes. You may call him the Shadow Keeper. Lady Weaver's introductions were shorted to the very minimum. He saw no problem with that. My second, Katharina Greyfax, of the Order Hereticus, Berlin made his own introduction. I have come to ask for help. The situation in the Calyx Expanse is unraveling faster than the Ordo's direst predictions thought possible. Continue, my lord. Berlin did. He explained everything that had happened so far to the best of his knowledge, including the arrival of the great heretic named the Traveler, the presence of billions of heretics fighting hundreds of wars spiraling out of control, and most of all, that they knew the worst was yet to come. I see. The living saint stated calmly. I had no idea the situation has gotten that bad. It is a very unwelcome surprise. I thought, well, it doesn't matter what I thought, quite clearly. The total failure of the Black Crusade broke the unity between all the chaotic factions, but clearly the defeat has just pushed them to fight for domination in the Calyx Expanse even more ferociously. Thus my urgent request for adequate reinforcements. The custodes made a sign which may have been to warn the golden-winged chosen of the Emperor of something. If so, Lady Weaver didn't seem to notice it. The big problem is that the reinforcements don't exist. The victor of Kamarak and Makridge bluntly told him. Out of the different battle groups, 5 have been completely dissolved, either because they were attached to new crusades, or they needed so many repairs and force reconstitutions that keeping them on the battlefield would be a mistake. The majority of the Space Marines have dispersed across the galaxy with my blessings, and plenty aren't able to take back to the field so soon after battling the traitor 17th Legion and the Necrons. The Titans have left the order of battle, per the accords I signed with Mars and the other Forge worlds. I haven't looked at the wide strategic picture in several hours, but from memory, the only notable force is the battle group I left to protect Makridge. But it can't leave immediately, it would leave Ultramar dangerously exposed. And even if it could, they can't cross most of the galaxy in mere days or weeks. This was worse than he had feared, but alas, not a complete surprise. The Living Saint simply couldn't keep the forces of Operation Stalingrad on a war footing. Not only was it ridiculously expensive, but the High Lords would have not have been pleased by the thought of an Imperial commander gathering that much military power with no threat to justify it. And a personal intervention. Berlin ignored the true scope of the Living Saint's powers, but what he felt here was certainly formidable enough. I can't fight traitor Primarchs on my own, Lord Inquisitor. Certain rumors from Makridge say otherwise. The shadow of a smile appeared on her lips. The circumstances were a bit special there. I am not going to try to be humble, but the traitor Primarch was back in a mortal body, heavily wounded, alone, and he had been battling most of the fortress of Hera's defenders on his own. The battlefield outrageously favored me. I am not complaining. But I am incredibly unlikely to find a battlefield as stacked in my favor as that one. Several beetles landed in her palms, and for a second, the Living Saint played with them. I can likely fight a Daemon Primarch one-on-one, the star-filled eyes commented unflinchingly. But it needs to be a duel. If there's a demonic horde supporting that kind of foe, I am likely going to lose. And since fair fights are for idiots, and I can't take any member of the Dawnbreaker Guard with me, it would be a very unfair fight. Are the risks not worth it? Not that I am asking you to throw your life into peril, Your Celestial Highness. The victor of Makridge looked at the custodes, who stared back silently. Finally, the black-clad guardian nodded. The risks are worth it. The Calyx Expanse may currently be a worthless region of space, but letting the archenemy have it and transform it into a second eye of terror does not sound appealing. The problem is that we aren't ready to move against them. You know better than I do, I suppose, how thinly stretched the Imperial Crusades are in segmentum obscurus. At the same time, Lord Solar Trevane more or less has his hands tied by the High 12. It's likely he won't be able to do anything significant before moving to command Project Initiative. And frankly, Lord Inquisitor, I am going to order my prognosticator to make a tarot reading after this audience, but I would be very surprised if already travel times won't be the massive problem. If everything is to be decided in a matter of weeks or months, the forces capable of smiting the heretics simply don't exist. There is, the Lord Inquisitor Terran said slowly, a force which is able to arrive in time, his hidden blades. Even here, he wasn't going to say the name of the Knights of Titan. There aren't enough of them. Especially with so many potential arch-traitors on the battlefield. There might be, if there is enough ether gold to shield them from the warp's baleful powers. The Living Saint looked at him with the kind of expression Berlin had seen too often in senior inquisitors, grim but determined to do her duty. What did the tarot drawings tell you? That is not. Katharina Greyfax began to protest, but Berlin stopped her. She has a right to know. The representative of the Ordo Malleus cleared his throat before revealing the truth. The Great Eye. War against chaos. The Despoiler, inversed. Arrival to stand against the warlord commanding the Black Legion. The Shattered World. Devastation on an untold scale. The Daemon. The hordes of the warp were going to be summoned into reality, corrupt, and kill. And the last. It was the most mysterious one. It should have been the Ragged Fool, but it changed. It became the Ragged Fools. The living saint was intelligent. She understood what he was implying. How many of your tarot cards are changing? Only 4 so far, but I am not too worried about that, Berlin admitted. Between that and the cards which appear in my subordinates' tarots like they have always been there, I am far more worried about the implications. There is a card of angel or living saint, isn't there? You already know the answer to that question perfectly well. Yes. Yes, I do. Very well, Lord Inquisitor. I am going to try to find you the reinforcements you desire. But I have to warn you, the first wave will most likely have to be drawn from the reserves of Segmentum Tempestus, and include a disproportionate number of former Frateris Templars. This will be your quarantine force. Berlin wasn't happy, but didn't complain. He had asked for reinforcements, and the living saint was going to provide them. Not thanking her would be seriously hypocritical. As for the other matter, give me a few hours, I am going to try to find you the ether gold you need to arm the hidden blades. Though obviously, I need an idea of how much you need. Given that we speak of the greatest champions of the archenemy, the Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus replied honestly, as much as you can give me. YN Chromerk WILDYR System. Nighthawk Moon. 8.209.311 M35. High Priestess Aurelia Mellis. The servant of the primordial annihilator screamed insults and charged. It was the last thing it would ever do. A second later, 2 swords bathed in golden flames permanently removed it from this reality. When you told me this was a redoubtable enemy, Aurelia could sense the sarcasm in her Empress words. I believed you, you know. But you seem to have exaggerated the problem just a smidge, High Priestess. Aurelia gave an apologetic expression. I don't really understand. The tales I was allowed to listen to insisted this moon was the prison of a most terrible foe. One the survivors of the first fall had no choice but to imprison here lest it return to torment them for hundreds of cycles to come. I don't understand why it was that weak. It doesn't really make any sense. The population of Aranok is descended from those survivors, and that kind of enemy, they could easily have dealt with. That. The starry eyes of the Empress fixed onto something in the distance. There is a possible explanation. You said this was a servant of chaos as a whole, not just excess. Yes. It was not a powerful opponent before the first fall, but with the rise of Slaanesh, it grew mighty and murdered its way across countless planets. In that case, it was sworn to the former 4 as a whole, a champion of chaos undivided. But the united front is no more. Aurelia frowned. This is a far bigger step I would expect the aspects of the primordial annihilator to take. Deprive all their former favorite slaves of their powers and break a timeless covenant. The mistress of spiders shook her golden-skinned head. I can't know for sure they did it for every monster they found valuable before the Battle of Kamarak. In fact, I would be surprised if that were the case. But for this one, the ruinous powers must have clearly felt they were going to lose it no matter what they did. So they cut their losses. It does sound like something they would do. The primordial annihilator hated everyone, including its slaves, and it wasn't as if it didn't have the necessary ruthlessness to sacrifice them when it felt there were bigger victories to be won elsewhere. I am just surprised how easily they conceded the victory. The time where chaos gave us easy victories is long over. The sentence was hardly comforting, but it rang with truth. Kamarak surprised the different factions, but now it is well and truly over. I suspect they launched the last offensive because they knew that whatever happened, they were going to lose the word-bearers and the majority of the servants of chaos undivided, so why not inflict all the losses they could in a final blaze of glory? They underestimated you. The Empress of the Ildari let a giggle escape her lips. Personally, I think they underestimated mankind, and certainly the crazy schemes of the Harlequins too. Aurelia had to admit the latter point was deadly accurate. As a result, the big victory is more the enemy underestimating the losses they were going to take and overestimating the slaughter they were going to inflict to the Imperium. I am forced to agree. Good. Now that your great enemy has been removed, it is time to talk about this / to discuss this small mountain prison of Noctilith we have suddenly acquired. Aurelia Mellis looked again at the edifice which had been erected and everything around it. It was sinister. The moon could have been beautiful, even uncountable cycles after the Exodosites of Aranok fled it, the air was still easily breathable and there was plenty of vegetation. But all of it was twisted. It was not the primordial annihilator per se, it was just, there was too much Noctilith here. The mountain prison was obviously the greatest amount of Noctilith their eyes could see, and the only one that had been used as a prison for abominations, but there was more of the black stones everywhere on the moon. The High Priestess of Authority couldn't wait for it to be purified. I propose 1/3 of the Noctilith goes to Authority, 1/3 is used to hide the system, and 1/3 goes to you, my Empress. Provided the security guarantees to Aranok are fulfilled, in the light of carnality and symbiosis. I gave my word, didn't I? Her Empress spoke lightly. I already contacted the Anvilus Mechanikus who gave the technological support for a previous invasion. They are going to stop and stay far away from this trio of stars. The Inquisitors will place satellites and beacons ordering every loyal citizen of the Imperium stay clear of this region. A few patrols will be made regularly in the future to ensure this order to be followed. With Umbral Shroud providing both active and passive defense against hostile parties, Aranoke and its entire system should be safe. Thank you, my Empress. You're welcome. Aranoke is a beautiful planet, honestly. I have no wish to see it burn in the fires of war. If there is a power to be found there, it would be innocence. The words were a bit surprising, but nonetheless very pleasing to hear. Aurelia had not been sure her Empress would like Aranoke and its verdant woods, its songs, and its pure waters. Contacting her so soon had been a calculated risk, but a risk in the end. Of course, Antony knew what she was doing. That deals with the mountain prison. The mistress of spiders and moths agreed. As for the rest of the Hawk Moon, I propose 1/3 goes to the King of Aranoke. It is his system, after all, and they have a lot of prestigious, how did you call them? Dinosaur Knights. It fits, High Priestess. Aurelia had to admit honestly it did. Besides, after Mandragora, she was trying as best as she could to avoid thinking of a certain dragon. If the Empress' red-robed companion wanted to provoke the Ingur, that was her business, but Aurelia preferred not taunting the monster. Well, it will give him some negotiating power, both with human and Ildari diplomatic delegations, and something will have to be organized for the Imperial ones, since they won't maintain a permanent presence here. I will be able to present you something to resolve this issue when we meet the next time. For the remaining 2/3, I thought to continue as we did. 1/3 for Antony, 1/3 for you, my Empress. The answer was prompt and decisive. Agreed. Now please call the Harlequins, so that they help us transport the Noctilith through the webway. They're beginning these dances, and I'm always a bit nervous, it looks like one of the preludes for their great jokes. Aurelia Malice laughed, but obeyed promptly. Bail System. Battleship Enterprise. 5.221.311 M35. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. It was adorable. Ingrid, the Mainz cat she had gifted Taylor, was on the Basilia's lap, meowing and purring, enjoying the petting. At the same time, one of the young spiders was trying to make her leave her position, by taunting her with a bowl of milk. Ingrid didn't show the slightest inclination to move, of course. Gifted with the knowledge that had been given to every feline creature, including frost lions, the female animal knew that sooner or later, the milk was going to be in her tongue's reach. The mistress of the two feuding animals was doing an admirable job of ignoring them, it had to be acknowledged. And I immediately returned here. Of course, now that the Lord Inquisitor is busy arranging the details, I will have to deal with a small army of rogue traders in the next days. And no, Dennis doesn't count. I've seen several of them, the blonde-haired Vice Queen admitted. But most of them only joined our convoy at our last stopover before Bail. What do they want from you? In simple terms? Material and financial support. My generosity when it comes to rewarding rogue traders has finally become common knowledge segmentum-wide. Marianne raised an eyebrow. They realize you don't pay the rogue traders in your employ to stay idle and parade in dashing uniforms, right? In fact, now that she thought about it, Marianne could think of at least 4 dozen dynasties which lived calmer lives than the rogue traders the hive world of Nyx supported. They aren't that stupid. Most of the grandiose messages I've read before you arrived are hiding the material and financial support as expeditions to locate and acquire large quantities of Noctilith plus some first-rate poetry. The daughter of Eleanor Gutenberg sipped her tea. One might think that if they had located a valuable deposit of Noctilith, they would have brought in a few kilograms as evidence. Or at the very least, they would have some samples. That's what the Argovone rogue trader did, if I remember correctly. Your memory is as perfect as ever. The petting of Ingrid continued, and the Mainz cat purred. The spider finally conceded defeat and approached with the bowl, allowing the feline to lap the milk. And that's why I'm reasonably confident these rogue traders are opportunists. Frankly, reading between the lines, I'm of the opinion most of them won their warrants by playing card games in luxurious salons against several high-ranked adepts. That's certainly not impossible. It has been known to happen. Of course, it is also possible these rogue traders were causing political issues in their home sector, and their rivals used the warrant as a solution to expel them so that they would cause trouble elsewhere. A good explanation, Taylor smirked, which unfortunately doesn't solve my problem. I have a feeling that as bad as the current crowd here is going to be, there will be 10 times as many waiting for me at Macrage. They might be there for the revived Primarch too. Yes, and once the sire of the Ultramarines will have them gently escorted out, guess whose headquarters they will end up besieging? Marianne giggled. This isn't supposed to be funny. I know, my poor Taylor. The stars-filled glare was intimidating, but insufficient to stop her giggles. Have you heard of what a rogue trader compact is? I can't pretend I have, no. It is really old-fashioned today, but it was something he began after the unification of Holy Terra. It is, rather feudal. Let me guess, he provided protection, and in exchange every time there was a call to arms or another perilous mission to give, the rogue traders were bound by it to obey. Yes. Obviously, he can't exactly give them orders these days, or should I say he couldn't. The custodes often give me instructions. The Basileia answered. But I have really no idea if rogue traders of ancient lines are contacted like I am. I wouldn't be surprised if some were, but I have no proof. Something to keep in mind, I suppose, Marianne murmured before continuing louder. Anyway, the family archives were quite clear his sons were granted the same privileges. They could form compacts and give the protection and support they wanted to the rogue traders operating in their orders. Naturally, it created grave problems down the line. Half of the Primarch's turning traders had, in the end, resulted in nearly all the compacts sworn to the heretics turning traitor. And multiple compacts which had stayed loyal had not survived the massive civil war pitting brother against brother. That sounds like a precedent to be wary of. Oh, yes. But sometimes I think that it would not be that bad. The expression she received in return was certainly curious. Let's be honest, oh Basileia. The situation we found ourselves in today has hundreds of rogue trader dynasties gallivanting from one sector to another, cornering the markets on Xenos artifacts, drugs, and heavy weaponry they shouldn't possess in the first place. All of that happens, in the majority of cases, without any supervision whatsoever. A conclave master or mistress with the authority and power to properly punish rogue traders who fail to understand there are boundaries could solve a lot of problems before they create disasters. And it would be a great boon to the Chartist captains, who are often facing the unfair competition of aforementioned rogue traders, the insect mistress added ironically, sipping her own tea. I won't deny I haven't considered this minor improvement, Marianne shamelessly admitted. The answer came after more petting for Ingrid. I am going to think about it. It sounds like a good idea, but I want to study the historical precedents. And if I even have the authority to do it, of course. I have the influence and the financial power, but I am not a Primarch. That was a good legal point, truly. Have you thought of more excellent ideas during your journey from Nyx to Bale? Ideas, maybe not, but I deposited gifts in your stasis frozen vaults last time I visited. Oh. Have you heard of the Galisk Nebula in Segmentum Pacificus? I can't say I have. A shame, one of the local pontifexes there is busy building a church in your name. The moan of despair was something to behold, truly. Setting that aside, the Galisk Nebula is a subsector that has just recently been reminded their allegiance must be to Terra, not those bastards of the Novaterra Interregnum or whatever they used to justify their rebellion. Naturally, Gutenberg captains visited this region of space to rebuild old trade connections. And they found very interesting things in the Palian system, which has only a single inhabitable planet, also named Palian. Interesting how? Palian was renowned to its customers of Novaterra because it sold exceptional medical goods. And before you ask, no, it wasn't because their medici healers were superior to the imperial ones. They're using the fauna and flora of the world, aren't they? Only the flora, in fact, Marianne grimaced. It is both treasure and problem, from what my family's captains reported. The jungles cover the world, and they are ever growing. Many unflattering comparisons with Catachan were made. Are those comparisons justified? Oh no, the Catachan wildlife would eat Palians for breakfast twice over. But if the administratum adepts are not insane, they will likely label it a death world. Outside of the massive hives, there is nothing but the jungle, and the fauna is certainly gigantic. One more planet eager to kill us all, Taylor commented with a sigh. And the medical goods. The foremost example is the Hulveza berry. Harvested in large quantities, the berries are an essential component of a rejuvenat treatment that gives an average 352 years of added life expectancy. That's on par with the ones your hospitals and clinics are able to deliver. That's impressive. It gets better. While our captains weren't able to discover the specific species, there appears to be plants that combined with the Hulveza berries are able to lengthen this life expectancy even further. There is plenty of evidence some of the nobles on Palian are over 800 years old. Do I want to know what sort of consequences it had on their minds and behaviors? Marianne grimaced again. Nothing good. They consider themselves the rightful masters of the galaxy. Fortunately for us, these self-professed masterminds have a very negative opinion of everything that is tied to military affairs. The compliance operations barely lasted a week, I'm told. Unfortunately, instead of hanging them by the hundreds, the adepts preferred to fine them. They were offered a colossal bribe, weren't they? Yes. Ingrid jumped off the Basileia's lap, to the vivid pleasure of the spider, who immediately rushed to be petted herself. Since I haven't heard of Hulveza berries suddenly being cultivated on Terra, I assume there is a massive problem with their acquisition. Marianne smiled. Right, here comes the bad news. None of the exceptional plants can be grown outside of the Palian jungles. And transplanting them more often than not results in the plants becoming poisonous in record time. That means the only way to acquire the berries is to go harvest them in the wild. And that's when the problems begin. The local megafauna is extremely fond of these fruity delicacies, and guard them ferociously. Of course they do. To be honest, I was at first going to tell the captains not to bother. It's bad enough the arrogant Groxes ruling Paleon are using their peasants as Gigantosaurus fodders so that some can always harvest the medical goods they want, no need to add to the casualties for nothing. But then I remembered you telling me how plants and plenty of very valuable things are proliferating under your Catachan ant's guidance. Yes, they are. And the Titan moths provide a lot of fertilizer which has been used in large quantities on Nyx to undo some particularly nasty environmental damage. The star-filled eyes were suddenly thoughtful, and the golden wings materialized with a flash of gold. Wait, you think? I think that in fact, the comparison with Catachan may not be that far off the mark, yes. Weren't you the one who told me a certain Xenos species may have turned the jungles of Catachan into the hell they are renowned for across the galaxy? It is entirely possible Paleon is what Catachan looked like long ago before the Tyranid's influence turned it into hell. True, but Catachan is in ultima segmentum, Marianne. It's a big galaxy, yes. But if they share so many points, it can't be a coincidence. A species must have engineered these worlds to have these qualities. That was a nice and logical reasoning, yes. You're certainly right, she smirked as the spider seized the mind's cat by the scruff of the neck before rushing in the direction of the antechamber. I think there's not much of a risk this Xenos species will return, however. Paleon's colonization happened more 7,000 years ago. Catachan's is hardly recent either. For once a species has done very productive things to expand the market of medical goods, we can't do anything but regret its disappearance. Poor galaxy. For the sake of my curiosity, how many plants like the Hulveza berries were you able to acquire? Counting the berries themselves, 10. It was not cheap in lives. But it is such a fine gift I will provide pensions and privileges to their families. And what about my gift? Well, I will think the percentage of the medical sales will. Marianne had waited long enough, she abandoned her seat and went to kiss the insect mistress deeply. To her pleasure, after the first seconds of surprise, it was reciprocated. Do you want? Keep the wings, remove the uniform. The Vice Queen ordered. I've waited to do this for too long, my angel. Segmentum Tempestus. Fursor Sector. Kievar System. Deliverance. Raven Guard Bacta Depot. 5.247.311 M35. Calidus Assassin Elena Kerrigan. According to certain adepts whose conversations Elena had been eavesdropping on a couple of years ago, the Raven Guard Space Marines were morose and taciturn in behavior. They never smiled. They lived on a gloomy world, and each time they left it, they tried to make their military campaigns as depressing as humanly possible. They eschewed all shiny colors, and their serfs were forbidden from showing expressions of utter happiness. On other completely coincidental news, Elena was sure the adepts of the administratum should maybe one day leave their offices before their piles of vellum crushed them. Their knowledge of the galaxy they were trying to administer was complete and absolute nonsense. The reason why the Primarch had asked the senior captains of the visiting delegations to meet him in the Bacta Depot in the first place? It was because the domes outside it were crowded with hundreds of thousands of people celebrating. And it was a small number, compared to the crowds of billions that had assembled on Kievar. Yes, the Forge world was celebrating. In fact, it was exultantly celebrating. Last night, they had celebrated by launching fireworks. The smallest of them could have been considered a massive intercontinental ballistic missile in its own right. Yep, that was celebration done right, for a certain definition of it. The inhabitants of Kievar and Deliverance had all decided in a splendid display of unity that yes, all the days of celebration that happened in a perfectly normal year, they had to be celebrated in advance this year. And all at once. And with 3 times the budget. Needless to say, it was good a certain ruler of Nyx had ordered the Bacta Depot to be soundproof. Otherwise the Primarch would have to scream to make sure his words were heard. This meeting is going to be short, my sons. I have a feeling that if we stay away for more than 10 minutes, they are going to fire rockets in celebration, and we want to avoid that at all costs. Everyone chuckled. Elena was not sure it was a joke, but it accurately described the situation outside. For the moment, I don't intend to change anything about the organization of any of the other chapters. You have fought well to save the worlds of mankind, and you have done your Genesire proud. The only intervention I plan for the moment is a gift of my gene seed, which will be divided in 12 parts, one for every chapter present here. We are not worthy, a black armored space marine with a white helmet under his arm protested. You are worthy, Corvus Corax immediately refuted. The Death Spectres may be the youngest of the chapters carrying my legacy, but you have donned a heavy mantle in the name of duty. Watching over the Ghoul Stars is no simple task. I traveled there long ago, and I did not like it at all. Note to self, if no assignment ordered her to go to the Ghoul Stars, best avoid that region of space like it was the Eye of Terror. As I said, ensuring all successor chapters are at their full strength is my only priority for now. The recent campaigns you have fought have confirmed, if anyone really needed it, how tenuous the line can be between harsh survival and extinction. Will we adopt some of the ways of the Brothers of the Red, Father? One of the captains of the Sons of the Raven, a chapter from the 10th founding, inquired. They have massively increased the number of their blood-themed apothecaries. It remains the decision of each chapter whether to pursue that path or not. If you are in favor, I will trade the favors to make it possible with my brothers, the Imperial authorities, Mars, and of course, Lady Weaver. Since you mentioned her, Father. This time it was the chapter master of the revilers who spoke in earnest. Lady Weaver broke the word-bearers at Macrudge. Those bastards at last paid for the drop site massacre. Will it be acceptable to pledge one of our own to be part of the Dawnbreaker Guard? It is acceptable. I certainly have no issue with it, and one of your brothers is already serving loyally among her honor guard. I will warn you however that her powers are in many ways weakening any shadow-wielding gifts you may have while in her presence. Unlike the young woman here, yep, dozens of Astartes looking at you curiously was not that fun. Lady Weaver is not trained or inclined to pursue the infiltration tactics we favor. But she is determined to liberate men and women who are oppressed and enslaved. As a result, if you intend to propose champions for the Dawnbreaker Guard among the delegations sent at Macrudge, choose wisely. Well, this was rather a free will approach, all things considered. As for the Calidus Temple and the umbral shroud created from Noctilith, the Emperor has made its will known. We are. There was an extraordinary amount of noise for a few seconds, before an apologetic Raven Guard stormed in, confirming out loud the celebration crowd was here, at the gates of the Bacta depot. And yes, there were things a Primarch, taciturn or not, could not fight against. Let us not make the cheerful crowd wait. The smile on his face rather contrasted with the tone more appropriate for a funeral, it had to be said. Galactic Core. Free Bastion of Orthang. 8.267.311 M35. Martyr of the Talion. I think, fellow partners, this affair ended in a very profitable outcome for our interests. Thousands of tons of magniferite have been recovered, the survivors of the iridium plunder will be loyal to us until their deaths, and we got rid of the greenskins. Martyr lit one of the precious cigars he only smoked on the great occasions. You didn't have anything to do with the fact the big green warboss decided to throw his ships into a wormhole known to devour all ships that try to get through, however. Castor, his right hand and chief enforcer, pointed out. There are two things you can't predict, Castor. Martyr smiled, savoring the good flavor of the dried biocompounds unavailable to the average Duardan, the obstacles this damned galaxy is going to throw at you, and the stupidity of the greenskins. Everything else is far easier to anticipate. Interrupting this little moment of self-congratulation, Garm, accountant paymaster of Orthang, interrupted acidly, I will kindly remind you that we have a little problem. You broke one of the greatest taboos, Martyr. You gave weapons to the greenskins. Technically, I sold them, and for a very nice profit, the artisan-born Duardan who controlled effectively all of Orthang corrected, the greenskins gathered all the ores, rare and common, for us, and we only needed to transport them to the forges of Orthang. I applied your lesson, by the way. Never give the big bad greenskins an inch. Meeting the warboss in person had not been a pleasant experience. Martyr had never seen such a big monster, and one which was smarter than most of its fellow brutes, at that. Although as the wormhole affair proved, more intelligent didn't mean smart, especially when it came to greenskins. Do you really think the Bank of Stone will care? Garm asked gravely, challenging him by creating impressive circles of smoke with his pipe of ormite, a relic forged countless generations ago. Technically, Castor pointed out this time, we broke no laws. And the amendments? Lava and Supernova take their amendments. Martyr growled in annoyance. Garm, you know as well as I do we didn't sign them for a reason. And since 2 decades ago the Bank of Stone refused to loan us the Talions we needed to buy the forges of Orthang, they can't bleed us that way. In the end, they had dodged a very vicious hammer blow without being aware of it. To be sure, the contingency plans he had been forced to use had not been exactly what an honorable Duardan would love to do. But Orthang had been saved from the economic decline that caused thousands of families to depart every year. Now, the miners and the highly qualified workers were returning home. And the profits were there. You know as well as I do that the Bank of Stone has not yet moved overtly against us. For the moment, it has only been cheap assassins and a few idiots trying to stop our mining operations. But the prosperity of Orthang is something they have noticed. They will soon act against the Free Bastion, against us. Yes, Martyr reluctantly admitted, those old and decrepit whitebeards can't tolerate that a bastion handles its own affairs without asking for their permission every time they want to try something new or costly. It was a bit of a lie, of course, the Bank of Stone was exactly like that, but the leaders at the head of the bank were not old and decrepit. The most redoubtable one was in fact a young Duardan woman so beautiful that Martyr had instantly been on his guard, more than a few Talion members must have enjoyed some carnal pleasures with her before losing their wealth and their lives. Is it going to be a big problem? Castor asked. I mean, for the moment the expansion of Orthang is proceeding according to the schedule we planned here 15 years ago. The population should reach 1 million soon, and there's a brand new mining acquisition fleet about to be commissioned. The profits are flowing into our pockets, and are redistributed to our workers, of course. The problem, Martyr savored his cigar before replying, is that for all our efforts to, buy all the adamantium deposits we mine, let's call it what it is, we sold weapons to practically everyone in the region. For all our cleverness, about half of our trade is still tied to the trade we do with all the other bastions. What Garm implies, his accountant paymaster nodded, is that the Bank of Stone may soon strike with harsh measures, like a selective ban for some of our mining cargoes to other bastions as long as we sell weapons to non-Duardans. And we can't do anything to stop them if they decide to go through with it. Orthang had enough resources to pay the services of thousands of warriors of the Guild of the Axe, but Martyr wasn't stupid enough to think that for a military confrontation it would be enough. The Bank of Stone had far deeper pockets, and hundreds of kings were so indebted to them they would jump to obey their commands, economically wise or not. And what's Svern of the Errant found when spying for us? He returned with a lot of valuable information about what's happening outside of the core. Most of the band he spied upon also saved their heads, Garm sniffed. The bank's executioners were already sharpening their blades. But I have to admit that their audacious gamble seems to have been a stunning success. They got plenty of food and got rid of a ship no one has the effectives to man anymore. For the briefest seconds, Martyr felt regret. Despite all his successes to revitalize the declining industry of Orthang, the Midgard and many other ships were a stark reminder that the Duardan kingdom of old was long gone, and for all their pretensions, the surviving bastions were mere shadows of its blinding glory. I wouldn't succumb to the mad enthusiasm some of our young fiery heads have, the accountant paymaster warned. I am not an isolationist, but it is a dire truth that when our civilization decided to rely on food supplied from outside the core, anytime the system failed, tens of thousands died. The expansion we're doing here is so important because it relies on no external partners when it comes to food production, and the bastion is self-sufficient when it comes to its own needs now. For we can't eat our own metal, Martyr whimsically mused, the old truth that still held today, even if certain Duardan refused to acknowledge it. I am certainly not about to suggest we bare our necks to the vast imperium sitting outside of the core. Really, according to Svern, their red-robed tech shamans have cornered the market, and seem as friendly as the bankers of a certain institution of our society. But there are plenty of ores we know to be very rare outside of the core. Stalanictite, helical, thyricate, sterium, teldrite, magniferite, adamantium, ormite, all of that we mine in the millions of tons per year, and too often the main problems are to guard our miners from the dangers of our core, and then finding customers so that it doesn't pile up in our strategic reserves. That sounds more reasonable, Garm conceded, cleaning his glasses and adopting a mollified expression. That said, it might run into the same problem that we have for a hypothetical food trade, the trade routes don't exist anymore. And we don't have the means to change that. Oh, I'm sure you could convince a few young fools to brave the dangers that come with leaving the core. But I doubt we could afford to lose more than 2 or 3 ships every year, and make no mistake, Martyr, we would lose far more than that. Many tried to reopen the lanes when the High King's sons went to war against each other. Our miners still find many wrecks to this day while trying to survey new concessions. The Bank of Stone could. Castor pointed out. But I suppose asking them to throw the Talions that would break the system they control is a bit too much for them to stomach. The 3 Duardan had a good laugh at that. They would kill you, Garm's tone was the one he used for his rare jokes, but he was speaking the truth, they could all feel it, just for having the audacity to come before them. Tell them how to spend their Talions. The audacity of these non-bankers, these days. Some might die from the sheer shock of it, Martyr chuckled, and took the time to finish his cigar before speaking of the idea he had. I'm in the mood to repeat the stunt the near-extinct Admiralty played with the Midgard. We prepare a good ship, one which will have a high chance to exit the core while using Svern's data of the previous expedition, we fill it with some of the metallic stocks we have in excess of, and we sell what is stocked inside the hull to the Imperium. Where? Martyr shrugged. The world of Macridge seemed to have plenty of customers, and since it must be rebuilt after a violent battle, I don't think we will lack potential buyers there. You don't want to sell weapons for once? Castor asked, visibly surprised. Profit is profit, Martyr replied, but this time we aren't selling to an indebted king or a species which is so undergunned we can basically put them down at any time we choose. I assume there's a lot of ridiculous propaganda spread by this Imperium of mankind. The Bank of Stone does it, why would they be any different? But lies or not, they seem to have the industrial power to build hundreds of battleships and fight battles that go from one side of the galaxy to the other. What we sell, we won't be able to recover by force of arms. You're the boss profiteer, Martyr, Castor rolled his large shoulders. I suppose you want a real negotiating team to be included this time. I do. For a first contact, it was best for the Duardins to be errant or some parties that we were never associated with. But if we want to really be taken seriously, it is best to send a team that proves we are a bit above in means over the common and desperate king's envoy we routinely speak with. Martyr poured the beer he preferred in 3 cups, and gave each cup to his fellow partners in profit before raising his own. To a new era of profit, my friends. To profit. Realm of Ultramar. Macrage System. Gloriana Battleship Macrage's Honor. 2.299.311 M35. Primarch Robert Guillemon. Leaving the fortress of Hera was not a way to escape the thousands of medical devices he was strapped into for more than a dozen hours each day. It wasn't. He, the Primarch of Ultramarines, was above that. Convincing his sons of it was an entire matter altogether, it had to be said. The Macrage's honor is as splendid as ever, the avenging son declared. I suppose the tourists who visited it must have been very satisfied. They were, Ian assured him. I think it was the second most visited museum across Ultramar, though it was left in the dust by the shrine of the Primarch, of course. Of course, Robert echoed, trying, as always when the subject was mentioned, to not think too much about the fact he had been the target of uncountable religious pilgrimages for more than 4 millennia. I would have thought you would be a bit more angry hearing of this, father. Why? Robert asked, apparently surprised that the point was raised. I have always stressed the point all military assets had to see their efficiency maximized. Since the chapter was unable to sustain the manpower to crew the Macrage's honor while maintaining the rest of the fleet, it stands to reason using it as a museum was an optimal outcome. It provided a constant flow of denarii to the treasury, and some of the funds were allocated to the maintenance every Gloriana ship needs. I was more afraid you might consider it proof of religious idolatry. As far I am aware of, no religious ceremonies were ever conducted on it. Robert Guillemon replied with a shrug. If I could tolerate tourists during the Great Crusade, then surely I can tolerate pilgrims in this millennium. It helps that some of the latter are exactly the same as the former, they are just hiding it under religious cloaks. True. Obviously, the 13th Primarch continued, the very fact it was used as a museum causes a security problem. Since the word-bearers were able to infiltrate the shrine which boasted far greater security, the theoretical is that our enemies were likely able to place a lot of inimical presence and other tracking devices in the last 4 millennia. The Vigil Opertii or the Precental Guard. For this once, the Precental Guard, my son. I do want the consequences of overconfidence to be public. Ultramar dropped its guard, and the lessons are painful because they were necessary to be learned again. I do not want them to be forgotten in the shadows. It will be done, the chapter master of the Ultramarines swore. It is not going to be a short process, however. 1 year is what I am willing to give all who will be involved in this project. 1 year? That sounds suspiciously like a precise timetable. Because it is. Robert nodded. In 1 year, the Macrage's honor will be sent to the Forge world of Kona as the first step of its rearmament. Which should take between 2 and 3 years, assuming the tech priests hold true to their promises and are able to follow the deadlines I gave them. Then the Gloriana will sail to Mars, and the Ring of Iron. By then, Call should have the infrastructure and parts ready to welcome it for the second part of its full modernization. Ian Thiel seemed to take the news in a very perplexed manner, whether it was to the thought of the tech priests being given access to the Macrage's honor or the flagship remaining away for so long remained to be seen. Is this really necessary? Yes. The 13 Primarch replied bluntly. I love my flagship, but at the moment, there's no denying it is completely obsolete. Obsolete? This time the voice was alarmed and shocked, as it should be. One easily forgets it, but Glorianas, for all their prodigious size, remain conventional warships. If the systems and weapons are obsolete, the ship is obsolete too. Its prodigious firepower will make it a far more difficult target than a cruiser, but all that means is that if the enemy manages to engineer a good plan that takes its weaknesses into account, the ship will be destroyed or captured, and given the sheer manpower it needs to function, the loss will be keenly felt. I understand that, Ian shook his head. But obsolete? I understood Marius Gage repaired it with the best of the technology we had left after the fires of the heresy were finally extinguished. And that isn't the same thing as the best technology of the Great Crusade. Damn the word-bearers for the destruction they had visited upon Calth and Armatura. But it should have been sufficient to merely be several generations behind brand new ships, if Lady Weaver hadn't in the last decades made a habit of recovering priceless STCs. Call's part in these technological advances must also be mentioned, of course. As a result, if the Enterprise was to challenge the Macrage's honor to avoid duel, Lady Weaver's flagship would likely devastate mine in a couple of hours. I am not going to say what the Flame Rot would do in the same position, the answer is far too humiliating for my pride. Ian grimaced. Thus the modernization in the shipyards of Mars, I understand. It means avoiding a major war for the next decades. Yes. But then as we have to completely rebuild the orbital structure of Macrage, it is best to use deployments of strike cruisers. With Galadon in system and the dockyards of Mort Ndar, we can supply all the strike cruisers we have in service. The hulls we're reactivating from the mothballs will be modernized at Konar. Not Mars. Not Mars, Robert Gillimon confirmed. I'm creatively balancing the budget, but there are only so many resources I can find for all the projects of the coming decade. I could, of course, bargain far more than I have with the Fabricator General of Mars, but I already have several favors to repay to several Archmagi, and I am wary of debts. They need to be repaid at one time or another, that's why we call them debts and not gifts. The Lord of Macridge gave an ironic look to his son. I already had to calculate the benefits and problems created by formally ending the Macridge's honor service as a proud museum of Ultramar. It was a very profitable tourist trap, too profitable, in fact. We could drag another flagship from the mothballed reserve and say, without lying, you used it for a prestigious military campaign during the Great Crusade. Aenid, the son of the Emperor, declared seriously, I acknowledge your mastery of skirmishes and unconventional warfare, but I can state quite confidently you understand nothing when it comes to tourists. Leavenir Archipelago. Oralith System. Oralith, Eldar name, /Ganarth, local name. 8.313.311 M35. Autarchulian Lake Adiath. If we survive this expedition, we will have to have a nice conversation about the issue of forgetting to mention certain important details. Yulian shouted to his Siamhan client. Please save your strength and run. We must reach the jet bikes before them. I assure you, I can complain and run at the same time. The Autarch, whatever that meant, as the old ranks were more and more undergoing a silent revolution these days, glared, something that didn't seem to trouble his client, though she at least gave him an explanation. We hid the artifact here because we knew no one would come searching for it, and other local species in the system make sure the enemies of Authority can't see the threads of the future here. How was I supposed to know the local species would find it and worship it as the symbol of their blasphemous god? How indeed, but his poor attempt at sarcasm was interrupted as the ground exploded on their flank, and the cleverness of their pursuers manifested itself one more time. Not that Yulian Lake Adiath had had much doubt about it after seeing two of his warriors be sent to Authority after they made the mistake to stand their ground. The name of the civilization was Ganarth Pact. Technically, it was the 14th or 15th to carry that name. Craft World Kinshara regularly used the near-intact webway network of the region to cull them. One glance was enough to know why. The Ganarth were a hyper-violent species. And they looked like it. Imagine an enormous mushroom the size of a big human war walker. Twist it to make it thinner, but give it 3 legs and 4 arms. Give the roots an endless thirst to be plunged into the entrails and blood of other living species. And last but not least, the Ganarth, despite being the most biological attuned species Yulian had ever seen, were quite intelligent and forged metallic weapons. Oh, and they had several castes, and the one which had just revealed itself was possibly of the most berserker-like. The Autarch fired a 100 shuriken salvo at the mushroom head. The Ganarth stood for an instant, as if it didn't realize it had been vanquished, then collapsed. Yes. You found their weak point. You deserve your reputation, Autarch Lake Adiath. Yes. He wasn't going to admit that the first time he had done it, he had been aiming for the torso and completely missed his target. I suggest we hurry, the friends of the Ganarth I just killed are going to find out we were here, and when. The timing couldn't have been worse, the ground exploded at least 20 times, and the dread sight of the mushroom-like warriors surrounded them. Yes, because despite being evolved from mushrooms, the Ganarth were able to dig tunnels at phenomenal speeds, maybe faster than the ambules. How was that supposed to make sense? I think, Yulian said calmly, several prayers to Authority can't be considered too much right now, for I don't have enough ammunition to kill them. The word of symbiosis is. Their entire world disappeared in a storm of lightning. Well, apart from the little detail, it wasn't lightning. It was a bombardment of pulsar lances, and a frighteningly accurate one at that. More and more Ganarths had been encircling them, but the methodical offensive didn't leave them any chance. And those violent warriors who survived understood in a second their only chance lied in escaping as fast as possible. Your mariners are to be complimented for their accuracy. He wasn't going to insult his men, but the last time they had attempted such an extraction, it had been such a disaster. Yulian had told them to never try it again. The Anthem of Fallen Suns could sterilize a lot of things, but the Lugganath-born Autarch didn't want to be included on the list of its victims. It was only when a phoenix in very familiar colors slowly revealed itself that Yulian realized the identity of their savior. Princess Sarania. He curtly nodded when the mistress of the Corsair fleet revealed herself. Your entrance was impeccably timed. Glad someone is appreciating it. The pale skin of Sarania told quite clearly she was not a follower of Authority, but she must have made some decision, otherwise why bother coming here? Your Siamhan client seems to be having some kind of vision. Yulian turned, and to his consternation, the blue skin of the Siamhan seer was pale, and her eyes were clearly not seeing the world around them. No. No. It is happening. It is too soon. It is wrong. There was a strangled cry. The artifact they had removed from the possession of the Ganarth flashed dangerously, and a blaze of fuchsia power began to burn. He is coming. He comes, and should one fail, tyranny will be eternal. He is coming. Somewhere between the warp and the matrium. The tyrant star. Space-time paradox, no date estimation is possible. Kol Badar. The throne room had a throne. It was all it needed to be a throne room. It was ascetic. It was good. Eternity did not care about frivolous decorations. And so there was only the throne. There was the throne, and the 13 massive hourglasses. Each time the last grain of sand fell, the space marines assigned to each hourglass would reverse the hourglass, and the inexorable march of eternity continued. Kol Badar did not know the name of this purple-black sand that was the only method to measure time on the tyrant star. That was because it didn't have one. But it would soon. Once, it had been Noctilith, but the days the black stone's importance was unknown to the galaxy at large were long past. There was a violent gust of wind, and he was there. All the space marines prostrated themselves. The majority of them were not from the 11th Legion. By betrayal, great misfortune, or sheer incompetence, they had been abandoned by their brother in arms. But he had found them. He had found them, and given them purpose. For he was the King in Yellow, the rightful master of eternity. His presence was domination itself. Yet the regal form of the king could not be revealed. Not now. A pale yellow cloak of a style that had gone extinct in the Great Crusade was both protection and body-shaping cloth. The yellow cloak had a hood, but where the face should have been visible, there was nothing but the void to watch. The symbols of power, however, could be observed perfectly. The first was the scepter. It was in the grip of a metallic golden glove. It was a symbol, yet a weapon. It was not like the batons of imperial marshals and generals. From the base to the top, there were thousands of miniature golden skulls. Kol Badar would have said they were engraved into the gold, but he knew intimately this wasn't the case. The scepter had been made of these skulls. All scepters needed something to make it clear it was not a vulgar baton, and this regal symbol had an hourglass enshrined at its top. Glyphs blazing in the same purple-black dark light gave it a powerful illumination and evoked emotions the former word-bearer had thought he had left behind him. The second symbol was the crown. It was tall and mighty. It was yellow and yet dark. It was all that was needed to know he was the rightful master of eternity. The king in yellow didn't sit on his throne. He never did. They thought they were going to be the ones to decide the terms of this battle. The voice was authority incarnate. It was supreme judgment resonating in their broken souls. They thought that because one foolish child successfully found me once, I would bare my throat and wait for their hosts to come. The scepter moved. Immediately, the sands of the hourglasses, the sands stopped measuring time. But I am the king in yellow. There is going to be a battle, of course. But I, and I alone, will decide when and where it will happen. They think they have trapped me, these foolish pretenders. They have unleashed wars across the Calyx stars, destroying their planets to summon their favorite slaves, those I once called brothers. No one spoke. No one moved. But every space marine felt the hatred of their master held for the puppet masters who dared pretend they were true gods. And before the king in yellow saved them, they had felt this hatred too. They understood how vast the betrayal had been. They acknowledged how cruel the tragedies prepared for them were. The preparations are complete in the Granither system. My Mortarches. It is time to return to this galaxy and claim our rightful place. Eternity will be mine. Or there will be no eternity. They all answered. There was a massive earthquake. There was power. The sands imprisoned in the hourglasses began to fall again. And Kol, like every being present in the throne room, heard the scream of hatred. The pretenders had stopped laughing, and this was good. The warp. The ritual which had been enacted was so powerful there was no way to hide it. The moment the King in Yellow and the Tyrant Star returned to this galaxy, the four knew exactly where and when their target was. In normal circumstances, this should have been the end of the King in Yellow. The Tyrant Star was not Terra. It had nothing comparable to the likes of the Anathema and the Astronomicon to protect itself. But the ritual enacted by the order of the former master of the 11th Legion had been far more complicated than a mere space-temporal distortion. It had merged the planet of Granither and the Tyrant Star on a spiritual and physical level. And the Granither system was a place of death. There had been no living beings there. In the past, long-dead Xenos civilizations had brought some of the most impressive beast trophies they were ever able to kill here, in an age where the galaxy was young. In the present, heretics had used it as a place to execute their enemies before fleeing or being killed by the lethal fighting that erupted across the Calyx Hell stars. In the future that would never be, the Imperium had used it as a cemetery. There was much the Four didn't know about the King in Yellow, but the enormous quantities of bones spread across the system were quite obviously a massive threat. With limited numbers of skeletons, the hosts of the usurper had been a headache in the recent wars. With large mountains of dead creatures, the thing that had been the 11th Primarch would likely conquer the Calyx stars and use the victory as a great ritual to elevate itself as the fifth power of chaos. This had to be avoided at all costs. And it could be avoided. The name of the planet, Granither, wasn't yet erased. The ritual, for all its power, would need 13 days to be complete. The other 12 dead planets, for all their suddenly revealed defenses, were sites of extreme ritualistic importance for the King in Yellow. 13 planets. 13 sites of power. 13 days to break them. Any mortal general would have likely refused the challenge the King in Yellow had delivered to the four. But the ruinous powers weren't mortal, and their hatred for the usurper was limitless. For all the traps and stratagems undoubtedly waiting for them in the Granither, refusing the challenge was never an option. And while the treacherous son of the anathema had prepared his armies and his dreaded fortifications manned by billions of undead, each of the self-proclaimed chaos gods had not stayed idle. Tens of thousands of cults, both in the Calyx stars and outside of it, had been prepared to counter this threat the moment it was revealed aboard the vengeful spirit. Gurn roared, and 8 great hosts raised their blades while screaming in fury. Skulls would be claimed, and if they had to offer their own blood to their god in the name of victory, so be it. Xian shattered 9 spells. 9 monumental hosts poured out of the crystal labyrinth, a legion of ambition and sorcery prepared to teach their enemy that they, and none other, were the masters of the psychic arts. Nurgle toppled his cauldron. 7 hosts of decay gurgled and laughed as the boons that would have killed an Astartes 7 times over filled them with impossible vigor and contagious diseases. Malal shrieked and gave confusing orders to the Skaven who had survived the initial wars of the Calyx Hell Stars. That most of the commands contradicted each other did not prevent billions of hateful red eyes from knowing something had to be done about Granither. Anarchy couldn't be anarchy if they all died and were enslaved. In the Matrium, armies were mustered and teleported aboard capital warships. There were enough military assets for this effort to be considered a Black Crusade in its own right. But it was not a Black Crusade. There was no coordination between the four, and no supreme commander. Not that any warlord besides Abaddon the Despoiler would have had the tiniest chance of uniting these disparate forces, of course. For if the King in Yellow was willing to challenge them on the battlefield, Kern, Xiansh, Nurgle, and Malal were more than eager to send his brothers against him. Orders were given. Psykers from Makridge to Cadia would awake screaming from nightmares they would shiver about for the rest of their lives. And the Calyx Hell Stars truly began to live up to their cursed name. Calyx Hell Stars. Cholera System. Battleship Terminus EST. Temporal anomaly date impossible to estimate. Typhus the Traveler. The initial plan had called for Cholera 77 to become both the chief fortress and the heart of the kingdom the Death Guard was to build in the Calyx Hell Stars. This plan had to be discarded. It was annoying, but the old saying was once again true, no plan survived contact with the enemy. That the enemy was the King in Yellow in this instance was making it twice more annoying than it should be. The sacrifices that had to be enacted were considerable, but then they wouldn't be called sacrifices if they happened to be cheap and worthless, would they? Proceed. Typhus ordered, from the observation deck of the Terminus EST. For 7 heartbeats, nothing happened. It took 7 heartbeats for the gigantic rift to become somewhat visible. It was a maelstrom of blessed decay. It was a warp wormhole that was only possible through the newly discovered powers of Jaedrot. It was something that was destroying Cholera 77 in exchange for a priceless strategic advantage. 7,777,777 worshippers of the Grandfather had had their souls sent straight to the garden to create it, along with 7 artifacts of Jaedrot. But as the decay wormhole formed a gigantic portal where the planet had been, transforming the rocks that remained into a blessed relic similar to the warp gates of old, the plague legions could finally take the field. Typhus couldn't count them from where he was standing, but he knew their numbers as if he had tallied each Nurgling himself, 7 times 7, a tide of epidemics and reapers that had been specifically assembled to prove to the enemy that yes, bone decayed just like everything else in this galaxy. The destruction of Cholera 77 accelerated, and as the warp rift grew larger, the warships arrived. The first to leave the Eye of Terror and enter the Calyx Hell Stars was, of course, the Endurance. The Legion's flagship had changed a lot since Typhus had seen it when he departed the Eye of Terror. Many batteries had been replaced with what were no doubt more powerful weapons which would be more specialized to destroy undead ships and assets. The new prow cannon was certainly a pathogen reaper, a blessed secret the likes of which had been whispered about in excitation when he journeyed in the garden. The Endurance was not alone, obviously. Sacrificing a planet for a Gloriana would have been stupid. Behind it, sailing at maximal speed, the ships of the Death Guard were arriving in the Cholera system. There were 7 waves in total. It was not the entire might of the 14th Legion, but it wasn't an inconsiderable portion of its strength either. Each of the waves had a core of 7 capital ships, with 1 battleship acting as the locus of the rot for each of them. Learning from the recent lesson the word-bearers had paid for with their lives, many favors had been called in to provide the grand cruisers and battleships with a true swarm of escorts and raiders. It was a formidable force, and it didn't include the assets Typhus had assembled here since his conquest of this system. Millions of cultists had received their rightful blessings, and they now were moved to the fetid cargo holds where they would wait with pest Igors, morbidus engines, and of course billions of plague zombies. Nor it did truly consider the sheer might of the great unclean ones leading the plague legions, whose ultimate command had been given to an exalted one. It was a host of decay capable of breaking an entire quadrant. It should have been overkill, both to defeat the enemy and accomplish the plans the grandfather had given him. It really wasn't. But it was all the Death Guard could muster in the Calyx Hellstars on such short notice, and many servants and assets could not be withdrawn from their zones of operation anyway. It would have to be enough. A lake of pus formed, and drones buzzed. There were more theatrical and perfect methods established by Mortarion to communicate, but those were a waste of time for the present circumstances. Typhus. Is everything ready? It is. We finished the ritual in time. The navigators have been transformed to lead us to the Granither system. No obstacle will stand in our way. The irony of these wretches helping the host reach its destination when long ago they had been the instrument he had used to convert the entire legion was something he hadn't missed. Neither, he suspected, did Mortarion. The artifact. It is secure, and ready to be used per the grandfather's will. Good. Let us depart. It is time to finish the task Russ botched. In Typhus' opinion, the Wolf King and the anathema he served had in fact done the job a bit too well. Permanently killing something which had no true name and real physical presence was going to be a massive challenge. But expecting anything but bitterness from the Primarch of the Death Guard was an excellent method to waste one's time. All assets have been disposed of or were added to the host. For the grandfather. Calyx Hell Stars. Kulth System. Skaven mighty battleship Skrakit the Magnificent. Temporal anomaly date impossible to estimate. Arch Warlord Skrakit Barb Buster. This planet orb offended me. But no more. The Arch Warlord basked in the adoration worship of his warriors. Storm vermin. Skrakit exclaimed. The triple-barreled Barb Buster cannon works. By my claw, I have smashed destroyed entire planet, yes. The miserable insolent of Clan Skyer sniffed loudly. And minor but appreciable contribution of Clan Skyer is duly noted, yes. The genial Arch Warlord finished. Wasn't he most superb in his greatness? O invincible Lord of Great Warrens, one of his messengers prostrated himself, I bring offensive message of vile vermin thing. False fake prophet insults you. He dares pretend he is in charge command. All happiness Skrakit felt after having destroyed a planet evaporated instantly. He was supposed to have great big accident already. The Lord of Clan Verminus squeaked. It is his fault so many knowholes opened close to sun. Skrakit glared at the sneaky member of Clan Ishan, which was trying to leave his mighty great command bridge. I am surrounded by incompetent fools. The council lord loudly complained. You. Tell your masters Thanquilthing must die. Yes, mighty Arch Warlord. You. This was accompanied by many solid kicks for the other incompetent he had sent to help Clan Skyer. Go repair great mighty Barb Buster cannon. I want to kill slay vermin in yellow with it. And the Anarchium, O Supreme ACH Warlord. One of his black-furred storm vermins asked. Because of Thanquilthing, we lost many chests of it. This is bad dire incompetence. But anarchy will prevail, yes. Mighty is great Malal, and I am his favorite. This makes Clan Verminus favorite clan of Malal. Praise anarchy! Praise anarchy! Praise Malal! But great warlord, with Thanquilthing break ruining Nahol, sailing to Granither will take too long. No. We are going to use great warpstone reactors of mighty battleship Skrakit the Magnificent. All praise anarchy! Death to the vermin in yellow. Calyx Hell Stars. Prawl System. High orbit above Prawl 8. Gloriana Battleship Conqueror. Temporal anomaly date impossible to estimate. Warlord Lodarisarin, the blood rose. The ritual had never been intended to be subtle. Before the ziggurats of Morwen 6, the rats had perished by the billions. While their existences were worthless, they bled like any other creature. On the grey plains of Drea, tens of thousands of grey-colored aliens had been butchered, and with their blood, their settlements were repainted in a far more pleasant red color. In the asteroid belts near Zumthor, the slaves of the false emperor had been smashed apart, and their skulls had been offered to Kern. The azure oceans of Reth had turned crimson, as the blood caste had sealed the covenant they swore to Kern in blood, bleeding and killing the scribe caste and all those who had believed the lies of protection offered by the blue-skinned sorcerers. Vast mountains of orc skulls had been gathered on Seed World, the youngest recruits landing and decapitating the green-skin horde before proving their utmost devotion to the Skull Throne. The Nurglite cults of piety were exterminated to the last, and their seemingly benign harvests put to the torch. The ruined colonies of Klibo had proven enough of a bait for Xenos and animated skeletons alike, and their destruction had been so complete that for hundreds of years, future visitors of the Klibo system would be able to contemplate the fact Klibo was now and would remain a dead world. These weren't just the only systems where untold butchery had been the only order given. There had been others, many others. Tzeentch worshipping Eldar had been ambushed and dragged screaming to the altars. Populations of Xenos which had tried to hide while the wars raged were slaughtered for their unforgivable cowardice. The rivers of blood had flowed to create lakes, then oceans of blood. But it was not enough for what had to be done. And so the gladiatorial contest of the Praal system had begun. There were thousands of cultists and other worshippers of Khurn which had arrived incredibly late in the Calyx Hell Stars. They were given the opportunity to prove they were unlucky or slow rather than cowards or hesitating opportunists. There was only one rule: kill or be killed. And for 8 days, the carnage had gone out of control on the surface of the Praal planets, as the warships bombarded those who violated the rules. Billions watched as the planets became charnel houses where the piles of skulls soon outnumbered the living. Be they members of murder cults or tech priests who had grown to cherish the joys of mutilating the flesh, there was only war. At last, there were only 8 gladiators left, and all of them were facing each other. Praal 8 was nothing more but a cauldron of boiling blood by that point. On Klar Karond, there had been some signs of stability, for the world was still intended to be part of the Calyx Hellstars for a significant amount of time. But Praal 8 was not protected from the Blood God's limitless wrath. Mountains collapsed as the Blood Legions rampaged. The wrecks of starships that had crash-landed were carved apart by the blades of blood letters. The few arenas that had been built were pulverized by avalanches of skulls or tides of blood. 8 champions remained. And then reality shattered. From the Conqueror, it looked like a meteor had slammed into Praal 8. In apocalyptic effects, this was not exactly wrong. Once meteors created craters, however, they stopped moving, and though the shockwaves and disasters created by them were great, there was little risk to your soul and the blood in your veins, ritually speaking. But it was not a meteor which had hit Praal 8. 2 large tattered red wings opened. A weapon no mortal would ever be able to wield was raised in defiance of everything. Everything was violence. Everything was death. Lodera knew it very well, because for most of the early campaigns of the 12th Legion, when there still was a 12th Legion, in fact, the Conqueror had been his flagship. The gladiators were mighty and invigorated by the bloodbath, but 6 of them were mortals, and 2 were space marines. They died within 8 heartbeats. Blood for the Blood God. Angren, Primarch of the World Eaters, the Red Angel, Lord of the Red Sands, King of the Arenas, shouted, and despite being hundreds of kilometers above Praal 8, everyone heard him. Skulls for the Skull Throne. The King in Yellow wanted a war? Khurn had anticipated the desires of this undead usurper. All the Hemishia stones are to be covered in blood at once, the Blood Rose commanded. Prepare a course for Granithur. We have a war to win. Calyx Hell Stars. Approaches of the Malphi Warp Crown. Battleship Natural Selection. Temporal Anomaly Date impossible to estimate. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. If this had been a superhero movie, there would have been a suitably heroic music playing right now. But this wasn't that kind of story. Yet as the female para-human who had once been called Victoria Dallin watched the massive fleet placing itself in formation for the massive assault directed at Granithur, she couldn't help but be proud for a moment. It wasn't every day you were given command over such a massive fleet. True, there were only 9 battleships, but the Magisters had unleashed most of the cruisers built in the shipyards of Malphi and Qusal, and those could punch well above their weight, as their crystal lances had proved time and time again against the other Calyx fleets. None of them would hold for long against a Gloriana, but 999 capital warships were 999 capital warships. She was in command of all the Tzeentchian forces. You know, I hope you realize that it isn't a vote of confidence. I am not stupid, Antwer. If he had been available, the Cyclops would have been in charge. The tumult meant the devastating rituals had reached a monstrous crescendo in the last hours, to the point her paranoia was now in overdrive. Of course, it wasn't really paranoia when your worst fears were confirmed. The Death Lord of Barbarus, Mortarion of the Death Guard. The Red Angel of Nuceria, Angren of the World Eaters. The fallen Hydra now consorting with the Rats, Omegan of the Anarchy Legion. And of course, last but not least, the King in Yellow. The Usurper. The Undead Pretender. The Lord of the Purged 11th Legion. Militia wasn't so naive as to think that if it had been within Tzeentch's power to summon the Crimson King into the Malphi Warp Crown, she would have been left in the position of supreme authority. Your god doesn't trust you. My god doesn't trust anyone, not even himself. Antwer seemed to be taken aback by her blunt answer. True. But he could have granted you the power of paramountcy. If the conditions to obtain that kind of power require being tortured like the first captain of the 15th is right now, I prefer passing on that opportunity. Militia was honest enough to acknowledge she was power-hungry. But the tortures Ahriman was enduring and that she had been shown by several Malphian covens were not something she would volunteer for. The exile had not volunteered either, and Astartes had a far greater ability to resist torture than unaugmented humans or para-humans. And then there were the things a Primarch of the Thousand Suns would be expected to do when it came to the great game. You are thinking of a way to take this power for yourself nonetheless. No. Militia answered honestly, before adding a lie for good measure. I was trying to imagine what sort of nasty traps the King in Yellow has prepared. You know, the superior weapons and rituals that could make a Primarch so confident about the idea of fighting 4 major hosts, one for each god, at the same time. And that's assuming other armies and fleets don't join us for the cataclysm. Traps would not be of much use if one could predict them light years away. The Black Blade sarcastically commented. Footsteps resonated, and many Sons of Change went to stand by her side. The fleet is ready, Warlord. Boros announced respectfully. I don't think we will be able to establish more discipline, nor expect more transports and supply ships to catch up with us. And I will note we left Malphite seriously underdefended. I will inform you that the Nerglite and Kiernate maniacs have pretty much emptied every last bit of their reserves in the Calyx stars, and for the former, they dragged in a fair amount of their assets inside the Eye of Terror too. Militia grimaced. Not that it's a bad bargain per se. Whoever wins the Battle of Granithor will in all likelihood be able to conquer the Calyx Hellstars in the aftermath, given how few military assets will be left to the rest of the factions. The prize was still valuable, for all the devastation and planetary annihilations the fanatics of the Blood God had done with their rampages. I heavily suggest not making these words part of your battle speech before battle is joined. You're right, Boros. Militia looked at the stars, and wondered how many of her risky gambits were going to have to be used before the end if she was to live. Let's go end this nightmare. Before it grows worse. Calyx Hell Stars. Granithor System. Granithor/Comus, the Tyrant Star. The King in Yellow. Everything was ready. The work on the fortifications continued. It would never cease, and it wasn't as if his subjects were going to be exhausted by it. The mortuary artisans were preparing millions of new warriors with the bounty of bones that Granithor's extinct civilizations had offered him in ignorance. Several times he had wished to erect even mightier defenses. He was not so arrogant as to pretend himself the equal of Dorn or Perturabo, but with the effectives at his disposal, there was enough here to make this system as close to impregnable as it was possible to be within a standard year. But if he had done that, his enemies might have pursued more destructive methods to annihilate Granithor and his armies instead of relying on raw violence. There were traps, and then there were trap masters falling to their own cleverness. Granithor had to be a real threat, but one the Four thought they could handle by releasing their favorite hunters and slaves, his brothers. On that point at least, his plan had worked. He could feel them coming. Omegan was hidden from his view, but he was there, pushing the hordes of rats on their suicidal course of action. At least the slave of anarchy truly understood they were all slaves playing the cruel games of the beasts. No. The King in the Yellow had to be fair to his brothers, even if it was for the last time. They all understood the depth of their slavery very clearly. Except perhaps Angren. It was difficult to know if the Red Angel was capable of coherent thought, much less how much of his condition he was aware of. Certain signs lately pointed to a certain ability to think, but it could simply be the dangerous mind of his master giving the orders. That was the thing few understood when they looked at past campaigns of the Lost and the Damned. The Primarches had not been in control the moment the Istvan system had burned. The moment Horus had pledged their souls to those pretenders, they were all slaves, and the only difference was how valuable said chained demigods were for their masters. The sands continued to flow. The hourglasses continued their work flawlessly. Obviously, they were all rather full now. It had not been more than 5 hours since he issued his challenge. All the enemy fleets were on the move, but none had yet reached Granithor. Or rather, none of the creatures that ruled the warp for now had reached Granithor. There was an intruder in his throne room. It was not an ally. He would have preferred to not give this enemy an audience. But the level of force required to convince it to leave the stellar system would be significant. Say what you have to say and leave my domain. The battle is about to start. Laughter immediately answered. So confident, King in Yellow, one might say it is incredibly arrogant of you. One moment, there was nothing. The moment after, there was an immense golden being in the center of his throne room. It was tall, taller than any Primarch had any right to be. It was not a Primarch or anything born from humanity's scientific and psychic experiments. It was another pretender, though not a warp-born one. The deceiver in person, or rather in all the transcendence it has left. The 11th son of the human anathema, the Citan taunted him. Forgive me for not calling you by your former name, but there are only 2 people who have that knowledge, or is it 3? I have turned this weakness into strength. And you look very arrogant for a being whose presence here is due to events outside of your control. The destruction of the Imga monolith was not a direct contribution of mine, but I may have given it a few nudges here and there. More lies from the deceiver. Why am I not surprised? I will repeat myself, say what you have to say and leave my domain. I have far more important things to do than entertaining your miserable shards. Very well, mocking and submissive gestures that were all falsehood were made. He ignored them. You are going to fail. You made 2 major mistakes. The ploy was so ridiculously obvious that he allowed himself to laugh. Is this the moment I reveal to you how I intend to succeed where my father failed? Must I begin my superb monologue where I proclaim my stratagems for all pretenders to hear? No. I don't think so. He spoke a word of command, and a tesseract labyrinth he had recovered while he was still mortal materialized in his left hand. I will leave. The Citan predictably reacted with a parody of smile, not too far. I want to be the first spectator of the epic massacre that is about to take place. Please do that. And meditate on the treachery of your rebellious slaves, like a certain infinite collector. Fine words, Mafeiroun laughed, when I am absolutely certain Trazen looted your own collections. He was about to activate the Tesseract Labyrinth and risk all the consequences of a duel with a Citan, but the insolent pretender began to levitate towards the exit of his throne room. And since it amuses me that you won't listen to my warnings, here are your mistakes, O Master of Eternity. You have grown so threatening that the Archifane and the Lord of Iron have made a temporary alliance. There was a flash of golden light, and the deceiver was gone. Truly gone, his wards, when he gave the command, were able to track the insolent pretender racing on a course for the outskirts of the Granither system. Something will have to be done about the Citan shards once I will have removed most of the current opposition. Mistakes, really? Unless he had suddenly become deaf in addition to his current condition, the number of mistakes was limited to 1. And while the Lord of Iron was clearly Perturabo, he had never heard of any daemon called Archifane. While there were a lot of things he ignored about the warp pretenders, no great slave of the 4 went by this name, and thus the Citan proved as unreliable as ever. No. The deceiver had perfectly demonstrated its perfidious nature. In time, he would make sure the Citan would regret it, painfully. Eternity will be yours, my king. Or there will be no eternity. What is it, my Mord Arch? The instruments placed in the Enki quadrant signal several major anomalies about to emerge from the warp. Confidence is high, based on the tonnage. The outer defenses are going to be engaged by several space hulks. Not very original, but one can't expect too much from the pretenders. You can begin the preparations for Case Nurgle, Mord Arch. By your will, my king. The king in yellow banished the Tesseract Labyrinth and marched away from his throne. The throne he had sworn to never sit in again as long as he hadn't achieved his ambitions. That is not dead which can eternal lie. And with strange eons even death may die. As the king in yellow left to command his undead armies, however, he never noticed that on one of the 13 hourglasses, in a writing that was so thin as to be nearly invisible for human eyes, the deceiver had carved 5 words in Low Gothic. 5 words. 5 little words. But then, as Magnus the Red would have warned his brother, something as insignificant as a leaf could usher the death of gods. Mafeiroun knew it too. It was the last chance to avoid a battle that was going to see more Primarchs fight each other than there had been since the siege of Terra. And it was now gone. Weaver is not your bane.